Chapter 1. Don't step on my baby. Where are my clothes? Who tied me to the bed? Li Wei opened his eyes groggily, only to find that the scene before him was completely different from what he had seen before he went to sleep. I lay down on a soft, European-style bed. The exquisite carvings on the headboard and the bloody demon painting on the wall. This could never be the private room I rented for 300 yuan. More importantly, Li Wei was horrified to discover that his hands and feet were tied to the bed frame with ropes. My clothes were ripped off by someone. Not a single piece of cloth was left. His entire body was lying on his back in a big shape. He struggled a little, but the rope was tied so tightly that he couldn't even squeeze his legs together. Hey! Is anyone there? This situation is making me feel really unsafe. Li Wei mustered his courage and called out again, but no one responded. However, he noticed that the large bed was surrounded by a light red gauze curtain. This red was like the red of fresh blood, and Li Wei could even smell a bloody odor emanating from the light gauze. Where exactly is this place? There was no response. Li Wei could only hear the sound of his teeth chattering, his increasingly rapid breathing, and his pounding heartbeat. After all, in this kind of environment, being tied to a bed in this situation, who wouldn't be scared? Li Wei even suspected that 7 or 8 muscular men might suddenly rush in, ravage his body, and trample on his manhood. The next moment. Squeak! A screeching sound rang out, and the tightly closed door was pushed open. Li Wei closed his eyes tightly, shouting in his heart, "Come on, ravage me as much as you want, but please remember to apply lubricant, otherwise I can't take it." After saying that, Li Wei tilted his head to the side, as if he wouldn't care even if 7 or 8 muscular men came in. Since there's no way to resist, then it's better to. However, as the dim light shone in, a bewitching figure walked in. She wore a long purple dress, had a charming face, and pale skin, as if no blood flowed from her body. Her lips, painted a deep crimson, contrasted sharply with her pale skin, creating a deadly allure. Wearing high heels, she walked step by step toward Li Wei on the bed. Tap, tap, tap. Judging from the voices, aren't they 7 or 8 burly men? Li Wei turned his ears around and hurriedly opened his eyes. Just then, the woman also reached out and lifted the blood-stained veil, her gaze meeting Li Wei's. Man? Woman? 2 gasps rang out simultaneously. Li Wei felt the blood rush to one side of his body. The woman was simply too alluring. Purple eyes, snow-white skin, and those fiery red lips, they're absolutely irresistible. I never expected to be treated like this after being stripped and tied up here. What were those people thinking? They actually brought me back a man. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a look of displeasure flashed across the glamorous woman's face. But I can't worry about that now. Today is my limit, I have to. The alluring woman bit her lip, a sudden, impatient glint flashing in her eyes. Then, she pounced and straddled Li Wei's lower abdomen. Don't crush my baby. Li Wei shouted, even if you're in a hurry, there's no need to be in such a rush. At least you should flirt a little. Men, just like that. The alluring woman sneered, her face turning icy as she looked down at Li Wei. Man, do you think your filthy body is worthy of touching a noble vampire duchess? I only see you as food. A vampire duke? A blood devourer? Li Wei was taken aback, wondering if this woman was playing a romantic game with him. However, this kind of fun is quite novel. Playing a vampire is something I've never encountered before. Li Wei chuckled, looked up at the alluring woman, and was about to say something when he saw the woman's lips suddenly tremble, followed by the emergence of 2 sharp fangs. It grew out. It wasn't worn before. Furthermore, as the 2 sharp fangs grew, a tearing sound suddenly came from behind the alluring woman. Immediately afterwards, 2 enormous wings covered with purple patterns, resembling bat wings, suddenly unfurled. Even the blood vessels on it are faintly visible. It's definitely part of this woman's body. Ah! What the hell are you doing, a vampire? What a vampire! Li Wei screamed repeatedly, his heart almost stopping from fright. Even the blood that had just gathered seemed to rush from his lower body to his brain. A vampire! This alluring woman really is a vampire. Why is she tied to the bed? Does she really want to drink my blood? If those good-for-nothings hadn't failed to capture a pure virgin, do you think I would have drunk your stinking blood? The alluring woman stuck out her red tongue and licked her sharp teeth, then leaned down and bit into Li Wei's neck. It's over. Li Wei's face turned ashen. He guessed that he had transmigrated, but even if he had, this was no joke. He was already dead, but to be drained dry by a female vampire was truly a case of bad luck coming to bad kids. The sharp fangs pressed against Li Wei's neck, and the icy feeling made Li Wei shudder and completely deflate. Put. The next moment, a slight sound rang out, and sharp fangs pierced through the skin, separated the muscles, and finally, directly pierced into Li Wei's blood vessels. Glug! The vampire duchess swallowed a mouthful of blood, and a satisfied expression immediately appeared on her face. As a vampire, one must absorb a certain amount of blood every so often. The stronger one becomes, the longer the interval will be, but one must consume it, otherwise one's strength will decline and one's body will become weak. However, this world is complex and diverse, with numerous races, and the vampires are just one of them, and they are not considered particularly powerful. Ordinary humans, as the most numerous intelligent beings, can produce blood that can be consumed, but they do not possess great strength, naturally making them the first choice for vampires to feed on. However, when the Duchess sucked Li Wei's blood, a trace of saliva from her teeth was also exchanged and entered Li Wei's body. This seemingly ordinary situation, akin to cross-infection, allowed a trace of energy from the vampire Duchess's body to be integrated into the surrounding blood, circulating throughout the body via the blood vessels, and finally entering the brain. Bite. Detection: external energy has entered the host's body. The strongest bloodline system is automatically activated. Bite. The system is about to modify the host's body. Do you agree? Yes, the host will become a vampire completely and obtain the 10th generation bloodline of the vampire clan. 10th generation bloodline is the lowest level bloodline, extremely mixed, and is a common bloodline among ordinary vampires. No, the system will automatically crash, and the host will be drained of blood and die. Note: please make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, once 30% of your blood has been drained, the system will determine that you are dead and the system will never be able to be activated again. Chapter 2: Turning Passivity into Initiative. Making a multiple choice question at this point? Are you crazy? Of course I'll choose yes. Li Wei wished he could drag this damn system out and slap it twice. You have to understand that vampires drink blood incredibly fast. In just a short while, Li Wei felt like he had been drained dry. Bite. The system is about to modify the host's body. Please prepare after the beep sound. Modification countdown. 3, 2. Beep. Buzz. Before the system's voice in his mind had even completely faded, Li Wei felt his body tremble violently, and then his blood began to circulate rapidly. The violent flow and collision generated a lot of heat, as if flames were flowing through his body. The intense burning sensation made Li Wei cry out in pain. Ah! Damn it, wasn't it supposed to give me time to prepare after the beep? I wasn't given that. The intense pain immediately made Li Wei tense up, and his abnormality was immediately noticed by Karina, who was on top of him. However, having just had so much blood sucked from it, it's normal for a lowly blood prey to have some reaction. He's probably dying soon, right? Humph, scream all you want, even if you scream your lungs out, I'll still suck the blood out of you, you filthy man. Karina snorted coldly and continued drinking with her head down. Blood seeped from Li Wei's already bright red lips, flowing down his pointed chin and then dripping onto Li Wei's chest. Sizzle! Like heated wax, the drop of blood left a bright red mark on Li Wei's chest and immediately evaporated. No. How could he possibly be? Karina's eyes flashed with a look of confusion. Why had this man's blood suddenly become so hot, and why did the amount of blood in his body seem to have increased significantly in an instant? In just a short while, he had absorbed at least a third of this man's blood. With such a massive loss, how could he still? That feeling, which she had never experienced before, immediately made Karina panic. Furthermore, the 2 bite marks on its neck were gushing out streams of hot blood, scalding hot as if it had been burned. Something's wrong with you. A hint of wariness flashed in Karina's alluring eyes. She hurriedly tried to pull out her fangs, but she suddenly discovered that her sharp fangs were being firmly clamped down by the man's muscles. At the same time, Li Wei suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully modifying your body to become a 10th generation vampire mixed bloodline and gaining the innate skill, Paralyzing Fangs. Paralyze. Fangs. Li Wei was slightly startled and subconsciously licked his lips. Sure enough, 2 sharp fangs had grown out of his mouth. With one lick, I even cut my own tongue, experiencing a tingling, numb sensation. It really does feel a bit numb. Bite. System detection, host is facing a crisis. Random mission is being generated. 3, 2. Beep. The mission has been generated. Host, please take the initiative and complete your first battle after transmigrating. Turning the tables? Ha ha. Li Wei smiled slyly. He liked this mission. But given the current situation, what should be the main strategy for a counterattack? Oh right, I'm a vampire now, and I have paralyzing fangs. Li Wei suddenly realized what was happening. Then, he opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 short, sharp fangs. This pose exposed the vampire duchess's snow-white neck to Li Wei's eyes. You want to play, right? Well, I'll play with you properly. Li Wei licked his fangs, then bit down hard, tearing through Karina's neck skin. Ah! Karina cried out in surprise, her alluring eyes filled with panic. Although she wasn't sucked, the pain in her neck definitely meant she had been sucked. And she could clearly feel that those 2 incredibly sharp fangs had already bitten through her skin and muscles. As a noble vampire duchess, she was actually drained of her life force by a human. What a disgrace! Get out of my way! Karina roared, her powerful inner strength about to erupt. You should know that even in vampire society, a vampire duke is definitely one of the strongest, a dominant figure in his own right. But just before her powerful strength was about to erupt, a strange energy suddenly burst forth from those 2 incredibly sharp teeth. Just as if it could dissolve her own energy, the 2 energies collided, and Karina's body instantly went limp. Completely losing control of her body, she collapsed limply onto Li Wei. How is this possible? Karina was terrified, but now she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Open it for me. Just then, Li Wei below roared, his limbs instantly bulging with powerful muscles, and with immense strength, he broke free from the ropes binding him. Even the most ordinary vampire is far stronger than an ordinary human. A rope as thick as a finger is no longer enough to control Li Wei after his body has been modified. Turn the tables. Karina felt a sudden dizziness, and when she could see clearly again, she was already being pushed onto the bed. That filthy man was staring at him with a sinister grin. Who are you? What do you want? Karina exclaimed in alarm, for she had already seen Li Wei's exposed fangs. Isn't it human? How did it become a vampire? Hee, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Wei, Wei is in to act recklessly. As for what I want to do. Li Wei grinned maliciously, his strong waist muscles suddenly contracted, and a powerful force instantly flowed through his entire body. This turned a passive situation into an active one. The vampire Holy Land is not exposed to direct sunlight, but it is not without the sun rather, the intense sunlight is obscured by mist. At dawn, a faint light shines upon the ground. This light will not harm the vampires, but it will allow them to know the alternation of day and night. In the early morning, Li Wei woke up and looked at Karina beside him with an angry expression. Li Wei hadn't expected that this vampire duchess was also quite resilient. Even though her voice was a little hoarse, her body's sensations couldn't lie to him. You stole my vampire blood essence. A hint of sorrow flashed in Karina's eyes. Blood essence was crucial for vampires stored within the body, it nourished the body and could even enhance the bloodline of lower-level vampires. Essence blood? Didn't I already give that to you? Li Wei was taken aback, and scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chapter 3, To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself? You! Shameless! Karina trembled with rage. How could his filthy, foul-smelling essence blood be compared to her own primordial essence blood? Wrong. If this guy didn't use despicable methods to control my body, why am I still trembling? Karina's gaze suddenly turned icy cold, because she could feel her power, which had disappeared overnight, rapidly returning. Hey, do you have to be so stingy? It's all essence blood, you give me a drop in exchange for a cup, you're getting a good deal. Li Wei hadn't noticed anything amiss yet, shaking his head and revealing a smug smile. I just transmigrated and immediately had sex with a vampire, and we even slept together all night. I guess I'm the first transmigrator in history to ever do that. However, the feeling of a vampire is indeed different from that of an ordinary person. Just the word vampire made Li Wei a little restless. Do you know how many steps it takes for a high-level vampire to kill a low-level vampire, even though they are both vampires? Just then, Karina's icy voice came from behind. Without uttering a word, Li Wei felt as if he had been kicked from the scorching summer heat into an ice cave. That bone-chilling coldness rushed from the tip of his tail to the top of his head, making Li Wei shiver and freeze completely. Need. Li Wei's Adam's apple bobbed twice, and his eyes darted around. It's over. It's likely that her paralysis talent has lost its power. After being tortured all night, the first thing this female vampire will do after recovering is definitely to take revenge on me. But sitting idly by and waiting to die is for the weak, and remaining motionless is for the cowardly. Rather than let things end like this, we might as well take a gamble. A resolute glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. So what if it's inhaling? He could do that too. Furthermore, Li Wei could guarantee that his absorption technique was far superior to that of this vampire duchess. However, just as Li Wei was lost in thought, a pair of slender white hands with sharp nails grabbed Li Wei's neck. Who is it? Who has seized my destiny by the throat? Li Wei immediately shrank his neck. It is estimated that killing a low-level vampire will only take 3 steps. First step, grab the neck. The second step is to twist it off. Third step, let go. The hand on his neck tightened its grip, and Li Wei could even hear the cracking sounds of his bones breaking under the strain. Behind her, Karina looked at Li Wei with a complicated expression. She had indeed had murderous intent just now, but for some reason, her body seemed to be out of her control. Perhaps it was this night. Karina glanced at the messy bed frame and slowly lowered her arms. Knock, knock, knock. Duke Karina, all your officials have arrived at the Castle Council Hall and are awaiting your arrival. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The voice outside was old and dry, as if 2 iron nails had been driven into its throat. Butler Chris, I understand. Karina's tone returned to calm, and then she put on the clothes scattered in the room one by one, letting Li Wei admire her graceful figure without restraint. You stay here. If you dare to go out at will, I will not give you any more chances. Karina gazed deeply at Li Wei, then donned the luxurious purple robe and strode out of the room. TCH, you're turning your back on me like that. You didn't say that in bed last night. Li Wei pursed his lips, clearly feeling that the chilling atmosphere in the room had dissipated considerably after the vampire duchess left. We need to find a way to get out of here. Li Wei's eyes flickered a few times, but the thought vanished as soon as it came to him. Where can we go if we leave here? This world is completely different from the world he was in before, and besides, he has become a vampire. In this world, vampires are probably the kind of beings that everyone hates. He was just a 10th-generation vampire. What if some bounty hunter or exorcist suddenly appeared and killed him? Then he'd be no longer a Tang Yuan, but a complete shiro playing around. Right, Bloodline System. Li Wei suddenly realized that he wasn't fighting alone. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission of turning the tide and taking the initiative. Reward, Blood Refining Manual X1. Li Wei was slightly taken aback. Just as the thought of checking it arose in his mind, his hands suddenly sank, and a scarlet blood book appeared directly in Li Wei's hands. There were 4 black bats at the 4 corners of the blood-written letter, which seemed to be alive. Li Wei even felt that the 4 bats were flying. In the middle were several obscure symbols. Li Wei dared to swear that he had never seen this kind of script before, but he could read it easily. Blood Refining Manual. Li Wei murmured to himself, opened the first page, and there were 8 large characters written on it. To master this skill, one must become a vampire. You scared the hell out of me. Li Wei breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as he didn't castrate himself, he could practice anything. Then, Li Wei began to examine it. Blood, the purest power in the world, wisdom, strength, feeling, life, all are stored in the blood. As time went on, Li Wei's mind was completely absorbed, and he was completely unaware of the abnormality around him. Wisps of blood energy condensed and emanated from all directions of the room. These were the blood essence that Karina had released during her cultivation. They would have disappeared into the world over time, but Li Wei accidentally stirred them up while cultivating the blood refining manual. In fact, not only this room, but the scattered blood energy throughout the entire castle was drawn out by Li Wei's cultivation. Li Wei was as if he were standing in the eye of a storm. The blood energy that was being stirred up quickly condensed and surged wildly into Li Wei's body. Ding. System detection indicates a large amount of blood energy around the host. Absorb it? Just then, the system notification sounded. Blood essence? Absorption? Li Wei asked in confusion, what is this blood energy? Ding. Health plus 100. Ding. Health plus 100. Ding. Health plus 500. Bite. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Li Wei couldn't help but yell, what kind of broken system is this? It can't even tell if it's a command or not. However, the system completely ignored Li Wei at this moment, frantically absorbing blood energy. Ding! Your blood energy has reached 1000 points. Would you like to advance your realm? This time, Li Wei understood completely. Improving one's realm is equivalent to improving one's strength, and with strength comes a sense of security. Right now, what Li Wei lacks most is a sense of security. Boost me. Inhale hard. Li Wei let out a low growl, his eyes even turning red. Chapter 4 Bloodline Enhancement, 9th Generation Vampire. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1000 points of blood chi and advanced to the first level Blood Clan Knight. Ding! Blood chi value plus 1000. Advance to the next realm? Promote. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has been raised to level 2 Vampire Knight. Bite. Promote. All one could see was a pale-faced male vampire roaring wildly in the dimly lit room. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that this vampire had some kind of mental illness. The second floor of the castle, the huge council hall, was unusually gloomy. Although no sunlight can penetrate the sacred land of the vampires, their generations-old aversion to light has led to the construction of extremely small windows in every castle. Less than half a meter away, the faint light slanted across the huge wooden table in the middle, revealing faint marks from sword and axe strikes, and even dried blood in some of the marks. Just then, Karina, sitting in the main seat, suddenly let out a soft exclamation. The Duke's powerful mental energy could completely envelop the entire castle. At this moment, Karina sensed that thick strands of blood energy were condensing within her castle and rushing towards a certain place. What's going on? The blood crystals we confiscated last time have already been used up, so why is there still such a thick aura of blood inside the castle? A hint of doubt flashed in Karina's eyes, and she seemed somewhat lost in thought. Duke Karina, stop wasting time. A slightly disgruntled voice rang out, and Karina turned her head to see a middle-aged man, also dressed in a magnificent robe, with a gloomy expression, staring at her. Humph, Duke Karina, we 3 marquises and 6 earls are not here to sit idly in the council chamber, the middle-aged man with a gloomy face said with a cold snort. Marquis Kirak, I cannot accept your proposal, Karina shook her head and continued in a cold tone. The territory of the Vanter family was bought back by my father with his blood and death. No one can divide it. Moreover, the ancestral teachings of the vampires clearly stipulate that the heir can inherit all the estate of the deceased. But does Duke Karina remember that the ancestral teachings of the vampires also stipulate that only the strong can possess more territory, and now, my strength is enough to possess a territory of Duke size? Marquis Kirak's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and then his withered lips trembled slightly as 2 sharp fangs suddenly grew out. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 piercing cracking sounds rang out, and 2 enormous bat wings stretched out from his back. Karina's pupils contracted upon seeing this, because she noticed that 2 purple lines had appeared on Marquis Kirak's wings. Purple lines indicate that one's strength has reached the level of a duke, while 2 purple lines indicate that one has reached the mid-stage of a vampire duke. However, Karina's wings only had 1 purple stripe. Bite. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 9th level of the Vampire Knight realm. You have less than 1000 points of blood energy remaining and cannot continue to break through. In less than a minute, Li Wei's strength was raised from 0 to level 9 Knight. It may not seem like a high level, but you have to know that the cultivation of vampires relies entirely on the accumulation of time. Vampires with mixed bloodlines are generally unable to cultivate effectively. They cannot even obtain the title of vampire and can only be called outcasts. Even for a 10th generation vampire like Li Wei, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate to Li Wei's current level. The higher the bloodline, the shorter the cultivation time. However, even the most ordinary vampire has a lifespan of around 600 years. What exactly constitutes jazz? Li Wei opened his eyes, curled his lip in dissatisfaction, and thought to himself, this so-called blood refining manual isn't all that great. If the blood refining manual had consciousness, I wonder if it would be so angry that it would jump into the fire pit and burn itself. What does it mean to be not very good? What other vampires take 100 years to reach, Li Wei only took a minute. 100 years and a minute, there's no difference at all, they're completely different. Never mind, let's put it away for now. Li Wei shook his head, and with a flash of thought, the blood refining manual vanished into thin air. Ding! System detection, the host has obtained a drop of Duke-level vampire blood essence. Absorb immediately? Just then, the system's voice rang out again, a flash of crimson light appeared, and a drop of bright red blood appeared above Li Wei's palm. As the blood bead slowly rotated, a powerful and pure energy was released. Li Wei even felt a slight stinging sensation on the skin of his palms from the heat. Dupe-level vampire blood essence. Li Wei took a long breath, his gaze seemingly drawn to the drop of essence blood. It should be noted that Li Wei has now become a vampire. The power of the vampire's origin and the essence of high-level vampires have a fatal attraction to low-level vampires. It can make my bloodline stronger. Li Wei murmured to himself and immediately decided to absorb the drop of essence blood. Buzz. When the command appeared in Li Wei's mind, the hard-won drop of essence blood seemed to come alive, directly penetrating the skin of Li Wei's palm and entering his blood vessels. Ha! Li Wei couldn't help but cry out in pain. This drop of essence blood was like molten lava, and the pain was simply unbearable. Furthermore, after the essence blood entered Li Wei's body, it quickly rushed towards Li Wei's lower abdomen. Oh no! No! Li Wei let out a series of loud noises. Upon reaching its designated location, the drop of blood essence exploded like a bomb. A large amount of scorching heat surged through Li Wei's lower abdomen, like his hands were covered in chilly water and then he accidentally touched his penis while going to the toilet. The burning pain shot straight into his mind. I must endure all of this. No strength comes without effort. Li Wei gritted his teeth, with only one thought in his mind. For Li Wei, this world was unfamiliar. If he didn't become powerful, who knew if the first thing that Vampire Duchess would do when she returned would be to kill him? Li Wei is willing to pay any price to become powerful. Finally, the unspeakable pain subsided, replaced by a feeling Li Wei had never experienced before. My own blood, bones, muscles, and fascia seemed to be undergoing a strange strengthening at this moment. That is the reward for enduring pain and torment. Ding! Congratulations, host, your bloodline has been upgraded to the 9th generation, and you have gained the skill, Boiling Blood. Chapter 5 I am your adult's spouse. At the same time, a flash of light appeared in Li Wei's mind, and a large amount of data that he had never seen before appeared. Host, Li Wei. Type, Vampire. Bloodline, 9th generation bloodline, belongs to a low-end bloodline. Skill level, Jazz LV9. Cultivation technique, Blood Refining Manual. Blood Chi value, 700. Talent skills, Paralyzing Fangs LV1, Boiling Blood LV1. Using talent skills requires a certain amount of blood energy. Is this my body data? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, but the feeling of becoming a vampire was still quite nice. Li Wei slowly walked to a full-length mirror in the room and examined his body. He was tall enough to stand out from the crowd, with long limbs covered in solid muscles that gave him explosive power. He also had fair and delicate skin and a handsome yet masculine face. It's important to know that vampires have a certain advantage in appearance due to their bloodline. Unless they are very old, the higher the bloodline, the higher the appearance. However, most vampires have a more effeminate appearance, while Li Wei's appearance, which carries a hint of masculinity, is extremely rare among vampires. TSK, those two fangs are a bit too short. Li Wei grinned, somewhat disappointed, as he showed his vampire-like fangs to the mirror. But it's alright. As the level increases, the two fangs will become stronger and stronger. As long as they are hard, durable, and have strong explosive power, that's enough. And my wings! Li Wei exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly turned around to look, only to see two small wings that looked like chicken wings growing on his shoulder blades. It trembled slightly as Li Wei moved. What the hell? Li Wei almost bit his own tongue. The female vampire's wings were big and round, while his were dry and shriveled, as if they hadn't developed properly. Ding! Notification: vampire wings will continue to grow as your cultivation level increases. Ordinary vampires at your level do not possess vampire wings at all. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. Okay, something is better than nothing. Even if we don't have enough to eat in the future, it can last for a couple of meals, right? Li Wei grumbled, but reluctantly accepted it. I heard there's another argument going on in the conference room. Just then, a faint voice came from outside. Li Wei paused, tiptoed closer to the door, and pressed his ear to the crack. In the corridor, two women dressed as maids were talking quietly. Before, Li Wei would never have heard such a soft sound, but now, thanks to the enhancement and modification of his blood, Li Wei's vision and hearing have been greatly improved. Yes, this time Marquis Kirek has joined forces with all the other officials to pressure our Duke, another maid whispered. Humph, they are truly shameless. When the Duke was in power, they dared not show any disrespect, but now that Miss Karina has just ascended to the throne, they want to seize the territory. The baby-faced maid puffed out her cheeks, looking quite angry. However, it won't be so easy for them to seize territory. Our vampire clan's ancestral teachings dictate that land can only be granted in the event of war or in the event of making a significant contribution to the vampire clan. The two maids were talking when they walked over. Li Wei was so engrossed in listening that he didn't notice anything unusual until he heard their footsteps, at which point it was too late. Squeak! The heavy wooden door was pulled open, and two maids were about to enter the room to clean when they saw a naked man standing there in a gecko-like posture. Snow-white skin and thick hair immediately came into view. Ah! Who are you? The two maids let out a deafening scream. I am. Li Wei's eyes darted around twice. This was the female vampire's room. If he didn't intimidate these two maids, he might get into trouble. I am your adult's spouse. Yes. That's right, it's a spouse. Li Wei nodded heavily, guessing that's how vampires refer to their partners. The two maids were clearly taken aback, but when they saw the two sharp teeth under Li Wei's lips, they quickly lowered their heads and said, I'm so sorry, sir, we didn't know you were in the room. We'll leave now. After saying that, the two maids hurriedly left. Among vampires, only those who have cultivated to a certain level will grow fangs. These servants, whose bloodlines are incredibly mixed and who don't even qualify as vampires, naturally address anyone with fangs as master. And this is Duke Karina's room. The presence of other male vampires here must be closely related. So you got rid of them so easily? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly closed the door. It seems the vampires in this world aren't very bright. Ding! Random task is being generated. 3, 2. Beep. Ding. Mission generated. Please proceed to the council hall as soon as possible to help Karina resolve the crisis. Mission successful, receive system rewards. Mission failed, Karina will mercilessly kill you upon her next return. Does it have to be this ruthless? Li Wei almost jumped up. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this mission, but he had no clothes to wear. Inside the council chamber. Karina, according to the rules of our vampire clan, the strong get everything. If you are unwilling to hand over the territory, then don't blame me for taking action. Marquis Kirak snorted coldly, and two huge wings suddenly spread open on his back. Thick blood energy burst from his body, and two fangs, each half a finger long, gleamed with a cold light. The other two marquises and 6 earls also unleashed their battle forms, and for a moment, the originally spacious council hall became somewhat crowded. The overwhelming power of several vampire experts swept towards Karina. You! Karina trembled all over. If her father hadn't died in the last vampire holy war, how dare they humiliate the Vanter family like this? However, the honor of the family cannot be insulted, and Karina is prepared to defend it to the death, no matter how powerful they become. However, at this moment, bang! Squeak! The council chamber door was violently kicked open, and the people inside all turned to look. A tall figure, with his back to the dim beam of light, slowly walked in. Dust particles danced wildly within the beam of light, completely concealing the face of the shadowy figure in the darkness. Ha! I advise you to stop here. Chapter 6: Breaking Wings and Smashing Fangs. The unfamiliar voice startled the several vampire powerhouses and Karina. Who is this person? Only. Karina's alluring eyes flickered slightly. The clothes this person was wearing seemed strangely familiar. Who are you? What right do you have to enter this council chamber? Marquis Kirak snorted coldly, slowly retracted the wings on his back, and stared at Li Wei with an unfriendly gaze. Ha ha, who am I? A vampire. Li Wei slowly raised his head, glanced around, and walked towards Karina. Vampires? Upon hearing this, several powerful vampires showed thoughtful expressions in their eyes. Generally speaking, powerful members of the vampire clan will state their titles and names. Only free individuals who are strong enough will directly refer to themselves as vampires. That's because they didn't want to reveal their names. Could this stranger be a powerful free agent? Humph, stop pretending, you damned thing, get out of here. A look of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the vampire count closest to Li Wei. He roared and pounced directly at Li Wei. Although the count was not as powerful as the Marquis or the Duke, he was still considered a strong figure among the vampires. His vampire wings were more than 3 meters wide, and a gust of bloody wind swept over them. "Humph, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." Li Wei's two fangs grew out in an instant. Then he raised his right hand, and a drop of scarlet blood condensed and shot through the air towards the vampire count who was rushing towards him. Whoosh! The violent howling sound made the vampire count tremble. He felt that the drop of blood that was shot towards him contained powerful energy. It was too late to dodge. Puff! With a soft sound, the drop of blood pierced through the vampire count's magnificent robes and imprinted itself on his chest. Ah! Immediately, the vampire count let out a miserable howl. His body was thrown back more than 3 meters high as if he had been hit by a boar in heat, before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The violent tremor traveled through the ground to the feet of the other vampire powerhouses, and their gazes toward Li Wei all narrowed sharply. Who exactly is this mysterious vampire? In the blink of an eye, he knocked a powerful count to the ground. The intense visual impact even made these powerful vampires forget to help their companions. However, it's not over yet. Ah! What is it? What has entered my body? I feel my blood burning, the pain is endless. The vampire count continued to let out miserable howls after landing. His body was trembling, contorting, and stiffening. His hands were clenched like chicken claws, clearly showing the immense pain he was enduring. Count Karen! A powerful vampire nearby exclaimed in surprise and tried to step forward to help Song Mang. Do not move. Marquis Kirik, standing beside him, reached out to stop him, staring at Li Wei with some apprehension. This is a powerful vampire, a true powerhouse, at least at the level of an elder. What? An elder-level expert? But doesn't our Hogman territory only have 2 elders? The vampire expert exclaimed in surprise. He is a free agent. Look at his fangs, they have already grown out, but the wings on his back are hidden by him. Only those who have reached the level of elder or above can fold their vampire wings at will. Marquis Kirik gave Li Wei a deep look. If he knew that the reason Li Wei's wings weren't showing was simply because they were as small as chicken wings and couldn't be seen at all, he might be so angry that he would vomit blood and die. Upon hearing Marquis Kirik's words, the vampire powerhouses present were filled with fear, and even glancing at Li Wei made them tremble. Within the vampire clan, hierarchy is strict. A truly powerful vampire can kill a weaker one without incurring any trouble. On the contrary, they can acquire all of the weaker one's wealth. Territory, wealth, women, status. If this mysterious and powerful figure were to kill them, it would be a double loss, even costing them their kidneys. My 500 health points. However, beneath Li Wei's cold and gloomy face lay an extremely restless heart. The innate skill, Boiling Blood, requires 500 points of blood energy to condense each drop, and now, Li Wei has less than 200 points left. Damn it, I get angry just looking at your wings. They're prettier and bigger than mine. Li Wei gritted his teeth and cursed, then pounced and sat directly on the fallen vampire count, grabbing his wings and forcefully pulling them apart. Click! Instantly, a crisp snapping sound echoed in the council hall. The vampire count's wing was snapped in half by Li Wei, with even the pale bones protruding through. Those nearby, including Marquis Kirik, shuddered at the sight and quickly folded their wings back, pressing them tightly against their shoulders. Like chicks in a storm, they were afraid that this mysterious vampire might break their wings if he got upset. Ah! My lord! My lord, please forgive me! Please forgive me! The unfortunate vampire count cried out in pain, but dared not retaliate at all. Little did he know that his shout would expose his 2 fangs to Li Wei's view. Fangs? It's longer and thicker than mine. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He stretched out 2 fingers, grabbed the count's fangs, and then pulled hard. Can't be broken? There are bricks nearby, smash them. Li Wei picked up half a brick from the ground and slammed it into the vampire count's fangs. Bang! Ah! My lord, I was wrong. Please don't break my teeth. Bang! Bang! Please, I beg you, please spare me. Bang bang bang! Another muffled thud followed. Li Wei completely ignored the vampire count, swung his arms, and began smashing bricks one after another. This poor vampire count, probably a monster who has lived for at least 1,000 years, was pinned to the ground by Li Wei today, his face smashed with bricks. His legs crossed, straightened, and swirled as the bricks fell, sending chills down the spines of Marquis Kirik and the others. It felt as if that half brick, stained with blood, had smashed into his own fangs. The powerful vampires exchanged glances and silently retracted their exposed fangs. This mysterious powerhouse is absolutely terrifying. If they disagree, they'll break off their wings. If they still disagree, they'll smash their fangs. Chapter 7. Your recharged favorability has been credited to your account. Crack. Crack. Finally, two crisp sounds rang out, and Li Wei reached out and took out the two fangs that had broken into serrated shapes. Ah! A large amount of blood gushed from the vampire count's mouth. He screamed in agony, clutching his face and rolling on the ground. The fangs of vampires are different from the teeth of ordinary creatures. They are used as weapons and have hollow centers filled with various blood vessels and nerves. It's easy to imagine how unbearable the pain must be to have it smashed open like that. It would take at least several years for it to grow back. Although the burning sensation inside his body had subsided considerably, the repeated loss of teeth and wings had tormented this vampire nobleman to the point of being unrecognizable. Holding two broken teeth, Li Wei's pale face still bore traces of blood that had just splattered on him. He turned his head and stared at the other vampire powerhouses with a fierce glint in his eyes. Master, we. Several earls and marquises shuddered, feeling as if they had been stared at by some ancient demonic beast, a chill running from the tips of their tails to their brains, as if being glanced at by this mysterious vampire powerhouse. The two counts even hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, fearing that this scoundrel might break their fangs again after smashing them so hard. Like a child who has done something wrong, he trembled all over when facing Li Wei. What, do you still want Duke Karina's territory? Li Wei stuck out his tongue and licked his sharp fangs, speaking in a sinister tone. No, no, no. My lord, the territory of Duke Karina has been passed down through the Vanter family for generations. We would never dare to covet it, we would never dare. Yes, sir, we dare not accept it, we dare not accept it. Several powerful vampires were so servile that they almost burst into tears. In that case, you can get out of here. Li Wei nodded, pointing his slender finger at the open door. Roll? Several powerful vampires were slightly taken aback, but then their faces immediately lit up with expressions of relief. Get out. We're leaving right now. Yes, the Lord's orders are our honor, so get out now. As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful vampires spread their wings, then rolled out of the door in a rather rounded shape. If Cain, the ancestor of the vampires, could see that his descendants were using the noble wings of the vampires to do such a thing, I wonder if he would crawl out of his coffin and strangle these unworthy offspring. Oh! A vampire marquis slammed his head against the wall, wincing in pain, but dared not stop, and quickly turned around to continue rolling. The screams echoed throughout the castle, and servants gathered in the outer corridors. But when the council chamber doors opened, they saw only 7 or 8 adults with their bodies wrapped in wings rushing out in a rounded manner. My lords, what is this? Butler Chris adjusted his reading glasses, even wondering if his poor eyesight had deteriorated again. What's going on? What did he see? These are all powerful members of the vampire clan, high and mighty adults. They usually come here with their heads held high, so why are they rolling out like madmen today? Get out of the way. The lords told us to get out of the castle. Get out of my way, you bastards. Several powerful vampires shouted and yelled, but their shouts only made the two maids in front of them nervous. The two maids were carrying a rather large bucket of dirty water. When they saw the scene, they were so frightened that they lost their grip on the bucket and it fell to the ground. Just then, Marquis Kirik rolled down to the bottom, and with a crack, the wooden barrel shattered, spilling all the dirty water onto his head. What's this? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Damn it, what kind of water is this? Caught off guard, the Marquis of Kirik gulped down several mouthfuls. Sir, this is dirty water from just cleaning the public washroom. The two maids whispered. What? Marquis Kirik was on the verge of tears. The water used to clean up the place where the lowly people relieved themselves had flowed into his own noble mouth. Vomit. Marquis Kirik gagged, not daring to stop, and could only vomit and roll around. This scene, tsk. Li Wei shook his head, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. It was thanks to his quick thinking that he managed to frighten these powerful vampires. He didn't have enough blood left to condense into a single drop of boiling blood. If any of these vampire powerhouses were to disobey, he would probably be the one with his fangs smashed right now. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the random mission. Reward, plus 100 points of mental strength, plus 300 points of favor with Duke Karina. Once the crisis was completely resolved, the system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. Mental power? What is that? Li Wei muttered something, but as soon as the system's voice finished, he immediately felt the fatigue from staying up all night disappear. And it was as if my mind had become more agile, and I could think about things much faster. The importance of mental strength is no less than that of bloodline. Under the same level, the higher the bloodline, the stronger the strength. Under the same conditions, the higher the mental strength, the faster one can master cultivation techniques and skills. In other words, the system reward this time is completely equivalent to the Karina essence blood that Li Wei obtained before. That's a drop of the Duke's blood essence. If it were released outside, it would cause countless bloodshed among the vampires. To drive them away, you actually burned my life essence. Just then, a grinding sound came from behind. Li Wei froze instantly, feeling a cold gaze fixed on him from behind. What I used wasn't your blood essence, but my essence. Li Wei turned around haltingly, inwardly cursing his bad luck. How could I forget about this? Those powerful vampires were driven away, but there's still an even more terrifying female vampire here. Although the system's mission was to help Karina, it didn't tell him whether Karina would appreciate it after he helped her. Karina felt like her teeth were about to be ground to dust. This wretched man, no, he's a vampire now. Where did those bastards find him? So despicable, so shameless. He tortured himself all night, stealing his only essence, and now he's doing it again. Just then, Karina hesitated for a moment, her alluring eyes flickering slightly. Why do the clothes that this despicable man is wearing look so familiar? This is my father's robe. In an instant, tears of emotion welled up in Karina's eyes. The resemblance is uncanny. This man, in terms of height, build, and even the aura he exuded after beating up several powerful vampires, is simply too similar. Especially this dark red robe, when worn by him, made him look exactly like his father. Father! I miss you! The next moment, Karina cried out and, like a fledgling swallow, flew into Li Wei's arms. Bite! Your recharge of plus 300 points of favorability towards Duke Karina has been credited to your account. Chapter 8. You didn't say that last night. Father? Li Wei was taken aback, and instantly remembered the portrait he had seen in Karina's room. A tall vampire held the head of some unknown monster in his hand, and thick blood dripped from two sharp fangs beneath his lips. And that male vampire was wearing the same blood-red robe he was wearing at the time. Is it really such a coincidence? Li Wei screamed inwardly, realizing that yesterday, in front of a portrait of someone's deceased father, he had slapped that person's daughter all night long. She's wearing someone else's clothes, and now she's even holding someone else's daughter. Even if Li Wei was incredibly dense, he realized that he had done something inappropriate. I'm so sorry, you old ghost I've never met before. I really didn't know that the portrait was of you. Please don't be offended, please don't be offended. Just don't bite my neck in the middle of the night. Li Wei clasped his hands together and mumbled something under his breath. Your Grace, your most loyal servant Chris has finally seen you again, sob sob sob. Just then, an old howl rang out, and Li Wei and Karina in his arms both trembled slightly. They turned around and saw the old steward of the castle kneeling at the entrance of the council hall, his face covered in snot and tears. Wa'ada. Your Grace, do you know how much suffering Miss has endured since you left? Those former subordinates of yours are all eyeing the Vanter family's territory. Chris the butler wailed as he spoke, looking like he was about to burst into tears. Your Grace, who are you? Chris paused abruptly, staring blankly at Li Wei. What, has His Excellency the Duke gone for plastic surgery lately? He looks so much younger. Chris hesitated, but when he pushed up his thick reading glasses, he exclaimed, My God, this is no Duke. I've never seen him before. He's just wearing the Duke's clothes and looks very much like him. Miss, who is he? Chris, the butler, pointed at Li Wei and asked, looking completely bewildered. Yes, who are you? Karina hurriedly jumped out of Li Wei's arms. Although they had been completely honest with each other last night, Karina really didn't know the man's identity. I am. Li Wei paused, realizing that he was no longer human, but calling him a vampire didn't quite make sense either. Who the hell am I? Li Wei was completely bewildered. Just then, the maid holding the bucket of dirty water suddenly spoke up, weakly. He seems to be Lady Karina's spouse. Spouse? Okay, Li Wei admitted that he had just made something up, but wasn't saying it in front of Karina just asking for trouble? Never mind, from now on you are a servant of my Vanter castle. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you don't want to leave. Karina glanced at Li Wei with a complicated expression, then turned and left the council hall. Her mind was in turmoil. She had originally planned to deal with those marquises and earls, then return to kill the man who had stolen her life essence. But just now, seeing this man wearing his father's robe, for some reason, I felt an indescribable emotion. Shall we go? Li Wei hesitated for a moment. This world was completely unfamiliar to him. Even though he had scared off those powerful vampires just now, Li Wei knew that luck played a large part in it. If we rush out, we might not even survive 3 days. It's better to stay here for now and figure out this world thoroughly first. At night, Li Wei went to the study in the Vanchou castle. To understand this world, you must start with the books about this world. Descending the spiral stone staircase, at the end of the staircase, there are 2 rather large wooden doors. Upon pushing open the wooden door, a strong smell of paper and wood wafted out. Inside the study were rows of huge wooden bookshelves, each 3 or 4 meters high, filled with a dazzling array of books, exuding an antique charm. Whoosh! Just as the light began to dim, a dark flame suddenly ignited on the 4 walls of the study. Li Wei glanced around. The area here was almost the size of a small library. But there must be a lot of books in the collection, right? Afterwards, Li Wei wandered around the study. Although he had just arrived, perhaps because he had become a vampire, Li Wei was not unfamiliar with the writing system of this world. World Chronicles? Li Wei stopped in front of a bookshelf, gazing at a book that was covered in a thick layer of dust and looked quite ancient. Call. With a strong blow, a large amount of dust was carried away by the wind and flew freely in the air. Li Wei found a seat at random and eagerly opened the ancient book, staring wide-eyed at the first page. The gods created the world, and the world gave birth to all living beings. Huh? Do gods still exist in this world? Li Wei frowned and continued reading, but his shock only grew. The world described in this book is completely different from the world Li Wei had in mind. All living things did not evolve, but were created by a powerful life form called God. Cain, as recorded in this ancient book, was the world's first vampire. Besides vampires, there are all sorts of other races in this world. Behemoths, giants, dragons, humans, elves, and so on. Next came some basic information about the various races. Li Wei flipped directly to the section on vampires and began to examine it carefully. Squeak! Just then, a screeching sound suddenly rang out, the heavy wooden door of the study was opened, and Karina swayed her long legs as she slowly walked in. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and a large pile of books slammed onto the table, nearly hitting Li Wei on the head. What are you doing? Li Wei was startled. He had been engrossed in reading them. If those books had actually hit him on the head, his head would have been smashed into a pulp. Seeing Li Wei's frustrated expression, Karina revealed a seductive smile on her alluring face, fiddling with her red-painted nails. Those books are all about vampire cultivation. With your current strength, you should read them and practice more, otherwise you might get killed if you go out. Upon hearing this, Li Wei became somewhat displeased and pouted. Don't underestimate me like that, okay? You didn't say that to me last night. Do you really think you're that powerful? Karina snorted and pointed outside the castle. Those few vampire experts were just intimidated by you. They've probably already realized what's happening, but they're too embarrassed to go back inside. If you dare to go out, I guarantee that those powerful vampires will drain your life essence. Chapter 9 Taking you to Mount Akina. Is it really that serious? Upon hearing that they even sucked his own blood essence, Li Wei couldn't help but shudder. Those vampire powerhouses shouldn't be so ruthless, right? Take it or leave it, Karina said, and then turned to leave the study. Holy crap! Is this how you treat me? Believe it or not, I'll sneak into your room tonight and take you up Mount Akina. Mount Akina? Karina paused, turning her head to ask. What mountain is that? A burst of brilliant light suddenly appeared behind Li Wei, and he solemnly declared, that's a mountain that only drivers with exceptional skills dare to climb. You can take me there when you have time, Karina said, turning and leaving the study. First, cultivate. The cultivation of vampires can be simple in some ways, but complex in others. It requires constantly cleansing oneself with blood energy to gain immense power and enhance one's bloodline. Now, Li Wei is nothing more than a vampire of the rank of knight. It can only be said that they are slightly stronger than those vampires with mixed bloodlines. Above them are vampire ranks such as Viscount, Baron, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Lord, Elder, and Prince. However, due to the defeat in the last Holy War, the entire vampire clan now consists of only one prince, who has been in seclusion for a long time. It seems I can't continue to improve my cultivation level in the short term. So what method should I use to increase my strength? Li Wei murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the books beside him. Shattered Blood Claw? Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the book. This is a book of advanced combat techniques for vampires, which only noble-class vampires can possess and learn. If two vampires of the same level fight, the vampire who has mastered more powerful combat skills will have a higher chance of winning. Although Li Wei also has innate skills granted by the system, the consumption is too great. Boiling blood costs 500 blood points to use once, while Paralyzing Fangs has had a message appearing below it after its first use, skill not activated. Li Wei conservatively estimated that using Paralyzing Fangs once would consume at least 1,000 points of health, while the skills he had learned did not consume much health. Ding! System detection, the host is learning the skill Shattering Blood Claw. Do you wish to use blood chi points for accelerated training? Just then, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. Quick learning. Of course, it has to be quick learning. Li Wei said excitedly, I didn't expect this system to be so powerful, it can even help me quickly learn external skills. Ding! Consumed 2 blood points, Shattered Blood Claw upgraded to LV1. Ding! Consumed 4 blood points, Shattered Blood Claw upgraded to LV2. Ding! Consumed 8 blood points, Shattered Blood Claw upgraded to LV3. Bite! Ding! Consumed 64 blood points, Shattered Blood Claw upgraded to LV6. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing that his blood points were about to run out, Li Wei hurriedly issued a stop order. I didn't expect that quickly learning a skill would consume so many health points, more than 100, and it only reached level 6. If it were to reach level 100, the health points consumed would be astronomical. Li Wei said with some surprise, but little did he know that ordinary vampires only had 3 levels to learn this skill: minor success, major success, and mastery, which were equivalent to the first 3 grades. To continue learning in depth and unleash the full power of the Shattered Blood Claw, it would be impossible without hundreds of years of arduous training. However, the effect is quite obvious. Li Wei murmured and slowly raised his left hand. Under Li Wei's encouragement, the nails on his slender fingers seemed to grow on their own, and in less than a second, they grew to nearly 10 centimeters in length. Furthermore, the entire nail is a dark reddish-black color with extremely sharp edges. Sizzle! The next moment, Li Wei suddenly plunged his fingernail into the solid wood tabletop below. The tabletop was cut open in 5 places, just like tofu being sliced by a sharp blade. Keep in mind that this tabletop was as thick as a palm, yet it was sliced through by Li Wei's attack without the slightest difficulty. Li Wei even felt a slight lubrication. If that claw were to grab someone's head, it would smash their head to pieces. Blood energy, I need more, even more massive blood energy. In the still of the night, a man's excited and thrilling howl suddenly echoed through the castle of Vanter. On the 3rd floor of the castle, in Karina's room. Through the blood-red bed curtains, one could vaguely see a pair of long, white legs gripping the blanket tightly. Suddenly, a howl rang out, and those long, white legs suddenly straightened forcefully, then trembled for several dozen seconds, as if they had used up all their strength, before softly coming together. After a long while, Karina's murmured voice rang out. Damn it, damn you, why are you torturing me even in my dreams? After shouting, Li Wei suddenly remembered that when he broke through last time, he didn't have such strong mental power. Now that his mental power is strong, could he absorb blood energy from a larger area? Ding! System detection, the host is activating the blood refining manual. Do you wish to absorb the surrounding blood energy? At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Just as I suspected. Li Wei swung his fist forcefully. Since he could absorb it, he would absorb it, and absorb it thoroughly until he was completely drained. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment, the instant the thought crossed Li Wei's mind, the surrounding space and the ground trembled continuously. It was as if something was about to penetrate space and reach this place. Not just the castle, but the area within a dozen kilometers around it. The space trembled, the earth shook, and wisps of pale red blood energy condensed from the ground in the air, eventually forming blood-red dragons. Yes, the immense mental power allows Li Wei's cultivation abilities to reach even further. During his first cultivation session, Li Wei had almost 0 spiritual power, yet he was able to absorb all the blood energy within the entire castle. Now, Li Wei's mental strength has increased 100-fold. The space it can cover is definitely much larger than before. Once the Crimson Dragons had coalesced into form, numbering at least several dozen, they surged toward the central Vanter castle from all directions as if they had received some kind of command. Rumble! Rumble! What happened? What happened? Suddenly, everyone in the castle was awakened. Even Karina, who had just taken a trip on Mount Akina, rushed out of her room with a puzzled look on her face. Chapter 10: Intense Absorption. Lady Karina, for some unknown reason, dozens of blood dragons have suddenly appeared outside the castle and are attacking Vanter Castle. Chris, the old butler, said hurriedly. Get everyone out into the yard. Karina hesitated for a moment, then decided not to have someone notify Li Wei, who was still in the study. She believed that the situation outside the castle was likely retaliation from those powerful vampires from earlier that day, and that calling on Li Wei would be pointless, especially since his strength was still. In the blink of an eye, everyone from Vanter Castle had arrived in the courtyard, including dozens of servants and a 500-strong vampire knight order. These are all the direct powers that Karina possesses. Damn it, utterly despicable. Those shameless bastards, they got out of the castle during the day and came to attack at night. That's right, they were all the Duke's former subordinates. How could they treat Miss like this? The servants and guards cursed angrily, especially when they saw the dozens of blood-red dragons in the darkness in the distance. This was definitely a show of force created by those guys to attack the castle. Meanwhile, in a forest outside the castle, several powerful vampires were hanging upside down on a banyan tree. Under the pitch-black night, these powerful vampires spread their vampire wings, hanging upside down like giant bats, making the already eerie banyan forest even more terrifying. Damn it, we've all been fooled by that kid. He clearly used some strange method to temporarily burn Earl Cullen's blood. Oh, poor Earl Cullen, this time his wings and teeth are broken. It will take him at least 10 years to recover. This time, we must make Duke Karina hand over the territory and drain that wretched brat of his life force. Several powerful vampires gritted their teeth and spoke, and despite being upside down, it did not hinder their communication at all. In fact, they realized what was happening the moment they stepped out of the manor. There are indeed powerful vampires among the free agents, but no matter how powerful they are, there should be a limit, right? There are only 2 elder-level vampire powerhouses in each territory. Even if there are some in secret, they are all ancestors who have cultivated for more than 1 or 2,000 years. That kid looks to be only 100 years old. How could he possibly be an elder-level vampire? Let's wait until it gets a little later, then we'll make our move together, first taking care of Karina's knights, and that kid too. Marquis Kirek snorted coldly, feeling a churning in his stomach. Brownish-green liquid kept spurting from the corner of his mouth, flowing down his nostrils, forehead, and hair onto the ground. I think it's about time. If it really doesn't work, we'll cover our faces and then rush in. One of the vampire counts said. Okay. Let's do it this way. Several powerful vampires nodded in agreement, and then pulled out some black cloths from somewhere and covered their faces. Boom! Just then, a violent tremor suddenly rang out not far away. Then, tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding ground, and wisps of blood-red energy suddenly emerged. Holy crap! What's going on? We haven't even started the attack yet. How come there's suddenly so much blood energy? One of the counts said, looking completely bewildered. So what? Legend has it that our entire blood clan Holy Land was built on the corpse of our ancestor. It's not normal for a little bloodshed to happen, is it? Look at your ignorant and uncultured ways. Marquis Kirek cursed in exasperation, but just then. Boom! A massive blood dragon, 2 or 3 meters in diameter and tens of meters long, roared past him from one side. Holy crap! What is that? Marquis Kirek cried out in alarm, his body immediately thrown about by the gust of wind, his legs giving way and he crashing directly to the ground. But it landed right on the vomit he had just vomited, and with a thud, Marquis Kirek fell flat on his back, looking utterly pathetic. The other vampire powerhouses barely suppressed their laughter when they saw Marquis Kirek's disheveled appearance. But just then, several more blood-red dragons of the same thickness swept past, startling them so much that they all fell to the ground like overripe, rotten persimmons. What exactly is going on? Several powerful vampires were greatly alarmed. The blood energy contained within this crimson dragon was simply too dense. And after these blood-red dragons flew by, all the blood energy rising from the ground was absorbed by them. In just a few seconds, these blood-red dragons grew by about 3 or 4 meters. The destination is always the Chateau de Vandro. Let's go take a look. Marquis Kirek gave a low shout, immediately folded his wings, and followed behind the crimson dragon. This scene was truly unbelievable. Although the Blood Clan Holy Land was not lacking in blood energy, it was unprecedented for this blood energy to condense into a blood-red dragon on its own. Meanwhile, at Vanter Castle, Karina and her men were ready for battle, but when the Crimson Dragons charged in, they all froze in place. Because these blood-red dragons were too thick and too long. After such a long period of absorption, the diameter of each blood-red dragon reached about 5 meters, and its length exceeded 100 meters. Like real dragons, they grew faster as they approached the castle, and finally, just before entering the castle, these blood-red dragons let out a series of loud roars. Hold head high. Hold head high. 40-odd blood-red dragons accelerated instantly and stormed directly into the castle's territory. Karina and the others were extremely shocked, because they had never felt such a strong blood aura before, and this blood aura was only emanating from around the blood-red dragon. In an instant, the entire castle was completely enveloped by this bloody aura. Just as they were filled with doubt and didn't know what to do, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted in the very center of the castle. Call! Call! In an instant, all the Crimson Dragons seemed to have found their direction and rushed towards the study on the first basement floor of the castle. Clang! The heavy wooden door was smashed to pieces by these blood-red dragons. Amidst the flying wood chips and blood-red mist, those inside the castle could only see the figure of a tall man. He opened his arms as if embracing something, letting the long dragons of blood energy encircle his body. He shouted loudly, "I want to suck. Suck it dry. Suck it as much as I can." As Li Wei shouted, the blood energy and the Crimson Dragons transformed into crimson whirlwinds that rushed into his body. My God, how could he? How did so much blood energy come together like this? Aren't you afraid of bursting your body? Inside the castle, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Chapter 11 My little one, it's grown up. It's all gone, there's absolutely no life left. All the blood energy gathered within the entire castle was completely absorbed by this man and drained dry. Everyone inside the castle stared wide-eyed at Li Wei, who was standing in the corridor, with disbelief. Karina, in particular, was completely bewildered at that moment. How could this wretched fellow be so strange? Why did that blood energy specifically target him? Even when I unleashed my full power, I couldn't steal a single trace of that blood energy. This feeling is awesome. Li Wei shouted loudly, and after the blood energy was absorbed, he felt his whole body become light and airy, as if he had taken some kind of elixir. Is he going to become an immortal? The thought suddenly popped into Li Wei's mind, but he immediately shook his head violently. No, according to the rules of this world, even if one succeeds, one must become a god. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing a large amount of blood energy, increasing by 45,000 points. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out in Li Wei's mind. 45,000 points. Li Wei exclaimed in surprise, even wondering if the system had malfunctioned and added an extra zero to his system. In just a short while, my blood energy level skyrocketed by tens of thousands of points? Little did he know that in just a short while, he had condensed all the blood energy within a radius of more than 10 kilometers centered on the castle. This was only because this area was a vampire territory where blood energy was scarce, otherwise, it would have been at least tens of thousands of blood energy points. Never mind all that, now that we have blood chi points, let's improve our strength first. Li Wei waved his hand and immediately summoned the system. Ding! System detection indicates that the host has a strong desire to break through to a higher realm. Proceed with the breakthrough? Yes. Li Wei gave the order directly. Ding! Consumed 10,000 blood chi points, breakthrough to Knight LV9, reached Viscount LV1. Ding! Consumed 2,000 blood chi points, cultivation level increased to Viscount LV2. Ding! Consumed 2,000 blood chi points, cultivation level increased to Viscount LV3. Ding! Consumed 14,000 blood chi points. Realm upgraded to Viscount LV9. Ding! System detection, the host's cultivation level has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the remaining blood energy is insufficient to break through the cultivation barrier. The host should improve skill mastery as soon as possible, otherwise the host will become the weakest and most pathetic vampire of the same level. Just as Li Wei was eager to try and was ready to go all out, the system in his mind suddenly gave him a notification. Alright, if you only break through to a higher realm but don't learn any skills, you'll definitely get beaten up. Li Wei nodded, giving up the idea of continuing to break through. At this moment, he seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned around to look behind him, which startled him. Holy crap! What are you guys doing here? Li Wei was genuinely startled. He saw that the people in the courtyard all had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with shock, and their bodies were completely still, as if someone had cast a spell on them. Hello, hello. Li Wei, emboldened, stepped forward and gestured twice in front of Karina's face. Huh, you're done? Karina was lost in thought, still not quite understanding. It's over? Show me some respect. It's only been less than 2 hours. You're seriously underestimating my stamina. Li Wei immediately became somewhat displeased. As a man, no, as a male ghost, what I hate most is when a woman tells him it's over. In particular, that expression of complete indifference greatly hurt Li Wei's self-esteem. No, next time it has to take longer. In the short time it took to say just those 2 sentences, everyone else in the courtyard realized what was happening and stared at Li Wei as if they had seen a ghost, forgetting that they themselves were vampires. What's with those expressions? All I did was make a little noise while cultivating. Li Wei pursed his lips and said somewhat displeasedly. Those with big wings are often short-sighted. These vampires are such a worry. Ahem, Lady Karina, where did you find this servant? The old steward walked over, trembling. Although he had lived for over 700 years, he had never seen such a scene before. What happened to him? Karina asked, puzzled. No, Lady Karina, I meant, could we get a few more? The old butler hurriedly said. The scene of Li Wei's aura rising steadily was deeply imprinted in his mind. Since the Duke left, the situation inside the castle has deteriorated day by day. Currently, besides Karina, there are only 5 vampires in the castle whose strength has reached a certain level. If they could find a few more like Li Wei, then. Karina quickly shook her head. Just this one is almost destroying the entire study. If there were more, this castle, which has been passed down for thousands of years, would probably be gone. Outside the castle. Marquis Kirik, the commotion inside has subsided. Let's storm in now and wipe them out. Several powerful vampires lay on the ground, having witnessed the entire scene. As soon as the phenomenon ended, one of the counts couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell are you killing? Are you brain dead? Marquis Kirik cursed under his breath, wishing he could kick this idiot to death. This strange phenomenon is definitely not something an ordinary vampire could cause. That kid probably has some skills. Let's retreat first and investigate. After Marquis Kirik finished speaking, he didn't care whether the others wanted to leave or not. He certainly didn't want to stay. The other vampire experts, upon hearing this, seemed to have a point. They exchanged glances and decided to retreat first. Although their bodies were still trembling as they retreated, they even chose to crawl silently away, afraid of being discovered by those inside. The next morning, a tall figure slowly appeared at the gate of Vanter Castle. A dark red robe completely covered his body, and the wide collar concealed his slightly thin face. Only his pale face was framed by a pair of dark eye sockets. Li Wei hadn't slept a wink last night. He'd spent the entire night cramming on knowledge about this world, and now he finally understood. For vampires to cultivate, besides directly consuming blood, the simplest way is to have a high-quality coffin. Yes, it's a top-quality coffin. There are also powerful mages among the vampires. They carve blood-gathering arrays on coffins, which can gather the blood energy between heaven and earth. Then, cultivators can simply lie in the coffin and cultivate in an environment rich in blood energy. The unique cultivation methods led to a strange scene in the vampire settlement. Whether in a city or a small town, there are always the most coffin shops. In fact, when some vampires walk down the street, they are asked if they need a coffin. Such a scene would likely result in being killed on the spot by other races, but it's quite normal among vampires. Today, Li Wei is about to accomplish one of the most important things in his life. That is to choose a good coffin for yourself. Vandro Castle is several dozen miles away from the main city of Hogmund. Li Wei was originally worried about how to get through this, but after breaking through to the Viscount realm last night, he was surprised to find that his little wings had grown. Chapter 12. My lord, shall we cut down the coffin? Click, click, click. As Li Wei operated, he felt a tingling and swelling sensation in his shoulder blades. Then, it felt as if something was growing out of his shoulder blades. Whoosh! The next moment, a whooshing sound rang out, and a pair of wings, nearly 2 meters wide, suddenly stretched out from behind Li Wei. There was no damage, because the robe Li Wei was wearing was a special version made for the vampires, with openings on both shoulder blades. When he opened his wings, they would automatically tear open, and when he retracted his wings, they would automatically heal. This is the true wings of the vampires. Li Wei reached out and stroked his brand new wings. They had no feathers at all, just like bat wings, with the patterns and pores on them clearly visible. Furthermore, these wings seemed to be able to change his body as well. When the wings were spread, Li Wei clearly felt that the power in his body had increased by at least 20%. In human form, they were simply vampires who evolved over a long period of time. This current state is the true form of the vampires, and their strength will naturally increase. Now, it's time for me to take flight. Li Wei let out a low roar, and then suddenly leaped up, his wings flapping rapidly on his back. As if manipulating his own arm, without any stiffness, Li Wei soared straight into the sky, flying rapidly through the air. Even more so, the sharp edges of the vampire wings emitted a sharp whistling sound as they violently rubbed against the air. It felt like a fighter jet speeding past. This was a feeling Li Wei had never experienced before. Ding! System detection, host has learned to fly for the first time. Reward, Vampire Flight Secret Technique X1. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Vampire flight technique? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, but who cares? He can quickly master cultivation anyway, so there's no need to look at it. System, upgrade this secret technique to level 10. Li Wei issued the order directly. Ding! Host has consumed 2048 blood chi, upgrading the vampire flight technique to level 10 and comprehending the profound meaning of the technique, flash flight. Ultimate technique flash. It turns out that when a skill is upgraded to level 10 or above, you will understand the profound meaning within the skill. Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. System, oh system, you're such a wonderful thing. Flash away. The next moment, with a low shout from Li Wei, his body seemed to be frozen in mid-air. Less than a tenth of a second later, Li Wei suddenly disappeared from his original spot and instantly appeared about 20 meters in front of him. This is the secret technique flash flight. Strictly speaking, it is not a secret technique for traversing space, but simply a technique that uses extremely fast speed to deceive people's eyes. When Li Wei came to a standstill, he was actually flying at an even faster speed, exceeding the frequency that the human eye could detect. Therefore, when he was detected again, he was already more than 20 meters away. Although each flash flight consumes a certain amount of blood energy, for Li Wei, who currently possesses several thousand points of blood energy, it is not a significant issue. They're rich and powerful, they don't care at all. As Li Wei disappeared from sight, Karina and the old butler Chris both wore solemn expressions on the top floor of Vanter Castle. Miss, who exactly is this man? The old butler Chris inquired. At this moment, he no longer addressed Karina as Sir. For him, an old servant who had followed the Vanter family for hundreds of years, calling Karina Sir was merely a formality for the other servants. Given his status, even if he were to be addressed that way, Karina would not agree. I don't know. He was captured to be my blood food, but before I could even drink his blood, he suddenly awakened and became a vampire. Karina's eyes flickered a few times, but she still didn't choose to tell the truth. The main problem was what happened that night. It was too embarrassing to talk about. Even now, thinking about it makes Karina's cheeks feel hot. Regardless of who he is, since he wants to stay here, we'd better not provoke him, the old butler Chris said slowly after a moment's thought. If this kid really doesn't have any background, that's fine, but the problem is, he might be someone from some powerful vampire faction. Vampires are not as simple as they seem. They have existed since the beginning of recorded history. Over hundreds of thousands of years, who knows how much they have accumulated in secret. In other words, none of the races in this world are as simple as they appear on the surface. Karina nodded slightly. She still trusted the old butler's words completely. Also, miss, those who captured him cannot be allowed to live either. I will take care of them secretly, Chris continued. They are all okay. Karina's eyes flickered a few times, but she still agreed to Chris's request. Yesala, the largest city in Hogmund, exudes grandeur even from the outside. It is said to have been founded by a vampire prince. However, that prince had long since disappeared over the course of time, and Yesala city had become a gathering place for vampires within a radius of hundreds of miles. In a banyan grove outside the city, Li Wei folded his wings and landed on the ground. TSK, I am who I am, a different kind of vampire. Li Wei sincerely praised himself. He asked, which vampire could become a noble viscount in just 2 days? Then, Li Wei took out white gloves from his pocket, put them on carefully, and immediately exuded the aura of a vampire noble, or blood noble for short. Vampires fear sunlight, but the world isn't without it. However, in the sacred land of the vampires, which is north of the Kilo Mountains, legend has it that Cain, the progenitor of the vampires, was buried. His body transformed into the land north of the Kilo Mountains. His bones transformed into blood crystals used by vampires for cultivation. His blood evaporated into wisps of blood vapor, which never dissipated even after hundreds of thousands of years. This directly resulted in a perpetual fog above this area, blocking out the intense sunlight, allowing the vampires living here to move freely even during the day. Of course, legends are just legends and shouldn't be taken seriously. At least Li Wei didn't believe them. Are you kidding me? How could a vampire grow that big? Therefore, even during the day, Yesala City remained incredibly bustling. After entering the city, Li Wei immediately headed towards the street lined with coffin shops. Before arriving, Li Wei had consulted the old butler Chris, and following his directions, he quickly reached his destination. Sir, shall we have a coffin? Sure enough, as soon as they arrived at this street, a vampire with a pointed snout and monkey-like face approached them. Chapter 13. Li Wei wants to become the #1 person in all time. This place truly lives up to its reputation. Li Wei stood at the street where coffins lined the street, and the streets on both sides were filled with coffins. Red, white, purple, black, they were all coffins. It's dazzling and overwhelming. If these vampires were to work as sacrificial victims, they could definitely make a fortune. Sir, shall we have a coffin? Just then, a slightly lewd voice rang out, and Li Wei turned his head to look. Sure enough, the vampire's appearance matched his voice. He had a pointed face and monkey-like features. There is also a black mole above the lip. A black hair grew on the mole. It's winding and crooked. Hey, this little thing is quite unique, Li Wei grinned, pointing to the vampire's mole and hair. Hee, sir, this mole is a wealth-attracting mole, and this hair is a lucky hair, the pointy-mouthed, monkey-faced vampire said, bowing and scraping. So they want to treat me like a sheep and fleece me. Li Wei snorted inwardly, thinking that this vampire looked like a shrewd businessman. However, I came here this time specifically to find the unscrupulous merchant. Let's go, take me to your shop. Li Wei waved his hand and followed the vampire up to the second floor of the shop. My lord, this coffin is made of golden silk wood, and the magic array was carved by a master-level vampire mage. Lying inside will definitely bring you an extremely luxurious experience. The vampire with a pointed snout and monkey-like face pointed at a golden coffin and began to chatter incessantly as he introduced it to Li Wei. Not so good. Li Wei curled his lip. This coffin was too narrow. It was difficult for a person to even turn over inside. This is great. Just then, Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked towards the center of the shop, where a huge coffin, 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, was displayed. And it is fully equipped with everything, making it exceptionally luxurious. Sir, you have excellent taste. The pointed-mouthed, monkey-faced vampire gave a thumbs up and then hurriedly introduced. This coffin is one of our newest products, designed by a renowned master. It can accommodate 2 adults for cultivation at once. You get the benefits of 2 coffins for the price of 1. Why does this sound so awkward? Fine, if it's awkward, then so be it. Li Wei shook his head, trying not to think about so many things. However, if we could bring Karina into this enormous double coffin to cultivate as well, wouldn't that be? The coffin shook? The word instantly popped into Li Wei's mind. I've always heard of bed shaking, car shaking, elevator shaking, and coffin shaking, but Li Wei is probably the first of his kind in history. That's it. How much? With the ambition to become the first person in all time, Li Wei immediately decided that this double coffin was the one. Sir, this double coffin might be a little pricey. It will cost 100 gold coins, but we can deliver it to your door so you can enjoy the coffin to your home service. The vampire with the pointed snout and monkey-like face chuckled twice and held up a finger. Only 100? Li Wei curled his lip in disdain, but when he touched his pocket, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! I was so focused on asking about the coffin when I went out today that I forgot my money. Sir, is there a problem? Seeing that Li Wei's expression was a little off, the vampire with the pointed mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but ask. Do you have any way to pay without paying? Li Wei asked somewhat awkwardly. I don't think I've ever heard of it. The weasel-faced vampire was also completely bewildered. Not paying for a coffin? Not only his shop, but the entire coffin street had never heard of it. It's just issuing IOUs, you idiot, Li Wei couldn't help but say. What? You didn't bring any money. The weasel-faced vampire immediately realized that this kid had been wandering around for so long without any money at all. What's the point of talking about feelings if you don't have money? I spent ages introducing myself as so noble, so luxurious, and even offering to deliver my coffin to my door, but this guy didn't even want to buy it. By the venerable Cain, you brat are here to cause trouble. Guards, close the door and unleash the dogs. The vampire with the pointed snout and monkey-like face roared, and immediately several burly men rushed in. Their fangs grew out and their nails were incredibly sharp. They were probably just waiting here to cause trouble. You still want to fight? Li Wei was about to activate his shattered blood claws, but as soon as he moved, a metal plaque fell out of his clothes. Clang! A sharp crack instantly broke the tense atmosphere. This is. The vampire with the pointed snout and monkey-like cheeks subconsciously lowered his head, but when he saw the words on the metal sign, his expression suddenly changed. Then, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and even the lucky mole on his mouth trembled. What's wrong? Li Wei asked, puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be fighting? Why was he trembling? My lord. I'm so sorry, my lord. I really didn't know your identity, please forgive me. Just as Li Wei was still in shock and uncertainty, he saw the vampire with the pointed mouth and monkey cheeks suddenly kneel down before him, wailing and kowtowing. Sir, we had no idea you were from the Vancho family. This coffin is a gift from our shop, a gift for you. So that's how it is. Li Wei nodded thoughtfully. So, after all this time, the token belonged to Vantro, the Karina family. No wonder this vampire was so afraid. That's a great ducal family. Even among the nobles of the vampire clan, they are absolutely top tier. They are a force that most vampires wouldn't dare to provoke. Ahem, I'll forgive you since you've admitted your mistake. Send this coffin to my spouse, and we'll call it even. Li Wei coughed and pointed to the double coffin. I don't know, sir, what is your spouse? The pointed-mouthed, monkey-faced vampire paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. Vandro, Karina. Li Wei said softly. Karina. The vampire with the pointed snout and monkey-like cheeks convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Vandro, Karina, that's the current head of the Vandro family, one of the 5 dukes of the Hogmun territory. The area hundreds of kilometers north of Yesala city is all their territory. Picking up the token, Li Wei walked confidently out of the coffin shop and headed out of the city, under the shocked gazes of the vampires. On the other side of the street corner, several furtive figures were watching Li Wei, who was walking with an air of nonchalance. See this kid's clothes? He's definitely a fat sheep. I spotted him the moment he entered the city. I reckon this kid only has the strength of a viscount. He might be a descendant of some noble family. The way he walks tells you he's the kind of person who's rich but stupid, an absolute idiot. Yeah, you idiot, let's go after him. We'll start messing with him as soon as he leaves the city. Chapter 14: An encounter in the pig-slaughtering forest. Before the magnificent city gates of Yesala, Li Wei, who had just emerged from the city, paused slightly and turned his head to look thoughtfully. The streets were bustling with activity, seemingly without any sign of anything unusual. Hiss. What's going on? I feel like someone is watching me. Li Wei muttered something. The power of his mental strength granted him extremely formidable insight. In other words, every intelligent being in this world possessed mental strength. It's just a matter of strength or quantity. When they observe someone or pay attention to something for a long time, their mental energy will be subtly released. This is unavoidable, and those being observed, if they possess even stronger mental power, will detect the anomaly. Li Wei's current mental strength is a full 100 points, equivalent to an ordinary vampire reaching the level of an earl. It's as if he has set up a mental strength boundary around himself, and anyone else observing Li Wei for a long time will be detected. However, this feeling came and went, and Li Wei couldn't be sure. It's better to be careful, lest we get slaughtered as soon as we come into contact with this world. Li Wei murmured to himself, and then, just like before, continued walking towards the banyan forest outside the city. Just as he left, several furtive figures arrived at the spot where Li Wei had been standing. This kid is quite alert, but once he enters the pig-slaughtering forest, even if he has 4 wings, he won't be able to fly out. One of the vampires snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and all those following him pulled up the huge hoods on their robes, following Li Wei at a distance. Slaughtering Pig Forest is the name given to this banyan forest outside the city. Although the vampire race has a strict hierarchy, its ferocious nature can never be suppressed, especially now that the entire vampire race is facing a severe shortage of cultivation resources. This has led some vampires to violate their ancestral teachings and engage in the business of killing and robbing, becoming known as raiders. They collectively call this kind of thing pig slaughtering, and the places where pigs are slaughtered are usually forests. So, outside of cities, there is usually a tacitly recognized pig slaughtering forest. As Li Wei got closer and closer to the grove, the raiders following behind him stopped being timid and openly dropped behind him. If the covert methods don't work, then let's try the open ones? Li Wei sneered. Now that things had come to this point, he could naturally tell that the people behind him were coming for him. Ding. Mission generating. 3, 2. Beep. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. A mission has been generated. Please deal with 5 treacherous individuals. If you succeed, the system will issue a reward. If you fail, you will be drained of your life force by 5 vampires. Is my essence, blood, so easy to suck? There are people everywhere who want to suck it. Li Wei snorted coldly, but there was no need to think about it so much now. He had just mastered a few skills, and it would be good to hone them in actual combat. Ultimate technique, flash. Li Wei let out a low shout, and 2 vampire wings suddenly shot out from his back. The vampires only saw Li Wei suddenly transform, their bodies suddenly paused, and then they actually disappeared into thin air. Holy crap! Where are they? Where did they go? Several vampires rushed over, but the area to their left and right was completely empty, with only a huge banyan tree not far ahead. Disappeared into thin air? Among them, the vampire with the treasure looked completely bewildered and scratched his head. Even if there was such a movement technique among the vampires, it still required a certain level of strength to use it. Looking at the vampire's wings just now, it's clear that he's only at the level of a Viscount, and it's impossible for him to control such a powerful movement technique. But at that very moment, drive! Tap tap tap. A series of chaotic hoofbeats and a man's panicked voice rang out. Several vampires turned around and saw a dilapidated carriage speeding towards them, followed by several other vampires. It hit a pig. Both vampires were shocked when they saw each other. It was obvious that they all wanted to go to the pig slaughtering forest to slaughter pigs, but little did they expect. They actually bumped into each other. Fortunately, there was more than one prey, and according to the old rules, they should not interfere with each other. Brothers, how much of your prey do you have? The vampires who were following Li Wei suddenly asked. Ha ha. There were about 30 silver coins. We watched him put the money into his pocket right before our eyes. What about you guys? The vampire on the other side laughed loudly and asked in return. I don't know, but that kid must be pretty rich, replied the vampire who was following Li Wei. Alright, then let's each hunt our own prey, according to the rules of the underworld. The vampire on the other side shouted loudly, then suddenly flapped its wings and intercepted the carriage. Gentlemen, sirs, please spare us. This money is the result of a month's hard work by the town's residents, the middle-aged man driving the cart pleaded. Wait, there are still 2 of you, the vampire asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Father, I'm scared. Just then, a girl's weak voice came from inside the carriage. Ha ha. There's even a woman. Brothers, kill the men, and we'll take turns sucking the woman's blood. Immediately, the vampires over there became excited and started making a ruckus. Damn it, look at them, how successful they are. And look at ourselves, what a failure. The vampires who were following Li Wei couldn't help but hang their heads and stamp their feet. Compared to those vampires, they were simply too unprofessional, managing to lose track of their prey. Are you looking for me? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in the ears of the vampires. Who? Where? Boss, it's that kid. The vampires immediately realized what was happening, but there was still no sign of the kid around. What an incredibly stupid bunch of idiots. Even the pigs in the pen are smarter than you. Li Wei cursed in exasperation, can't these robbers have any professionalism at all? Holy crap. It's up there. That kid's up there. Get him. Finally, after Li Wei's repeated reminders, these unprofessional vampires realized what was happening and looked up one by one. Suddenly, the boy who had just vanished reappeared above them. Its feet were hanging from a banyan tree branch as thick as a wrist, its wings were slightly spread, and its eyes were flashing with a scarlet bloodlight. Li Wei's fangs had already grown out, and his incredibly sharp nails were clawing at the air. The moment they raised their heads to look up, Li Wei's body crashed down like a falling boulder. Shattered blood claws. With a violent whooshing sound, a claw with sharp nails, carrying a scattering crimson aura, reached out to grab the head of one of the vampires. Click! A deafening sound rang out, and before the vampire could react, his head was instantly crushed by Li Wei's sharp claws. Blood, brain matter, and 2 eyeballs gushed out. Just then, a vampire next to him opened his mouth wide. Before he could even gasp, 2 eyeballs with fascia were thrust directly into his mouth. Vomit. Chapter 15. My lord, the coffin your spouse ordered has arrived. The 2 eyeballs were smooth and soft, and the soft, chewy feeling made the vampire vomit as it went down his throat. Although the cultivation of vampires cannot be separated from blood, they never have any interest in other parts of their bodies. It might even make me feel nauseous. Because in the lineage of vampires, blood is the cleanest and purest thing in the world, while the vessel that carries the blood is a symbol of filth. Therefore, this vampire couldn't stand his companion's eyes at all and was about to bend over and vomit. Li Wei seized the opportunity and delivered a whip kick. Click! Instantly, a huge, round head flew out. Although he hadn't practiced any leg techniques, Li Wei's powerful physique made this kick incredibly lethal. The remaining vampires were shocked by what they saw. In an instant, 2 of their companions had been killed. Even vampires at the Baron level might not be this powerful. Not far away, the other vampires had already dragged the father and daughter off the carriage, but when they suddenly saw what was happening here, they were also completely dumbfounded, and inwardly admired the vampires on this side. They dare to hunt even such powerful prey. They truly deserve the profession of raider. Damn it, this kid is too strong, I have to use weapons. One of the vampires gritted his teeth, and then, the ring on his finger flashed brightly, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. The blood sword is long and slender, extremely sharp, and has a 5-pointed star pattern on the hilt. Magic and martial arts. 1-star magic weapon. Li Wei's eyes narrowed. He had previously seen records of weapons in this world in the World Chronicle. Weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and enchanted weapons. An enchanted weapon, even if it is only 1 star, can enhance the user's strength by at least 30%. Kid, die. The vampire swung his blood-red longsword with unprecedented confidence and slashed at Li Wei's head. Strands of blood energy were released from this 1-star magic weapon, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Li Wei's side. I'll grab him. Li Wei let out a low shout and raised his claws to grab forward. Clang! With a crisp crack, Li Wei took 2 steps back, his fingernails trembling slightly. I never expected this lousy enchanted weapon to be so powerful. But even if I'm incredibly strong, so what? I have a system. I want to upgrade Shattered Blood Claw to level 10. Li Wei immediately shouted. Ding! The host has consumed 1024 blood chi, and Shattered Blood Claw has been upgraded to LV10. The ultimate technique, crushing, has been mastered. Die! Seeing that Li Wei dared not step forward, the vampire's confidence soared, and he charged forward, brandishing his blood-red longsword. Little did they know that Li Wei at this moment was no longer the same Li Wei as he had been just a few seconds ago. The profound meaning of skill mastery is something that only a few powerful individuals who have honed their combat skills to perfection can achieve after several more decades of training. With the system's assistance, Li Wei only needs a few seconds. Shattered Blood Claw, shatter. With a furious roar from Li Wei, the blood claws, gleaming with crimson light, clashed violently with the longsword. Unlike before, this time, Li Wei did not strike and break free in one blow, but instead manipulated his claws to slash across the blade. Thorn chirp. A piercing scraping sound suddenly rang out, but just as the sharp claws slid across the middle of the sword, Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed an almost imperceptible notch on the blade of this 1-star magic weapon. Even the slightest trace was perfectly sensed by Li Wei. The ultimate technique, shatter, allows you to identify weaknesses in your weapon and then strike those weaknesses to shatter them. Brush. The next moment, Li Wei's claws suddenly rose and then struck the gap in the 1-star magic weapon with force. Click. With a crisp sound, the long sword, which was over a meter long, shattered completely in that instant. The vampire gripped the remaining sword hilt, his face still filled with confusion, as the sharp claw drew ever closer in his eyes. Put. In an instant, sharp claws pierced his face, and with a forceful grab, a palm-sized bloody hole appeared on his face. Eyes, nose, mouth all disappeared. Ah! The 2 vampires nearby, witnessing the scene, could no longer tolerate it. They let out terrified howls and turned to run away. But just as they turned around, 2 arms pierced through their chests, and in the center of their claws, each arm clutched a blood-red heart. It was pulsating slightly and steaming. Click, click. Two hearts shattered, and arms slowly withdrew from their chests. Holy crap! Does it have to be this cruel? That's too brutal. The group of vampire raiders on the other side made incredulous noises, looking at Li Wei as if they had seen a demon. What, are you in cahoots with these corpses? Li Wei shook off the pieces of flesh in his hand, then took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped them. Nobles must always be mindful of their image. Even if they crush an enemy's heart 1 second, they must wipe the blood from their hands the next. My lord, we don't know these people at all. Yes, they deserve to die, but they have nothing to do with us. The vampires, stared at by Li Wei's icy gaze, were so frightened that they tucked in their fangs and wings, trembling like quails. Since you're not in cahoots, you can get lost. After saying that, Li Wei threw down the handkerchief that was already stained with blood and walked over. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. Ding! System detection, host has completed the first kill mission and received a special reward, a drop of prince-level vampire blood essence. The next moment, a drop of golden blood suddenly condensed on Li Wei's lower abdomen. We're leaving now. The vampires exchanged a glance, released the father and daughter they had captured, and hurriedly disappeared into the distance. In the vampire world, the strong are respected. Today, even if Li Wei lets them go, they'll have to accept their bad luck. My lord, thank you so much for saving my daughter and my life. Thank you so much. The middle-aged man finally realized what was happening and kowtowed to Li Wei. Li Wei ignored the father and daughter and quickly boarded the carriage. Take me to Vanter Castle, consider it your way of repaying my life-saving grace. A faint sound came from inside the car. After saying that, Li Wei closed his eyes and slowly leaned against the carriage. This battle made Li Wei realize his shortcomings. Although he gained great strength and skills through the system, his lack of practical experience became his weakness. For example, just now, Li Wei could have killed those vampires much faster and more efficiently, but it was because of his lack of experience that an accident almost happened. Looks like I'll need to practice killing more in the future. Li Wei murmured to himself, feeling the carriage sway slightly as soon as he uttered those words, and sensing the fearful mental energy of the father and daughter. Vandro Castle. Sir, a coffin has arrived at the door. Karina had just finished her daily routine of training when she heard the maid's voice outside the training room. What? A coffin? I didn't buy a coffin? Karina frowned, a look of doubt flashing in her eyes, and stepped forward to push open the door. My lord, the merchant who delivered the coffin said that it was your spouse who bought the coffin. The maid replied, bowing her head. What? My spouse? Karina's expression changed instantly, as if she had just realized something, and she spat out a mouthful of saliva. That despicable guy, what exactly has he been doing outside using my name? Chapter 16. 2 giant bats that have become spirits. With such a vast territory, would the Vanter family really lack a coffin for him? If he wants, he can find it in 10 or 8 mouths. Karina gritted her teeth, wishing she could suck Li Wei dry in one gulp. At the castle gate, Karina stormed out with her entourage. Where is that wretched guy? Karina asked in a cold voice. Damn it! Sir, are you referring to your spouse? The man with the pointed snout and monkey-like face paused, touching the mole on his lip. What did you say? That guy actually claimed to be my spouse. Karina's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, instantly scaring the weasel-faced shop owner across from her into submission. He knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, my lord, I don't know anything. Everything was ordered by that lord. If you don't want this coffin, I'll take it back right away. As he spoke, the weasel-faced shopkeeper hurriedly got up and tried to flee with the carriage. Etc. Unexpectedly, Karina spoke coldly, her whole body trembling, her words trembling as she spoke. The coffin, how much? I'll pay. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the old butler Chris, was taken aback. This is Lady Karina, a duke of unparalleled nobility among the vampires. At this moment, it's all for a servant who suddenly appeared to buy a coffin. I have to pay for it myself. This completely overturned their strict hierarchical concept. Beyond their shock at Karina, they were even more incredulous at Li Wei. What special abilities does this suddenly appearing kid possess that make the duke willingly buy him a coffin? Of course, only Karina could probably experience this special ability, since not everyone can have sex all night long. 100 gold coins. The shopkeeper with the pointed mouth and monkey-like face trembled as he held out his finger. He vowed that he would never sell a coffin to any strange or unusual person again. Butler Chris, give him the money. Karina took a long breath. If she weren't worried about damaging the family's reputation, she wouldn't have spent this money unnecessarily. The more this happened, the stronger Karina's urge to strangle Li Wei with her claws became. This guy really didn't treat her like an outsider. After receiving the gold coins, the sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced shopkeeper immediately drove off in his carriage, leaving the enormous double coffin standing upright at the castle gate. By the time Li Wei returned to the castle, it was already dark. The coffin was placed in the middle of the courtyard. Karina's face was ashen, while the butler Chris and the other servants stood at a distance behind her. "Humph, you still have the nerve to come back?" Upon seeing Li Wei, Karina immediately snorted coldly, glaring at him with icy eyes. "What's wrong?" Li Wei sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. Why was this female vampire suddenly angry? Could it be? Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. It is said that once a woman is completely conquered by a man, she will become particularly dependent. And if he goes out for a day and doesn't come back, how could this lonely and empty female vampire not miss him? Absolutely. Li Wei clapped his hands and said with a grin, "Don't worry, I went out to take care of some important business. I definitely didn't go looking for any other women or go on any debauchery. I'm very faithful." Nonsense. Is this what you call important? Karina sneered, pointing at the double coffin on the ground and shouting. Of course. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to sweep away the dust on the coffin before saying, "This coffin is the legendary double coffin, allowing two people to do things together. No, it allows two people to do things together. You can put the coffin in your bedroom, and we can go deeper." Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Karina finally couldn't take it anymore. How could someone be so shameless? Coffins are for cultivation, how could he? And this despicable guy even wanted to put the coffin in his bedroom. Even she, a vampire duchess, couldn't stand it anymore. "Now, either you throw the coffin out, or I'll throw you and the coffin out together." Karina pointed at the coffin and said angrily. "Duke Karina, what has made you so furious?" Just then, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out, and a carriage slowly drove into the manor. If the carriage Li Wei had ridden in before was merely a commoner's carriage in this world, then this one was definitely a carriage for the elite. The carriage, painted a deep black, reflected a noble light under the moonlight. Four magnificent horses pulled it, and the carriage itself was adorned with carvings of crimson roses. Blood Rose? A member of royalty. Upon seeing the carriage, Karina and the old butler behind her both narrowed their eyes sharply. Hogmun territory is located on the periphery of the vampire Holy Lands, and the number of royal personnel is very small. Only 2 vampires in the entire Hogmun territory are capable of using carriages of this size. 2 high-ranking and powerful elders of the territory. I was unaware of your presence, elder. Karina has failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. After saying this, Karina knelt down without hesitation, and the servants and guards behind her practically buried their heads in the ground. This carriage constantly exudes an aura that makes lower-ranking vampires kneel and worship, or rather, an aura that all vampires below the rank of Duke cannot bear. Only the Duke was able to put up a fight. Okay, get up. Another dry voice came from inside the carriage. Then, the carriage door was pushed open, and 2 elderly men dressed in black formal attire with meticulously groomed silver hair slowly stepped out. With each movement, a powerful aura emanated from them, as if every action exuded nobility and refinement. 2 elders. Karina, who had just stood up, almost knelt on the ground again. Normally, even if something happens in the Hogmun territory, only 1 elder will appear to handle it. But now, 2 elders have appeared together, and they've even come to our castle. Could it be? Karina's eyes widened suddenly, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Several powerful vampires were driven out of the castle by that despicable fellow. Could it be that these 2 elders came here for this very reason? Yes. It must be because of this. Karina nodded heavily in her heart, her eyes hurriedly searching for Li Wei's figure, but when she saw Li Wei, she almost choked on her own breath. At this moment, Li Wei was standing still, looking at the 2 vampire elders with disdain. Those 2 old bastards. Indeed, Li Wei felt the same disdain in his heart. Noble? Elite? He didn't realize it. All that could be seen were the aged wrinkles on the faces of these two vampire elders, the thick white mask on their faces, and the deliberately drawn bright red lips. That's absolutely disgusting. What elders? In Li Wei's eyes, these two are nothing more than two giant bats that have become spirits. Chapter 17 Realm? You're insulting me. You. Li Wei, quickly pay your respects to the elder. Seeing this, Karina quickly whispered a reminder. Both elders are true powerhouses among the vampires, possessing both strength and power. If they are angered, the entire Vanter family may suffer. No need. To everyone's surprise, the two elders waved their hands abruptly, then looked at Li Wei with great interest. What are you doing? Even Li Wei felt uneasy being stared at by those two giant, almost supernatural bats. The main problem is that I feel so insecure. I've heard that kind of thing is popular in the upper echelons of vampire society. Could these two old guys have taken a liking to me? No, I need to stay firm. I need to prove that my orientation is not problematic and make those two old guys give up on that idea. Li Wei snorted, his face displaying a tough and domineering demeanor. It's over. Upon seeing the expressions of the two elders, Karina's heart sank. The Vanter family was definitely going to suffer today. If she had known this would happen, she would have stuffed Li Wei into a coffin and hidden him in her room no matter what. Oh. This friend looks unfamiliar. You must be the mysterious and powerful figure from Vanter Castle? The two elders glanced at Li Wei with gleaming eyes. Their arrival was due to hearing that a mysterious powerful figure had appeared at Vantro Castle, and they wanted to investigate. Little did they know, their arrival would shock them. If they weren't powerful vampires, how could they possibly remain unmoved under their immense power? If he weren't a powerful vampire, how could he possess such an aura of arrogance that surpasses the heavens and earth? Therefore, these two powerful vampire elders were absolutely certain that the very young-looking man before them was the mysterious vampire powerhouse. Ding! A new mission is being generated. 3, 2. Beep. Ding. Mission generated. Please intimidate the two vampire elders and make them respect you. Mission successful, you will receive a system reward. Mission failed, your outward strength will be exposed by the two vampire elders, and you will suffer a terrible fate. Holy crap! This is a mission too? Li Wei inwardly cried out in alarm. He had only wanted to put on a show, but if he got caught, wouldn't those two old ghosts drain him dry? It's just showing off, isn't it? I'm an expert at that. Li Wei snorted coldly. Inside his lower abdomen, a drop of golden blood was spinning rapidly. This was a drop of prince-level blood essence, a reward from the system for completing a previous mission. Li Wei had wanted to absorb it on the way back, but worried about making too much of a fuss, so he decided to return to the castle first. This is perfect time to use it to intimidate the two vampire elders. My friend, I wonder what level you have reached. The two vampire elders pressed them aggressively. Although the vampire clan had many powerful members, without concrete confirmation, they dared not believe it. Realm? You are insulting me. Li Wei smiled disdainfully, while frantically activating the blood refining manual within his body. Ding! System detection, the host possesses a drop of prince-level blood essence. Absorb immediately? The next moment, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. Absorb! Absorb! Absorb it all! Li Wei roared inwardly. Buzz! Instantly, the powerful force of the blood refining manual enveloped the drop of prince-level essence blood in Li Wei's lower abdomen. Strands of scarlet blood energy, like a group of tadpoles frantically ramming against an egg, burst forth with a wisp of golden blood with each impact, which was then surrounded, absorbed, and decomposed by the surrounding scarlet blood energy. Boom! 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 The next moment, a series of violent vibrations suddenly rang out from Li Wei's body, like the beating of a vampire war drum. The loud noise shocked her eardrums, and Karina's face turned pale instantly. It felt as if something was impacting her body from the outside. The rhythmic impact was simply too much for her to bear. Quickly, back up! Karina gasped and quickly took a dozen steps back, staring at Li Wei in disbelief. Why does this guy have to cause such a commotion every day? What's wrong with him today? However, Li Wei had no intention of stopping at all, and continued to manipulate the blood refining manual to attack the drop of prince's essence blood. A prince is several ranks higher than a duke, and such a drop of blood essence is far superior to Karina's. Moreover, Li Wei's cultivation this time was also intended to intimidate those two vampire elders, so naturally the greater the momentum, the better. Boom boom boom. The violent impact suddenly intensified, like a storm sweeping across a meadow. Everyone around, including the two vampire elders, couldn't help but take a few steps back, staring at Li Wei with horrified expressions. What on earth happened to this mysterious vampire powerhouse? The two vampire elders were inwardly groaning. They had only asked him about his cultivation level. Why was he reacting so strongly? Oh no, this mysterious expert must be unhappy. The servants and guards fared even worse, rolling on the ground, covering their ears. If the vibrations were any stronger, they might have shattered their bodies. However, the violent impact suddenly stopped abruptly the next moment, and then Li Wei's body trembled violently, as if he had accomplished some great feat. Call. It's finally over. Karina couldn't help but let out a long breath, but before she could exhale completely, she saw a large amount of golden blood energy emanating from Li Wei's body not far away. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, an immense aura erupted from Li Wei's body, the powerful pressure even causing the two vampire elders to kneel down. There was no way around it. The energy contained in a single drop of blood essence at the prince level was simply too immense. Even with Li Wei fully activating the blood refining manual, a significant amount leaked out. However, these golden blood energies did not dissipate. Instead, they all settled around Li Wei, like a giant golden disc that completely enveloped him. Boom! The next moment, a violent tremor came from the ground, and streaks of blood-red energy broke through the ground and merged with the golden gas. At this moment, the ground of the entire castle was shaking violently, and huge cracks appeared, with large amounts of blood gushing out from the ground as if it were free. Like a volcanic eruption, it merged with the golden gas surrounding Li Wei to everyone's astonishment. Rumble. Chapter 18. Nobody's allowed to leave. I'll finish my mission first. At that moment, the ground shook and the air churned. Karina could no longer maintain her balance and sat limply on the ground, her alluring face filled with disbelief. By Cain the progenitor, just who is this guy? This is terrifying. The blood of the progenitor. This is the blood of the progenitor. The two vampire elders roared. Legend has it that the entire vampire Holy Land was built on the corpse of the progenitor Cain, and several thousand meters below the ground lies the place with the densest concentration of blood energy. However, the underground depths are not places that ordinary vampires can enter. They have only ever heard of them in ancient ancestral teachings. Now, I've actually seen it with my own eyes. There is no doubt about it, because the ancient aura contained in this blood energy is enough to prove everything. Give it to me, inhale. Just then, Li Wei, amidst the golden red blood aura, suddenly roared angrily. Buzzing. The next moment, the crimson aura surrounding him surged into Li Wei's body from all directions like a dragon sucking water. Ah! The next moment, intense pain instantly pierced Li Wei's mind. Improving one's bloodline is different from improving one's realm. It is far more difficult than improving one's realm. It's as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It is important to know that bloodline can be said to be something that one is born with. Many vampires are born with low-level bloodlines and will remain low-level bloodlines for their entire lives. The amount of high-level bloodline essence consumed to advance each bloodline level is indescribable and immeasurable. For example, Karina's bloodline is that of a fifth-generation vampire. She can only cultivate to the level of a duke at most, and then she cannot improve any further. To enhance one's bloodline, one must absorb the essence blood of vampires of the fifth generation or higher, at least hundreds or even thousands of drops. Who would be willing to give away their own life essence to someone else? It's simply impossible. Moreover, as strength increases, the amount of essence blood needed will increase, which directly leads to the fact that, among all the vampires, those who want to improve their bloodline are extremely rare. Furthermore, even with so much high-grade essence blood, the bloodline enhancement is not guaranteed to succeed. This is tantamount to overturning the bloodline laws that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years by the bloodline prodigy clan. However, this situation did not exist at all for Li Wei. As long as he has enough, or high-quality, blood essence, Li Wei can improve indefinitely. However, each time he improves to a higher level of bloodline, he will experience even more intense pain. This is the price to pay, but also a form of training. Ah! The piercing howl sent shivers down the spines of everyone around. What kind of pain did he endure? Even the two vampire elders wanted to run away. That's fucking terrifying. They caused such a huge commotion over a single disagreement. What if they take action against the two of them later? Just as the two vampire elders were preparing to quietly board the carriage and escape, the huge coffin suddenly rose into the air and crashed into the castle gate with a loud bang. Nobody's allowed to leave. I'll finish my mission first. Li Wei's voice, filled with gritted teeth, rang out, causing the two incredibly powerful vampire elders to tremble and dare not move an inch further. If they knew that this vampire who nearly peed their pants in fear hadn't even reached the level of a baron, I wonder what they would think. Rumble. Finally, after a full half hour of absorbing the thick blood energy into Li Wei's body. After the vampires, Karina, the two vampire elders, Chris the butler and others were shocked for a full half hour. Finally, everything stopped. Like the land after a tornado, the castle courtyard was a scene of devastation. Everywhere were messy branches and broken leaves, and even a few birds that had been swept down by the overwhelming bloody aura, as well as some rats that had been frightened out of their underground burrows. With its legs pointing upwards, it was twitching on the ground. With the blood energy completely gone, the birds hurriedly got up from the ground, glanced around in a panic, and flew into the sky, fleeing far away. The rats scurried about in a panic, and some even managed to crawl into the robes of the two vampire elders. If even birds and beasts were terrified like this, then Karina and the others nearby were naturally even more frightened, especially the two vampire elders, who stood rooted to the ground like wooden stakes. After a long while. Click click. The two elders reached out and forcefully lifted their chins, finally closing their mouths, which had been wide open in shock for so long. A strongman, an absolute strongman. Friend, no, sir, we have offended you this time. The two elders spoke hurriedly, but at that moment, their faces suddenly changed, turning deathly pale, then flushed red, then deathly pale again, then flushed red again. Then, they slowly bent over, their faces trembling. Elders, you. Karina hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Even if Li Wei just created a considerable aura, these two elders shouldn't be so humble, right? This is a dignified elder of the vampire clan. How dare he bow his noble body to this despicable brat? No! Damn it, don't bite there! Unexpectedly, the two vampire elders cried out in pain, and then, to everyone's astonishment, they quickly took off their robes and reached into their crotches. Squeak! Squeak! Immediately, two sharp screams rang out, and the two vampire elders stretched out their hands, each holding a gruesome dead rat in their palm. The rat's head had been crushed, but in its two paws, it was still clutching an oval-shaped piece of flesh about the size of a walnut, half of which had been gnawed away. Damn it! The two vampire elders' eyes flashed with ferocity, and they each stuffed the two dead rats into their mouths in one gulp. As if this could alleviate their physical pain, the two vampire elders showed relieved expressions. At this moment, Li Wei, who had completed his breakthrough, slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, your bloodline has been upgraded to the 8th generation, and you have gained the skilled blood coagulation Fong. Finally, I've broken through. Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't possessed an unyielding will, the pain he had just experienced would probably have caused him to have a mental breakdown. Li Wei glanced around and couldn't help but let out a soft sound of doubt. The castle courtyard was in complete disarray. The coffin he had just bought had flown to the castle gate, and the two elders' luxurious carriages looked like they had been ransacked, with the doors swaying precariously as if they were about to fall off. What puzzled Li Wei even more was that everyone in the castle was staring at him with blank expressions, as if they were looking at some kind of monster. I just improved my bloodline a little, it shouldn't be like this, right? Li Wei muttered, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 19 Hourly Vampire Specialty Dishes. It can't be that bad, can it? This is hardly something to be ashamed of? Hearing Li Wei's words, these vampires wished they could rush up and suck this freak dry, bite by bite. The entire castle was almost destroyed. The ground looked like it had been plowed, with gaping wounds that resembled the gaping mouths of a demon. Holy crap! Elders, even if I just slightly improved my bloodline, you shouldn't be so surprised that I'm bleeding from all 7 orifices, right? Seeing the two vampire elders covered in blood, Li Wei was also startled. If I had known this would happen, I should have been more restrained. A minor improvement? You call that a minor improvement? The two vampire elders almost wanted to slap this shameless guy to death. In this way, they scared the two fat rats so much that they crawled into their trouser legs. If they had been any more powerful, they would have scared in all sorts of snakes, insects, and rats. Of course, at this moment, they dared not doubt Li Wei in the slightest. Improving one's bloodline is incredibly difficult for a vampire, but for this mysterious powerhouse, it was effortless. Although they didn't know exactly which generation of bloodline Li Wei had advanced, judging from the strange phenomenon he had just caused, they estimated that it was at least the 4th generation or higher. You should know that the only remaining prince of the vampire clan today is only a 4th generation bloodline. Sir, we will not disturb you any longer. The two elders said with reverence, then winked at Karina and quickly left the castle. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have completed the random mission Intimidate 2 Vampire Elders, reward, plus 100 spiritual power. Ding. Your reward has been credited to your account. Please check. A notification sound suddenly rang out. Watching the 2 vampire elders hurried backs, Li Wei slowly revealed a meaningful smile. It seems I've finally established myself within the vampire clan. Outside the castle, 2 vampire elders hurriedly grabbed Karina and asked her questions. Duke Karina, where exactly did you find that gentleman? That gentleman? Karina paused for a moment, then turned around and pointed at Li Wei in the courtyard, somewhat bewildered. Elders, are you referring to this wretched brat? Shut up. Don't let this mysterious expert hear this. Before Karina could finish speaking, she was interrupted by 2 terrified vampire elders. A strong man? What strong man? Elders, this kid is just. Karina was somewhat bewildered and immediately wanted to explain Li Wei's situation. This kid was just a blood sacrifice captured by his idiotic subordinates. By chance he became a vampire overnight, and he's far less powerful than he imagined. Shut up. Karina, I don't care how you found this mysterious powerhouse, but from now on, you must treat him with the highest etiquette of the vampire clan and try your best to meet all his demands. Otherwise, offending him will be the greatest loss for our vampire clan. The 2 vampire elders gave their orders with serious expressions. Elders, yes. Karina nodded helplessly. Heaven knows how that wretched brat managed to fool the 2 poor elders into this state. Yes, Karina, I'll leave this matter to you. Keeping this mysterious expert here will also bring many benefits to your Vanter family. After saying that, the 2 vampire elders exchanged a glance, hurriedly boarded the carriage whose door was almost falling off, and swayed away. Would it benefit my Vancho family? Karina slapped her forehead in despair. Good heavens, by the progenitor Cain, she would be thankful if this kid didn't tear down the entire Vanter castle. Just a few steps away, in Karina's eyes it was like a treacherous forest teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Using the highest level of courtesy? To satisfy all his demands as much as possible? This is just too outrageous. Ahem, Li Wei, the 2 vampire elders have already left. You should go and rest, Karina said shyly as she walked up to Li Wei. You? A hint of suspicion flashed in Li Wei's eyes. How could this female vampire suddenly change her nature? It wasn't like this last night. Could it be? Li Wei's eyes darted around twice, and he coughed before speaking. Ahem, I'm hungry now. Prepare a feast for me immediately, including some vampire specialties. You! A flash of anger crossed Karina's eyes, but she quickly remembered the instructions the 2 vampire elders had given her before they left. She had no choice but to endure it. Butler Chris, please inform the kitchen to prepare a banquet of the highest standard. Karina turned angrily and ordered Butler Chris. Yes, Your Grace. Butler Chris said, hurrying off to prepare. Wait, I'm not hungry now and want to rest. Send someone to put that coffin in Karina's room, Li Wei said casually, pointing to the double coffin at the manor entrance. Li Wei, don't go too far. At this point, Karina could no longer contain her anger. Why the hell would someone put a coffin in their room? Imagine sleeping with a coffin under your bed, isn't that disgusting? Ahem, how about I go and discuss this with the 2 vampire elders? Li Wei pretended to be about to kick them out. You're something else. Huff, huff, huff. Karina let out a few long breaths, her chest heaving violently, before pointing at the coffin by the door and shouting. Someone, take this damned coffin to my room. After yelling, Karina glared at Li Wei with a cold expression, as if to say, are you satisfied now? Oh, by the way, this coffin is for 2 people. Tonight, I'll be generous and you can come in and cultivate too, Li Wei said with a smug grin. Li Wei. Karina suddenly spoke softly. What are you doing? Li Wei was taken aback and looked at her blankly. I want to say, the 2 vampire elders have already gone far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei saw only a clenched fist that had turned white, and Karina's face filled with rage. Getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. Bang! Click! My nose! In the still of the night, a man's mournful wail suddenly echoed from within the castle of Vanter. In the banyan grove not far from the castle, an owl heard the mournful sound, immediately turned its head 360 degrees, flapped its wings and flew into the night sky. Below the branches, two enormous bats hung upside down. A bat the size of a human, its entire body is covered by its wings. Look closely. The two vampire elders gave Duke Karina a severe scolding, said one of the blind vampires. Listen carefully. That brat who offended Marquis Kiruk just let out a rather pitiful howl, said another deaf vampire. It seems that the lad was indeed as the Marquis expected, not a vampire expert at all. Let's go back and report to the Marquis. After saying that, the two vampires, one deaf and one blind, immediately took to the air and disappeared into the night. Chapter 20. My wife is a big landlord. A few days later, in the early morning, carriages bearing the Vanter family crest travel along the road leading from Vanter Castle to the family's territory. In the sacred land of vampires, any vampire who reaches the rank of Viscount can obtain a territory personally granted by a vampire prince. Of course, the title here does not refer to reaching a certain level of strength. Rather, it means that one is granted a noble title only after making a contribution to the vampire clan. Like Li Wei now, although his strength has increased considerably, that's only his personal strength. Without a fiefdom, strictly speaking, one is not a noble. Otherwise, wouldn't the vampire clan, which has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, be full of nobles? Today, Li Wei, accompanied by his servants and guards, went to the territory of the Vanjua family to collect the quarterly taxes. Li Wei and the others didn't need to do anything themselves, since Karina's territory spanned hundreds of kilometers and contained at least dozens of small towns. Rather, they are the clan soldiers of the Karina family. In addition to the 500 personal guards within the castle, the Vanter family also has a clan soldier force of 3,000, used to maintain the stability of their territory and to accompany the clan leader to the battlefield in the event of a holy war. Li Wei was assigned 100 clan soldiers and the task of collecting taxes from 5 small towns. The amount of tax required varied from town to town due to their different sizes. The tax paid in the Blood Clan Holy Land is not ordinary gold or silver coins, but a blood red stone. This stone contains blood essence that can be used by blood clansmen for cultivation and is called blood marrow stone. One stone costs at least 100 gold coins. Furthermore, blood marrow stone mines are widely distributed in the vampire holy lands, appearing almost wherever there is land. This is why these vampire nobles are so desperate to expand their territory. After all, resources are power. Looking at the densely packed list of small towns on the tax revenue list, Li Wei couldn't help but let a broad smile spread across his face. It turns out his wife is a big landowner. Now that's great, as long as I conquer her, then her resources will become my own. Her territory? Isn't that her own territory? He. Sir, our first destination, Clay Town, is just ahead. Just as Li Wei was lost in his fantasies, a slightly ingratiating voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Wei turned his head to look. Peter. One of the guards, dressed in silver armor, was Peter Ma, the captain of Li Wei's elite squad. Sir, about half an hour ahead is the town of Clay, with a population of 50,000. The tax there is 500 bloodstones. Peter, beaming, held up 5 fingers. He'd heard this man was a prominent figure at Vanter Castle. Even the old butler, Chris, was on friendly terms with him. If he's licked to his heart's content, won't he be promoted to captain later? 500 blood marrow stones? Li Wei frowned upon hearing this and looked at the tax list. According to Peter Ma, every 10,000 inhabitants of the territory pay 100 bloodstones in taxes. However, there is another town on the list with a population of about 200,000 that needs to pay 5,000 bloodstones. Isn't that too much? Li Wei confided his doubts to Peter Ma, who smiled and immediately replied. My lord, you are unaware of the fact that the town you mentioned is the town that pays the most taxes in the Duke's territory. This is because the town owns a large blood marrow mine, so it pays more taxes. So that's how it is. Li Wei nodded, realizing that these vampire ruling class were actually quite humane. More mineral veins mean more intersections, fewer mineral veins mean fewer intersections. This is another way of treating everyone equally. As the carriage wheels creaked and groaned, half an hour later, a gathering place of vampires suddenly appeared ahead. They are no different from humans. These are the lowest ranking vampires in the Blood Clan's Holy Land, possibly even less than ordinary people. Their bloodlines are incredibly mixed, many of them don't even have a trace of vampire blood. They are true outcasts, only fit to be exploited by vampire nobles, without even the ability to resist. At the entrance of the town, a dozen or so lowly commoners had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the Vanter family's carriage approaching, one of the somewhat obese vampires gave a signal, and the dozen or so people immediately rushed to the front of the carriage. "Ah! My lord! Our town of clay only managed to gather 400 bloodstones. We simply can't mine anymore. Please have pity on us, the blood marrow stone vein is almost dry." Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Li Wei, who was in the car, was startled. Why did these people start wailing without saying a word? It was like their mother had died. It was too tragic. However, Li Wei vaguely understood that the town didn't have enough blood marrow stones, and they couldn't produce that many. Damn it, that old foxwood is the most cunning. Give him a good beating. Just then, squad leader Peter suddenly roared, and then a group of guards pulled out thick sticks from somewhere and rushed up to beat the buttocks of these lowly people. "Ah! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Please, sir, spare us!" Immediately, a series of wails and pleas for mercy rang out, and several lowly people were even beaten until they rolled on the ground, their faces covered in blood. That's too cruel. A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He had just thought that these vampire ruling class were more humane, but now it seemed that they were no different. However, Li Wei didn't think much of dealing with strong opponents, but these lowly people. "Ahem, Captain Ma, I think they really don't have any, otherwise." Li Wei coughed twice, wanting to stop this barbaric method of tax collection. But who would have thought that after a chaotic beating, the fat vampire would suddenly pounce at Li Wei's feet? My lord, please stop hitting us. We still have 150 blood marrow stones, and we are willing to give them all to you. Please spare us." Forehead. Li Wei was completely bewildered. "Didn't you say there wasn't? I was practically begging you all for mercy. My lord, you are unaware that these lowly people are unruly and disobedient, and they want to hoard the blood marrow stones. They don't realize that the entire territory belongs to the Duke, and even their lives are at the Duke's disposal." After the squad leader, Peter Ma, finished speaking, he kicked the fat vampire away. Well, Li Wei nodded in agreement. It seemed that he still didn't understand the rules of this world. The strong can exploit the weak, while the weak can naturally escape exploitation. Chapter 21, Group farming is not as good as solo farming. The parasite inside Cain's ancestor. The next few towns went smoothly. If there weren't enough blood marrow stones, a few punches and sticks would have been enough. However, when they arrived at Pus Town, the largest town in Li Wei's mission, an unexpected incident occurred. "Ah! My lord! Please stop. Our mine has really run into trouble. We can only produce a maximum of 3,000 blood marrow stones." Amidst wails of agony, the town's mayor, his head covered in blood, still stubbornly insisted he could only produce 3,000 blood marrow stones. Something's not right. Li Wei muttered to himself. According to the methods used in the previous towns, the missing blood marrow stones could usually be obtained after being beaten for about 10 minutes. However, in this town, the beating had lasted for more than half an hour. That town mayor looks like he's about to be beaten to death. There's definitely something wrong with him. Stop. Thinking of this, Li Wei immediately called out. "My lord, this fellow refuses to hand over all the blood marrow stones. Even if we kill him, the Duke will not pursue the matter." Squad leader Peter Ma looked menacing. Something's not right. This town really can't afford 5,000 blood marrow stones. Li Wei shook his head and walked up to the town mayor. "You just said there's a problem with the mine. What problem?" The town mayor was beaten until he was covered in blood, but thankfully he was still able to speak. "Reporting, sir, just a month ago, a strange black snake suddenly appeared in the bloodstone mine north of town, killing all our miners and seizing the vein, which is why the bloodstone cannot be delivered on time." The town mayor spoke haltingly. "A black serpent? Take us to see it." Li Wei immediately replied that he had already learned about this world before. Besides various intelligent races, this world also has strange creatures such as monsters and demons. According to his explanation, the blood marrow stone mine in the town is very likely the place where such strange creatures appeared. The town mayor had been beaten so badly he couldn't move, but fortunately there were other civilians who, upon hearing that Li Wei was going to check on things, immediately rushed to lead the way, as if afraid that Li Wei wouldn't believe them. 100 tribal soldiers followed, and soon they arrived at the bloodstone mine in the town. This is a mountain that has been partially mined. At the foot of the mountain is the entrance to a sizable mine. Next to it, there are more than a dozen desiccated corpses that look like mummies. "Sir, these are the workers who were killed by that strange snake," a civilian said with a sorrowful expression. "It's as if it's been completely drained, without a trace of moisture." Li Wei stepped forward with a tense expression to examine the bodies. Each of the dozen or so corpses had 2 thumb-sized wounds on its neck. If these were teeth, then this mysterious serpent must have been enormous. Ding! Random task is being generated. 3, 2. Beep. Ding. The mission is complete. Please help the town of Puss to deal with the mysterious snake. The mission is successful and you will receive a system reward and the gratitude of all the civilians of Puss Town. Mission failed. The host will be killed by the mysterious serpent. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Li Wei was shocked. It seemed that this Puss Town was the place where he was to farm dungeons. "I'm going in. You stay outside and guard these civilians." Immediately, Li Wei gave the order to Captain Ma Peter, then turned and disappeared into the mine. Group farming is not as good as solo farming. Li Wei was quite confident in his abilities. The mine was very dark, but Li Wei had long since become a vampire, and after his body had undergone many modifications, he could still have good eyesight in this environment. Furthermore, the mine is not entirely dark. As Li Wei ventured deeper into the mine, blood-red lines appeared on the walls surrounding it. At the ends of these lines, there were traces of hammering, and Li Wei even discovered several pieces of blood marrow stone embedded within them. Why do these patterns look so strange? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter, "It's like a blood vessel, winding and twisting throughout the entire mine." If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd entered the blood vessels of some enormous creature. Etc. The thought flashed through Li Wei's mind, but he suddenly froze. Blood marrow stone, blood marrow, bone marrow. The mines of bloodstone are like blood vessels, and according to the ancient legend of the vampires, the entire vampire Holy Land was built on the corpse of the progenitor Cain. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Wei's mind. That is, the ancient legend of the vampires is true. The so-called blood energy is nothing more than the aura emanating from the body of the progenitor Cain after his death, which has nourished the vampires for hundreds of thousands of years. These blood marrow stones are very likely cells from the blood of the progenitor Cain. Yes. It's a cell. Li Wei really couldn't think of any other words. Because if that weren't the case, then why are all the blood marrow stones the same size without needing to be polished? Why is it that every time I advance, a large amount of blood surges from the ground instead of into the air? It's unimaginable how powerful Cain, the progenitor of the vampires, would have been if this legend were true. With just one corpse, the entire vampire clan could cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years. But how could such a powerful creature turn into a corpse? Li Wei couldn't believe it, but just then, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the mine. Li Wei was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw a strange snake, its body pitch black and covered with black scales, had appeared out of nowhere and was coiled up at the entrance of the cave, staring at him. The monstrous snake was at least 10 meters long, its body covered with triangular black scales, and its pair of scarlet eyes were filled with coldness. In particular, its fangs were as long as a finger, protruding from its mouth like the teeth of a vampire. This can't be the parasite inside Cain's body, can it? Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but thinking about it this way, it wasn't impossible. Hiss. The next moment, when Li Wei discovered the strange snake, the snake immediately moved, its powerful muscles contracting suddenly and then releasing rapidly, shooting over like a spring with lightning speed. Damn it, he came up here and tried to suck my ass. Li Wei cursed angrily and immediately activated the shattered blood claw, using the ultimate technique, crushing, to smash into the serpent's teeth. A piercing cry. The next moment, a screeching sound of friction rang out, but when Li Wei's claws slashed across the fangs of the strange snake, he did not feel any gaps in the fangs and could not unleash his ultimate technique. Flawless, impeccable. Li Wei's heart sank. Oh my god, this monster snake is even more damn powerful than I thought. Brush. The monstrous snake's massive body rushed past Li Wei, but its thick tail hooked directly onto Li Wei's legs, then suddenly coiled around him several times, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Moreover, its 2 fangs gleamed with a dangerous light, and it instantly bit down on Li Wei's neck. Put. In an instant, Li Wei felt 2 hard penises enter his body and thrust wildly. A powerful suction force instantly emanated from the hollow of the fangs. In just a few seconds, Li Wei felt at least half of the blood in his body being sucked away, and his face even turned blue. Holy crap, This weird snake with jet black scales is even better at sucking than Karina. Chapter 22 Cain, the progenitor above. What exactly did this lord from the castle do? Li Wei wailed inwardly, it's over. I'm probably going to be completely drained this time. However, compared to this terrifying serpent, Li Wei felt it would have been better if he had been drained dry by Karina earlier. Glug glug. A sound of blood rushing through its throat rang out. The strange snake took 2 big gulps, as if sucking on yogurt, and drank at least 2 or 3 pounds of Li Wei's blood. For a moment, Li Wei even felt that he had lost a lot of weight, and an extremely empty feeling suddenly came over him. His lips had dried up, and his eyes lacked vitality. Wrong. I'm a vampire too. Li Wei suddenly realized that they all made a living by sucking, so why could only you suck from me and not me suck from you? In an instant, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He might not be good at anything else, but when it came to absorbing and inhaling, he was truly not afraid of anyone. Even the powerful Duke Karina was nearly killed by Li Wei's draining power. This strange snake really wanted to suck her dry? Fangs, my fangs! Li Wei roared, and his 2 sharp fangs instantly parted his lips, aimed at the thick tail wrapped around his body, and bit down hard. Click! Instantly, the hard scales were pierced by the fangs, the solid muscles were separated, and 2 fangs plunged deep into the snake's blood vessels, immediately releasing a paralysis skill. However, no one knew what kind of snake it was. The paralysis technique had no effect on it at all. On the contrary, the intense pain drove the snake completely mad. Hiss! The monstrous snake hissed, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It completely ignored the fact that Li Wei's fangs had already pierced its body, and instead coiled around Li Wei, sucking hard. Glug glug glug! A large amount of blood was sucked into the monster's body, and Li Wei's body shrank by at least half. Li Wei felt as if his bone marrow was about to be sucked away. I'll smoke it too. Li Wei grunted, no longer caring about anything else, and began to suck on the strange snake's body. Glug glug glug! Another surge of blood flowed rapidly, and Li Wei's body immediately returned to normal. However, Li Wei had no intention of stopping and continued to inhale deeply. Glug glug! A large amount of blood was drawn out of the strange snake's body, and Li Wei's body swelled to twice its original size, while the strange snake shrank to at least half its original size. Now, it was the serpent's turn to look empty-headed, even the light in its eyes had dimmed considerably. But for some reason, the strange snake suddenly gained strength and bit Li Wei's neck with great force. Glug glug glug! A large amount of blood circulated again, like 2 balloons taking turns drawing water away. In a short while, all of Li Wei's blood was sucked away, and his body swelled up unnaturally. Then, all of his blood was sucked away again by the strange snake. After several rounds, Li Wei really couldn't sit still anymore. He was panting heavily and cursing inwardly. Huff, huff, damn it, either you drain me dry, or I'll drain you dry. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? The strange snake was utterly bewildered. It had attracted many people before, but this was the first time I'd ever encountered someone who could reciprocate that attraction. This vampire is just too damn ruthless, even more ruthless than myself. Put! The monstrous snake finally couldn't hold on any longer. It suddenly released its grip, pulling 2 fangs out of Li Wei's neck. Then, looking utterly defeated, it crawled deeper into the mine. Yes, Li Wei's appearance greatly damaged the strange snake's confidence. It has been here for more than a month, and at least 20 people have been sucking its scent, but for the first time, it has been sucked back by someone. What a failure! It was a complete failure. The strange snake doubted its own abilities and made up its mind to train hard for a period of time to improve its suction power before going out to hunt. However, when he felt the fangs disappear from his neck, Li Wei's eyes lit up. Although blood was still flowing from the 2 horrific gashes on its neck, the snake's retreat was enough to prove that it had one. Pressing the attack after a victory is the only way to win. Trying to run? Get drained dry before you talk. Li Wei's facial muscles were contorted in a ferocious manner as he grabbed the snake's tail with both hands and sucked hard on its fangs that were inserted into its body. Glug glug! Instantly, a large amount of bright red snake blood entered Li Wei's mouth, and the strange snake's body shriveled up at a visible speed. Hiss! Hiss! The serpent hissed in pain, regretting that it had released the vampire, but it was too late. Its internal power was rapidly dissipating, and at this moment, it was completely unable to launch any attacks. Grown-ups! Sir! What's wrong with you? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. It turned out that Captain Peter and some civilians had heard the hissing sound coming from inside the mine and, worried about Li Wei's safety, had come down to check. But who knew that when they saw the situation inside the mine, Peter, dozens of tribal soldiers, and hundreds of civilians all shuddered in unison. There stood the nobleman, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace, his clothes torn, his eyes bloodshot, as he rode atop the monstrous snake. He still had the snake's tail in his mouth, and as his throat moved up and down, the snake below twitched incessantly, even its tongue drooping weakly. "Oh my God, by the progenitor Cain, what is this noble lord from Vanter Castle doing? What is he doing?" Peter covered his face in despair, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. "This esteemed gentleman actually has such a hobby? That's disgusting. It looks like they're messing with a snake." "No, that's not right, he's sucking. He's sucking the snake." A series of exclamations rang out. The tribal soldiers and civilians were beyond words to describe the shock they felt. They only asked the adult to eliminate the strange snake, but they absolutely did not ask the adult to suck the snake. These are the adults of high society, so sophisticated. Everyone who witnessed this scene thought the same thing. Perhaps this is why others have become adults, while I remain just an ordinary person. It can even suck snakes. It would be outrageous if it weren't powerful. At that moment, as Li Wei inhaled rapidly, the strange snake suddenly trembled violently, and then a thick, fishy-smelling blood gushed into Li Wei's mouth. "Pooh! Why does it smell so fishy?" Li Wei's face fell, and he almost spat it out, but just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! System detection, the host has a large amount of blood energy within their body. Absorb it?" Chapter 23. I drank the blood of Cain, the progenitor of the vampires. Blood and chi? Could it be that I sucked the heart out of this monster snake? Li Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder the fishy smell in his mouth was so strong. It turned out that the snake had already drained all the blood in its body and was now sucking the essence blood from its heart. Essence blood containing a large amount of vital energy. Inhale. Of course you have to inhale, and you have to inhale in creative ways. Li Wei snorted coldly and immediately activated the blood refining manual. Glug. The next moment, Li Wei forcefully sucked out a mouthful of the strange snake's blood. Bite. Host has gained 3,000 points of health. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Li Wei was somewhat surprised that a strange snake could possess so much blood energy. But to everyone's surprise, after its essence was drained, the serpent's body immediately evaporated into a cloud of gas, filling the entire mine. Click, click, click. The next moment, a crisp cracking sound erupted from the gas-filled mine shaft. Cracks appeared on the surrounding mine walls, spreading rapidly into the depths of the vein like a spider web. Oh my God! Oh no! The mine is about to collapse. The civilians screamed in terror, and Captain Ma Peter hurriedly led his men out of the mine. But when they reached a safe location, they were shocked to find that the adult who had come down from the castle had not rushed out with them. It's over. This is completely over. Captain Ma Peter collapsed to the ground in despair. If this adult died here, then forget about being promoted to captain. Whether he could even survive in the face of the wrath of Vanter Castle would be a question. Inside the mine. It wasn't that Li Wei didn't escape, but rather that he never even considered escaping. Just now, after those mineral veins broke, Li Wei sensed a large amount of blood energy from the cracks. It's highly likely that the strange serpent had lived here for a long time and developed some connection with the corpse of Cain, the progenitor. Now that it's dead, Cain's corpse immediately reacted. However, none of that matters. At this moment, all Li Wei wants to do is absorb all the blood energy released from the crack. Not a single strand left. Ding! System detection, there is a large amount of primordial blood energy around the host. Absorb it? The system's voice rang in his mind. Li Wei hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by an extremely thick blood aura, and everything in front of him was red. Primal blood energy? What kind of blood energy is that? Li Wei was filled with surprise, because he had never encountered any primordial blood energy when absorbing it before. But who cares? It's free anyway, I'll just smoke it. Absorb. Suck as much as you can. Li Wei gritted his teeth and gave the order directly. Boom. The next moment, a violent tremor resounded again. The cracks in the mine grew larger and larger. All the ores inside, under the influence of the primordial blood energy, were forcibly transformed into blood marrow stones and decomposed again, which were then forcibly absorbed by Li Wei. Ding! Original blood energy value plus 1000. Ding. Original blood energy value plus 1000. Ding. Original blood chi value plus 10,000. Instantly, a series of notification sounds rang out. In just a few seconds, at least nearly 100,000 points of blood energy were absorbed. Although Li Wei didn't understand what primordial blood energy was, he immediately noticed something unusual after absorbing it into his body. If ordinary blood energy could allow Li Wei to rapidly improve his cultivation level and skills, and this primordial blood energy seems to be able to enhance Li Wei's physical qualities at the same time. His entire body was filled with a large amount of primordial blood energy, and Li Wei felt his strength and speed were increasing explosively. His cultivation level is only Viscount level 9, but his strength has definitely surpassed that of Baron. Since this primordial blood energy is so good, then let me absorb it freely. Having tasted the benefits, Li Wei immediately activated the blood refining manual at full power. In an instant, a large amount of primordial blood energy was absorbed by Li Wei, and the data on the system template was also skyrocketing. Ding! Your blood energy has accumulated enough. Do you wish to break through? Break through! Without any hesitation, Li Wei immediately issued the order. All that blood and energy I've absorbed is for this moment. Ding! Consumed 40,000 points of blood chi. Breakthrough from Viscount LV9 to Baron LV1. Ding! Consumed 4,000 blood chi points, realm upgraded to Baron LV2. Ding! Consumed 4,000 blood chi points, realm upgraded to Baron LV3. Bite! Unbeknownst to Li Wei, tens of thousands of meters below the ground, in a vast space, a blood sphere the size of a human head was slowly rotating. As if it possessed a life of its own, the blood on the blood sphere flowed, and wisps of pure blood energy emanated from it with each rotation. If Li Wei were here, he could clearly see that the energy contained within this blood energy was extremely powerful. Even the drop of blood essence at the level of a vampire prince that was obtained before is far inferior to it. However, at that moment, the slowly rotating blood sphere suddenly trembled, and a large amount of blood energy instantly raged. A roar full of desolation and anger suddenly came from the blood sphere. Ah! Damn it! Who absorbed my primordial blood essence accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years? Who destroyed my blood god body, which I had condensed into hundreds of thousands of forms? Damn it! Damn it! This is theft. You damn thief, once I, Cain, have condensed my blood god body, I will grind you to dust. Crush my bones and scatter my ashes. Ah! At this moment, inside the mine. Hiss, thud thud thud. Why is it suddenly so cold? Li Wei muttered, looking completely bewildered. He was inhaling the inhaled air when a sudden chill swept over his mind, forcing him to stop. Furthermore, Li Wei was certain that the chill had entered his mind directly, rather than first affecting his body. That's strange. I think I just heard something about tens of thousands of years. Cain? Could it be that I accidentally drank the blood of Cain, the progenitor of the vampires? Li Wei immediately shook his head. What a joke! What could that old ghost possibly have to absorb? He hesitated for a moment, glanced at his own realm, and realized that he had broken through to Baron LV9, with more than 50,000 blood energy left. Let's call it a day while we're ahead. This place feels weird, Li Wei muttered, deciding it was best to leave as soon as possible. The surrounding blood marrow stones had been completely drained, and the cracks on them were more than a meter wide, enough for Li Wei to climb out. At that moment, outside the mine, hundreds of thousands of townspeople and tribal soldiers all stared up at the mine, their faces blank with disbelief. Just now, this mine, which has been formed for countless millions of years, collapsed with a deafening roar. Not only did it collapse, but the ground within a radius of tens of kilometers shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Chapter 24, A Sacred Artifact at the First Move. This attracted almost all the ordinary people in the town. But when they arrived, they found that the blood marrow stone mine, which had been mined for at least 1,000 years, had simply vanished. Yes, it's gone. Not only is the mine gone, but the surrounding blood energy has also disappeared, as if it had been forcibly drained by something. Oh no, this is completely over. Not only the tribal soldiers, but also the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the town all collapsed to the ground, limp and weak. They didn't know what would happen if the mine collapsed and killed Li Wei, but they did know that their existence was entirely due to this mine. In order to mine this mine, and to pay the blood marrow stones to the adults above. Now that the mines are gone, in the eyes of the higher-ups, there's naturally no need for them to continue existing. However, at this moment, look! Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and hundreds of thousands of civilians and tribal soldiers all turned their gazes in that direction. On the ruins of the Bloodstone mine, a figure was struggling to climb out. That is. Peter paused for a moment, then his eyes suddenly burst into tears of joy. That adult didn't die. That esteemed lord is still alive. Peter felt like jumping up and down on the spot. Whether he's dead or alive isn't important. What's important is that now that this big shot has come out, someone will have to take the blame for the disappearance of the mine when the higher-ups investigate. At this moment, Li Wei, standing on a pile of rubble, was also completely bewildered. What's going on? If I remember correctly, this was a mountain peak before I went in. How come after we came out, instead of mountains, it's almost turned into a basin? This change is happening way too fast. My lord! My lord! You're still alive. I've missed you so much, wah! Just then, Peter, the leader of the small group, led a band of tribal soldiers and tumbled over, their faces covered in snot and tears. Even if I am handsome and charming, it's only been half an hour since I last saw you. You shouldn't be so excited that your nose is running, right? Li Wei asked, somewhat surprised. Sir, it's wonderful that you're still alive. Do you know what happened to this mine? How did it suddenly disappear? Peter said, his face full of confusion. Oh, you mean this? Li Wei exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. So these people weren't waiting for him, they'd been drawn here by the sudden disappearance of the mine. I just improved my cultivation level a bit, so I casually absorbed all the blood energy and blood marrow stones in the entire mine, Li Wei said casually, waving his hand. It's no big deal, it's just a mine. We can just take the smoke. He's improved his cultivation level a bit? He's absorbed the essence of an entire mine? Sir, were you perhaps a giant vacuum cleaner in your past life? Peter and the other tribal soldiers were completely dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't know what a vacuum cleaner was, but their shock at Li Wei was beyond compare. Even in their eyes, a hint of admiration appeared as they looked at Li Wei. No wonder I heard this gentleman came from the Duke's room. He's so good at sucking, he must be able to satisfy the Duke. Ah! It's all over, our little town of Puss is completely finished. Just then, a desperate wail reached Li Wei's ears. Li Wei turned his head and saw that all the townspeople were now limp on the ground, groaning in agony. Tens of thousands of people wailed together, the sound so deafening it seemed as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. Li Wei swore he had never seen such a spectacular scene before. Why are you crying? Li Wei led his tribal soldiers over, looking at the townspeople with some confusion. The adults don't know that this mine is the lifeline of our town. If the mine is gone, we will lose our value, and the adults above will make us slaves. The townspeople cried out. Upon hearing this, Li Wei thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. However, since this matter was caused by him, he would feel somewhat uneasy if these 200,000 people became slaves because of him. Don't worry, everyone, I will explain this to Duke Karina, Li Wei said confidently. Given his deep friendship with Karina, there would be absolutely no problem with such a small matter. What? Your Excellency is willing to help us explain to Duke Karina? Can the higher-ups prevent us from being punished? Instantly, the crying of the hundreds of thousands of townspeople stopped, and they all stared blankly at Li Wei. What do you want to do? A chill ran down Li Wei's spine. Being stared at by hundreds of thousands of eyes, even Li Wei felt uneasy. Who knows what will happen next? Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency is mighty. A series of howling sounds crashed over like a raging storm, and hundreds of thousands of townspeople knelt down before Li Wei, chanting those 4 words. Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the Help Puss Town mission and has been awarded the 3-star Artifact Amplification Ring X1. Reward: the people of Puss Town will be forever loved by you. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, and a blinding light flashed. Li Wei looked down and saw a strangely shaped ring on the middle finger of his left hand. It looked like a bat was perched on Li Wei's finger. The 2 sides of the ring were bat wings, and the 2 exposed fangs of the bat looked as if they had just sucked blood, very red and shiny. The detailed description of the amplification ring also appeared in Li Wei's mind. The amplification ring, a 3-star vampire artifact, has 3 main functions. 1. After wearing it, you can enhance your physical strength, including speed, strength, agility, and endurance, all of which will increase threefold. 2. Wearing it can increase mental strength and triple the speed of absorbing blood energy. 3. After wearing it, the power of the blood refining manual will increase threefold. He's throwing around a sacred artifact right off the bat. Isn't that incredibly generous? Li Wei was surprised he hadn't expected the system to give him something so useful this time. Although it's not an offensive artifact, this kind of support artifact is even rarer. Li Wei didn't care much about the other functions. The most important one was the first function. It can even increase endurance by 3 times. If Li Wei and Karina could previously communicate all night long, then after wearing this amplification ring, wouldn't they be able to? We could have an in-depth discussion for 3 nights. Chapter 25. You will pay with your lives to quell my rage. Li Wei's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen something, and a trickle of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. This thing is really fun. Sir, your drool is unbecoming of a nobleman. Pete Ma, the squad leader beside him, couldn't help but remind him. Ah. Slurp. Next small town. This small town has a population of only 20,000, but the amount of blood marrow stones required to pay is 500. However, when Li Wei and his 100 tribal soldiers arrived, they found the town in complete disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Dozens of civilians lay on the open ground in the center of the town, emitting weak groans. Beside them were several horribly beaten corpses and a few broken pieces of blood marrow stone. It's quite obvious from the scene that someone else has already collected taxes here. But you have to understand, this is Duke Karina's territory, and Li Wei is in charge of the taxes for these towns. Other teams simply cannot cross the border to collect taxes. It is very likely that it was done by other vampire nobles besides Duke Karina. What happened? Who stole your blood marrow stone? Li Wei led 100 tribal soldiers to drag up several civilians who were still somewhat conscious. Report to the Lord. Several commoners glanced at the Vanjo family insignia on the armor of the tribal soldiers before they dared to speak, trembling. Sir, yes, they are the men of Marquis Kirik. Just now, they suddenly came to our town and forced us to hand over the bloodstone. If we don't, they will drain our blood. Several civilians who resisted were beaten to death. Several civilians said with sorrowful faces. The Marquis of Kirik? It's him again. Li Wei snorted coldly. The last time Karina was pressured at Vanter Castle, it was Marquis Kirik and his gang. He didn't expect that they hadn't learned their lesson after being kicked out of the castle and would dare to provoke his wife again. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in Li Wei's eyes. It seemed that he had to teach them a real lesson this time. Where are they? Li Wei asked coldly. Go towards the back of town, pointed a civilian whose head had been smashed. Come with me, all of you. Let's make these bandits who invaded Duchess Karina's territory pay the price. After Li Wei finished speaking, he was about to head towards the back of the town, but then he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the group of tribal soldiers behind him. They didn't follow him, but stood there looking troubled. Do you have any questions? Li Wei glanced around. Logically, these people were all Karina's men, and now that there was a problem in Karina's territory, they should be eager to solve it. Under Li Wei's cold gaze, squad leader Ma Peter's face flashed with a troubled expression, and he stepped forward and said, My lord, you are unaware of this, Marquis Kirik is the most famous noble and powerful vampire in the last 100 years. Because of his strength, Prince Farad is even preparing to make an exception and elevate him to the rank of Duke. Even Our Lady Karina has to give him a wide berth. So that's how it is. Li Wei nodded. No wonder this Kirik, a mere marquis, dared to defy Karina. It turned out he had such a great reputation among the vampires. Since Duke Karina has entrusted us with such an important matter, it shows her trust in us. If you back down just because you encounter a strong person, how will you face Duke Karina and the Vanter family in the future? Besides, this Marquis of Kirik hasn't even been promoted to Duke yet, has he? Li Wei said in a gloomy tone. It wasn't that Li Wei couldn't handle those bandits. Li Wei simply thought that Peter Ma was a decent squad leader and wanted to give him a hand. This Peter hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. My lord, there is a saying among our vampires, if you want to gain a higher position, you must obey your orders. My lord, I will obey you. What a clever fellow. Li Wei gave him a deep look, then walked towards the back of the town. Meanwhile, in a courtyard at the back of the town. My lord, please spare us. My daughter is only 13 years old and hasn't completed her first embrace yet. A series of pitiful wails rang out. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground with a pleading expression, while opposite him, 7 or 8 of the Marquis of Kirak's personal guards pressed a young girl with a youthful face onto the stone platform in the middle. The embrace is an awakening that every vampire undergoes upon reaching the age of 14. There are many ways to achieve this, such as Li Wei obtaining the Duke's blood essence from Karina and becoming a vampire, which can also be considered a form of the embrace. There is also the ordinary embrace, where the vampire drinks half of the embrace's blood and then lets the embrace drink half of his own blood. This allows the embrace to become a vampire, but only a 9th-generation vampire can do so. After the embrace awakens, the bloodline must be one level lower, making them a 10th-generation vampire. Ordinary people simply don't have the means to get help from a 9th-generation vampire. They just spend a fortune to buy the blood of a 9th-generation vampire and then give it to the embrace. As for whether one can awaken their bloodline, that depends entirely on luck. The first embrace? We finally found a girl with pure blood, how can we just let her go? Yes, let's drink her blood first, and if that doesn't work, we'll help her have her virginity. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out, and 7 or 8 tribal soldiers laughed unrestrainedly. Captain, won't what we're doing provoke Duke Karina's retaliation? What's there to be afraid of? Do you think a duke would retaliate against us for the sake of these lowly people? Besides, Lord Kirak is about to be promoted to duke, so he has nothing to fear from Karina. You're right. Let's start by sucking up to this little girl. She's so pretty. Boom. Just then, a loud, explosive sound rang out, and the courtyard door was kicked open by a tremendous force. The splintered wood startled the people inside the courtyard. Then, a cold voice came from outside. Duke Karina won't seek revenge on you, but I will. Li Wei walked in step by step with an icy expression. Only by paying the price of your lives can you quell my anger. Who goes there? Several of the Marquis Kirak's personal guards were immediately startled, and the captain among them even shouted angrily. Li Wei, the Wei in whose Wufei meaning to act recklessly. Li Wei said expressionlessly. They're from the Vanter family. Quick! Send a signal to get all the other guards over here, the captain shouted. Li Wei did not stop them. Rather than searching them one by one, it would be better to lure them all over and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 26 No. That's my heart. Sure enough, there were quite a few guards in this small town of Kirak. In just over 10 seconds, a full 50 or 60 men rushed over. Damn it! How dare they stop us from collecting taxes? Damn it, doesn't he know this is already Marquis Kirak's territory? Get out of here right now, or you'll all die. Like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. This statement is also a golden rule among the vampires. When these men of Marquis Kirak saw Li Wei and his clan soldiers, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they kept provoking him. They had already received orders before they arrived that they should not show any leniency to anyone, and that they should not care even if Duke Karina came in person. Lowly creatures. So what if you outnumber us? We, the personal guards, were all personally selected by Marquis Kirak. Each one of us is at least a 3rd-rank viscount. After gaining reinforcements, the panicked guards immediately became smug and shouted triumphantly. Damn it, Ancestor Kane above, sir, please give the order immediately. I want to lead my men to nail all these damned things to stakes. Squad leader Peter Ma was already losing his temper. He was very glad that he had just followed Li Wei here. Need not. Unexpectedly, Li Wei suddenly waved his hand, then slowly shook his head and looked at him. Did you think I asked you to come here so that you would fight? Isn't that right? Squad leader Peter paused for a moment, then asked with a blank expression. Of course not. Your only purpose is to stand by and cheer me on during battles. After saying that, Li Wei pushed aside the stunned Peter Ma and walked towards the dozens of vampires in the yard. Whoosh! The next moment, a pair of jet-black wings, each more than 4 meters wide, flapped out from Li Wei's back. As if stirring up the surrounding air, 2 blood-red whirlwinds spread outward from the tips of the wings. At the same time, 2 long hidden fangs parted Li Wei's tightly closed lips, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, and appeared before the guards. A strange and terrifying aura, accompanied by powerful spiritual energy, emanated from Li Wei's body, spreading forward like wisps of shadow. In an instant, it enveloped all the dozens of vampire soldiers opposite him. Fear, evil, murderous intent. At that moment, all the dozens of vampire guards opposite had the same misconception. It was as if they were facing not a vampire of equal strength, but a powerful vampire who could crush them with a single hand. Something's not right. This kid's acting strangely. His imposing manner doesn't necessarily mean he's strong. Go! Kill him first. Several loud shouts suddenly rang out, and the two vampires in front immediately reacted. As they rushed towards Li Wei at lightning speed, their vampire forms were also released. Brush! However, the next moment, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and the two vampire guards were shocked to find that the boy in front of them had disappeared into thin air after a slight pause. How is that possible? The two vampire guards were horrified. Teleportation was something only true powerhouses who had reached the level of a prince could do. And you should know that right now, the entire vampire clan only has one prince on the surface. Behind you. Just then, a loud shout rang out, and the two vampire guards instinctively turned around, only to see that the boy who had just disappeared had somehow reappeared behind them. It's too late, you can go see Cain, the progenitor. A murmured sound came, and the two vampire guards felt a sharp pain in their minds. They subconsciously looked down and saw that an arm had pierced through their chests. Well. As if they had been caught red-handed, the expressions on the two vampire guards' faces froze abruptly, then turned deathly pale and contorted into a grimace. Then, Li Wei quickly pulled his hands back. Put. Instantly, Li Wei grasped two black hearts in his palm. They weren't dead yet, but they felt waves of excruciating pain rushing into their minds. Even if vampires are powerful, the loss of their heart will definitely be fatal. Look there, this is your heart, it has turned black, such a heart should be shattered. Li Wei raised his eyebrows, as if examining a work of art. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand with long fingernails suddenly exerted force. Click, click. Instantly, the two still slightly beating hearts burst open, shattering into pieces of flesh. Ah! No! That's my heart! The two vampire guards watched as their hearts were crushed, blood spraying onto their faces, making their already grotesque features even more terrifying. However, without a heart, there is no source of strength, and even though they are unwilling, they can only slowly fall backward. At this moment, the dozens of vampire guards who witnessed this scene were completely stunned, and an extreme fear arose from the bottom of their hearts. That's terrifying. If you disagree, you'll just lay your heart bare. He even crushed their hearts right in front of them. What's this called? This is called killing the ghost and destroying the spirit. However, just as they were feeling terrified, that terrifying figure vanished once again. Where did they go? Where are they? Immediately, the dozen or so vampire guards in front let out a panicked roar. They were also afraid that this terrifying, elusive creature had suddenly appeared behind them. On the contrary, the vampire guards in front were actually quite envious of those behind them, at least they didn't have to face the terrifying guy directly. But who knew? Ah! Ah! Two shrill screams suddenly came from behind these vampire guards. All the guards turned around in unison, and when they saw what was happening, their faces turned as pale as if they had just drunk a mouthful of old blood. Suddenly, the terrifying creature that had just vanished reappeared right behind the crowd. He held the skulls of two vampire guards in his palms, along with a series of brain tissue. The two unlucky guys, meanwhile, clutched their heads, which were missing their tops, and wailed in pain. Oh my God! How could that be? At that moment, everyone was shocked. How did he get there? There were dozens of people between them, yet they appeared behind them without anyone noticing. As expected, the range of the ultimate technique's flash is directly related to the strength of one's mental power. Li Wei murmured softly. This was entirely his own discovery. The profound meaning was not something that could not be improved, but rather, as Li Wei's mental strength grew, the range of his teleportation would also increase. Chapter 27 discusses endurance. For example, right now, Li Wei's mental power can cover a radius of 100 meters, and he can quickly reach any location he wants to be in just 1/10 of a second. If in the future, Li Wei's mental power continues to grow, covering a city, covering a territory, and even. Unbelievable. He's alone, but we have 60 of us. Let's attack together and wear him down. Just then, someone from the group of vampire guards opposite them shouted out. The other guard's eyes lit up. Yes. No matter how powerful he is still just one person. On our side, there were more than 60. If we swarm him and don't give him any chance to defeat them one by one, how strong will he become after he's exhausted? Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Li Wei's lips. You should know that when Li Wei first became a vampire, he had sex with Karina for an entire night. That was a powerful vampire duke, yet Li Wei subdued him. Now, Li Wei is wearing an amplification ring on his finger, which means he can forcefully slap Karina for 3 nights. These people were vastly different in skill level from Karina, and they wanted to use a series of attacks to wear down Li Wei's stamina. Little did they know, Li Wei's most formidable strength at this moment was his terrifying endurance. I won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. Li Wei shook his head and raised the middle finger adorned with the amplification ring at them. The next moment. Whoosh! Li Wei transformed into a blood-red shadow and instantly rushed into the crowd. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the 5 or 6 vampires blocking the way were sent flying by Li Wei's powerful force, their chests bursting with blood mist as they flew through the air. Their internal organs were completely shattered by the impact. Click, click, click. With a few more swipes, the bodies of more than 10 guards were instantly split in 2, their internal organs and blood staining the entire courtyard red. In less than a few seconds, more than 20 mangled corpses lay on the ground. That's terrifying. The vampire guards were completely terrified. This isn't a vampire anymore, it's a killing machine. They still harbored the delusion of wearing Li Wei down, and they pounced on him in droves. But Li Wei seemed to have no concept of fatigue. His claws, fangs, and even his wings all became weapons of attack. One by one, the vampire guards were killed, and Peter and the others who were watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 27. 28. 30. Sir, you have already killed 30 enemies. Go, sir. Kill them. 31, 32, 33. And so, this ordinary little town finally ushered in an extraordinary day. A large group of Vancho family soldiers surrounded the battlefield, roaring excitedly. After all, they are all vampires, and such scenes of blood and death can stimulate the bloodthirsty nature that has been passed down in their bloodline. It seems that only in this way can they be worthy of the warlike name of vampires. What happened over there? At that moment, outside the town, Butler Chris and his team happened to pass by and saw all the town's residents gathering in one direction. 39, 40, 45. A series of faint sounds arose, and Butler Chris couldn't help but frown. Judging from the sound, the people over there seemed very excited. Driven by a desire to see what would happen, Butler Chris led his men towards the direction from which the sound came. The closer you get, the clearer the sound becomes. 49. 50. Your Excellency is mighty. You are so domineering. Sir, you are bloody. Keep going, adults. Less than 10 left. Hearing the excited shouts, old Butler Chris raised an eyebrow. It seemed to be Peter's kid the only person he'd ever addressed as sir was probably Li Wei. I didn't expect Li Wei to be so popular. The old steward nodded with satisfaction. He had been worried that Li Wei would have a conflict with the team, but now it seemed that he had worried too much. I was also wondering what had happened. However, the front gate of the courtyard was surrounded by people, so the old steward had to climb up the wall next to it. He had just peeked out when, before he could see what was happening, a bloody object fell from the sky and hit him in the face. Holy crap! The old butler exclaimed in surprise, almost falling back down. But when he picked up the thing plastered on his face and saw it, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and threw it away immediately. It was a lump of intestines whose owner was unknown, covered in blood, and clearly torn apart on both sides. The old butler almost vomited, but when he saw what had happened in the courtyard, his fragile little heart couldn't take it anymore. In the small courtyard lay a pile of mangled corpses, and the man in the blood-red robe was brandishing his claws. With each swipe, a soldier would fall to the ground. They are the personal guards of the Marquis of Kirik. The old butler narrowed his eyes slightly. He had served the Vancho family for over 1,000 years and collected taxes thousands of times, so he naturally knew what had happened. I never expected that Li Wei would do such a thing for Mississippi. It seems that no matter where he comes from, he poses no threat to Miss. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, his act of chivalry had lowered Karina and the old butler's guard. Of course, even if he knew, Li Wei wouldn't care. This time, he just wanted to punish these bandits. Only their deaths could quell the anger in Li Wei's heart. 59. My lord, there's only one left. As Li Wei crushed the heart of a vampire bodyguard, cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. No, you can't kill me. I'm Marquis Kirik's subordinate. If you kill me, even Duke Karina can't protect you. The last remaining vampire guard was the one who had tried to devour the innocent girl. He saw Li Wei walking towards him, and his whole body went limp, kneeling on the ground and wailing helplessly. Not kill you? Sure. Li Wei nodded, but a drop of scarlet blood slowly condensed on his finger. Run! The last remaining vampire bodyguard suddenly sprang to his feet and rushed towards the little girl beside him. A resolute glint flashed in their eyes. He knew this terrifying man had killed so many of them to save the girl. If we can subdue this girl, she might still survive. But the next moment, as if struck by something, his body lurched forward and then crashed to the ground. Ah! What is it that's setting my body ablaze? Setting my blood ablaze. Ah! A piercing scream rang out instantly. The vampire writhed on the ground in agony, fear, pain, helplessness, and regret contorting his face. The people around had no idea what was going on. Why did someone suddenly start screaming? But no one noticed that a drop of blood was slowly seeping into his skin on the back of his neck. Chapter 28, I acquired a maid. The last time he used boiling blood, that vampire count endured the agony of his boiling blood for a full 2 hours. However, this doesn't mean that the boiling blood wasn't fatal, rather, it's because the count was incredibly powerful. But this one is merely a baron in strength. The boiling blood will burn through his veins until his blood dries up and he dies. Accompanied by a series of piercing screams, Li Wei slowly walked towards the little girl. To be precise, she shouldn't be considered a girl, since she's already 13 years old, which means she could, cough cough. Li Wei wasn't focused on that point, rather, he was concerned with her performance just now. This battle was so fierce that even true vampires would be terrified, yet this little girl showed no fear whatsoever. In fact, she remained almost expressionless even upon seeing so many mangled corpses. What's your name? Li Wei walked over and looked at the girl with long, golden hair. Lilith, I've seen you before, Lilith said. Have you seen me before? Li Wei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and immediately remembered that the people who were robbed by those vampires during his last trip to Yesala City were her and her father. Would you be willing to become my maid? Li Wei thought for a moment. Since he felt such a connection with this girl, he might as well keep her by his side. Karina had more than a dozen maids serving her, and as her consort, he should also have maids. Lilith hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at her father beside her. Lilith, quick, agree to this noble lord's request that you serve him well from now on. Lilith's father said, his face full of excitement. As commoners among the vampires, they are at the very bottom of society. Life is not your own, nor is dignity. To become a servant of a noble person is something that any commoner at the bottom of society would absolutely desire. In this way, they can escape their impoverished circumstances and may even have the opportunity to become noble adults in the future. And most importantly, Lilith is about to undergo her first embrace. If this person is the one to give Lilith the first embrace, she will definitely awaken into a vampire with blood. The carriage swayed and lurched away from the town of Puss. Lilith sat in the carriage, watching her father's figure grow smaller and smaller in the distance, looking somewhat lost. This was the first time she had truly left home. The place she went to was an unfamiliar castle, just like when Li Wei first came into this world. A few days later, one after another, carriages bearing the Vanter family crest returned to Vanter Castle, carrying chests of bloodstone, totaling more than 30,000 pieces, which were a significant source of tax revenue for the Vanter family this quarter. Karina and Chris, the old butler who had returned earlier, were already waiting at the door. After all, for such an important matter, the Duke needed to make an appearance. Mr. Li Wei, you're back. As soon as Li Wei got out of the car, he saw the old butler Chris greeting him with a smile, which left Li Wei completely confused. What's wrong? This old ghost wasn't like this before, was he? Although he wouldn't usually make things difficult for Li Wei, he never really smiled at most, he would just put on a polite facade. But now, look at this old face, smiling so broadly it's almost like a blooming chrysanthemum, even the wrinkles are all knitted together. It wasn't just him. Li Wei's gaze fell on Karina beside him. The vampire woman also looked much calmer than before, when she would show disgust in her eyes whenever she saw him. Indeed, Karina's impression of Li Wei has changed quite a bit. After learning that Li Wei had fought a major battle with Marquis Kirak's men over the territory's tax revenue, Karina suddenly realized that this lecherous guy wasn't always so hateful. It should be noted that Marquis Kirak has been arrogant for a long time, and this is not the first or second time he has tried to steal bloodstones. However, the tribal soldiers dared not confront them, fearing retaliation from the Marquis of Kirak. Li Wei, however, surprised everyone by using conventional methods to deliver a resounding slap in the face to Duke Kirik. This made Karina feel very comfortable. It's very comfortable. Even more than that night, by this guy. Karina's face flushed slightly, but the blush faded quickly. She even took a few steps forward, wanting to greet Li Wei first. But to everyone's surprise, the next moment, Li Wei turned around and actually picked up a little girl from the carriage. With her long, golden hair and youthful face, Karina froze in an instant. What is this guy trying to do? Where did they kidnap this little girl from? This is Lilith, she will be my maid from now on, Li Wei said, pointing at Lilith with an air of righteous indignation. This guy. Karina's gaze instantly turned icy, not because Li Wei had brought other women. Damn it, how could I have such a thought? Karina felt like her fangs were about to grow out. She sharpened them with all her might, then turned and rushed up the castle. What's wrong now? Li Wei was stunned by this scene. Was it because today was a strange day? Why did the whole castle exude such an odd atmosphere? But who knew that the next moment, a huge object flew out of the window on the top floor of the castle. With a violent whooshing sound, Li Wei looked up and saw the reflection in his eyes growing larger and larger. That is my double coffin. Holy crap! Li Wei shouted and hurriedly rolled to the side with Lilith in his arms. Who would have thought that while it was raining and snowing, a double coffin would also fall from the sky? Fortunately, the people inside the castle were all quite strong, and they all managed to dodge the impact the moment the double coffin hit the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground trembled, and the bluestone bricks beneath shattered. The innocent double coffin was completely destroyed, falling to pieces right before Li Wei's eyes. You're going through menopause. Li Wei raised his head and roared. He had just witnessed Karina throwing out the double coffin. What? Is that not allowed? Almost as soon as Li Wei finished speaking, Karina appeared in front of him like lightning, in less than 2 seconds. Her face was icy, but it couldn't hide the fury in her eyes. Okay, it's fine if it hits a person, but if it hits the flowers and plants, that's not good. Li Wei took a step back, thinking that this woman was getting a bit cocky, daring to talk to him like that. I'll definitely make her experience my tripled stamina someday. By the way, I have something else to tell you, Karina snorted, then pointed at Lilith. According to the ancestral precepts of the vampire clan, vampires who are not nobles are not entitled to have servants. Now, this little girl is mine. Me. #. Li Wei was extremely frustrated. Women's jealousy was deeper than the Mariana Trench. Chapter 29 The Blood Tribe's Great Sacrifice. After saying that, Karina took Lilith's hand and went straight back to the castle. Clang! The wooden door slammed against the frame, making a loud thud that seemed to jolt Li Wei awake. Li Wei scratched his head with his finger, looked at the coffin fragments scattered on the ground, and suddenly realized something. Did Karina smash her coffin because she felt it was too small? A glint of fantasy flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Karina, herself, and her little maid Lilith, it's at least a 3-person coffin. Yes. Karina definitely thinks so, she's just too embarrassed to say it. Absolutely. Li Wei clapped his hands and then excitedly rushed out of the castle, flying towards Yesala City. He wants to order another coffin for 3 people, a coffin big enough for 3 people to go in and do their business. Inside the courtyard, the old butler Chris stood motionless. After a long while, he shuddered, glanced thoughtfully at the tightly closed castle doors, and then looked up at the sky, murmuring something. The young lady has never been like this before, Your Excellency the Duke. Your spirit in hell can rest assured. According to ancestral teachings, after a vampire dies, their soul will enter hell for purification, which is why Karina's father's spirit exists in hell. In the incredibly luxurious hall, Marquis Kirik, dressed in a long black robe, concealed his entire body in shadow. Lord Kirik, our personal guard squad that we sent to the Vanter family's territory to collect bloodstones has been completely wiped out. Below, the commander of the personal guards knelt on one knee and spoke with a respectful expression. What? Upon hearing this, Marquis Kirik suddenly peeked halfway out of the shadows, his pale face contorted with rage. Who dares to kill my personal guard squad? Who dares to touch a member of the Tsimish family? The commander of the personal guards said calmly. My lord, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. They were intercepted and killed in a town called Puss. According to the tax collection list collected by the Vanzo family at the time, the person in charge of Puss was a man named Li Wei. Li Wei? Damn it! Marquis Kirik was taken aback, then a cruel smile crept onto his lips. I didn't even go to see him myself, yet he actually came to my door. He's asking for trouble. My lord, that Li Wei, was it at Vanter Castle that you, the guard commander, couldn't help but ask? Are you looking for death? Marquis Kirik stared coldly at his subordinate. This incident has become a stain on his life. Anyone who mentions it is doomed. Your subordinate dares not. The commander of the personal guards trembled and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet the eyes of Marquis Kirik. Marquis Kirik snorted coldly, then suddenly waved his hand. Go, tell Count Karen, and several other lords, that after the clan festival, I intend to join forces with them to force Duke Karina to hand over 2/3 of her territory, and that damned fellow too. I'm going to torture him to death. A fierce howl echoed throughout the castle. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the Vanter Castle, on the second basement floor, stood a dilapidated single coffin against the wall. Ah-oh! The old, single coffin suddenly shook violently, followed by a mumbling sound coming from inside. That's strange, which bastard is cursing me behind my back? A moment later, a loud snoring sound came from the coffin, and the entire castle seemed to tremble with the sound. The Vampire Grand Ceremony is a grand event held once every 100 years by the vampires, and it is also the only grand event in the entire vampire clan. Each noble will first pay homage to their own ancestors, and then immediately travel to the Holy Land to join Prince Farid, the only remaining vampire in the clan, in paying homage to the ancestors of the entire vampire clan. Such a solemn occasion naturally could not be taken lightly. Li Wei was dragged out of the coffin early in the morning, stuffed into a carriage, and made to travel along a swaying road to the ancestral land of the Vanjua family, a mountain of heroes filled with huge stone statues. Butler Chris, who do you think are the people carved on these stone statues? Li Wei opened the carriage window and looked at the stone statue on the mountain peak outside, saying, These are the ancestors of the Vanter family, and their graves are all buried here, said the old butler Chris with a proud expression. The Vanjo family, one of the 13 clans of the vampire race, has existed since the birth of the vampire race, and its unparalleled glory has been witnessed for hundreds of thousands of years. Holy crap, there are so many! Li Wei was incredibly surprised. There seemed to be at least 100 stone statues on this mountain, and he had heard that the weakest of them were vampires at the prince level. With so many ancestors protecting them, how come it's only in Karina's generation that she's become a duke? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter something. The old butler next to him heard this and his facial muscles twitched. He was extremely frustrated. How can this kid have such a bizarre thought process? Does he think becoming a vampire duke is a simple matter? After a morning of intense preparations, the vampire grand sacrifice finally began. Hundreds of descendants of the Vanter family knelt before Mount Heroes, and Karina, as the current patriarch of the Vanter family, naturally knelt at the very front. Dressed in a magnificent purple robe, Karina's face was pale, her noble head slightly lowered, her gaze fixed on the colossal stone statues atop Mount Heroes. Her father is not here, because his body has not yet been found and cannot be buried in the Hill of Heroes. Proud spirits of the Vanter family. Just then, a desolate and mournful voice suddenly rang out, and everyone present was startled. The ceremony had begun. The ethereal voice continued to drift on. You followed the first blood ancestor in conquering the world. You have traversed mountains of knives and seas of blood, making unparalleled contributions to the vampire clan. You will enjoy boundless glory, and you will receive eternal respect from posterity. Proud spirits of the Vanter family, today, your descendants will pay tribute to you with blood and death. The desolate and mournful voice faded away, and then squads of tribal soldiers clad in blood-red armor stepped forward, escorting hundreds of terrified humans to kneel before the massive altar at the foot of Holy Spirit Mountain. Blood! That desolate voice rang out once more. The next moment, all the tribal soldiers drew their short swords and simultaneously slit the throats of hundreds of humans. Glug glug! Immediately, a large amount of scarlet blood gushed out from the severed throat. These humans were captured south of the Kilo Mountains. Before the ritual began, their hands and feet were sealed, so they could only watch their blood drain away rapidly, unable to struggle or even cry out. Die! That desolate and mournful voice rang out once more. Chapter 30. In front of hundreds of clansmen, he absorbed the essence of their ancestor. Instantly, the hearts of hundreds of humans were shattered by the broken sword, and they knelt forever before the altar. Buzz! However, just as the altar was completely stained red with blood, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. Then, as if the altar was heating up, it evaporated all the blood into wisps of blood mist, which rushed towards the towering stone statues on Mount Heroes. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The stone statues that had absorbed the blood mist seemed to come alive, suddenly turning blood red. The surrounding blood mist churned violently, and then, scarlet shadows materialized from the stone statues. Oh my god! That's the first patriarch of the Vandro family, Vandro Kozlo. And there's the fifth patriarch, Vandro Sherlo. The 10th and 13th generation patriarchs are all experts at the Blood Emperor level or above. Are these their remnants of soul? How could they suddenly appear? This strange phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even if the ceremony was held only once every 100 years, there have likely been over 1,000 ceremonies by now. But never before have the remnants of these ancestors' souls ever coalesced. Could it be that something unexpected happened this time? Karina frowned deeply. As the current patriarch of the Vandro family, she didn't know exactly what had happened. But this has happened several times before, even though she has presided over the memorial service. Could it be that this time is different from the previous ones? The next moment, Karina turned her head sharply, her gaze falling on Li Wei, who was examining Lilith's body behind her. This kid has caused quite a few strange things ever since he arrived at Vanter Castle. Today, the remnant souls of all the ancestors suddenly appeared. Could it be related to this kid? Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. Li Wei was also completely bewildered by her stare and hurriedly took his hand off Lilith's shoulder. Li Wei, the remnant soul of my ancestors suddenly condensed, is that your doing? Karina asked coldly. Your ancestors? A bunch of old ghosts, I'd never mess with them, let alone anyone else. Li Wei pursed his lips and said with an innocent look, even feeling a little unlucky. What does your family's ancestral worship have to do with me? Now that our ancestors have run into trouble, you're blaming it on your father? They even said I messed with them. No way. Absolutely not. Li Wei shook his head inwardly, thinking that if this female vampire insisted on blaming him for the problems that had occurred to her ancestors, he would have to turn against her today no matter what. However, to everyone's surprise, the suddenly formed remnant souls of the ancestors seemed to be attracted by something, and a full 100 remnant souls rushed towards the crowd. Ah! Grandpa! I am your great-great-great-great-great-grandson. Please don't harm us. Immediately, the descendants of the Vanter family began to howl, trembling with fear, terrified to death. Who wouldn't tremble in their heart? They came here to pay respects to their ancestors as a matter of routine, but who would have thought that these ancestors, who have been dead for at least tens of thousands of years, are still not quite dead? It's one thing if you're not completely dead, but to suddenly appear like this is just scaring these future generations. It's like making offerings on a grave, and suddenly the grave explodes, the coffin lid flies off, and the deceased ancestors jump out, saying they want to go home with you. Anyone would be terrified in that situation. However, at that moment, a series of howling sounds came from among those remnant souls. Caw caw caw. After being immersed for hundreds of thousands of years, I have finally encountered a blood god's body. Ha ha ha. This body is mine, and no one can take it from me. Damn it, Vandro Sherlo, you're my great-great-grandson, how dare you try to steal from me? I'm sorry, ancestor, even the old ancestor Cain wanted to cultivate the blood god body back then. Whoever gets it now can be resurrected on the spot. The remnant souls of these ancestors of the Vancho family erupted in a quarrel, but of course, those on the ground couldn't hear their conversation at all. However, apart from a few people. After hundreds of remnant ancestral souls flew above their heads, Li Wei, Karina, and the old butler Chris all raised their heads in unison. The body of the blood god? What is that? A hint of doubt flashed in Karina's eyes. She had just heard clearly that these remnant souls of her ancestors seemed to be fighting over a body. But after looking around, she realized that she was the strongest person there. Could it be that these ancestors wanted to fight over her body? Chris, the old butler standing nearby, shuddered upon hearing the voices of the remnants of the ancestors, a thoughtful look flashing in his aged eyes. The blood god's body. Legend has it that it can shake the body of a god. But isn't that just a legend? How could it appear here? Li Wei, however, remained completely indifferent. Forget about the blood god's body, it's none of my business. Even if Karina wants to get angry, she shouldn't take it out on me. But this blood god body thing seems familiar. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Li Wei muttered something under his breath, his face full of confusion. But who knew that the next moment, right after Li Wei had this idea in his mind, hundreds of ancestral remnant souls in the sky seemed to have conspired beforehand. One of them suddenly emerged, transforming into a blood-red shadow, and charged fiercely toward Li Wei on the ground. Holy crap! What are you doing? Li Wei was terrified. Could these remnant souls of his ancestors really be coming for him? However, this remnant soul of the ancestor was too fast, giving Li Wei no time to react, and rushed into Li Wei's head in an instant. Buzz! The next moment, Li Wei shuddered. In his mind, the blood-red figure grinned maliciously. He. This is the blood god's body, indeed powerful. From now on, it belongs to me. Damn it, you old ghost, you want to possess me? Li Wei immediately realized that these remnant souls were talking about him. Heh, kid, I advise you not to resist, or I'll make your soul suffer endless pain, the blood shadow roared at Li Wei's soul. Ding! System detection, an unknown soul has entered the host's mind. Do you wish to activate the blood refining manual to absorb and decompose it? Just then, a crisp sound rang out. Who goes there? The remnant soul of the ancestor was startled and immediately looked around. Apart from the soul of the boy in front of him, there was nothing unusual. Heh, you old ghost think you can possess me? Upon hearing that the blood refining manual could deal with this old ghost, Li Wei couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. It turns out that this old ghost barging into his mind was like an old man hanging himself, courting death. Brat, even though I've been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, my powerful soul has been preserved. Dealing with your soul, which is only at the Baron level, is still a piece of cake. The remnant soul of the ancestor snorted coldly, then transformed into a blood mist and pounced fiercely towards Li Wei's soul. Blood refining manual, absorb and decompose it. Facing the ferocious remnant soul rushing towards him, Li Wei did not hesitate and immediately activated the blood refining manual. Buzzing. The next moment, as the blood refining manual was fully activated, a large amount of spiritual energy condensed into blood dragons, which surrounded the remnant soul of the ancestor from all directions. Ah! What's this? What kind of power is this? It can actually condense spiritual energy into a tangible form. The remnant soul of that ancestor was immediately terrified. It materialized its spiritual power, something only the ancestor Cain could do. No! This kid is too strange, we have to run. The remnant soul of the ancestor let out a low shout and hurriedly tried to rush out of Li Wei's mind. But at this moment, hundreds of spiritual blood dragons had completely surrounded him, and they were baring their sharp teeth. Old ghost, once you're in, you're not getting out. Li Wei sneered and manipulated all his mental energy to rush forward. Click, click, click. With a series of chilling tearing sounds, the remnant soul of this ancestor was bitten into a tattered sack. Ah! No! A pitiful howl echoed throughout Li Wei's mind. In less than 3 seconds, this powerful remnant soul of his ancestor was completely torn to pieces. Ding! Host has devoured a Blood Emperor Realm Remnant Soul X1, evolution points plus 100. Meanwhile, outside, Karina, the old butler, and hundreds of descendants of the Vancho family all stared blankly at Li Wei in the center. What did they just see? A remnant of an ancestor's soul suddenly rushed into the boy's body, and then, in less than a breath, the ancestor's remnant soul completely vanished? I can't feel a thing at all. Oh my god, ancestor, could it be that he devoured it? Karina felt a trace of soul waste gas being expelled from Li Wei's body, and her heart skipped a beat. However, at this moment, the group of remnant souls of the ancestors in the sky suddenly became agitated, and then another remnant soul roared and rushed towards Li Wei. Ancestor! Karina couldn't help but call out a reminder, but the remnant soul of the ancestor completely ignored her, as if afraid that other remnant souls would beat it to it, and rushed into Li Wei's head in a rush. It's over. Seeing this, Karina's heart sank. Will all the heroic spirits that my family has been commemorating for hundreds of thousands of years be wiped out today? However, when the remnant soul of the ancestor entered Li Wei's mind and saw the surrounding situation, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Holy crap! What the hell is all this crap? All around him were crimson spiritual dragons, their insatiable eyes staring greedily at the remnant soul of their ancestor. I'm sorry. I entered the wrong mind, I'll leave now. The remnant soul of the ancestor trembled, gave an embarrassed smile, and hurriedly tried to escape. However, these spiritual blood dragons didn't give him the chance at all, and swarmed forward. It was accompanied by a scream and a tearing sound. A moment later. Put. Another wisp of stale soul energy was expelled from Li Wei's body, and the surrounding people stared blankly once again. Another ancestor's soul has vanished. Chapter 31. The descendants of the Vanter family collapsed. Just like farting, the discarded soul energy was expelled by Li Wei lifting his buttocks. Those around were stunned. Where did this kid come from? In less than half a minute, he had actually destroyed the remnant souls of 2 ancestors. Wrong. The next moment, all the descendants of the Vancho family realized what was happening. He destroyed the very souls of his own ancestors. At that moment, Li Wei also opened his eyes as if sensing something. But when he looked around, he saw that all the descendants of the Vancho family were staring at him angrily. Oops. Li Wei's heart sank immediately. What should we do? On the day when people were commemorating their ancestors, in front of hundreds of their descendants, he destroyed the souls of 2 of their ancestors in succession. It would have been fine if there weren't so many people here. But unfortunately, almost the entire Vancho family is here. That's incredibly arrogant. Everyone, listen to me. Li Wei trembled slightly, and hurriedly tried to explain. He had no choice but to do this no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight hundreds of people alone. Furthermore, these descendants of the Vancho family were practically spitting out sparks with their eyes. If Li Wei didn't explain properly, these hundreds of people would take turns sucking him dry. Stop explaining. This brat destroyed our ancestor's soul. And my great-great-great-grandfather. Kill him. To appease our ancestors. Immediately, a series of angry roars rang out. The descendants of the Vanjua family gritted their teeth, their eyes wide with rage, wishing they could tear Li Wei to pieces. However, at that moment. Whoosh! In the sky, another remnant soul swooped down towards Li Wei. Hey, look, this is all your ancestors' own doing, so don't blame me. Li Wei hurriedly pointed at the approaching remnant soul of the Vanjua family ancestor and shouted. Bullshit! It was clearly you who used some method to attract the soul of my ancestor. Ancestor, don't go over there. That kid is strange. Retreat immediately. Suddenly, a furious shout interrupted Li Wei's words, but their ancestral souls had already been attracted by Li Wei's blood god body and were completely unable to extricate themselves. They did not listen to their words at all and disappeared into Li Wei's forehead in an instant. Ah! A pitiful howl emanated from Li Wei's mind. The next moment, Li Wei twitched, then lifted his buttocks, expelling a wisp of remnant soul energy. The souls of 3 ancestors? 3 already. The descendants of the Vanter family were spitting fire. What could be more unacceptable to them than this? It upholds the glory of the Vancho family for hundreds of thousands of years. Ancestors who died fighting for the vampires. Their pitiful remnant souls were actually sucked away by this kid. Finally, incredibly, it even came out of that filthy place. This is simply enough to drive hundreds of descendants of the Vanter family to despair. Li Wei shuddered, quickly opened his eyes, and said with a helpless expression. Look, your ancestors willingly let me absorb their essence. I was just passive. Kill him. Drain his blood. At this point, the hundreds of descendants of the Vantrot family could no longer restrain themselves. One by one, they transformed into vampire forms and pounced on Li Wei. But then. Whoosh whoosh. Another series of whooshing sounds rang out. It turned out that the ancestral souls in the sky were getting impatient and rushed towards Li Wei together. The immense force of the display instantly intimidated the descendants of the Vanter family. In fact, these remnant souls, apart from possessing a powerful destructive force against spirits, have no other abilities of their own. But these are all the souls of their ancestors. The descendants of the Vancho family would never dare to be presumptuous in front of their ancestor's spirit, let alone dare to break through the spirit. Wah! Ancestor! Please don't go into that brat's head. Your soul is a being of supreme glory, how could it be absorbed by him? No! Ancestor! The descendants of the Vancho family stood there, wailing helplessly, but could only watch as the remnants of their ancestor's soul rushed into Li Wei's head, one after another. Then came a scream. At this moment, Li Wei's mind was like a pot exploding. The souls of dozens of vampire powerhouses rushed in, almost bursting Li Wei's head. Caw caw caw. I can feel it, this kid has a powerful physique. As long as we destroy his soul, this body of the blood god will be ours. Dozens of remnant souls of the Vancho family ancestors burst into sinister laughter, but just then. You old ghosts, with your meager abilities you think you can take over my body? Keep dreaming. A mocking voice rang out, and the group of remnant souls turned their heads in surprise. They saw a soul that was almost solidified in the sky above the boundless sea of souls. How can this kid's soul be so strange? His soul still contains a vast amount of blood energy. Never seen it before, except for the progenitor Cain. The remnant souls gasped in surprise, while Li Wei on the opposite side wore a cold smile. Having absorbed 3 powerful remnant souls in succession, his mental strength has increased to a full 500 points. How could such powerful mental strength remain unchanged? The most direct manifestation of strong mental power is the soul. Brat, hand over your body. Kill him first. Then decide who gets this blood god's body. Immediately, the remnant souls stopped fighting and rushed towards Li Wei. I didn't want this to happen, but you forced me to. Li Wei gritted his teeth and activated the blood refining manual with all his might. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. One after another, blood dragons of spiritual energy roared out from the boundless sea of divine souls, directly surrounding the remnant souls of the dozen or so vampire powerhouses who were charging at the forefront, and then tearing them apart with their sharp teeth. Ah! What is this? What is this? Why can his spiritual power solidify into a tangible form? Ah, don't bite me, don't bite me. Instantly, the dozen or so old ghost remnants were bitten to pieces, and some even had their heads swallowed whole by the spiritual blood dragon. How could his soul be so powerful? The remaining remnant souls were stunned for a moment, and then their entire souls trembled. No wonder those remnant souls that came in earlier didn't move. It turns out they were torn apart by this kid. Resistance is useless. From the moment you entered, you were destined to be drained dry by me. Li Wei sneered, and hundreds of blood dragons surged forth from the sky. Chapter 32, Hundreds of ancestors chose Li Wei. Ah! Help! No, no! Sizzle, sizzle! Suddenly, a shrill scream accompanied by a tearing sound, and hundreds of spiritual blood dragons pounced on the remnant souls like a pack of wolves charging into a flock of sheep. They could never have imagined that Li Wei's mind contained such a terrifying thing. Outside world. After the remnants of those ancestral souls entered Li Wei's mind, the descendants of the Vanjua family couldn't help but move closer. I can't wait for this brat to destroy my ancestors' spirits, I'll kill him now. A descendant of the Vancho family gritted his teeth, then revealed his sharp fingernails, aiming them at Li Wei's crown chakra, ready to stab him. However, at this moment... Ah! No! Don't bite my crotch! A shrill scream suddenly came from Li Wei's skull, and a remnant soul of an ancestor rushed out instantly, as ferocious as a demon. Ancestors! Ancestor! Immediately, the eager descendants of the Vancho family hurriedly knelt down, but this remnant soul of their ancestor had only broken out of half of Li Wei's mind. His legs felt as if they were being bound by something terrifying, slowly dragging him back into Li Wei's mind. No! Help me! Help me! The remnant soul of the ancestor let out a miserable howl, and everyone who heard the sound was shocked, a chill spreading through their hearts. By the progenitor Cain, what terrifying thing exists in this kid's mind? Even the remnant souls of hundreds of ancestors are about to be devoured. That's terrifying. No! With a roar of resentment, the half-extracted remnant soul was finally pulled back. A moment later. Ding! You have absorbed 113 remnant souls, increasing your mental strength by 300 points. The system's voice resounded in his mind. Above the endless sea of souls, Li Wei's soul turned blood red and trembled violently. Comfortable. Cool. Li Wei couldn't help but shout loudly. At this moment, Li Wei felt that his soul had been completely sublimated. The moment Li Wei opened his eyes, a sense of crisis instantly filled his heart. Centered around Li Wei, hundreds of descendants of the Vanjua family surrounded him, their gazes filled with hostility and hatred as they stared at him. It was as if Li Wei had killed their ancestors for 18 generations. Okay, Li Wei did indeed annihilate the souls of their ancestors, and not just 18 generations, but at least 118 generations. This is completely inexplicable. Li Wei's heart sank to the bottom. He had originally thought that merely absorbing the souls of 2 ancestors could be somewhat explained away. But now, all the ancestors standing on the entire Vancho family's Heroes Mountain have been absorbed by him. What was supposed to be a memorial service to commemorate their ancestors has now become a place where they have nowhere to even perform their rituals. At this moment, Li Wei wanted to shout, "Your ancestors practically offered themselves up for me to suck." Unfortunately, they wouldn't listen to Li Wei's explanation at all. Just as the eerie atmosphere grew increasingly intense, and a battle of 100 men against one man was about to erupt, a faint, eerie voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't that Li Wei eliminated hundreds of ancestors, but rather that hundreds of ancestors chose Li Wei. What? Upon hearing this, the descendants of the Vanter family were all stunned, staring incredulously at the speaker, the current head of the Vanter family, Duke Karina. "Honey, you're the best to me." Li Wei was deeply moved. He never expected that Karina would stand up for him at such a crucial moment. To everyone's surprise, after Karina finished speaking, she glared fiercely at Li Wei. "What does this mean?" Li Wei was a little confused after receiving the signal. At this moment, Karina felt an intense urge to strangle this despicable man to death. If it weren't for the instructions of those two vampire elders, she wouldn't have been willing to protect this wretched boy. There is absolutely no other reason, absolutely none. I just wanted to show this guy the world. Who would have thought that he would cause me such a big mess? Although he had never seen the ancestors on this Holy Spirit mountain, they were, after all, the ancestors of the Vanter family. Everyone, our 100 ancestors have been immersed in the Spirit Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, their remnant souls have suddenly coalesced, which means they have chosen this young man. He will lead the Vancho family to glory again. Karina pointed at Li Wei and said emphatically. "But, Patriarch, this boy isn't a member of our Vancho family." A descendant of the Vanjua family immediately said, "Even if hundreds of ancestors wanted to choose one person to revitalize the family, they wouldn't choose an outsider, would they? Who says otherwise?" Karina's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she said with a hint of helplessness. "He completed his first embrace using my lifeblood." This. Upon hearing this, hundreds of descendants of the Vancho family were utterly shocked. They didn't even dare to doubt Karina's words, because no one would joke about something like this. A powerful vampire duke personally used his own blood essence to give someone the embrace, something that has only happened a handful of times in the entire history of vampires. Strictly speaking, once the embrace is complete, the recipient is considered a member of the embrace's race. Li Wei scratched his head, puzzled. Something was wrong. His becoming a vampire was entirely caused by the system. Karina's life essence was just something he used to absorb. With Karina's explanation, even if the descendants of the Vanter family had doubts, they had no choice but to believe her. After all, there are ancestral rules among vampires that forbid harming their own kind. Little did they know that the remnant souls of their ancestors would be completely taken over by Li Wei, a vampire with no blood relation to them. Upon returning to Vanter Castle, Li Wei immediately began cultivating. Having devoured the remnant souls of so many ancestors of the Vancho family, it not only enhanced his spiritual power but also his understanding of the realm. After all, those were powerful vampires from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The power they possessed was worlds apart from that of Li Wei now. Furthermore, the changes in his body also became a reason why Li Wei had to cultivate at this moment. Although Li Wei didn't know what the blood god's body meant, judging from the frenzied behavior of those remnant souls, he could conclude that his body was completely different from before. This breakthrough is not about accumulating energy, but about adjusting mental and physical strength to a balanced state in order to break through to a higher realm. Blood surged wildly through his body, and mental energy churned uncontrollably in his mind. 3 days later, in the coffin on the second basement floor of the castle, Li Wei finally felt that his body had reached its optimal state. Chapter 33 Bloodline Suppression. The blood in my body is burning wildly. His spiritual power and bloodline surged like a beating heart, each burst impacting Li Wei's mind. At this moment, it is not simply a matter of improving one's realm, but rather that both one's realm and bloodline will be improved simultaneously. The energy within Li Wei's body had been suppressed for a long time. From the very beginning, after absorbing the primordial blood energy of Cain, the progenitor of the vampires, Li Wei's body had already acquired the aura of a blood god. Even with just a trace of aura, the remnant souls of those powerful vampires swarmed to it. However, despite his powerful physique, Li Wei did not choose to break through immediately, but instead cultivated for a period of time. Li Wei knew that breaking through too quickly would lead to instability in his cultivation level. Only through continuous cultivation, refinement, and balancing of the various forces within the body can one achieve the strength Li Wei desires during a breakthrough. Meanwhile, outside the vampire castle, a large number of vampire warriors quietly gathered. There were more than 2,000 of them, all of them with their wings spread and fangs bared, ready to attack at any moment. Furthermore, these vampire warriors are not ordinary family soldiers, but the personal guards of nobles, making them even more powerful. Beneath the thick branches of the same large banyan tree, several powerful vampires hung upside down like bats. Heh, Marquis Kirik, this time we've gathered the strength of 3 marquises and 6 earls, we're sure we can force Karina to hand over her family's territory. A strange laugh rang out, and one of the vampire powerhouses grinned with a twisted expression. 2,000 personal guards, while Vanter Castle only has 500 personal guards, so there is naturally no problem. Marquis Kirik sneered, his face full of confidence. What I just mentioned is merely the power at the bottom level. The real contest is between his and Karina's strength. Karina is only a first-class duke, while he is a second-class duke. The difference in strength is a whole level. Count Karen, do you have anything to say? Marquis Kirik's gaze shifted, landing on Count Karen, who was also hanging upside down beside him. This unfortunate vampire count, after his last visit to Vanter Castle, had his fangs broken and wings snapped off by Li Wei with bricks. However, in just over a month, he somehow managed to repair both his broken teeth and wings. Now it seems that his 2 newly grown fangs are quite sturdy. Lord Kirik, I am willing to exchange 10 towns for ownership of that despicable fellow. Count Cullen said with a cold expression. Marquis Kirik nodded slightly. Although he also hated Li Wei, 10 small towns meant thousands of blood marrow stones in tax revenue. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, a huge rock, 4 or 5 meters long and wide, fell from the sky and crashed into the courtyard of Vanter Castle. The violent tremor caused the entire ground to shake, and Karina's ghostly figure quickly appeared by the window on the 3rd floor of the castle. When Karina saw the huge rock in the courtyard and the figure rushing towards the castle, her expression changed drastically. She had a premonition that Marquis Kirik would target the Vanter family, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, Marquis Kirik had joined forces with several other powerful vampires. This is an attempt to start a major war with the Vanter family. A cold glint flashed in Karina's alluring eyes. Her previous concessions were merely to prevent her family's newly accumulated strength from being undermined, not out of fear of them. You must know that the honor of the Vanter family must not be tarnished. Who goes there? How dare they attack Vanter Castle? A series of angry shouts rang out, and the 500 guards of the Vanter family quickly assembled in the courtyard, protecting the entire castle. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed in the sky, followed by an immense bloodline pressure that instantly enveloped the entire Vanter Castle. Under this powerful aura, many guards felt as if the blood in their bodies was flowing slowly, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Some of the weaker ones even had their fangs and wings forced back. Blood vessel compression. At least 4 generations of bloodline. For a moment, even Karina on the 3rd floor of the castle was slightly surprised after sensing that powerful bloodline force. Among vampires, strength and realm are one aspect, and bloodline level is another. A vampire with a truly high-level bloodline, even without any strength, is enough to crush a vampire with a low-level bloodline. But aren't only 2 elders in the entire Hogmun territory capable of possessing the 4th-generation bloodline? While Karina was shocked, she immediately released her bloodline pressure. An invisible energy was released in an instant, instantly dispelling the aura that enveloped the entire castle. Immediately, the guards on the ground all breathed a long sigh of relief, and couldn't help but look at the 3rd floor of the castle with awe, at the divine figure surrounded by endless blood energy. Duke Karina, the most powerful person in the entire Vanter family, makes Vanter Castle impregnable. Humph. Duke Kirik, now that you're here, don't hide in the shadows like a coward. Karina snorted coldly, her icy voice echoing throughout the entire castle. Caw caw caw. Duke Karina, I didn't expect your strength to have improved so much. A dry, grating laugh suddenly rang out, and Kirik, dressed in a long black robe, leaped into the air from the banyan forest. 2 purple patterns were spread on each of the pair of huge vampire wings, making it look like a giant bat. In the blink of an eye, it flew over the castle. Hee, Karina, I'm not the only one here today. Marquis Kirik let out a strange laugh, then suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a series of powerful vampires exuding a strong and terrifying aura rushed over. All the vampire nobles around Karina's territory had arrived. You've all come, do you want to have tea at my castle? Karina's expression turned cold, and the vampire wings on her back immediately unfurled. Of course not. Several nobles around me and I all feel that your Vanter family has long since declined and should not occupy such a large territory. Therefore, we have come together today to reclaim our territory. It's only natural? Plundering by force. Upon hearing this, everyone inside the Vanter castle below changed their expressions. They even felt humiliated. For nobles, territory was not only a source of income, but also a symbol of honor. The entire territory of the Vanter family was won by the ancestors of the Vanter family who shed their blood and sacrificed their lives. Chapter 34: The Scented Coffin. Now, these bandits want to seize the territory of the Vanter family. Can you agree to that? Of course I won't agree. Although the territory of the Vanter family is vast, not a single inch of it is useless. If you attempt to seize my territory and trample on the family's honor, you will encounter unwavering resistance. Karina's alluring eyes reddened slightly, and as she spoke, her fingernails grew rapidly. Like razors, they reflect a sharp light. The Vanter family will never relinquish any territory. Just then, someone on the ground roared, and then the entire Vanter castle echoed with a series of howling sounds. Never relinquish any territory. Never relinquish any territory. Even the servants, armed with weapons, surged out from all directions. Vampires are completely different from other races. They can be described as barbaric, needing to drink the blood of living beings to cultivate themselves, yet they also have various hierarchical systems. These servants and guards, though not descendants of the Ventura family, have, since entering the castle, become deeply associated with the Ventura family, as have their descendants. If Vanter Castle were to fall today, these servants, even if they didn't die, would become slaves and refugees, their most basic dignity utterly destroyed. Ha! What's that sound? Inside the castle, Li Wei adjusted his body to its optimal state in preparation for a breakthrough, when he suddenly heard a chaotic roar outside, which directly interrupted the breakthrough aura he had just found. It's like being near the summit but suddenly stopping the charge with a shudder. Everything seems utterly tasteless. Damn it, why are you barking like that? Did a dog chase you? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter something, but the next moment, his expression froze. Wait a minute, what were those people yelling about not giving up any territory? Could it be? Li Wei's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that those vampire powerhouses had come to coerce Karina again? Ding! A new mission is being generated. 3, 2, beep. Ding! A random mission has been generated. Vanter Castle is under a powerful threat. Please resolve the crisis. If the mission is successful, the host will receive system rewards and increase Karina's favorability towards the host. If the mission fails, the host will be annihilated by a powerful enemy. The next moment, the system's voice rang in Li Wei's mind. It's those same guys again, just as I expected. Li Wei was so angry his teeth itched. These bat demons, why did they have to come when he was about to break through? I wonder if being interrupted at such a crucial moment could lead to lifelong impotence. Boom! The next moment, the thick coffin lid was lifted into the air, and Li Wei's body was pulled up as if by a rope, and he shot straight out of the coffin. Crack! Crack! Li Wei twisted his neck, which had become stiff from cultivating for too long, and glanced at the coffin on the ground. A sinister smile appeared on Li Wei's lips. It's good to get out and move around a bit after a long period of cultivation. Outside the castle, the roaring sound reached the ears of Marquis Kirak, whose expression changed slightly, then slowly turned ferocious. Quite imposing, but... Marquis Kirak's pupils suddenly contracted, for he saw a familiar figure emerge from the castle gate. On his shoulder was a dilapidated coffin. What are they trying to do? Is this a vampire fashion show? The idea flashed through Marquis Kirak's mind, but the next moment, the familiar figure grinned at him with a sinister smile, and then, with a sudden burst of force, hurled the coffin at him. Whoosh! The power of the vampires is extremely strong, and Li Wei, having absorbed the primordial blood energy, possesses the aura of a blood god. Coupled with the triple amplification from the amplification ring, he not only has greater endurance but also even stronger explosive power. The dilapidated coffin, like a falling meteorite, rushed towards him with lightning speed. Marquis Kirak had no time to react at all and was stuffed into the coffin without warning. Most importantly, he never expected that Li Wei would throw a coffin at him. This kind of attack was something the entire vampire clan had never heard of before. Vomit. Damn, that's disgusting. What's that smell? What did I step on? It stinks. Suddenly, a scream of ecstasy and agony came from the coffin, and the smell inside made Marquis Kirak's eyes almost unable to open. I cultivated in this coffin for a whole week, eating, drinking, and relieving myself all inside. How could it not smell? Upon hearing Marquis Kirek's scream, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Li Wei's face. In fact, other vampires who cultivate in their coffins do not experience this situation, but Li Wei is completely different from them. After all, they were once human. Even if they were cultivating, they still needed to eat 3 meals a day. But the coffin only has so much space. Whatever they ate, they had to expel. Therefore, this smelly coffin became the Marquis of Kirek's eternal nightmare. No! A desperate scream of despair emanated from the coffin lid, followed by a violent jolt as the coffin exploded into splinters. You wretched brat, how dare you humiliate a noble marquis like this? Kirek's face was contorted with rage, and his robes were stained with filth. Anger could not describe his feelings at this moment, only killing was possible. Kill them! The next moment, with the order of Marquis Kirek, more than 2,000 vampires flapped their wings and rushed towards Vanter Castle, while the 3 marquises and 6 earls in the sky quickly approached Karina. Karina, just surrender obediently and hand over 2/3 of your family territory, as well as that wretched brat. We can guarantee that no one in your castle will be injured. Marquis Kirek roared and reached out his claws to grab Karina's wings. He knew that with Karina around, there was no way he could catch that wretched boy. Don't even think about it. Karina glanced at Li Wei with a complicated expression, then her speed increased instantly. After dodging the claw, she rushed straight towards one of the counts. Daughter-in-law. Li Wei was deeply moved. He never expected that Karina would be willing to offend so many powerful vampires for his sake. Actually, Karina just didn't want to hand over the family territory. Click. The count never expected Karina to attack him suddenly. He didn't have time to react before Karina slashed off one of his wings with a single claw. Ah! The unfortunate vampire count screamed and his body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 35 Familiar Feel, Familiar Characters. Well done, wife. You've clipped the wings of all those old devils. Just then, a cheer and applause suddenly rang out. The entire castle fell silent, and all the vampires couldn't help but turn to stare at Li Wei. Where on earth did this kid come from? Can't you show them some respect? This is a fucking battle. They even clapped and cheered? Even Karina, who had just finished her attack in the sky, almost fell off the plane upon hearing the sound, glaring fiercely at Li Wei. Although she couldn't understand what the boy had just said, even a fool could tell that it was a vulgar term like spouse. What are you looking at me for? Go ahead and hit me. Li Wei hadn't expected his words to elicit such a huge reaction, but fortunately, he was already used to being the center of attention. One hand was leaning against the doorframe, and the other leg was touching the ground with the toes, trembling slightly. Come on. Go ahead and fight. Damn it, whoever doesn't fight is a coward. A moment later, a commotion erupted from inside Vanter Castle, as if Li Wei's interruption had made it impossible for them to continue their previous passion. At this moment, the vampires were all entangled together, arguing heatedly, but none of them dared to make the first move. Don't be so arrogant, brat. I'm going to kill you. Just then, an extremely angry voice suddenly rang out. Li Wei subconsciously turned his head and saw an old vampire with a pale face flapping its wings and gritting its teeth as it pounced on him in the air. Ah! Oh, it was you. A glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes, and he immediately recognized the vampire. Isn't he the old ghost whose fangs I smashed and wings I broke last time? I didn't expect it to grow so fast. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Earl Karen's wings. There isn't a single patch. His recovery is quite good. When Li Wei stared at him like that, Count Karen's pale face immediately flushed red, as if he had thought of something shameful. His fangs instantly pierced through his dry lips. Boy! You schemed against me last time, and today I'm going to get my revenge, with interest. Die! Count Karen roared madly, but just as he opened his mouth. Swoosh! A drop of scarlet blood suddenly shot out from Li Wei's finger and landed precisely in Count Karen's mouth. Glug! Boy, what did you feed me? Count Karen's figure suddenly stopped in mid-air, staring blankly at Li Wei. It's nothing, just a drop of blood that can make you feel like you're in heaven. Li Wei, bored, held up 3 fingers and dropped them one by one. 3, 2, 1. Oh! With a mournful cry, the next moment, Count Cullen's body plummeted from the sky like a sparrow struck by a slingshot. His wings completely enveloped his body, and he trembled incessantly, smashing the ground into a deep crater shaped like the Chinese character big. It's so hot. Flames are erupting from my veins. No, it's too hot. It's even more painful than last time. Immediately, Count Cullen's pitiful wails echoed throughout the entire castle. You have to understand, last time Li Wei only applied the boiling blood to his skin, but this time, it was shot directly into his mouth. How could the absorption speed and the power they endure be the same? However, just as Count Cullen was writhing in excruciating pain, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw that familiar figure, holding an even more familiar brick, running joyfully towards him. No! Don't smash my teeth! Bang! With a loud crash, a solid half-brick slammed into Earl Cullen's throat, silencing his words. Familiar feel, familiar characters. A look of reminiscence flashed in Li Wei's eyes, and then he turned his head and looked down again. Bang! Another muffled thud. Li Wei had a feeling that he would need to use this brick again after the last time he used it, but he didn't expect it to be used so soon. Bang bang bang! Ah! No, please! Immediately afterwards, a series of rhythmic, dull knocking sounds rang out from within the vast castle. And there were the cries of Earl Cullen, a mixture of reluctance and pleasure amidst his anguish. At this moment, even the Marquis Kirik in the sky couldn't help but tremble along with Li Wei's rhythm. That kid is truly damn hateful. You guys stop Karina. I'll deal with this wretched brat. Marquis Kirik roared, and then his figure flashed, appearing behind Li Wei in the blink of an eye. There's a famous saying among vampires, when a vampire is focused on something, you'd better not approach him from behind, because you might accidentally hurt him. Just like now. Li Wei was completely unaware of what was happening behind him. He was still focused on using the half of the fong in his hand to strike Earl Karen's fangs, but Marquis Kirik behind him had already quietly approached. Looking at Li Wei's alluring neck, Marquis Kirik couldn't help but salivate. Sucking blood is an incredibly satisfying thing, and sucking the blood of your enemy is an absolutely amazing thing. By the progenitor Cain, I will drain you dry, bit by bit, including all the fluids in your body. Marquis Kirik grinned menacingly, and without any hesitation, he immediately approached Li Wei from behind. However, just as his fangs were about to bite into the unsuspecting Li Wei's neck. Li Wei! Suddenly, Karina, who was being attacked by several powerful vampires, screamed. Ah! Who called me? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around, swinging the brick in his hand in a circle and smashing it behind him as he turned. Bang! Oh dear! With a muffled thud, accompanied by a miserable howl, Marquis Kirik's face was instantly struck by the suddenly appearing brick, the immense force sending him flying backward. Behind them, a group of Vanter family guards and the guards of those vampire powerhouses had just started fighting when Marquis Kirik's body shot through them like a rocket. Holy crap! What the hell is that shooting at? It's the Marquis of Kirik. It's the Marquis of Kirik firing. Immediately, the vampire soldiers who were fighting together cried out in alarm and hurriedly scattered to both sides. Some even jumped over Marquis Kirik because they couldn't avoid it. Chapter 36: The Earl, Continuous Breakthroughs. Boom! With a loud crash, half of Marquis Kirik's head slammed into the castle wall. Li Wei looked closely and saw that the old man's eye socket was bruised from hitting him with a brick. Holy crap! What the hell are you doing getting so close to me from behind? Why are you standing so close to me? Li Wei cried out in surprise, startled. He hadn't expected that a mere brick from him would send a vampire Duke-level expert flying. It was a coincidence within a coincidence that when the accident happened, both Marquis Kirik and Li Wei were focused on one thing. They never expected that the sudden accident would lead to such a result. You're despicable. Marquis Kirik covered his bruised eye socket with one hand and pulled half of his head out of the blue stone wall with the other. That is to say, his realm has reached the level of a duke, and his strength is formidable. Otherwise, this blow would have smashed his head to pieces. However, Li Wei's next words only made Marquis Kirik tremble with anger. Old ghost, you're sneaking up on me from behind like that. You don't have some kind of weird fetish, do you? As Li Wei spoke, he hurriedly covered his buttocks with both hands, and a look of disgust and revulsion appeared on his face. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the guards around him all looked at Marquis Kirik with strange expressions. Among the noble ranks of vampires, male on male is a trend, though it is not officially recognized and is merely a latent phenomenon. However, if this matter is made public, it will definitely have a powerful impact on the person involved, especially psychologically. Ah! You wretched brat, how dare you insult a noble marquis like this? The next moment, Marquis Kirak suddenly bent over, spitting out a mouthful of blood that was over 820 years old. At that moment, he felt as if there was a red-hot iron branding his chest. It stimulated his heart, stimulated his liver, stimulated his internal organs. "I'm going to fuck you to death." With reddened eyes, Marquis Kirak stared at Li Wei, finally reaching his breaking point. This kid is like a big iron nail stuck between his fingers and nails. Regardless of what he said or didn't say, even just seeing this kid made Marquis Kirak feel waves of pain. Therefore, he must die. The next moment, Marquis Kirak unleashed all his power, his strength as a second-tier duke, causing his aura to surge. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous surge of blood energy swept across the entire castle. Not good. Seeing this, Karina became anxious instantly, but being attacked by several powerful vampires, she could only remain undefeated and could not spare any attention. "Honey, don't worry about me." Unexpectedly, Li Wei suddenly waved his hand, and his slender body slowly walked forward. At this moment, everyone in Vanter Castle turned their attention to this location. They moved along with Li Wei's steps until he stopped, at which point their eyes lit up. Even many of the elderly who had served at the Château de la Vanjot had a hint of tears in their eyes. Picture. It's so similar. Wearing a blood-red robe, with a slender figure and a resolute face, he looked exactly like the old Duke. And the aura he exuded from the inside out was even more formidable than that of the Duke. "Your Grace, is it you?" Chris, the old butler, wiped away the tears that had welled up in his eyes and almost knelt down in worship. "Father." Karina was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the first time she'd felt this way. "Don't call me Dad. I'm Li Wei, the Weian misbehaving." As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, his aura surged, and in the blink of an eye, the aura of a 9th-rank baron burst forth. Just now, when facing the powerful bloodline pressure of Marquis Kirak, Li Wei suddenly felt that the invisible and intangible shackles within his body suddenly became clear. It was like the clouds and mist had been cleared. Previously, Li Wei had accumulated enough blood energy and spiritual power within his body, but he was unable to break through, and even the system couldn't help him. At this moment, facing pressure from Marquis Kirak, Li Wei suddenly understood the reason. "The reason I can't break through is because I've never encountered suppression even once in all my years of cultivation. This kind of suppression is something that must be experienced on the path to becoming powerful. Just like a seed buried deep underground, it must break through the soil above it to emerge from the ground and continue to grow. Now, Li Wei is about to face the pressure and break through it. No destruction, no construction. Destruction precedes construction." Instantly, Li Wei's gaze hardened, and then he slowly extended his left hand towards Marquis Kirak opposite him, raising the middle finger adorned with the amplification ring. "Ah! You are insulting me!" Marquis Kirak roared and charged forward like an enraged gorilla, without even using his wings. Perhaps he didn't understand the meaning of that finger, but he could see the deep disdain and provocation in Li Wei's eyes. Along with him came a powerful pressure that swept over Li Wei like a tidal wave. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through the shackles. Would you like to advance your cultivation level? Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Li Wei roared, and at the same time, Marquis Kirak's claws reached out. Shattered blood claw. Boom. In an instant, a violent collision sound rang out. Two thick plumes of blood energy suddenly shot out from between Li Wei and Marquis Kirak, causing the nearby guards to stagger and fall, unable to continue fighting. However, it was Li Wei who had to retreat. No matter how strong he was, the suppression of his cultivation level was still something he couldn't overcome. "You mere weak baron, today I'll show you the power of a duke." Marquis Kirak on the opposite side roared and increased his strength once again. He could almost see the scene of that wretched brat being sent flying by his own attack, and then having his heart ripped apart with his sharp claws. But who knew that the next moment, Li Wei's aura suddenly surged outward, and a large amount of blood energy instantly returned to Li Wei's body. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura swept over us. How is this possible? Earl? How could you possibly break through to the Earl level? Marquis Kirak's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, this young man who was still a baron broke through to the rank of Earl in the blink of an eye. That's way too hasty. Impossible, it's still to come. But to everyone's surprise, Li Wei on the other side snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and swung his claws at them. In shock, Marquis Kirak hastily accepted the challenge. Boom! Another loud bang. The sudden surge of power nearly caused Marquis Kirak to strain his back, but then something even more unbelievable happened. Marquis Kirak only felt that the aura of that wretched brat opposite him had become even stronger. Earl LV2. Boom! Another violent collision occurred, and then, Marquis Kirak's eyes nearly burst open. This kid's aura has actually increased another level. What the hell is this freak? How come its strength increases every time I touch it? Marquis Kirak lamented inwardly. Chapter 37 The Sleazy Old Man. What terrified Marquis Kirak even more was that this young man's continuous breakthroughs in strength were not the only thing that had happened. It's his bloodline. Vampires place great importance on their bloodline and are extremely sensitive to the aura emanating from it. At this moment, Marquis Kirak could clearly feel that the blood flowing through the young man's veins was getting stronger little by little. He's breaking through his bloodline level. Upon realizing this, an incredulous glint immediately flashed in the eyes of Marquis Kirak. It's important to understand that he was previously at the same bloodline level as Karina, but now he has suddenly reached the 4th generation bloodline. It wasn't because he was hiding anything before. Rather, it was his family that had been secretly accumulating the essence blood of powerful vampires for tens of thousands of years, either through clandestine hunting or by purchasing it on the black market. By his generation, this accumulated wealth had finally been unleashed. However, Li Wei's breakthrough was achieved without consuming any essence or blood. Furthermore, Marquis Kirak was absolutely certain that this kid did not possess any powerful blood essence. Jealousy, defeat, a profound sense of failure instantly overwhelmed the Marquis of Kirak's heart. He had gone through countless hardships and used the family's accumulated resources of tens of thousands of years to finally raise his bloodline level by 1 level, while this kid was about to raise his level after he had only been touched twice. That's right, Li Wei did not absorb the blood essence of other vampire powerhouses, but instead absorbed the blood essence of Cain, the progenitor of the entire vampire race. However, nothing stopped there. After a brief silence, what followed was an even more frenzied outburst and an even more frenzied Li Wei. Come on! Hit me! Li Wei roared fiercely, his provocative voice echoing throughout the entire castle. For a moment, everyone forgot about the battle and instinctively turned to look at Li Wei. This kid, he's way too arrogant. Facing a powerful marquis, he actually dared to ask to be attacked. This was simply courting death. Ugh! Damn it! Marquis Kirak was immediately enraged by Li Wei's provocative expression. His pupils turned blood red, and a surge of thick blood energy erupted out like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Li Wei. You wretched brat, die! Marquis Kirak's hoarse voice suddenly rang out, and his entire figure appeared like a ghost in every corner of this bloody aura. 100 Shadows Blood Trail. Seeing this, Karina in the sky was also slightly startled. This secret technique was considered extremely powerful in the Kirak family, and even in the entire vampire clan. After it is cast, a large area of blood mist will be formed around the target, and within this blood mist, Marquis Kirak can even split into hundreds of blood shadows. No one knows which blood shadow is real, because every blood shadow could be real. At this moment, in the center of this blood mist, seeing Marquis Kirak constantly weaving through it, Li Wei slowly revealed a smile. This skill is interesting. Whoosh! The next moment, a bloody shadow of Marquis Kirak suddenly attacked Li Wei, the surrounding blood mist churning violently, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost right in front of Li Wei. Li Wei instinctively raised his hand to block, but the sharp claws had just pierced through Marquis Kirak's body when he was instantly shattered on the spot. Just like a bubble. Fake? Li Wei muttered to himself, just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, when the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Friendly reminder, the host can use powerful mental energy as a means of perception. Yes. Mental strength. A glint suddenly flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Having previously devoured the remnant souls of hundreds of ancestors of the Vanjua family, his spiritual power had surged to nearly 4,000 points. Li Wei didn't know exactly how much mental power an ordinary duke should have, but it was definitely not as vast as his own. Buzz. The next moment, an invisible spiritual force was released from Li Wei's mind. Unlike sight, under the perception of spiritual force, the hundreds of blood shadows completely disappeared, leaving only one standing at the edge of the blood mist staring at him. Hee hee, Marquis Kirak, I've found you. A smile played on Li Wei's lips as he quickly shifted his gaze away from Marquis Kirak's true form. Don't alert the enemy. You damned brat, do you really think you can defeat me? At the edge of the blood mist, Marquis Kirak's heart was filled with disdain. Even if he reaches the level of Earl, so what? I am a powerful duke. With just a few simple tricks, this wretched brat would be no match for us. This feeling of holding other people's lives in your hands, of being able to kill them at any moment, is truly. That was awesome. Marquis Kirak suddenly let out a howl, and more than a dozen blood-red figures rushed towards Li Weiquan one after another. Pft. The next moment, Li Wei frantically swung his claws, tearing the bloody figures in front of him to shreds. However, as expected, after discovering that all the blood shadows were fake, Li Wei gave up attacking and let the other blood shadows crash into him and then shatter into blood mist. Ha ha! The opportunity has arrived. Marquis Kirak laughed inwardly, then hurriedly and cautiously approached Li Wei from behind. He planned to appear suddenly when Li Wei lowered his guard and then deliver a fatal blow. That's it. Use your fangs to suck the blood of this wretched brat. Only by sucking him dry can I release the hatred in my heart. The next moment, Marquis Kirak pounced forward in his true form, instantly reaching Li Wei's side. At the same time, Li Wei, who had not launched an attack, suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes met. Humph, I've been waiting for you for ages. Amidst the blood-red shadows, Li Wei instantly locked onto the figure of Marquis Kirak. However, Marquis Kirak was already blinded by hatred and did not notice the mockery in Li Wei's eyes. He bared his fangs and charged at Li Wei's neck. That's insane. Li Wei screamed inwardly. He never expected that this extremely twisted guy would bite his neck. He was a man. Damn it, here's a brick for you to taste. Li Wei roared angrily, then swung a brick at the Marquis of Kirak's open mouth. Bang! Click! Instantly, several bloody fangs broke off and spewed out of Marquis Kirak's mouth. Ah! The next moment, Marquis Kirak's miserable howl rang out. He felt as if his mouth no longer belonged to him. When he wiped it with his hand, it was covered in blood. Humph, this is what happens to perverts. Li Wei snorted coldly. Chapter 38 7 Generations of Bloodline, Myriad Shadows of Blood. Unbearable. Absolutely unacceptable. Li Wei could even imagine the image of two fangs embedded in his penis. They're all tough. Fortunately, Li Wei's powerful mental strength had already detected all of Marquis Kirak's movements. Almost at the same moment Marquis Kirak pounced, Li Wei suddenly pushed off with his legs, leaping more than a meter into the air before falling freely back down. Marquis Kirak, like a vicious dog pouncing on excrement, suddenly scurried beneath Li Wei. Thump! It felt like he had sat on something. Li Wei immediately felt a hard sensation on his buttocks. It seems like I was sat on. Marquis Kirak was also dumbfounded. As a vampire noble, he had lived for over 1,000 years since birth. He had never been ridden by anyone, and of course, no one had ever dared to sit on a vampire marquis. But now, this feeling is not just a heaviness in my back, but a humiliation that rises to the level of my soul. At this moment, the battle that had just broken out stopped again, and all the vampires in the castle couldn't help but turn to look at the two of them. An incredulous look flashed in their eyes. The noble and powerful Marquis Kirak, a member of the bloodline, was kneeling on both knees when Li Wei sat down on the ground with a thud. That's a vampire marquis. I can die in battle, I can die of old age, but I must never be insulted. This pose may not be very lethal, but it is extremely insulting. Ah! Boy, get your filthy body off my noble head. Marquis Kirak finally reacted, letting out a somewhat frantic roar. Then, he spun his head 180 degrees, his fierce gaze about to glare at Li Wei, but he only saw half a head, still stained with blood, fall down rapidly. Closer and closer, until all he could see in his pupils was the shadow of that half-turned head. Boom! With a muffled thud, half a piece of the broken piece slammed hard into Marquis Kirak's face. Oh no! Marquis Kirak cried out in pain, his whole body trembling violently. Oh no, not only has his noble head been ridden, but his handsome face has also been smashed flat. You big pervert! You actually tried to bite my private parts. Unexpectedly, Li Wei suddenly went berserk. We almost lost control. Anyone would be terrified in that situation. Therefore, in order to defend his male dignity, Li Wei decided to completely destroy the Marquis Kirak's tools of crime. Those two damned fangs. Bang bang bang. The next moment, as Li Wei swung the brick, a series of dull knocking sounds echoed throughout the entire castle. No! No! Don't move, your tooth is broken. My fangs are going to break. Immediately, Marquis Kirak's miserable howl rang out, and with Li Wei's movements, the muscles on the faces of all the vampires present twitched. That's too brutal. This kid is just too brutal. Not only did they break Count Karen's fangs, but now they're going to break Marquis Carek's fangs too. This scene is truly a beautiful sight in the Chateau de Vandreau. Click, click. Finally, with a crisp sound, two sharp fangs flew out of Marquis Carek's blood-soaked mouth. Logically, the stronger a vampire is, the harder their fangs should be. However, this half-head, made of some unknown material, is even harder than a fang. Li Wei picked it up and looked at it. Apart from a few bloodstains, there wasn't a single crack on the half-brick. What a handy tool. Li Wei muttered something to himself, then gripped the brick and continued to smash it down hard. It only has two fangs if we don't take this old devil down in one bite today. I'll knock out all those yellow teeth, I won't stop. Boom boom boom. As Li Wei continued to strike, the Marquis Carek, who was being ridden on the ground, seemed to react as if something had happened. A thick burst of blood energy suddenly erupted from his body, crackling and popping like firecrackers come to life. Noticing this unusual situation, Li Wei immediately became puzzled. He glanced thoughtfully at the brick in his hand and then smashed it hard on Marquis Carek's head. Puff! Instantly, a large amount of blood energy burst forth from Marquis Carek's body. Bite! System detection indicates the host has come into contact with a large amount of blood and chi. Do you wish to absorb it? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in my mind. Holy crap! This thing is actually this useful? Li Wei was incredibly surprised. At this moment, Marquis Carek was like a wild monster. As long as Li Wei kept dropping bricks, a large amount of blood energy would burst out from his body. Absorb! While smashing Carek, Li Wei issued commands to the system. Ding! Health points plus 2,000. Bang bang bang. Ding! Health points plus 5,000. Bang bang bang. Ding! Health points plus 8,000. Bang bang bang. As bricks continued to fall, Carek's blood energy surged, and finally, with a violent shudder, Marquis Carek's body completely withered away. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of blood energy erupted from Marquis Carek's body. No! My bloodline! My realm! Marquis Carek screamed in despair. That blood energy was no ordinary blood energy, it represented the precious energy of his 4 generations of bloodline. The next moment, his realm plummeted back to the first-tier Duke level along with a massive eruption of blood energy, and his bloodline also dropped from a high-end 4th-generation bloodline to a mid-level 5th-generation bloodline. Generally speaking, after advancing in cultivation level, a certain amount of time is needed to stabilize the effect. However, vampires have a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years, so stabilizing their cultivation level and bloodline takes at least a dozen years. But who could have imagined that before Marquis Carek's realm and bloodline could be stabilized, he was forcefully smashed back by Li Wei with a brick? Furthermore, not a single ounce of the energy that was released was wasted, it was all absorbed by Li Wei. Bite! Congratulations, host! Your bloodline has been upgraded to the 7th generation, and you have gained the skilled Myriad Shadows blood trace. The next moment, after absorbing enough bloodline energy, Li Wei finally heard the sound of a breakthrough in his mind. It should be noted that this bloodline enhancement has been going on for several hours, and it is precisely because there is not enough bloodline energy that a complete breakthrough cannot be achieved. However, the energy that Marquis Carek unleashed was the essence of at least 100 drops of blood from powerful vampires accumulated by his family over tens of thousands of years. Now, all the accumulation of tens of thousands of years has benefited Li Wei. 10,000 Shadows blood trail? That sounds much more powerful than this old ghost's broken skill. Li Wei gazed at the system's description in his mind and murmured to himself. Chapter 39 1 against 2,000. However, at that moment, Marquis Carek, who had been smashed half to death and whose cultivation level and bloodline had even plummeted, suddenly regained his strength. Like an angry pig, he suddenly arched his body, forcefully sending Li Wei flying more than 2 meters into the air, where he tumbled and scrambled away. Ah! Help me! You bunch of stupid idiots, can't you see I'm getting beaten up? Immediately, a pig-like scream rang out. Marquis Carek wished he could send all his men to meet their ancestor Cain. They were beaten for a full 10 minutes, and those damned henchmen just stood there watching for 10 minutes straight. Actually, you can't blame them, the scene was just too spectacular. How could they not be shocked to see a noble vampire marquis being ridden on and brutally beaten with bricks, with all his teeth broken? Even fright. However, now, these loyal subordinates finally realized what was happening and charged towards Li Wei with howls. Marquis Carek! I've come to save you. Damn brat, die. In the sky, the vampire warriors who had been besieging Karina also abandoned her and rushed towards Li Wei. At this moment, Li Wei faced thousands of troops without any fear. On the contrary, he remained remarkably calm. Perfect timing. I just mastered a new skill, so I'll use you guys as practice subjects. Li Wei snorted coldly, and in an instant, a large amount of blood mist surged out from his body. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire castle area was enveloped in crimson. In the sky, Karina and the other powerful vampires were all extremely shocked. 100 Shadows Bloodstained Trail. This is the bloodstained trail of 100 shadows. Just now, Marquis Kirak used a powerful vampire secret technique. How could this kid have learned it so quickly? Ah! That's an unparalleled secret technique passed down from my family. Marquis Kirak, who had just escaped the castle grounds, saw the scene and couldn't help but roar in anger. This trip almost cost me my underwear. His newly attained realm was shattered, and his bloodline was reverted to its original state. And now, even the family's supreme secret technique has been spied on by this despicable brat. However, he still has a chance. A cruel glint flashed in Marquis Kirak's eyes. He still had 2,000 powerful family guards. If they all rushed at him, no matter how strong that kid was, they would exhaust him to death. Even the other powerful vampires, seeing this bizarre scene, dared not venture into the blood mist. They hovered above the castle, their eyes filled with apprehension. 100 Shadows Blood Trail? Hearing the exclamations of the powerful vampires, Li Wei revealed a disdainful smile. By saying this, they are not only insulting themselves, but also the system. This is called Myriad Shadows Blood Trace. With Li Wei's roar, the vast expanse of crimson mist surged and churned, and as the mist rolled, Li Wei's blood shadows appeared one after another. Ah! Kill! The guards who rushed in only saw Li Wei's figure before them, and immediately pounced on him, engaging in a fierce battle. However, when they rushed over, they found that the target was just a realistic shadow, while the real Li Wei had already silently appeared behind them. Shattered Blood Claw. With a roar, at least 7 or 8 vampire guards were attacked by Li Wei almost simultaneously. This scene unfolded throughout the entire area shrouded in blood mist. Li Wei combined the ultimate technique, flash flight, and almost every time he appeared, he only paused for less than a second. After killing the enemy, Li Wei immediately disappeared from the spot and appeared dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters away. These vampire guards who rushed into the blood mist even had the illusion that this terrifying demon was omnipresent and all-pervasive. One person is worth 1,000 soldiers. His figure is everywhere, a mix of truth and falsehood, impossible to distinguish. Fear, despair, and a host of other emotions overwhelmed their minds, and a blood-red mist suddenly erupted with a mournful howl. Ah! Help! Help! That's terrifying. That demon is terrifying. In the sky, Karina and several powerful vampires even forgot about their fight. They stared blankly at the mist below, wondering what terrifying thing had happened inside. That's nearly 2,000 vampire soldiers. As time passed, the pitiful howls grew weaker and weaker. Finally, with the last scream abruptly ceasing, the entire vampire horde churned violently, and then the thick blood mist slowly dissipated. Hiss! Cain, the progenitor, what have I seen? My God, I can't believe it. As the blood mist dissipated, the people of Vantur Castle cried out in disbelief. In the sky, Karina's alluring eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, and she felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. The castle's vast courtyard was littered with mangled corpses, and in the center of these bodies stood a figure clad in a blood-red robe, unwavering in his resolve. Blood was flowing down his robes, and 2 sharp claws were clutching 2 slightly beating hearts. With a sudden burst of force, both hearts exploded instantly. 2,000 at once? Hiss! Everyone's mind went completely blank instantly. Is this even human? No. Is this still a ghost? This is absolutely beyond the limits of a vampire's physical strength. No. All my personal guards are dead. Damn it. He killed all our men. The next moment, a wail suddenly rang out. Marquis Kirak and the other vampire powerhouses all wore expressions of grief. The 2,000 personal guards they had brought with them were their most elite troops. However, in such a short time, all 2,000 of his men were killed. He was killed by one person. 1,000-man slayer. Absolutely 1,000-man slayer. This has little to do with strength, but is absolutely related to one's explosiveness, endurance, and stamina. Already possessing the aura of a blood god's body, coupled with the amplification ring, powerful mental strength, and the ultimate technique of flash flight, a 1v2000 victory is not impossible for Li Wei. Wa'ada. Retreat. With all his teeth pried out, Marquis Kiruk let out a whimper and, without any hesitation, immediately fled into the distant night sky. He was devastated, even his old face was filled with tears. A vampire marquis was beaten to tears by Li Wei. Withdraw. Run. Immediately, the other vampire powerhouses fled backward. You attacked my Vanter castle, and you think you can just leave like that? A cold glint flashed in Karina's eyes. She had been surrounded by several powerful vampires and had to care for her subordinates on the ground, preventing her from using her full power. Now, the escape of these powerful vampires has undoubtedly given her the best opportunity. Blood Moon Claw. With a whoosh, sharp claws formed from condensed blood energy condensed from her palms and shot into the night sky, landing on the fleeing vampire warriors in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a series of shrill screams rang out. Those blood claws, each over 2 meters in diameter, were like sharp longswords, hacking at the vampire warriors until blood splattered everywhere. 2 of them even had their wings forcibly cut off and fell into the forest below. Li Wei. Karina turned her gaze, flapped her wings, and landed in front of Li Wei. Her face was now filled with worry. Honey, I'm a little tired. After saying this, Li Wei closed his eyes slightly and fell backward. Even with the amplification ring that tripled his stamina, Li Wei was still struggling to complete the 1,000-man kill in one go. Chapter 40 Super Reward. Even after a night of intense fighting with Karina, I've never felt this kind of backache. Careful. Seeing this, Karina rushed forward to help, but just then. Grown-ups. Suddenly, a thin figure rushed out of the castle. It was Lilith, who had been watching for a long time. Lilith was filled with gratitude for the adult who had led her out of poverty, even though he had repeatedly given her medical checkups and invited her to cultivate together in the coffin. Lilith still naively believes that adults are doing it for her own good. What a kind young girl. If Karina hadn't been watching her closely, she probably would have been cornered by Li Wei long ago. Now, although she couldn't help much, she didn't want the adult to fall in a pool of blood. Sir, are you all right? Lilith supported Li Wei firmly, a resolute look flashing across her slightly immature face. In other words, vampires have relatively stronger physical abilities than ordinary people. Otherwise, Lilith, a little girl, would never have been able to support Li Wei's enormous weight. I'm fine. Li Wei slowly shook his head, but in his mind he hurriedly summoned the system. Hey! System, I've completed the mission, where's the reward? Li Wei thought viciously to himself. If he weren't completely helpless against the system, Li Wei would have loved to slap this piece of junk to death. What kind of mission is this? 1 person against 2,000 people? Isn't that just digging your own grave? This system is a total rip-off. Bite. Given the extreme difficulty of this mission, and the fact that the host has perfectly completed it, the system has decided to issue a super reward. Please check your account. A super bonus? The weariness in Li Wei's eyes vanished instantly, and his gaze even seemed to turn slightly green. The system has never used the term super reward to describe the numerous tasks I've completed before. Click. Just as Li Wei was lost in thought, a crisp collision sound suddenly entered his mind. Hiss. Why does it hurt so much? Li Wei couldn't help but hold his breath. He heard that the crisp sound just now came entirely from his own body. Click, click. Before Li Wei could finish his breath, an even clearer sound entered his mind. Li Wei felt as if his 2 shoulder blades had been violently broken. The intense pain made him cry out in agony. Ah! It was as if the 2 shoulder blades had been broken apart and then grew back, then broken apart again, and then grown back again. In the blink of an eye, Li Wei's face turned deathly pale, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Just before Li Wei's consciousness plunged into darkness, a faint notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Bite. The favor you've gained from Karina has been credited to your account. Please check your inbox. Li Wei. The next moment, Karina rushed over anxiously. She had hesitated somewhat when she saw Lilith supporting Li Wei. After all, the other party was Li Wei's servant, while he himself was a vampire duke. He needed to maintain some composure. But when Li Wei cried out in pain, he fainted, his face pale. After that, Karina completely lost control. With a gasp, he rushed forward and swept Li Wei up in his arms. Well, if Li Wei were still conscious, he would absolutely not accept this position. You all clean the castle, Lilith, come with me. After Karina finished speaking, she immediately carried Li Wei into the castle. The great battle shattered the desire of Marquis Kirak and his group of powerful vampires for the territory of the Vanter family, and also restored the long-lost confidence of the Vanter family. Since the last Vampire Holy War, when Duke Ventura Hughes, Karina's father, led the Ventura family to exhaust the entire family's resources. The Vancho family has been declining ever since, and even their family territory is on the verge of being seized. Now, Li Wei's appearance is tantamount to putting this noble family back on the stage of the vampires. Meanwhile, news of what was happening here was quickly relayed to the main city of Hogmund, Yesala. The Lord's Mansion, a castle built in the heart of the city. Lord Anthony, a member of the Brooke family, one of the 13 vampire clans, and a 5th-ranked duke, is among the top 3 most powerful figures in Hogmund. Elders, this is a message sent by Marquis Kirak this morning. Inside the castle's meeting room, Lord Anthony respectfully handed a sealed letter tube to 2 high-ranking elders of the territory. The distinction between elders and lords is not actually a ranking of power, but rather represents absolute control over a region. For example, Lord Anthony governs the entire Hogmund territory. Nobles, territories, commoners, taxes. He had the right to intervene in anything that happened within Hogmund's territory. The elders of the territories are directly appointed from the Holy Territory, representing the only prince of the current vampire clan, to oversee the operation of each territory. In terms of strength, they are evenly matched, but in terms of status, the 2 elders are definitely a cut above. For example, even though he knew that Marquis Kirak had suffered a great loss at Vandro Castle, Lord Anthony could only consult the 2 elders before taking any action. 2,000 vampire warriors were killed, which is a considerable loss in the Hogmund territory. Yes, after all, our territory is not very large. Among the 13 territories, it belongs to the middle and lower level. The 2 vampire elders looked at the contents of the letter and couldn't help but shake their heads. Although vampires revere strength, the vampires of today are different from those of thousands of years ago. After the Holy War, the entire vampire race retreated north of the Kilo Mountains. To put it nicely, it was a strategic retreat to preserve the vampire race's strength, but to put it bluntly, they were driven back to their homeland. Furthermore, the humans south of the Kilo Mountains are not willing to let the vampires off so easily, and in recent years they have made some small moves. Elders, the incident at Vanter Castle has caused quite a stir in the Hogmund territory. The annihilation of 2,000 elite vampire warriors in a single battle is a matter that must be dealt with seriously. Upon seeing that the 2 elders of the territory had finished reading the letter, Lord Anthony couldn't help but say something. The Lord has administrative power over the entire territory, but absolutely no right to collect taxes from the entire territory. Lord Anthony, though officially a lord, actually owned only a small portion of the land estates that were not much larger than those of an ordinary duke. Marquis Nakirak, in alliance with other powerful vampires, wanted to seize Karina's territory. Within the Hogmund territory, this was absolutely impossible without Anthony's tacit approval. Chapter 41. A familiar room, a familiar layout. Or perhaps Lord Anthony was behind the earlier attacks on Karina by several nobles. After all, who wouldn't want to get more bloodstones? Upon hearing this, the 2 elders of the territory were slightly taken aback. After exchanging a glance, they fixed their gazes on Lord Anthony. Two elders, is there something on my face? Lord Anthony couldn't help but touch his pale face. I've heard that these 2 elders of the territory have that kind of fetish. I wonder if they'll try to take advantage of me. Lord Anthony shuddered violently at the thought. If things were to be exposed and the 2 elders of the territory found out that he was behind it all, then he would have to use any means necessary to silence them. Even if I had to submit to them. Lord Anthony gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to accept it. Ahem, Lord Anthony, you only saw that Marquis Kirak and his nobles lost 2,000 vampire warriors, but you didn't see who killed those 2,000 of their men. One of the elders coughed, as if he had thought of something, and a look of fear appeared on his wrinkled face. He would never forget that dark night in the castle of Vanter, when the rat crawled up his robe and into his trousers, and then... Wrong. It's that mysterious vampire powerhouse. Right in front of them, that mysterious powerhouse easily raised his bloodline by 1 level, and even drew out the primordial energy from thousands of meters underground. Horrible. Even now, thinking back on it is still terrifying. Elders, what kind of powerful figure are you talking about? Lord Anthony asked, completely bewildered. A while ago, a mysterious vampire expert suddenly appeared in Vantro Castle. He was incredibly powerful, and his cultivation level was no less than yours or mine, the elder of the territory said. What? The mysterious vampire expert is no less powerful than the two elders? Upon hearing this, Lord Anthony was utterly shocked. It should be noted that these two elders of the territory are both at the 8th level of Duke, which is absolutely top tier among the current vampires. That mysterious expert, how could he be so powerful? Now there's another situation south of the Kilo Mountains. If humans launch a large-scale attack, then the vampires will need all their strength to wage a holy war. Let's not pursue this matter any further, lest we offend that mysterious powerful figure. The vampire grand sacrifice is imminent. We will invite that powerful vampire to the Holy Land. Don't cause any trouble then. After the two elders finished speaking, they immediately transformed into giant bats in the night, whooshing out of the window. Lord Anthony was left behind, sitting stiffly in the chair. After a long while, he let out a long sigh, muttering to himself in confusion. Mysterious, a powerful figure? Just who is this powerful figure that makes the two elders of the territory so wary? Meanwhile, at this moment, in Vanter Castle, the mysterious powerhouse whom both vampire elders and the territory lord feared most was bound to a bed, lying face down in a V shape, looking completely bewildered. A familiar room, a familiar place, and an even more unsettling atmosphere. Li Wei groaned, feeling his consciousness rapidly returning and the pain in his body disappearing, replaced by a feeling of extreme exhaustion. Holy crap! Why is it like this again? The next moment, a man's miserable howl echoed through the huge room. Li Wei was almost in tears. Why is it that every time I faint and wake up, I end up back in the same place? Isn't this the first place I ever came to after coming into this world, Karina's big bed? What made Li Wei even more distraught was that this time, the styling made him even more uncertain. Before, I was lying on my back, which at least protected my body, but this time, I was lying face down. It was like a pig tied to a rack, unable to struggle at all. If at that moment, 7 or 8 burly men were to push open the door and enter, then there would be absolutely no chance of them being on guard. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, and then the tightly closed wooden door was pushed open. Who? Li Wei cried out in surprise and struggled a couple of times, but for some reason, he had no strength left in his body. It's over, I'm really doomed this time, Li Wei thought with a face full of despair. However, the next moment. My lady, it's me, Lilith. Are you awake? Lilith's little head peeked out from the crack in the door, and when she saw Li Wei wriggling on the bed, a blush flashed across her tender face. Lilith? Great. Come quickly and untie my ropes. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said to Lilith. He wasn't in such a hurry, but he just didn't feel safe with this look on his face. Oh, sir, please don't be shy. Actually, I've been taking care of you while you were unconscious these past few days. As Lilith spoke, she pushed open the door and walked in. Even though Lilith had examined him quite a few times before, Li Wei still felt a little embarrassed to be seen in this situation. But why did they take my clothes away? And why are they tying me up like this? Li Wei couldn't help but ask in confusion. Even if he was unconscious, it wouldn't be necessary to have all his clothes removed and then be tied up here, would it? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was doing something eccentric. My lord, please do not be afraid. This is Duke Karina's order. Lilith paused slightly and untied the ropes binding Li Wei's hands. That female vampire is definitely taking this opportunity to get revenge on me. Li Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth. Even if he had given himself to her before, did he have to do this every time? Can't she come up with some new ways to play? Who are you calling a female vampire? To everyone's surprise, just as Li Wei finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside the door, followed by Karina walking in with an icy expression. After glancing at Li Wei's body, Karina's icy expression instantly turned red, and her brows furrowed tightly. That despicable guy. He just woke up and his head is already filled with filthy thoughts. He's utterly shameless. Lilith, that little girl, is still right there. Karina gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap this guy back. Feeling Karina's gaze, Li Wei blushed and, without caring what was on the bed, hurriedly grabbed it to cover himself. Those are my clothes. Damn it! Karina hurriedly reached out and snatched the clothes that were covering Li Wei. Okay, you brought it up yourself. Li Wei closed his eyes helplessly, thinking, fine, watch if you want. Chapter 42 Wings of Wind Trace. You despicable bastard. Karina was so angry at Li Wei's action that she trembled all over, her fists clenched. Normally, she would have slapped him across the face, and even if she didn't give Li Wei a discount, she would probably have knocked him down. But ever since that day, when Li Wei slaughtered his way to protect the Vanter castle, for some reason, Karina felt a strange sense of gratitude towards him. Others may not know Li Wei's background, but does Karina not? All things considered, the time he's been a vampire is definitely no more than 2 months. Use your filthy body to cover yourself up. Karina glared at Li Wei, then tossed the clothes she was holding at him. Li Wei smiled awkwardly and hurriedly took the clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since Karina and Lilith were both there. Karina's face turned bright red, and she didn't know what to say. She grabbed Lilith and pulled her towards the door. Hey, you still haven't told me why you tied me up here. Li Wei hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, wondering if Karina had really done something outrageous while he was unconscious. Just as she reached the door, Karina nearly tripped over the sound. That wretched fellow, couldn't he have spoken a little quieter? The whole castle could hear him. Your Majesty the Duke. 2 maids walked down the corridor. Hearing the voice, they gave Karina a strange look, quickly bowed, and then hurriedly ran away. They never expected that the usually dignified and composed Duke would have such a side. They tied Lord Li Wei up in the room. Good heavens, how could the Duke have such a thing in mind? Karina was exasperated and hurriedly ran away without looking back, leaving Lilith standing there for a while before weakly addressing Li Wei in the room. My lord, after you fell unconscious, the wings on your back kept extending automatically, and you struggled because of the pain. The Duke was worried about damaging your clothes, so he helped you take them off and tied them here. After saying that, Lilith left, her face flushed. So that's how it is. Li Wei nodded thoughtfully, but how could his wings extend automatically without any command? Ding! Your super reward Wings of Wind Trace has been issued. Please check your account. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Li Wei was shocked, his face full of confusion. Wings of Wind Trace? Aren't my own wings called vampire wings? Could it be? A sudden glint of light flashed in Li Wei's eyes, followed by an intensely itchy sensation that swept across his entire body from his back. Ho! Li Wei let out a muffled groan, as if something was trying to crawl out from his shoulder blades. Puff 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 puff. For clear sound suddenly rang out, and as the feeling of unease gradually disappeared, 4 wings suddenly sprouted from Li Wei's back. 2 of them were dark black vampire wings, while the other 2 were deep blue. The surface was covered with obscure and incomprehensible patterns, just like some kind of formation. As soon as these 2 wind trace wings appeared, Li Wei immediately felt as if his weight had become much lighter. Wind trace wings, a super reward from the system. Li Wei murmured softly, he hadn't expected the system to be so generous this time. This is equivalent to directly modifying Li Wei's body. The 2 wings on top are vampire wings. With a gentle wave, thick blood energy surrounds him, and a terrifying aura spreads out. The 2 wings below are the wind trace wings, which constantly exude a strong aura of wind, as if they could reach the heavens in an instant. Ding! Wind trace wings, wind attribute holy wings. After summoning, they can increase the host's speed tenfold. The system's voice then sounded. I have now reached the 3rd rank of Earl, which has greatly enhanced my strength. With the increase in my mental power, combined with the ultimate technique flash flight, I can instantly appear at any location within a radius of 3,000 meters in a tenth of a second. And if we summon the wings of windmarks again, we can increase this speed tenfold. That's 1/100th of a second. Hiss. Li Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this speed, even if it wasn't teleportation, it was probably close to that speed. Furthermore, according to Li Wei's understanding, ordinary vampires do not grow extra wings. Only those of the 3rd generation or above can cultivate 4 wings, the 2nd generation has 6 wings, and the 1st generation has 8 wings. However, vampires who can cultivate extra wings are all incredibly powerful, probably at least at the level of a prince. Li Wei, the Earl of the 4 Wings. Furthermore, Li Wei can choose whether to switch out all the wings according to his wishes. So now, Li Wei gritted his teeth, manipulated his wings, and flew out of the window. Oh no, I forgot to wear clothes. The next moment, Li Wei's scream echoed throughout the sky. Inside the castle, several servants were pruning tree branches when suddenly, one of them pointed to the sky with a look of surprise on his face. Look! A naked man flew out of the Duke's room. What? Where? Upon hearing this, the other servants hurriedly looked up, but saw nothing but a misty sky. Damn it, Jack, you're just trying to slack off. Yes, hurry up and get to work, or Chris the butler will scold us again. Several servants said irritably. But I think I really saw a naked man fly out. The servant pointed to the sky with a wronged expression, and he was also starting to have doubts. Did I even see it clearly? What was that thing that just darted past in a flash, completely naked? Meanwhile, in the sky outside the castle, two elders of the territory, who looked like bats turned into spirits, were rapidly approaching the castle of Vanjo. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through, and the two elders of the territory, who had no time to react, were blown to either side of the middle by the sudden gust. And a long white trail of cloud was left in the middle, as if it had split the sky in two, leaving the two elders of the territory completely dumbfounded and stunned in the air. What was that thing that just passed by? Did you see it clearly? After a long while, one of the elders finally came to his senses and stared blankly at the elder opposite the white cloud. It seems to be a descendant of a vampire. I didn't see what it looked like, but its buttocks were quite white. The elder hesitated for a moment, then said with a look of recollection. Chapter 43 Karina's Transformation. Okay. The elder of the territory nodded, then shook his head angrily. These younger vampires these days are so rude. They didn't even stop to ask for permission when they saw us coming. How incredibly impolite. Li Wei also wanted to stop and say hello, but he had forgotten to put on his clothes. If they saw this, wouldn't they think he had some kind of weird quirk? Upon receiving news of the arrival of the two elders in the castle hall, Karina immediately ran to greet them. Duke Karina, we've come here to invite that mysterious powerful figure to join us on our journey to the Holy Land for the vampire grand sacrifice. After the two elders arrived, they directly told Karina their purpose. What? That wretched guy is coming too? Karina's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. The vampire grand sacrifice is not merely a ceremony where various nobles commemorate their respective ancestors. That is simply the prelude to the grand sacrifice. The true ceremony involves all nobles of royal rank and above traveling to the sacred land to pay homage to the vampire ancestors together with the only prince of the vampire clan. It can also be considered an exchange among all the vampire nobles. If it were before, it wouldn't have been a big deal to bring Li Wei there. However, during the family's grand ceremony a few days ago, Li Wei absorbed the remnant souls of all the ancestors of the entire Vanjua family. If Li Wei were brought to the Holy Land, and he were to absorb the remnant souls of all the ancestors of the Blood Clan, then something truly terrible would happen. Duke Karina, you'd better show some respect to that mysterious powerful figure. The two elders of the territory said with some displeasure. When dealing with the strong, one should treat them with the respect due to the strong. Yes. Elders? Karina nodded helplessly. She knew Li Wei's capabilities, but the two elders didn't. They even thought Li Wei was some mysterious and powerful vampire. It's ridiculous. By the way, what about that powerful figure? If possible, we would like to pay him another visit. The two vampire elders looked at Karina with eager expressions. Forehead. Karina was stunned. If she remembered correctly, there were no other clothes in the room. If the two elders saw Li Wei appearing in their room naked, she probably wouldn't be able to explain anything. Ahem, Karina, if it's inconvenient for you, master, then so be it, but we need to remind you of something. The two elders exchanged a glance, then spoke meaningfully to Karina. Since that mysterious powerful figure chose the Vancho family, there must be a reason. We think that reason must be you. So from now on, you must find a way to keep that mysterious expert, even if it means offering your body. This is for the sake of your Vancho family. Karina's expression immediately became quite interesting. When Li Wei returned to the castle, it was already evening. Wearing a robe that he had stolen from somewhere, Li Wei entered the castle openly through the main gate. Stop! Where have you been? Just as Li Wei stepped in, Karina's voice rang out, and he turned his head to look. Wow! What tricks is this female vampire up to now? Karina was dressed in a short, all-black robe, with a pair of crystal high heels encasing her long, slender legs. Her face was also meticulously groomed, and her long hair cascaded over her snow-white shoulders. Come upstairs with me. Karina glanced at Li Wei from head to toe, then turned and walked toward the stairs. Following behind Karina, Li Wei's olfactory nerves were stimulated by a series of alluring fragrances. Just as Li Wei was having second thoughts, Karina in front of him suddenly stopped. Oh! Li Wei cried out in surprise, and before he could react, he crashed into it head-on. What are you doing? A soft hum came from Karina's pert nose, and the impact even brought tears to her alluring eyes. Li Wei hurriedly looked up and, lo and behold, they were already at Karina's room door. Sorry, I didn't notice. Li Wei touched his nose awkwardly. At this point, he should hold back for now. What if he scared Karina away again? Upon entering the room, Li Wei didn't immediately act recklessly, which surprised Karina somewhat. Why has this wretched boy changed? He doesn't seem like him at all. Karina was full of doubt, but she only saw Li Wei walk up to the portrait of his father with a solemn expression. Your Grace, I'm so sorry. Last time it was an accident, I didn't know you were hanging here. This time, your daughter seduced me. It's best not to look. Hearing Li Wei mutter something, Karina's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Now, she regretted letting Li Wei into her house. After muttering to himself, Li Wei quickly reached out and turned the portrait of Karina's father around so that it was facing the wall. Now I don't feel guilty. After a while, I will take you to the Holy Land to participate in the vampire grand sacrifice. You have to promise not to cause me any trouble, otherwise, you can sleep on the floor tonight. To the Holy Land? Li Wei was taken aback, wondering what trouble he could possibly cause. However, seeing Karina's meaningful gaze, Li Wei nodded vigorously. Don't worry, wife, I promise I won't smoke their ancestors' potions this time. You. Karina looked helpless, wondering what kind of person she had ended up with. In addition, you have also broken through to the Earl level. This time, I will apply to the prince to give you a real title. As Karina spoke, she gave Li Wei a deep look. This wasn't something that suddenly came to her mind. Karina had been thinking about it ever since that day. Since we can't resist, then we have no choice but to. Since that incident had already happened, Karina couldn't undo anything and could only acknowledge Li Wei's existence. However, if he, a vampire duke, were to be with Li Wei, who didn't even have a title, it would likely provoke opposition from his family. The only solution is to request a title for Li Wei, which at least won't be too far off. Wife, you've been so good to me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was deeply moved. He now knew to some extent about some of the vampire clan's rules. Without military merit, a title was definitely not easy to obtain. Since Karina said that, she must be confident. Although the Ventura family, one of the 13 vampire clans, suffered heavy losses in the last Holy War, it still holds considerable weight in the eyes of Prince Federa. After all, not every clan truly cares about the vampires. I have nothing to do with you, I just don't want. Karina shook her head inside. Her life essence had already been used on Li Wei, and coupled with some previous events, Karina had developed some feelings for Li Wei. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Li Wei chuckled, then his gaze wandered around the room. It's getting late, honey, shouldn't we? Chapter 44, First Time, the System's Main Quest. The next day, when Li Wei regained consciousness, Karina was no longer by his side. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your second achievement. Reward, 3,000 blood chi points. Just as Li Wei's mind was still in a daze, the system's notification suddenly broke through his brain. Holy crap! There's even a second achievement reward? Li Wei exclaimed exaggeratedly, completely unexpected. If there were rewards every time, wouldn't he be able to accumulate a large amount of blood energy points in the future? By the way, take a look at my physical data. Li Wei murmured to himself and immediately summoned the system panel. Host, Li Wei. Type, Vampire. Bloodline, 7 generations of bloodline belongs to the mid-range bloodline. Strength, Earl LV2. Cultivation techniques, Vampire Flight Secret Technique LV10, Blood Refining Manual LV1. Blood Chi value, 36,000. Talent skills, Paralyzing Fangs LV5, Boiling Blood LV5, Shattering Blood Claws LV10, Myriad Shadows Blood Trail LV1. Support, Wind Trace Wings. There's still so much health left. Li Wei was slightly surprised, but then he didn't choose to continue improving his cultivation level. Instead, he focused his attention on his other innate skills. The advancement in realm only tells Li Wei what level he has reached, but what truly matters is strength. First, upgrade the Blood Refining Manual. Li Wei muttered to himself, realizing that even a level 1 Blood Refining Manual was no longer sufficient. He had even felt a slight strain when absorbing the blood energy earlier. Ding! Congratulations, host. The blood refining manual has been upgraded to LV2. It has consumed 10,000 blood chi and increased the suction power by 500 points. Ding! Blood refining manual upgraded to LV3, consuming 20,000 blood chi, increasing suction power by 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your skill Paralyzing Fangs has been upgraded to LV6, consuming 1000 HP points. Bite. Li Wei stopped improving his health when he had almost completely depleted his blood energy. After all, there was still a long road ahead, so there was no rush. Li Wei then immediately went to the castle's main hall. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Karina, the old butler Chris, and a group of guards, servants, and so on were all present. The most eye-catching thing in the hall was the enormous 3-person coffin in the very center. Good afternoon, sir. Upon seeing Li Wei arrive, the entire group immediately bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Is it noon already? Li Wei was somewhat surprised, not expecting to sleep straight until noon. He glanced at Karina, who was staring at him angrily. That despicable guy, he's gone too far. That's outrageous. I'm not letting him in next time, no matter what. My lord, Peter, the squad leader of the Vanter family's garrison, greets you. Just then, a familiar, ingratiating voice suddenly rang out, and Li Wei turned his head to look. Yo ho! It's someone I know. Isn't this Peter, the guy who used to collect taxes with me? Peter Ma was clearly hundreds of times more excited than Li Wei. His eyes were even brimming with tears. He knew it. He knew that as long as he made the adults in this castle comfortable, he would definitely have a day when he would rise to prominence. But I never expected this day to come so soon. Although I was transferred from the territory to the castle, I still held the position of squad leader, but the two places are simply incomparable. Just like local and central governments, they represent two completely different opportunities. Peter was transferred here by me. In the last battle to defend the castle, many of the guards were killed or wounded. From now on, Peter will continue to serve as a squad leader, responsible for protecting your safety. As Karina spoke, her gaze fell upon Li Wei. At this moment, she had completely reverted to her usual cold demeanor, and even when Li Wei winked at her, she did not respond to him at all. All women are like that, they turn their backs on you without a second thought. No. They turn their backs on you without a second thought. Li Wei snorted, and just then Peter Ma also came over with a fawning look on his face. Hee, my lord, I am grateful for the opportunity you have given me. To express my gratitude, I am going to tell you a huge secret. Peter said in a low voice. Secret? I love secrets the most. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes immediately lit up. This Peter Ma, he thought this kid was pretty good from the beginning, and sure enough, now he knows what a lackey should do. Sir, I have a friend who follows Marquis Kirik. I heard that Marquis Kirik knows the location of the tomb of one of the 13 vampire progenitors, that Simasai progenitor Peter said, bowing and with a fawning expression. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but turn their gazes over, especially when they saw the nauseating expression on Peter's face. They all immediately turned their heads away, afraid of insulting their gaze. However, what Peter Ma said piqued Li Wei's interest. The tomb of the blood ancestor? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter something. He had heard of the title Blood Ancestor before. According to the records of the vampires, the realm above the prince is the Blood Emperor, and above the Blood Emperor is the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor's bloodline is only one level lower than that of the primordial Lord Cain, which is the level of the second-generation bloodline. It can be said that even after hundreds of thousands of years of development, only the 13 blood ancestors in the entire vampire clan possess the second-generation bloodline. Even the only prince of the vampire clan today is only a fourth-generation bloodline. But what is the tomb of a blood ancestor? Li Wei was startled. According to the records, the 13 blood ancestors had already perished more than 100,000 years ago, so of course there would be the corpses of the blood ancestors in their tombs. As for vampire powerhouses, once they reach the prince level, their corpses can be preserved for 100,000 years without decaying. Naturally, there will be essence blood inside a vampire ancestor's corpse that has not decayed. The energy contained in the essence of the second-generation bloodline is terrifying, even a child could imagine. Bite. Main quest is generating. 3, 2. Beep. Please proceed to the Bloodwind Canyon, enter the tomb of the blood ancestor of Tsmish, and obtain the blood ancestor's essence blood. This is the main quest. The system will not provide any rewards for completing the quest, but it will provide assistance. Please complete it as soon as possible. Holy crap! It's actually a main quest. Li Wei was instantly startled. Ever since he obtained the system, all the tasks assigned to him had been random. This is enough to show that the Tomb of the 13 Blood Ancestors is extremely important to him. But sir, I've only heard that the location is on the way to the Holy Land. As for the exact location, I don't know. Peter said with a helpless expression. After all, it was already very difficult to find out this news. As for the specific location, it was estimated that only the Marquis of Kirak knew. Even his friend overheard it by accident. Chapter 45 Bloodwind Canyon, the Tomb of the 13 Blood Ancestors. However, with the help of the system's prompts, Li Wei thoroughly understood the location of the grave. Second generation blood essence. Li Wei muttered to himself, it seems that Marquis Kirak does have some connections. In fact, the Marquis of Kirak was forced into this situation, or even resorted to desperate measures. He absorbed the essence of powerful vampires accumulated by his family over tens of thousands of years, thereby raising his bloodline level. But who knew that before a month had even passed, Li Wei had knocked it back to its original state with a few bricks. That ancestor of the Tsimish bloodline was actually the founder of the Tsimish family, and the location of his tomb had long been in the hands of the Marquis of Kirak. He originally planned to wait until the 4th generation bloodline was stable before taking the ancestor's essence blood, so that he could advance to the 3rd generation bloodline. It should be noted that even the only prince of the vampire clan is only a 4th generation bloodline. However, Li Wei's appearance completely disrupted his plans. Damn it! Damn brat! Damn Karina! Damn the Vanter family! In the banyan grove outside Vanter Castle, Duke Kirak hung from a tree like a giant bat. Looking at the castle not far away, he almost ground his newly grown teeth to dust. My lord, the convoy is ready. We can depart for the Holy Land immediately. Just then, the head of the guards, dressed in black robes, appeared silently. Upon hearing this, Kirak slowly spread the enormous wings he was holding, glanced at Vanter Castle with a ferocious expression, and then spoke to the guard commander. No, this time the destination is not the Holy Land. Not the Holy Land? Then where is it? The commander of the guards was taken aback. Did the Marquis not even plan to participate in the vampire grand sacrifice? Blood-stained wind. Canyon. After saying that, Marquis Kirak suddenly flapped his wings and, filled with endless hatred, instantly rushed out of the banyan forest. He wants to obtain the essence of his ancestors. He wants to elevate his bloodline to the 3rd generation and then return to take revenge. At Vanter Castle, everything was ready. Dozens of carriages were parked in the castle courtyard. 10 of them carried the 5,000 bloodstones required to be paid, while the rest carried Karina's guards and servants. However, behind the long caravan was a very special carriage. The carriage had been moved flat, and a huge coffin was placed on top of it. It was that coffin containing 3 people. There was simply no other way. This specially made 3-person coffin was only delivered shortly before departure and had never been used. Li Wei felt a little regretful, since Karina and Lilith had been with them along the way and might come in handy. North of the Kilo Mountains lies a vast expanse of land, the sacred grounds of the vampires. This sacred grounds are further divided into 13 territories, each spanning tens of thousands of miles. Further north of these territories lies the frigid territory of the Ice Clan. However, due to their customs, the Ice Clan is unwilling to compete with other races on the continent. Therefore, the vampires no longer have any worries and can focus on dealing with the enemies south of the Rocky Mountains. In the beginning, these 13 territories were controlled by the 13 clans of the vampire race. However, the vampire clan later declined, the 13 blood ancestors perished one by one, and the 13 clans also became either strong or weak. In addition, the Holy War thousands of years ago completely decimated the vampire clan, leaving them barely clinging to life. This has led to the current situation, with each territory having descendants of 13 clans, resulting in utter chaos. Only the Holy Territory, the legendary birthplace of the vampires, is completely under the control of the vampire's sole prince. A few days later, the Vanter family's caravan was approaching the edge of Hogmund territory. This place doesn't resemble the flat, open area of Hogmund. Instead, it's crisscrossed by mountains and rivers, with countless streams flowing through it. However, on this day, Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes inside the coffin containing 3 people. Bite. System notification: the host is less than 100 kilometers away from the main mission destination. It is recommended that the host proceed to the destination immediately. A crisp sound suddenly rang in my mind. A crimson light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. We've arrived. I've broken through too, Li Wei murmured softly. Throughout this journey, Li Wei could be said to have been constantly cultivating. Previously, while staying in Vanter Castle, Li Wei had almost completely absorbed the surrounding blood energy. Now, through his continuous cultivation along the way, he has accumulated enough blood energy to break through his level. However, under these circumstances, the commotion caused by breaking through to a higher level was too great, and Li Wei did not want to attract any more attention. This is, after all, outside. Boom! The next moment, the heavy coffin lid shot into the sky, and Li Wei's body instantly leaped out of the coffin. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, a pair of vampire wings slowly unfurled from his back, and a powerful aura instantly swept across the surrounding areas centered on Li Wei. My lord, you've become even stronger. Peter immediately approached the carriage from one side, his face full of flattery. Li Wei glanced around and saw Lilith beside him staring at him with a surprised expression. Lilith, go tell Duke Karina that I have some personal matters to attend to, and I will catch up with the caravan as soon as I'm done. After saying that, Li Wei nodded to Peter Ma, who immediately released his blood clam wings and followed Li Wei as they flew close to the ground into the distance. Where are you going, sir? Why aren't you taking Lilith with you? Lilith pouted in confusion, about to tell Duke Karina what Li Wei had said, when she turned around and found that the Duke had appeared behind her at some point. Grown-ups. Lilith was so frightened that she quickly lowered her head. Karina ignored her, instead watching Li Wei's figure grow smaller and smaller, a hint of doubt flashing in her charming eyes. Do you have some personal matters to attend to? He's only just become a vampire, what private matters could he possibly have? Meanwhile, more than 100 kilometers away, in a massive canyon. The entire canyon appears to have been cleaved by a giant's blade, with incredibly steep cliffs all around. Only a race like the vampires, who are born with wings, would have the ability to descend to the bottom of the canyon. At this moment, hundreds of powerful vampires are descending into Bloodwind Canyon following Marquis Kirik. This is the spot. Bombard it. Marquis Kirik glanced at the ancient map in his hand, pointed to a point at the bottom of the canyon, and gave his instructions. Yes, sir. Immediately, hundreds of vampire powerhouses launched an attack on the target. After a barrage of bombardments, a large hole was forcibly torn open in the soil, which was dozens of meters deep. At the bottom of the cave was a patch of dilapidated blue stone bricks. These stone bricks are not flat, but sloped, which means that there is likely an underground pyramid-shaped structure beneath this soil layer. Chapter 46 Blood God Bat. The tomb of the ancestral bloodline of Tsmish, the essence of the second generation of blood. Upon seeing the slanted blue stone bricks, Marquis Kirik's eyes immediately lit up. His hands trembled with excitement. He suddenly grabbed at the air, and a ball of blood-red energy condensed. He was about to smash it down onto the blue stone bricks below. But at that moment, he suddenly paused and looked at the guards beside him. You, smash this tomb roof to pieces for me. Kirik's eyes flickered, and he gave instructions to a few of his guards. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the guards immediately channeled all their strength and smashed the bluestone bricks below. Although these guards were nominally just soldiers, they were actually quite strong. The commander of the guards was a third-level earl, and the others were basically around the level of barons. He was unable to be promoted to a noble rank simply because he lacked military achievements. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a violent explosion rang out, and under the full force of 7 or 8 guards, cracks immediately appeared in the bluestone bricks below. You must know, this is the tomb of the blood ancestor. If it weren't for the fact that hundreds of thousands of years have passed, even these stone bricks would probably be beyond their ability to break. However, now, even after hundreds of thousands of years of decay, it's not so difficult to break it with a touch. Seeing the bluestone bricks about to shatter, Kirik immediately took a few steps back. The commander of the personal guards beside him had originally intended to help, but seeing that even the Marquis had retreated, he hesitated for a moment, then also took a few steps back. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The cracked bluestone brick suddenly arched outwards, as if something inside was about to burst out. When the bluestone bricks completely exploded, what flew out were giant bats with fiery red bodies. Ha! A bat. A fiery red bat? The guards looked puzzled. In the vampire Holy Land, bats were the most numerous of all animals, but fiery red bats were truly rare. One of the guards even stretched out his arm to let the bat fall. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as the fiery red bat landed on his arm, 2 fangs immediately appeared in its rat-like mouth, and it bit down hard on the soldier's arm. Put! It bit me. The soldier's screams immediately rang out, and the bat even bit through the thick leather armor covering his arm. The guard instinctively swung his arm frantically, but as the fiery red bat sucked at him, his arm withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not just his arms, but his whole body. It's hard to imagine that such a palm-sized bat could absorb so much blood. Furthermore, after absorbing the soldier, the fiery red bat instantly grew to at least 100 times its original size, its body reaching half the size of a human, and obscure and incomprehensible patterns appeared on its enormous wings. Blood God Bat. It's the Blood God Bat. Quick! Kill these bats. Upon seeing the patterns on the bat wings, Kirak immediately screamed in terror. The Blood God Bat is a legendary divine pet of the blood ancestor Smish. Moving through the night, killing without a trace. Every person killed by it will have their blood drained from their body. However, according to legend, these dark creatures, which were born at the same time as the vampires, were already extinct long ago, weren't they? Squeak. However, Marquis Kirak's warning came too late. After the first Blood God Bat sucked the blood, it immediately let out a piercing cry. The other Blood God Bats, which were flying around haphazardly, seemed to have found a target and instantly rushed towards the soldiers closest to them. Ah! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! My essence, my lifeblood has been drained by it, ah! In the blink of an eye, the screams of several guards echoed throughout the Bloodwind Canyon. They didn't even have a chance to dodge, and before they could prepare, they were sucked dry by the Blood God Bats. Meanwhile, the other guards, under the command of Marquis Kirak, launched a counterattack against the Blood God Bats that were swarming towards them. Fortunately, there weren't many of these Blood God Bats, and they weren't pure-blooded Blood God Bats. A moment later, all the bats were split in two, and the guards, still looking terrified, put away their weapons. Andrew, you take 20 guards and follow me into the tomb. The rest of you, lie in ambush around the perimeter. If anyone comes near, kill them on the spot. After giving his orders, Marquis Kirak immediately led his personal guard captain and 20 guards into the tomb chamber, while the others hid in various locations around the tomb. At that moment, on one side of the Bloodwind Canyon, two figures resembling bats were rapidly approaching. Ha! The screams just now clearly came from here, where are they? Li Wei muttered something and looked down from the sky. He could only see a dark cave entrance in the middle of the Bloodwind Canyon, which was hundreds of meters deep. This is probably it, Li Wei murmured, turning to Peter Ma. You stay here and be careful not to get spotted. Yes, sir. Peter nodded hastily. In fact, even without Li Wei's instructions, he didn't want to go down. You have to understand, it's very likely that Marquis Kirak has already arrived. If I go down there with my current strength, I probably won't even know how I died. The next moment, Li Wei transformed into a black shadow and swooped down. There were no signs of a battle around the cave entrance, but Li Wei's sensitive nose detected a strong stench of blood. There are people around? Li Wei's eyes flashed suddenly. Suddenly, a rock beneath him shattered, and in the instant that followed, a blood-red blade slashed down. Call! Almost at the instant the rock exploded, Li Wei's figure froze for a moment, then vanished instantly. Holy crap! Where are they? A gasp rang out, and dozens of vampires rushed out from all directions. They were even prepared to surround the boy who had appeared, but it all happened so suddenly that they didn't even have time to react before he was gone. Something's wrong. You two go and inform Marquis Kirak. One of the squad leaders hurriedly gave the order, but before the two guards could act, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Are you looking for me? Who? The squad leader exclaimed in surprise and turned his head sharply, only to see a pale-faced man dressed in a blood-red robe appear behind him at some point. Yes, it's the Marquis' revenge. Put. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He instinctively looked down and saw that a hand with sharp nails had pierced through his chest. Chapter 47. I absorbed one of the 13 blood ancestors. Within this palm, a beating heart is still clutched. A faint scent of blood emanated from the beating heart, and only then did the squad leader react, muttering blankly. This is my heart. Click. The next moment, the hand exerted force, and the bright red heart shattered instantly. The squad leader's body also fell to the ground at that moment. The other guards were shocked by what they saw. Their squad leader was a 9th-rank baron. Even if a count came, he couldn't have killed him so easily, right? Run! All the guards reacted quickly. As expected of their professional training, even when they were escaping, they didn't go in one direction, but in all directions. Several of them even rushed towards the cave entrance. The purpose of doing this is to avoid being wiped out if we encounter a strong opponent. However, upon seeing the vampires flee, Li Wei did not immediately give chase. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and murmured softly, "If running is useful, then what's the point of having wings?" Put. Suddenly, along with the sound, two soft sounds came from behind Li Wei. Then, to the disbelief of all the guards, two deep blue wings quickly spread out from behind Li Wei. 4 wings, 4 wings. He actually has 4 wings. He's a powerful being with a 3rd-generation bloodline. Run away quickly. The dozens of guards could no longer control their fear. 4 wings, only true powerhouses could possess them. It represents power, it represents terror. The next moment, Li Wei's figure instantly appeared in front of all the guards in this space. It should be noted that after Li Wei summoned the wings of the wind god, each time he used flash flight, it only took 1/100th of a second. There were only a few dozen of these guards in total. In other words, within a second, Li Wei could appear in front of each of them, extend his claws, pierce their chests, and crush their hearts. Run. After one of the guards finished speaking with a ferocious expression, he suddenly felt as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing. He subconsciously looked down and saw that a huge hole had appeared in his chest. The shattered heart gushed out along with the flowing blood. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, dozens of guards' corpses crashed to the ground. They didn't even have time to react. In less than a second, they were all killed by Li Wei. In the sky, only Li Wei's figure remained, his 4 huge wings fluttering slightly, making a rustling sound. I told you long ago, running is useless. After glancing at the dozens of corpses with shattered hearts on the ground, Li Wei shook his head, flapped his wings, and rushed into the burrow. This is a huge secret passage that goes straight underground. Every 10 meters or so, there is a recess in the wall next to it, where an oil lamp that can no longer burn is placed. These must be the footprints left by Kirik and his men. Li Wei glanced at the dusty blue bricks under his feet, a series of messy footprints leading to the end of the secret passage. Without any hesitation, Li Wei immediately followed the footprints and rushed over. At Li Wei's speed, it only took a few breaths to reach the end of the secret passage. His view suddenly opened up to a colossal hall, illuminated by thousands of ever-burning lamps. Li Wei estimated that these eternal lamps would have been burning for at least tens of thousands of years. I have no idea what kind of animal oil it's made of, but it can burn for so long. However, at that moment, Great Ancestor, I am your descendant, Simish Kirik. After hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance, the family you founded has become extremely weak. I beg you, Ancestor, to bestow upon me your essence and blood to enhance my bloodline and allow me to revitalize the family. A voice full of excitement suddenly rang out, and Li Wei's expression changed. He immediately rushed into the palace. Before the enormous coffin, Marquis Kirik knelt on the ground with a devout expression, while his guards were so overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the coffin that they could not lift their heads. A lifelike vampire corpse stands inside the coffin. It was as if the corpse was still alive. It was dressed in a golden robe and its hands were crossed in front of its chest. However, what really shocked Li Wei was that 10 enormous wings were blooming on the back of the corpse. Each wing is at least 20 meters long, as if it could block out the entire sky. A thick aura of death and a powerful force rushed towards them, and even Li Wei had to endure this pressure. One can imagine how overwhelmingly powerful this blood ancestor would be if he were still alive. Even though it had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, its remains were still incorruptible, and the residual power it emitted could still make Li Wei tremble with fear. How did you get here? Upon seeing Li Wei, a hint of surprise flashed in Marquis Kirik's eyes, but his expression was quickly replaced by a ferocious grin. Humph, kid, I originally planned to obtain the ancestral blood essence to enhance my bloodline before seeking revenge on you, but since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, then you're out of luck. After Marquis Kirik finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket, slashed his wrist hard, and a large amount of blood gushed out, falling onto the altar in front of him. Buzz! The blood that fell on the altar suddenly turned into a blood mist and flowed into the corpse of the blood ancestor. The next moment, the blood ancestor's corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and an aura of dominance over the world surged out instantly. He did not come back to life, only his remaining consciousness since the arrival of his offspring. His corpse was about to condense his essence and blood to help his descendants enhance their bloodline. No! We must not let him obtain the blood ancestor's essence blood. A cold glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. It wasn't that Kirik was a little stronger, the main problem was that he couldn't complete the mission. Thinking of this, Li Wei gritted his teeth, no longer caring about anything else. Two sharp fangs instantly emerged from his lips, and with a sudden flap of his wings, Li Wei transformed into a streak of black light, instantly rushing to the side of the blood ancestor's corpse. Then, he opened his mouth and fiercely bit down. Put! This meat is a bit dry. A foul smell suddenly wafted up, making Li Wei roll his eyes back. Although he had already inhaled quite a few strange and unusual things, Li Wei dared to swear that this was definitely the most disgusting thing he had ever inhaled. This is a corpse that has been dead for over 100,000 years. Two sharp fangs pierced through blood vessels, and Li Weizhao didn't care whether it was semen or blood as long as it could be sucked, he would suck it without hesitation. Ah! The Marquis Kirik, kneeling on the ground, let out a scream of despair. Just now, he was looking forward to his ancestor's essence blood, but who knew that this wretched brat would do things the wrong way and actually sucked up his own ancestor's essence blood. Moreover, at this moment, Li Wei was completely in the position of a child suckling milk, riding on the body of this blood ancestor, with two short and powerful fangs frantically piercing through his body. No! Stop inhaling! Stop inhaling! That's my ancestor, if anyone's going to inhale, it should be me. Marquis Kirik cried out in despair. Your ancestors? Snort! Li Wei scoffed dismissively and took two more big sips. Whoever gets it gets to keep it. Chapter 48. He has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, how can you bring yourself to eat him? If a vampire's essence blood hasn't been coagulated beforehand, it will immediately spread throughout their body after death. It's equivalent to using their own essence and blood to strengthen their bodies. This is why the stronger a vampire is, the longer their body is preserved after death. However, the blood ancestor, as a second-generation bloodline within the vampire clan, can be said to be second only to the progenitor Cain. The original essence blood contains almost no impurities. Even if it has dispersed throughout the body, it can still condense. Moreover, Marquis Kirik had already established a connection with the corpse of the Tsimish blood ancestor through the bloodline of his descendants, and had condensed this drop of essence blood together. All Li Wei had to do was forcefully extract the drop of essence blood. However, even after taking more than 10 breaths, and even though Li Wei felt his lips were almost numb and his head was almost lacking oxygen, he still couldn't draw out the drop of essence blood. Hiss! This old devil's suck, where is the blood? Li Wei took 2 more deep breaths, unable to bear the smell any longer, and finally let out a long sigh. But as he turned his head, he saw Kirik still below. Holy crap! What's wrong with you? One glance nearly made Li Wei jump off the corpse of the Tsimish blood ancestor. He felt even the hairs on his body stand on end. At this moment, Marquis Kirik was trembling all over, his hands were clenched into fists, tears were welling up in his eyes, and his face was filled with immense grief. Damn it, damn it! How dare you insult my ancestors like this? He has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, how could you possibly bring yourself to eat him? Marquis Kirik roared, as if this shout had released all the grief in his heart. That damn kid! He killed his own subordinates, caused his bloodline to collapse and his cultivation level to decline, and now he has even chased them to his ancestors' grave and absorbed their essence. The Marquis of Kirik grew angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Even if it's bullying, this is no way to bully someone. This is absolutely bullying him. I'll fight you to the death. Marquis Kirik roared, and then his 2 wings suddenly spread open, and he pounced directly at Li Wei. His eyes blazed with hatred, and his claws, already razor-sharp and spitting sparks, hurtled toward Li Wei. Holy crap! Old Ghost is going to fight to the death. Li Wei cried out in surprise. It wasn't that he was afraid of Marquis Kirik, but he hadn't yet extracted the essence blood of the blood ancestor, and he couldn't let all his previous efforts go to waste. But if I can't fight back, can't I at least run away? The next moment, Li Wei directly hugged the corpse of the blood ancestor, and with a sudden flap of the blood clan wings on his back, he instantly appeared dozens of meters away. Ding! You have consumed 1,000 points of health. Immediately, the system in my mind started beeping. Damn it, carrying heavy things really takes more energy. Li Wei muttered something, his eyes fixed on Marquis Kirik, while his large mouth continued to suck on the blood ancestor's corpse. Li Wei had no idea how much blood this vampire had. He felt like he couldn't eat anymore, and there was still more. Damn it! Don't run away, put down my ancestors. Marquis Kirik roared, turned around instantly, and chased after Li Wei. You're like a persistent ghost. Helpless, Li Wei could only carry the corpse of the blood ancestor and rush out of the tomb. So the Marquis of Kirak, with his 20-odd men, chased after him, shouting for Li Wei to release his ancestors. Originally, it was just a simple matter of entering the ancestral tomb, taking the ancestral essence and blood, and paying homage. But because of Li Wei's appearance, it has become so complicated. Marquis Kirak wished he could tear Li Wei to pieces. Li Wei, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Just kidding, this is a drop of essence blood at the blood ancestor level, many times stronger than that of a prince. Even if it makes my lips swell up, I still have to suck. So, Li Wei carried the corpse of the blood ancestor Smish while frantically flapping his wings and fleeing. Fortunately, although the tomb was not small, Li Wei was moving too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were almost at the entrance of the cave they had come in through. Seeing the light ahead, Li Wei immediately let out a whoosh, grabbed the blood ancestor's corpse by the shoulders with both hands, and squeezed the blood ancestor's corpse around the waist with his legs, and rushed out in an instant. Meanwhile, on one side of the Bloodwind Canyon outside, Peter Ma was observing his surroundings warily. Just now, several whooshing sounds came from that cave entrance. Has Lord Li Wei been discovered? Is he in any danger? Peter thought to himself with concern. However, the next moment, a figure, or rather two figures, darted out of the cave entrance. Holy crap! Who is Lord Li Wei holding? Why is that place so big? Peter couldn't help but gasp in surprise, rubbing his eyes vigorously before realizing that Li Wei was holding a vampire's corpse. That's strange. How could an ordinary vampire have such large wings? There are more than 10 of them. Peter muttered something in confusion, but the next moment, an even angrier voice came from the cave entrance. Damn brat, let go of my ancestor. Stop biting him. Hey. So it turns out that Lord Li Wei stole someone else's ancestor, no wonder they were in such a hurry. Peter chuckled, but his expression immediately changed. That's not right. Just now, Marquis Kirak roared that Lord Li Wei was embracing his ancestor, and this place is the tomb of the blood ancestor of the Tsimish clan. Doesn't that mean? Peter suddenly jolted awake, as if someone had hit him on the head with a sledgehammer. His gaze went blank, and he unconsciously opened his mouth, muttering in disbelief. My God! By the progenitor Cain, what on earth has Lord Li Wei done? He pulled the corpse of a blood ancestor out of the coffin, and he bit him. The domineering aura emanating from the blood ancestor's corpse swept over, causing Peter Ma to shudder violently, almost wetting himself in fear. He was just a mere 9th-generation vampire with the strength of a viscount. He was so far away that he was almost scared to death. Li Wei, on the other hand, was wrapped around the blood ancestor's corpse, gnawing at his neck. One could sense the immense pressure Li Wei was under at that moment. However, in the next moment, a pair of slender white hands with blood-red nail polish suddenly landed on Peter Ma's shoulders. Chapter 49. Something the entire vampire clan dared not do. Oh my God! Ancestors! This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Peter was so frightened he almost jumped off. Without even looking, he turned around, knelt down, and begged for mercy. It's no wonder he was so terrified. Witnessing Li Wei frantically draining the blood ancestor's corpse with his own eyes, no one could withstand such intense stimulation. It's important to understand that the reason the blood ancestor is called the blood ancestor is because, in the hearts of these vampires, his status is not much different from that of the progenitor. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the progenitor Cain was born in this sacred land, and the progenitor Cain created the 13 blood progenitors. It can be said that almost all vampires today have the bloodline of the 13 blood ancestors, only to varying degrees. How could such a revered ancestor be seduced by his superior, Li Wei, and how could he be his most direct accomplice? Even when Peter is sleeping now, he probably still has psychological trauma. Stand up! Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly came from the other side. Peter's head was banging loudly, but upon hearing the sound, he suddenly stopped. Hiss! That voice sounds familiar. Peter looked up in confusion, only to see Karina standing opposite him with an icy expression. Your Grace, what brings you here? Peter's eyes darted around a couple of times. What? Did Lord Li Wei summon the Duke as well? Stop talking nonsense. What did you and Li Wei do here? Where is he? Karina snorted coldly. In fact, she had been following them ever since they left the convoy. What to do about handling some personal matters? Doesn't she know Li Wei's true nature and capabilities? There's definitely something they're hiding from me. As this thought flashed through her mind, Karina's gaze grew even colder. She is, after all, a duke, a rare female duke among vampires. If I weren't assertive, I wouldn't have gotten this position at all. Lord Li Wei, Peter Ma looked conflicted. How should I put it? It's said that Lord Li Wei entered the Blood Ancestor's tomb and then absorbed the Blood Ancestor's corpse? That's bullshit. I'm going to kill you. Just then, a roar suddenly rang out. Karina's eyes widened, and she immediately kicked Peter away and rushed forward to attack. In the narrow canyon, the despicable creature was seen carrying a corpse of unknown origin, flying freely through the air. The person who just shouted that voice was none other than Marquis Kirik, whom Karina knew well. How did he end up here? Karina murmured in confusion, her gaze falling on Li Wei, or more precisely, on the corpse Li Wei was holding. Especially those enormous 10 wings, which were enough to attract Karina's attention. That corpse, it looks like. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Karina's eyes. She seemed to have seen a similar description in some ancient book. Vampire with 2 wings, 3rd generation with 6 wings, 2nd generation. Peter, what is Li Wei holding in his arms? Karina really couldn't remember, so she asked Peter beside her. Reporting to your grace, the one Lord Li Wei is holding is the corpse of one of the 13 blood ancestors of the vampire clan, the blood ancestor Smish. Peter said, trembling. Oh, so it's the corpse of a blood ancestor. Karina shook her head indifferently. She had thought it was something else entirely. Having so many wings was rather frightening. Etc. Wrong. The next moment, Karina's expression froze, and even her charming eyes stared straight at Li Wei. By the progenitor Cain, I must have seen wrong. Li Wei, he actually absorbed the blood of a blood ancestor. Karina's voice suddenly rose 8 notes, causing even Peter next to her to tremble. That's the blood ancestor. The entire vampire clan has only 13 powerful ancestors. The bloodline of the 2nd generation created the existence of the entire vampire clan. Although Karina's Vanter family also had a blood ancestor, that Vanter blood ancestor had long since perished somewhere unknown. In fact, there are only 2 or 3 recorded ancestral tombs among all the vampires. It can be said that being able to see the blood ancestor in person, even if it is just his corpse, is something that every vampire dreams of. The pressure emanating from the blood ancestor can also be observed by lower-level bloodlines to improve their strength. If you want to make a breakthrough, this is your opportunity. After speaking to Peter, Karina immediately sat down on the ground and earnestly sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the blood ancestor's corpse. Upon hearing this, Peter quickly retreated more than 10 meters before finding a place to sit down. A golden opportunity. A golden opportunity indeed. Karina's heart trembled. Whether she could break through to the 2nd-tier dukedom depended on today. However, the more she observed, the more suffocated she felt, until finally, she even gritted her teeth in frustration. Okay. People are already eager to feel the blood ancestor's pressure, but that wretched brat is actually riding on the blood ancestor's back. Still sucking blood. Karina's eyes were filled with envy. She wished she could replace Li Wei right then and there. What probably no vampire clan would dare to do, Li Wei did today. And they did it so decisively. Marquis Kirik was also furious. He had finally found his ancestor, only to have this brat intercept him halfway. He even used his filthy teeth to gnaw on his own noble ancestors. At this moment, it is no longer a matter of essence or blood, but a matter of the dignity of the Simish family, which has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Even their ancestors were drained. Anyone else would be tempted. Boy, you will become the enemy of the entire Simish family from now on, a mortal enemy. A mortal enemy. Kirik roared, and his speed suddenly increased. Ahead, Li Wei's face was contorted with pain. It's not anything else. He really couldn't suck anymore. Based on Li Wei's experience, even if there was a large rock inside the corpse, it should have been sucked out by now. But for some reason, the blood ancestor's corpse didn't react at all. It was as if Li Wei's mouth hadn't satisfied him at all, as he received absolutely no feedback. That's right. I just saw that Kirik used his blood to trigger the reaction in the corpse. Maybe my own blood would work too. Li Wei suddenly recalled the scene in the tomb, and without hesitation, he immediately activated the blood energy within his body. Buzz. The next moment, a large amount of blood energy emanated from Li Wei's body, and the corpse of the blood ancestor that Li Wei was holding suddenly shuddered. It was as if it had come to life. Li Wei could clearly feel that the blood inside the blood ancestor's corpse was no longer congealing, but instead began to circulate rapidly. I'll inhale. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei took a deep breath and then fiercely bit down on the neck of the blood ancestor's corpse. Finally! A moment later, Li Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. I got it! I got it! I got it! Ha 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 ha! Instantly, Li Wei's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the entire canyon. Chapter 50. The next moment, their eyes met. This drop of blood ancestor's essence blood was deeply hidden within the blood ancestor's body, and the real reason Li Wei was able to find it was not because of Li Wei's blood energy. It's because of Li Wei's bloodline. Previously in the mine, Li Wei had absorbed a wisp of ancestral energy, which was the legendary aura of the blood god body. As a first-generation bloodline, it can naturally resonate with the second-generation bloodline. Even a tiny bit of it is enough to completely suppress the second-generation bloodline. Seeing Li Wei's reaction, Marquis Kirik, who was following behind, immediately sensed that something was wrong. If this kid really manages to extract the second-generation blood essence, then I won't just have made a wasted trip, I might even have to stay in this tomb with my ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps my own body has decomposed while my ancestors' bodies haven't. No, we have to fight. Marquis Kirik gritted his teeth, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Yes, in order to stop Li Wei from absorbing the blood ancestor's essence blood, and in order to obtain the blood ancestor's essence blood, Marquis Kirik actually burned his own essence blood. Any vampire who has reached the 10th generation or higher will produce a drop of essence blood within their body. It can nourish one's own body, and can be bestowed upon subordinates and descendants to enhance their strength. Under such circumstances, after the essence blood is burned, Marquis Kirik can unleash strength several times greater than before. In an instant, Marquis Kirik's realm soared to the strength of a 4th-tier duke, and the powerful blood energy stimulated him so much that his eyes turned blood red. It's like a bull in heat. He aimed at Li Wei and pounced. Oh no! Li Wei is in danger. On one side of the canyon, seeing Marquis Kirik's aura suddenly surge, Karina naturally knew what had happened. Anxious, she was about to go and help Li Wei. But before she could even spread her wings, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Li Wei. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, a powerful energy emanated from Li Wei in a disc shape and instantly spread outwards. Visibly, the air around Li Wei fluctuated violently, and Marquis Kirik, who had just approached, was blasted away by the shockwave. How is this possible? How could that kid be so strong? Marquis Kirik was horrified. His chest cracked as the sudden energy struck him, breaking his bones. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood without hesitation. However, the shockwave did not stop, but continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed into the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, and the air howled. The entire canyon shook violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. By the progenitor Cain, Li Wei, what happened to Li Wei? Karina was extremely anxious because she felt that this kind of energy was definitely not something Li Wei could release. Even after absorbing the blood ancestor's essence blood. Even with Li Wei's strength, it's definitely not enough to awe the world. At this moment, Li Wei also had a constipated expression on his face. The suffering he endured was no less than that of the Marquis of Nakarok. If it weren't for the trace of blood god body's aura within his body, Li Wei would probably have been pulverized by that powerful energy. This sudden surge of energy did not originate from Li Wei's body, nor from the drop of purple blood in Li Wei's mouth. Instead, it was the corpse of the blood ancestor that Li Wei was holding tightly. As this earth-shattering aura suddenly surged forth, the 10 enormous wings growing on the blood ancestor's corpse actually began to tremble slightly. It's as if a sleeping butterfly is gradually waking up, stretching its wings, and preparing to take flight. Call! 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 The next moment, a clear panting sound suddenly rang out, as if it were breathing in and out the breath of heaven and earth. What he was swallowing was the surrounding energy. With each breath, Li Wei could no longer feel the air around him. Strands of crimson aura condensed into substance and entered the blood ancestor's mouth and nose along with his breathing. What was expelled was an incredibly terrifying force, instantly filling the entire canyon and spreading out for hundreds of kilometers in an instant. 100 kilometers away, the convoy stopped beside a pile of rocks. The old butler, Chris, sat in the hood with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his body jolted, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Bloodwind Canyon. How is this possible? Chris murmured, then vanished from the spot in an instant. Bloodstained Valley. How is this possible? Karina stood up in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with fear as if she had seen something terrifying. She even doubted whether she was imagining things. An aura that made her blood boil emanated from Li Wei. No. It erupted from the corpse of that blood ancestor. Good heavens! Our ancestors! Marquis Kirak was excited. Even though his bloodline had reached the 5th generation, he was still a descendant of that Simish blood ancestor. The resonance caused by his bloodline would not make any mistakes. He could feel that the aura within his ancestor was rapidly recovering. The thick aura of death dissipated, replaced by a boundless vitality. It's come back to life. But the next moment, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. Actually, Li Wei couldn't sense any particular aura or anything like that very clearly. After all, Li Wei's bloodline was not weak either, and it even contained the aura of the blood god. However, because Li Wei was holding the corpse of the blood ancestor at this moment, he had just witnessed the eyelids of this corpse, which had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, twitch slightly. This was as if it had jumped into Li Wei's heart. Damn it, I only bit you and sucked on you a little. You don't need to react this strongly, do you? Li Wei muttered something, trembling. Then, no longer daring to hold the corpse that was about to rise from the dead, he suddenly exerted force with both hands, intending to throw the blood ancestor to the ground. But to everyone's surprise, just before he could let go, the blood ancestor's corpse suddenly grabbed Li Wei's arm with both hands. Originally, it was Li Wei who was holding him, but now, it is he who is holding Li Wei. Mom! Li Wei was stunned for a moment, and then a hoarse howl suddenly came out of Li Wei's mouth. Immediately afterward, Li Wei thrashed about like a wild beast caught in a noose, but the power emanating from the blood ancestor's corpse was like 2 vices clamping down on Li Wei's arms. No matter how hard Li Wei tried to shake him off, he couldn't. As Li Wei struggled violently, the eyelids of the blood ancestor's corpse slowly lifted. The next moment, their eyes met. Chapter 51: The Tragedy of the Blood Ancestor. A spark of passion ignited instantly between their gazes. Okay, Li Wei admits, he is indeed tempted at this moment. It wasn't just the movement, my heart was practically pounding out of my chest. Their posture at this moment is like that of a couple deeply in love. Li Wei was embracing the corpse of the blood ancestor, whose hands were gripping Li Wei's shoulders. But who would want their partner to be a damn old corpse that's been dead for hundreds of thousands of years? In an instant, Li Wei shuddered violently, feeling a chilling aura envelop him. His eyes were golden, and his pupils slowly focused before landing on Li Wei's face. Who stole my life essence? Who awakened me from my cultivation? The next moment, an aged voice suddenly came from the corpse of the blood ancestor. Li Wei shuddered again and quickly shook his head. No, it wasn't me. This old bastard didn't die at all. I see. Perhaps because he had just been awakened, the blood ancestor Smish was not quite sober and actually believed Li Wei's words. He closed his eyes, then opened them, and that domineering aura was instantly released once again. Li Wei was overjoyed. As long as this old ghost believed him, everything would be easy. He should run away first. But to everyone's surprise, the next moment, a voice that drove Li Wei crazy suddenly rang out. Ancestor! That kid sucked your breath. Your precious 2nd generation essence was absorbed by this brat. The Marquis Kirak's loud roar came over. At this moment, Marquis Kirak felt quite relieved. That wretched brat, I'll let you suck. Now you've awakened your own ancestor. See if you don't die. Simish, the blood ancestor, was slightly taken aback, as he could clearly sense that the blood flowing within Marquis Kirak was his own. In other words, one's own descendants would certainly not deceive them. Instantly, that awe-inspiring gaze fell upon Li Wei's face once more. Forehead. A bead of sweat the size of a soybean rolled down Li Wei's forehead. It's over. On one side of the canyon, seeing that the blood ancestor Smitty had actually been resurrected, Karina felt utterly hopeless. They even wanted to rush over, grab Li Wei's ear, and give him a good scolding. Damn it, of all people to absorb, why did you have to absorb one of the 13 blood ancestors? Now look what's happened. Not only did you extract his essence and blood, but you actually managed to forcefully wake him up. You deceived me, you deserve to die. The chilling voice of the blood ancestor Smish reached Li Wei's mind, and instantly, Li Wei felt as if he were being locked onto by something extremely dangerous. The blood in the body stops flowing, and the heart stops beating. The next moment, the blood ancestor of Smish opened his withered lips, and 2 fangs as long as a finger rushed towards Li Wei. If we're talking about inhalation, he's the true originator. Even if his essence and blood have been drained, he can still drain them back without missing a single drop. Moreover, it's not enough to just absorb back the essence that originally belonged to him, he also had to suck the ignorant offspring who dared to pry into his body to death. Humble life, you will be my first meal after I regain consciousness. This is your glory, enjoy it to the fullest. A glint of desire flashed in the eyes of the blood ancestor Simish. Even without his descendants' reminder, he had never intended to let Li Wei go. Having been immersed for hundreds of thousands of years, a vampire has an extreme thirst for blood. Let alone Li Wei, even if it were his own father, he would probably still take the drugs without hesitation. He could even smell the fresh blood. It's a taste I haven't had in hundreds of thousands of years. It was a taste that drove him crazy and excited him. Suck. Without saying a word, the fangs of the blood ancestor Smish pierced directly through Li Wei's neck. Put. A familiar feeling, a familiar liquid. Even the blood ancestor of Smish narrowed his eyes in comfort. But the next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. This really does taste like Dad. It should be noted that although Li Wei's bloodline at this moment is only that of the 7th generation, he once absorbed the blood of the progenitor Cain. That wisp of primordial blood energy was the blood energy of the progenitor Cain. There is also the body of the blood god, whose bloodline is even purer than that of the progenitor Cain. Just as the fangs of the blood ancestor Simishi pierced Li Wei's blood vessels, powerful blood energy surged forth, enveloping the fangs and even entering his body through them, colliding violently with his blood. For ordinary vampires, absorbing bloodlines of a higher level than their own is not a big deal. However, Li Wei possesses the bloodline of the world's first vampire. Pure and pristine. Even as a second-generation bloodline, the blood ancestor simply couldn't withstand it. Who are you? Who are you? The blood ancestor of Smish let out an incredulous scream. He even felt that under this powerful pressure, he could no longer move freely. Even if he becomes the second-generation blood ancestor, and it is the bloodline that the progenitor Cain must obtain, bestowing it is completely different from forcibly taking it. Who is he? That damn kid! Marquis Kirek exclaimed, his face full of bewilderment. Li Wei? Karina also looked puzzled. What exactly happened? Why did the blood ancestor suddenly stop? However, at this moment, as if the blood flowing through his body had been awakened, Li Wei, who had been stiff, suddenly gained control of his body. Li Wei's pupils gradually contracted as he stared at the withered neck of the blood ancestor Smish. A glint flashed in his eyes. A bold idea immediately came to mind. It's just inhaling, isn't it? It's like everyone smoked it before. The next moment, Li Wei opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs, and bit Simish blood ancestor's neck again. This time, Li Wei was absolutely determined to drain them dry. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, a large amount of blood entered Li Wei's body, and after being overwhelmed by Li Wei's bloodline energy, the Smish blood ancestor completely lost the ability to resist. Just as if it were a natural restraint, it is also possible that the Smish bloodline ancestor had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years and had never fully awakened. He could feel his life force rapidly draining away. Li Wei's suction force spread throughout his entire body, including all his internal organs. There's something wrong with his heart. After a frantic, reckless sucking, Li Wei immediately noticed something unusual. Inside the heart of the Simish blood ancestor, there seemed to be some unknown entity radiating powerful energy. It exudes powerful energy, and even Li Wei felt that the fact that the Smish blood ancestor had not died for hundreds of thousands of years was closely related to this thing. Chapter 52 The Heavenly Gang Reversed, the world has changed. One more bite. After sensing the abnormality, Li Wei took another deep breath without hesitation. A large amount of blood was sucked away by Li Wei, and the unknown substance inside the heart was also forcibly sucked out. This is a drop of golden blood, which still exudes powerful energy even after hundreds of thousands of years. As the drop of golden blood left his heart, the body of the blood ancestor Smish began to tremble slightly. He's struggling to break free. He's struggling. This shows just how important this drop of golden blood was to him. Damn it! Primal blood, it's my primal blood. Damn it! The next moment, a fierce roar erupted from the eyes of the blood ancestor Smish. Even though Li Wei had absorbed his own essence blood, he had not reacted so strongly. Primal blood. Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. This thing sounds pretty good. However, if he continues to inhale, With the strength of the Tsmish blood ancestor, he will definitely break free from that bloodline pressure. Oh, right. I'm not completely without any tricks up my sleeve. The thought flashed through Li Wei's mind, and blood immediately spurted from the tips of his two fangs. This is not the blood of the Tsmiti bloodline ancestor, but rather Li Wei's powerful skill. Boiling blood. Let it boil. Li Wei roared, explaining that he usually used this skill drop by drop. Now, Li Wei is very clear about the power of this blood ancestor. One drop is definitely not enough. Instead of being cautious, we should go all out. At this moment, Li Wei wished he could turn all his blood into boiling blood and then spit it out. Like a high-pressure water pipe, at least half a basin of boiling blood was forcefully sprayed out by Li Wei. Originally, Li Wei had almost drained the blood from the Tsimish blood ancestor's body, but now, the blood suddenly flowed back in, causing the Tsimish blood ancestor's body to swell up. His eyes bulged out, as if someone had forced a bellyful of water down his throat, almost making him vomit. As a vampire with second-generation blood, all other lower-level bloodlines are trash in his eyes. But now, this despicable descendant is actually using his trashy bloodline to forcefully infuse himself with it. That messy, filthy blood filled his noble veins. At this moment, the blood ancestor of Tsmish wanted to howl out loud. I don't want it. But Li Wei had a fierce expression on his face. Are you kidding me? At this point, do you think you can just say you don't want it anymore? Give me another half basin. Li Wei roared, and a large amount of his blood energy evaporated. In the blink of an eye, another half basin of boiling blood was poured in. The body of the Tsmiti bloodline progenitor was almost stretched into a ball. This sudden change caused his body, which was about to break free, to sink back down. What caused Tsmish blood ancestor even more pain was that the blood flowing back in was like burning molten lava. It was frantically burning his blood vessels, and then circulating through his body to various organs. He felt like he was about to be burned alive. Aha! It's so hot! The next moment, the blood ancestor of Tsmish couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Upon hearing this sound, the Marquis of Kirik, who was standing nearby, nearly fell over. What's going on? The incredibly powerful ancestor was actually forced to cry out by this wretched brat. Karina was also a bit confused. She originally thought that Li Wei was simply exceptionally talented. But no matter how gifted someone is, they shouldn't be able to absorb that much, right? That's one of the 13 blood ancestors, a second-generation bloodline of the Blood Clan. They all cried out in pain from the suction. No wonder even I couldn't bear it that day. Even the blood ancestor couldn't withstand Li Wei's absorption, how could I possibly? The body of the blood ancestor Tsmish trembled, and then wisps of steam rose from the top of his head. Humph, old ghost, you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, aren't you? Seeing this, Li Wei sneered. However, this was still not safe. He still had a lot of blood energy. Even if he used it all this time, it wouldn't matter. Paralyze the fangs! Li Wei roared again, and a tingling sensation instantly spread from Li Wei's fangs throughout the entire body of the Tsimish blood ancestor. He suddenly stopped, and then his body began to tremble violently. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his hundreds of thousands of years as a vampire. First came the burning sensation, then the numbness, and it even made his teeth chatter uncontrollably. No. Stop it, I can't take it anymore. The blood ancestor of Tsmish let out a trembling wail and stretched out his shaking arm, trying to push Li Wei away. At this moment, he was undoubtedly devastated. The world has changed. The heavenly gang has been overturned. The world has changed. Previously, it was always the higher-level bloodlines that absorbed the lower-level bloodlines. And now, after only a few 100,000 years of slumber, the vampires outside have undergone such a drastic change. Even a random junior could drain him to the point of near death. Even the blood ancestor of Tsmish regretted that he had become sober at the wrong time. All you want is essence and blood, just take it, there's no need to torture an old guy who's been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Yo-ho! Looks like you still have energy. To everyone's surprise, Smitty's resistance only made things worse, and Li Wei became even more uncertain about the situation. It seems I have no choice but to use every trick in the book. A determined glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. After the paralysis skill wore off, Li Wei unleashed a new skill. Blood-clotting fangs. Put. Instantly, all the blood that came into contact with Li Wei's fangs congealed, spreading from his neck to his heels, and the blood in Smitty's veins stopped flowing in an instant. Well. Simisai blood ancestor suddenly stopped, staring intently at Li Wei, unable to even turn his head. Blood, as the most fundamental source of energy in the body, can easily lead to death, let alone coagulation. Even a slight increase in viscosity can cause death. In other words, even though Smitty, a second-generation vampire, could survive such an attack, he was still able to survive. If it were a regular vampire, it would probably be dead by now. Conversely, it also means that he has been immersed in this state for hundreds of thousands of years, and his strength has long since evaporated with time. It's safe to say that less than 1 in 1,000 survived. If he were in his prime, even if he woke up 10,000 years earlier. Right now, it's probably Li Wei who's convulsing. Even so, Li Wei consumed all the blood energy he had accumulated, nearly 100,000 points, leaving not a single drop. "Give me your blood!" Li Wei roared, and a powerful suction force erupted from his fangs. The drop of golden blood was instantly sucked into his mouth at a speed of 180 miles per hour. As the drop of golden blood left his body, the powerful aura of the blood ancestor Tsimishi vanished abruptly. His body, like tofu stored for a month, began to grow mold and start to stink. "It's starting to rot. Our ancestor was sucked to death," Marquis Kiruk murmured blankly. Chapter 53: Digging Up Ashes. It's hard to imagine that such a second-generation vampire could be the blood ancestor, feared by countless races across the continent. He was sucked to death by Li Wei in less than a few minutes after regaining consciousness. However, no matter what, he is still the strongest person in this land, and can even be described as having dominated for hundreds of thousands of years. The thick aura of death spread instantly, and from the Bloodwind Canyon as the center, booming sounds echoed across the sky for hundreds of kilometers in radius. The dark clouds that had remained unchanged, obscuring the sacred land of the vampires, began to churn violently. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of blood energy suddenly surged out from the corpse of the blood ancestor Smish and swept towards all directions of peace. As the person closest to the blood ancestor's corpse, even at near negative distance, Li Wei naturally absorbed the most blood energy. Bite. System detection: a large amount of blood energy has appeared around the host. Absorb it? Of course, absorb it. As soon as the system notification sounded, Li Wei immediately issued the command. This old ghost has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Heaven knows how much blood and energy he has absorbed. Now that he is dead, the blood and energy contained in his body will surely give back to heaven and earth. Rather than letting it go and disappear into the world, it's better to make some contribution for Li Wei. Whoosh! The next moment, the blood energy emanating from the blood ancestor's corpse roared as it was absorbed into Li Wei's body, almost forming a small tornado. Marquis Kiruk's heart pounded wildly at the sight. He didn't have Li Wei's composure. He was still absorbing blood energy at a time like this. Instead, they ran away. "We must escape. This kid is definitely not someone he can handle." However, if he were to reveal that he killed a blood ancestor, the entire blood clan would probably consider him an enemy. There will be no place for him in the entire holy land of the vampires. "Damn it, you think you'll become stronger by absorbing the blood ancestor's blood? No, the entire vampire race will be your enemy." Marquis Kiruk gritted his teeth, a ferocious look flashing in his eyes, and quickly flew towards the other end of the Bloodwind Canyon. Who, a second-ranked duke? On one side of the canyon, Karina slowly opened her eyes. The aura of the blood ancestor, combined with the powerful blood energy impact, had allowed her to break through to the second-tier duke level in one fell swoop. However, just as she was about to go down and check on Li Wei's situation, she suddenly realized that Marquis Kiruk's figure was about to disappear. No, if he survives, he will definitely spread the word about what happened today, and Li Wei will be in danger. Karina's eyes flickered, only to see that Li Wei was still holding the corpse of the blood ancestor with a look of ecstasy on his face. "This guy. You caused this trouble yourself, don't you know how to clean up your mess? I have to do it myself." Karina gritted her teeth and instructed Peter not to tell Li Wei about her arrival, nor to mention this matter. After informing the others, he let out a whoosh and chased after Marquis Kiruk. Why is there a noise?" Li Wei, who was absorbing blood energy, couldn't help but open his eyes, only to see a black dot slowly disappear from his sight in the distance. Bite. Blood chi value increased by 800 points. Advance to the next realm? Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Li Wei couldn't help but turn his gaze away. So be it, I'll deal with you later." Li Wei snorted and focused on breaking through. Even though Li Wei was closest, there was still just too much of this blood energy. Furthermore, because it was a form of giving back to heaven and earth, Li Wei only absorbed tens of thousands of blood energy points, and the remaining blood energy was basically all dissipated into the world. Splash splash. The corpse of the blood ancestor, which he held in his arms, seemed to have existed for millions of years in an instant, turning into a pile of ashes that fell to the ground. No matter how powerful you are, after death you'll be nothing more than dust. Li Wei shook his head, and for some reason, a sense of sorrow rose in his heart. This was a legendary blood ancestor, a true powerhouse in legends capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, who protected the blood clan for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, in the end, he still couldn't escape his fate of annihilation. Although this was all caused by Li Wei. No matter what, I will never be like you again. Li Wei glanced at the pile of ashes on the ground, then turned to leave. However, at this moment, Li Wei's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly swooped down, landing next to the blood ancestor's ashes. Just now, Li Wei unintentionally glanced at the area with his mental energy and suddenly discovered that there was a faint trace of mental energy here. But the blood ancestor is already dead? Li Wei muttered something in confusion. Just then, there was a broken tree branch nearby. Li Wei picked it up and started rummaging through the pile of ashes. Well, doing this is indeed a bit inappropriate, but Li Wei wondered, could it be that the blood ancestor is still alive? As Li Wei rummaged through the ashes, some objects rolled out. It has a pair of sharp, black claws, a pair of eyes that seem to be in the shape of gold, and several fangs. These are all body parts left behind after the death of the blood ancestor. Li Wei picked it up and murmured excitedly. Vampires are different from other creatures. They specialize in cultivating blood, which can also be understood as specializing in cultivating the body. Some highly skilled vampires can not only use their body parts for attack, but also for crafting magical weapons after death. For example, parts like claws and fangs can become weapons without much forging. Furthermore, the higher the level of the vampire, the more sought after the materials taken from them become. These things are not bad. I'll keep them for now. Even if I don't use them later, I can sell them for pocket money. Li Wei muttered something and put away all of the blood ancestor's claws, fangs, and other weapons. If the blood ancestor hell has a spirit, I wonder if it would be so angry that it would crawl out of hell and strangle Li Wei, that scoundrel of a descendant. That was the blood ancestor's body material. He actually thought of exchanging it for pocket money. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei rummaged around a couple more times, and something about the size of a fist, resembling a piece of raw meat, rolled out of the ashes. Hiss. What is this thing? Li Wei took a slight breath. His intuition told him that this was the thing that had caught his attention earlier. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Blood God Bat Egg X1. Just then, the system notification sounded. Blood God Bat? A hint of doubt flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He felt like he had seen this thing somewhere before. Oh, right. World Chronicle. Li Wei slapped himself. He had previously seen records of the Blood God Bat in the study of Vanter Castle. Chapter 54. A Master is a Master. Blood God Bats, legendary dark creatures born alongside vampires. Over hundreds of thousands of years, they fought alongside the vampires to defeat enemies across the entire continent and help the vampires rule the entire continent. However, according to records, the last Blood God Bat was destroyed by a high priest of the orcs more than 100,000 years ago, and the Blood God Bat disappeared completely from this continent. How could a creature that has long been extinct appear here? Li Wei muttered to himself with some doubt, but the next moment. Bite. System notification: the host can hatch this Blood God Bat egg, making the Blood God Bat their sacred pet. The host needs to nourish it with blood. Given the host's current blood level, it will take 999,000 years to awaken the Blood God Bat. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Li Wei couldn't help but yell, what the hell are you talking about? There's no way to be so contemptuous. What's wrong with my own blood? Doesn't it smell good? Why should it need to nourish me for nearly 1,000,000 years? Li Wei angrily bit his finger and tasted it carefully. At the very least, it smells much better than the blood of that Smish bloodline progenitor, right? This piece of junk, I don't want it anymore. Li Weimu snorted angrily, grabbed the Blood God Bat egg, and threw it far away. Unbeknownst to him, the blood that flowed from his bitten finger had just stained the eggs of the Blood God Bat. After accomplishing this feat, Li Wei immediately felt his confidence return, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. But who knew that after the Blood God Bat egg was stained with Li Wei's blood, the outer layer that looked like flesh instantly turned blood red and then became very soft. Immediately afterwards, a small hole about the thickness of a finger was bitten out of the fist-sized egg, and a head with huge ears, resembling a rat, emerged from it. Then, there was its tiny body. It was entirely pink, with light downy feathers on its wings, and two large, watery, and bewildered eyes, completely lacking the ferocious and evil aura of ordinary bats. Squeak! The little bat let out a long cry, twitched its pink nose, sniffed the blood-stained egg, and then fixed its gaze on Li Wei, who was flying with his back to it. Squeak! Hateful! Why did you abandon me? A flash of anger crossed the little bat's eyes. Without needing any instruction, it flapped its pink wings and caught up with Li Wei. Oh my god! What the hell? Li Wei, who was flying in the air, suddenly shuddered and almost fell off. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a small, pink bat biting his chest hard. Ah! Overwhelmed by the intense pain, Li Wei cried out in agony. On the outermost edge, Peter Ma was still standing there, looking completely dazed. After all, even Karina could barely withstand the aura of the blood ancestor. It was quite remarkable that he, a vampire of low bloodline, wasn't directly turned into an idiot. But Li Wei's cry of pain instantly snapped him back to reality. He hurriedly scrambled to the edge of the cliff and looked down. At that moment, Li Wei was flapping his wings and tumbling in the air, one hand reaching into his chest as if searching for something. The next moment, Li Wei's expression changed, and he quickly took his hand out, revealing a small, pink bat in his palm. There were still traces of blood on its little mouth as it struggled. Damn it, thank goodness I've practiced, otherwise you would have bitten me badly. Li Wei, enduring the pain, muttered curses as he spoke. This little guy looks small, but his bites really hurt. If it weren't for professional training, I'm afraid I would have. Where did this thing come from? Li Wei suddenly realized, why is there a bat out of the blue? Blood god bat. The next moment, Li Wei immediately realized, could it be that his own blood had activated the blood god bat egg? But didn't the system say that with the level of its blood, it could nourish people for at least hundreds of thousands of years? The blood god bat was found in the corpse of the blood ancestor, which means that it was very likely that it had been nourished by the blood ancestor for a long time and was just a little short of successfully hatching. Its own blood was just the crucial final step. Li Wei murmured excitedly. So, it seems that I have completely stolen the fruits of the Tsmish bloodline progenitor. What Li Wei didn't know was that the blood god bat disappeared much earlier than recorded. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the blood ancestor Simisai obtained the blood god bat egg and kept it in his body, nourishing it with his blood. They even went into the tomb specifically to hatch the eggs. Just so I can concentrate more. Who knew that, just when success was within reach, or even a day later, the Tsmiti bloodline progenitor might have been reborn. But life is full of coincidences, and no one can predict them. Squeak! Let me go! The little bat let out an angry cry, broke free from Li Wei's grasp, and flew away into the distance. As a true divine beast, the blood god bat is quite unique. It could clearly tell that Li Wei was not the one who had benefited it, so it had no intention of acknowledging Li Wei as its master. Humph, quite the character. Li Wei snorted, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Now that you're here, you think you can just run away? Stay here. Immediately, Li Wei grabbed the little bat with his large hand and threw it into his shirt. Are you kidding me? This is a treasure. How could Li Wei be so brain-dead as to let it escape so easily? Whether it wants to become my sacred pet or not, I'm willing to be its master. Forcing a bat is much easier than forcing Karina. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away from the Bloodwind Canyon, two vampires spread their huge wings and cut through the air one after the other at high speed. Humph, Karina, even if you break through to the second-tier Duke level, you still can't catch up with me. Don't worry, once I reach the Holy Land, I'll expose all your shady dealings with that brat. Marquis Kirak sneered defiantly, while Karina followed behind silently, her face grave. She knew that if this matter got out, not only Li Wei, but she herself might also be stripped of her title and expelled from the Holy Land by the prince. Ahead lies a dense forest. Once we get here, I can completely shake off Karina. Marquis Kirak muttered something, then suddenly accelerated, but just then, a figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 55 Your Excellency Marquis Kirak, I will carry out your death sentence. This is an elderly nobleman. Wearing a black tuxedo and gold-rimmed reading glasses, his silver hair was meticulously styled. Just standing there, one could almost feel the aristocratic air emanating from him. What surprised Marquis Kirak even more was that he actually knew this old man with the air of nobility. You damned old bastard, get out of my way. Don't you want to live anymore? Kirak roared, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. However, the elderly nobleman opposite him did not waver in the slightest, as if he had not heard him at all. Damn it! Damn it! The Vanter family are all freaks. How dare an old man like him block my way? Die! Finally, as the distance drew closer, Marquis Kirak could no longer restrain himself. He flapped his wings and swooped down, pouncing on the old man. I'm getting old, but old blood is better at relieving heat. Marquis Kirak spent the entire day in a state of depression. He couldn't deal with Li Wei, he couldn't deal with Karina, so why couldn't he deal with this old man who looked like he was about to die? Die! Marquis Kirak let out a long howl, his two sharp fangs gleaming with a fierce light, as if he could already see his fangs piercing the old man's throat and sucking his aged blood in the next moment. However, at that moment, a sharp glint flashed in the old man's dim eyes, and an aura of contempt for the world suddenly erupted from his hunched body. Die! Without any other unnecessary movements, the old man raised his arm and gently grabbed forward. Marquis Kirak, as if he had stretched out his neck and offered himself up, placed his fragile throat into the old man's hand. Kill, oh my god! Marquis Kirak's howling abruptly stopped, and he became instantly docile, like a cat whose scruff of the neck had been pinched. His body was much taller than the old man's, but at this moment the old man grabbed his throat and lifted him into the air. Ha, how is this possible? Marquis Kirak's eyes widened in confusion. Hoarse voices came from the man's strangled throat. He couldn't understand how such a frail-looking old man could subdue him with one hand. His legs kicked helplessly, and his wings flapped wildly, but he could not break free from the old man's eagle claw-like arms. In just a few seconds, Karina caught up from behind. She glanced at Marquis Kirak, who was being choked and struggling helplessly. As if she had known this would happen, Karina turned to the old man and spoke softly. Butler Chris, what brings you here? Chris, the butler, paused slightly upon hearing this, then slowly bowed, maintaining his high level of etiquette even while holding Kirak in one hand. Miss, I sense something unusual here, so I came to check it out. As Chris the butler spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his arm, and Marquis Kirak's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Marquis Kirak, what should we do? Butler Chris continued. Kill him. Now that he knows you have the strength of a prince. Karina said calmly, emphasizing the word prince. Your Highness. GAA. Marquis Kirak felt his breathing quicken in that instant. No wonder he sensed that familiar and powerful aura from Chris the butler. It turns out that this unassuming butler was actually a super strong expert at the prince level. You have to understand, right now, the entire vampire clan only has one prince on the surface. Now, he recalls how he went to Vanter Castle to cause trouble many times, but little did he know that there was actually a powerful expert at the prince level in Vanter Castle. This isn't just looking for trouble, it's downright courting death. No. Don't kill me, Butler Chris, Sr., please spare my life, I promise I will never reveal your secrets. Marquis Kirak spoke haltingly, his eyes filled with pleading. He was utterly terrified. Heaven knows just how terrifying this Vanter Castle really was. That kid literally drained the blood ancestor to death. This old steward is actually a vampire prince. Your Excellency Marquis Kirak, I shall now carry out your execution. The old butler, Chris, finished speaking with a respectful expression, completely ignoring the Marquis Kirak's pleading gaze, and then suddenly exerted force with his hand. Click. Instantly, a crisp sound came from Marquis Kirak's neck, and his body began to struggle violently and convulse uncontrollably. However, he still could not stop the extremely powerful energy from impacting his body. Whoosh! The next moment, a large amount of flames burst forth from Marquis Kirak's body. When Butler Chris released his grip, Marquis Kirak's corpse instantly turned to ashes and vanished completely from the land in the gentle breeze. However, some claws, fangs, and other such things remained. Miss, what happened over there? Butler Chris asked, brushing the ashes off his clothes. No matter how powerful he is, he couldn't possibly know what's happening 100 kilometers away. It's nothing, Li Wei just broke through again, Karina said after a moment's thought. It wasn't that Karina didn't trust the housekeeper, she just didn't want Li Wei's affairs to be exposed further. Butler Chris said nothing, his face expressionless. He simply bent down slightly and picked up some of the Marquis Kirak's parts from the ground for Karina. This is, after all, a part of a Duke-level body, and it is quite valuable. By the time Li Wei returned to the convoy, it was already quite late. However, what puzzled Li Wei was that everyone in the convoy had tear stains on their faces, and some even had swollen eyes. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Li Wei couldn't help but hug Lilith tightly, feeling a pang of heartache. The little girl had been crying the most and was still sobbing. "Wa'ada. Master. I don't know how. What happened was that a sudden feeling of sadness overwhelmed me, and I couldn't help but cry." Lilith sobbed as she spoke. The guards and servants beside him were also nodding and weeping. However, judging from their descriptions, Li Wei roughly understood what was going on. The 13 blood ancestors, strictly speaking, are the true ancestors of the entire vampire clan. The death of their ancestors naturally causes a resonance in the bloodline within them. Li Wei simply hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Chapter 56: The Infamous Lady Thorns. With the fall of the blood ancestor, every vampire in the world who still carries a trace of his bloodline will feel an indescribable sadness. In the heart of the holy city, within a massive palace and a dark basement, a pure black coffin suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, an aged cry emanated from within the coffin. "Wa'ada. Why do I suddenly feel a wave of sadness enveloping me? Wa'ada. I really want to cry. Wa'ada." Not only the coffin, but the entire palace, all the servants, guards, and even some high-ranking vampires, began to weep. For a moment, the entire palace was filled with loud weeping. This atmosphere gradually spread until the entire holy city, commoners, nobles, and even street vendors, were all teary-eyed, and some even sobbed uncontrollably as they walked. Even the entire 13 territories of the vampire clan Holy Land. There was no place where the sound of crying could not be heard. However, on the main street of the holy city, a group of 7 or 8 pale-faced vampires were walking hurriedly when suddenly loud wailing came from both sides of the street, startling these deathly pale vampires. "Holy crap! Why are all those vampires crying? Did someone in your family die?" But even when someone dies, there's usually this uniformity, isn't there? The entire blood clan holy city is crying? Immediately, the pale-faced vampires looked around in bewilderment, seeing everyone around them crying and sobbing. "Wa'ada. Why aren't you crying?" Just then, several weeping vampires nearby asked in confusion. It was highly unusual that these 7 or 8 vampires didn't shed a single tear when everyone else was crying. "Us." 7 or 8 pale-faced vampires exchanged glances, then in unison, their expressions darkened, and they grinned and howled. I really want to cry. Oh my god, this is terrible, this is terrible." These 7 or 8 vampires cried even more pitifully than the people around them, which prevented the surrounding vampires from becoming suspicious. Then, 7 or 8 vampires hurriedly entered a 2-story building next door. Call. "Damn it, why are all those vampires suddenly crying?" One of the vampires let out a long sigh, and the tears in his eyes instantly disappeared. "Never mind him, this matter won't affect our plan. Remember, after today, the vampire nobles who are coming to participate in the grand ceremony will arrive one after another. This is our best chance to wipe out the entire vampire clan in one fell swoop." Another vampire said coldly. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, we will dedicate ourselves to the eternal cause of the Holy See." The other vampires spoke with grave expressions. At the same time, their pale faces and sunken eye sockets slowly recovered, and the vampire aura on their bodies quickly dissipated. The Holy Frontier is the center of the entire 13 territories of the Blood Clan, and also the birthplace of the Blood Clan. Legend has it that the area beneath the Holy Land, specifically the lower abdomen of the progenitor Cain, is where the blood energy is most concentrated. Therefore, the vampires here are, on average, much stronger than those in other regions. As the center of the entire vampire clan, the Holy City is undoubtedly magnificent, covering an area of over 100 kilometers, and it is said that the number of vampires inside exceeds 10 million. However, no one was so bored as to bother with statistics. "I don't think this place is that great either." Upon seeing the holy city in the distance, Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, "There are still some rather magnificent places here." For example, at the very front of the holy city, there is a huge vampire statue that is over 100 meters tall, so lifelike that it looks just like a real person. With its 12 enormous wings spread wide, it seemed capable of obscuring even the heavens and the earth. "Wife, who is this old ghost?" Li Wei took 2 quick steps, grabbed Karina's arm, and asked. Karina rolled her eyes at Li Wei, shook off his arm, and then looked at the huge statue with great respect. "This is Cain, the progenitor of our vampire clan. You'd better not speak so disrespectfully. If others hear this, even I can't protect you. The bloodline hierarchy among vampires is extremely strict, and they hold the first progenitor, Cain, in the highest esteem. Oh, I see. Li Wei nodded, but inwardly he felt a little disdainful. It's just Cain, I've used it. Duke Karina, it's been a long time. Just then, a charming and alluring voice suddenly rang out. It's as if a hot, beautiful woman is tickling your earlobe with her long hair. Upon hearing the voice, Li Wei suddenly turned around to look. A luxurious carriage slowly approached, and inside, a voluptuous woman dressed entirely in sheer gauze, revealing large expanses of her snow-white skin with every gesture, leaned against the carriage, one hand supporting her rounded, white chin, gazing in their direction. The Giovanni family, Lady Thorne. Upon seeing the woman, Karina's eyebrows furrowed immediately, and her expression turned serious. Lady Thorne's? Li Wei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and couldn't help but look at the old butler Chris beside him. Seeing that Li Wei seemed to have a question, Chris moved his lips slightly, and his aged voice reached Li Wei's ears. This Lady Thorne is a descendant of the Lessenbra clan, one of the 13 clans. At the age of 15, she married a marquis from the Giovanni family. However, the marquis later died in the last Holy War, and she inherited all of her husband's estate, becoming a renowned widow in the entire vampire clan. Famous? Li Wei paused for a moment, then asked. What's your name? The old butler, Chris, smiled knowingly, then raised an eyebrow at Li Wei, his face full of smugness, and said, Of course, it's your reputation for beauty. Old butler, something's not right with you. Rumor has it that since the Marquis's death, Lady Thorne's desires have been fully unleashed, and her castle now houses at least 1,000 male servants. A reputation for beauty. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes lit up instantly. However, before Li Wei could think of anything, a small hand with long fingernails struck Li Wei hard on the waist. Oh no! Suddenly, Li Wei let out a howl and sprang to his feet. Turning his head, he saw Karina staring at him with an icy expression. Why did you pinch me? Li Wei said angrily. All he did was glance at that Lady Thorne a couple of times. I'm just helping you clear away any inappropriate thoughts, so you won't not even know how you died later. Karina snorted coldly. What kind of filthy things is this despicable guy thinking about all day long? Chapter 57 A Million Male Servants. What am I thinking? How could you possibly know what I'm thinking if you don't go there? Li Wei rubbed the spot that had been pinched and said with a sore expression. I'll deal with you when we get back. Karina glared at Li Wei. Just then, the Thorne lady's carriage arrived. Duke Karina, it's been 100 years since we last met. I never imagined you would still be so young and beautiful. Lady Thorne stared at Karina's face with envy. Keep in mind that it has been more than 4,000 years since the last Holy War, and by then, Lady Thorne had already married. However, more than 4,000 years had not left any trace on the face of this Lady Thorne, and Li Wei couldn't help but take a few more glances. That old hag doesn't look old at all. Her skin is fair with a rosy glow, so tender and smooth, almost like my own little leanleans. Thinking this, Li Wei couldn't help but turn his gaze to look at Karina twice, only to find that Karina was also staring at him. Their eyes met, and Karina let out a heavy snort to express her displeasure. Oops. My wife caught me looking at pretty girls. Li Wei chuckled, immediately averting his gaze. He was joking, he was perfectly upright, okay? With his wife by his side, he would never look at other women. Not even a glance. Lady Thorne is too kind. I see that your appearance remains unchanged. Karina spoke with aristocratic manners. In terms of titles, Karina is a duke, while Lady Thorne has no title whatsoever. The two are completely unequal. However, Lady Thorne's marquis husband, who died in the Holy War, was the younger brother of Fedra, the only current vampire prince, and Fedra felt particularly guilty about his brother's death. Therefore, under Fedra's special care, Lady Thorne possessed the most fertile land in the entire vampire Holy Land, and was also an entity that no one dared to provoke. He. Lady Karina is quite the joker. After all, I'm already old. Just then, Lady Thorne, who had been covering her mouth and chuckling, suddenly paused, her eyes darting around until they landed on Li Wei. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and gently lick her bright red lips, exuding irresistible charm. Such a male vampire has never been seen before in the sacred land of vampires. Due to their race and geographical location, vampires, regardless of gender, have almost never seen the sun in this sacred land of vampires. Every vampire exudes a chilling aura. Although they are all quite good looking, after seeing them so many, one begins to experience aesthetic fatigue. But Li Wei is different. Although he has the body of a vampire, he has the soul of a human. It was a feeling that transcended other vampires, a feeling that was far superior to theirs on a spiritual level. Even an ordinary vampire could sense that Li Wei was different from others at a glance, let alone Lady Thorn, a beautiful woman who had seen countless men. Under her gaze, Li Wei immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if they were being targeted by some prehistoric beast. This old hag is over 4,000 years old. They'd have to strip themselves dry, steam them, and swallow them whole. The kind that doesn't even spit out a single bone. Thinking of this, Li Wei couldn't help but shudder, and glared fiercely at Lady Thorn. "You old hag, don't look at me like that. I'm the man you'll never have." To everyone's surprise, Li Wei's domineering gaze caused Lady Thorn to tremble all over. "My God, that's a real man. This is the gaze and presence a real man should have." None of the thousands of male servants he kept in his castle possessed such an aura. Oops. Seeing the way Lady Thorn looked at Li Wei, Karina's heart sank. Lady Thorn is known throughout the vampire Holy Land not only for her beauty, but also for her extremely domineering style of doing things. Any man she sets her sights on must be delivered to her room that night. "Lady Karina, may I ask who this man beside you is?" Sure enough, the next moment Lady Thorn extended her finger, stained with blood-red nails, pointed at Li Wei, and licked her lips seductively. He is a male servant in my castle." Karina gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak. "Oh? Since you're a male servant, then Lady Karina, you can have him to me. I'm willing to offer 1,000 bloodstones in exchange." Lady Thorn said excitedly, 1,000 bloodstones for a male servant I've never experienced before. This is an absolutely great deal. It's important to know that even as a duke, Karina's quarterly tax revenue was only 30,000 bloodstones, which was just enough to support the entire family. To exchange for Li Wei, Lady Thorn directly demanded a price of 1,000 blood marrow stones. If calculated in gold coins, one bloodstone is worth 1,000 gold coins, and 1,000 bloodstones are worth 1,000,000 gold coins. This woman actually thought it was a great deal to buy a male servant for 1,000,000 gold coins. Karina fell silent. She wasn't moved by Lady Thorn's high price, but rather she was thinking about how to avoid offending her while protecting Li Wei. Who is Lady Thorn? Everyone in the entire vampire Holy Land knows her. Legend has it that at her peak, at least 10 male servants' bodies were carried out of her castle every day, all of them dying from exhaustion and excessive loss of vital essence. Although this despicable guy, but I also. Karina turned to look at Li Wei, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, just as she was about to bite the bullet and refuse, Li Wei, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. 1,000 blood marrow stones? Who do you think you are? It should cost at least 10,000 blood marrow stones to sell. Li Wei roared with displeasure. Are you kidding me? I'm not a commodity you can just buy. 10,000 blood marrow stones? Hearing this, Lady Thorn was startled, her full lips involuntarily parting, and the interest in her gaze towards Li Wei deepened even further. This man is not only different from other men in temperament, but his soul is also so interesting. A beautiful appearance is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is one in a million. Based on that statement alone, she has to have this man. As a servant, there's no way to raise my own status, but I can still afford 10,000 bloodstones. Duke Karina, what do you think? Lady Thorn giggled, winking at Li Wei before turning her gaze to Karina. Chapter 58. A man of subtle talent, still vigorous in his old age. Lady Thorn, I really cannot give this male servant away. If you really need him, I can give you any other male servant here. To everyone's surprise, Karina gritted her teeth and said those words with a determined look on her face. Now, the guard's eyes lit up. I thought I was just watching a show, but I never expected to have something to do with myself. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. Lady Thorns, I will absolutely satisfy you. And me, cough cough cough. Immediately, the guards waved their arms excitedly, and even the old butler, Chris, walked up with a flushed face. Hey, with your body like this, can you handle it? Li Wei hurriedly grabbed the old man. If he were like this, Lady Thorn would probably break his back in a couple of hits. TCH, who do you think you are? To everyone's surprise, Chris the butler just rolled his eyes at Li Wei. Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, then slowly extended a thumbs up. I never expected you to be so capable, old man. You're still going strong. You, all of you. Lady Thorne trembled with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Duke Karina, I have remembered what happened today. Sooner or later, I will make you personally deliver him to my bedside. Lady Thorne uttered a vicious remark and ordered her servants to drive the carriage away in a sorry state. God knows, that old man who looked like he was about to die wanted to become her male servant. As soon as Lady Thorne left, the area fell silent. The guards were the most loyal members of the Vanter family, and they knew exactly what kind of person Lady Thorne was. Legend has it that no man who enters her castle has ever survived more than a month. Going in means certain death. Nobody's stupid. TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman is quite pretty, too bad, I'm already taken. Watching Lady Thorne's departing figure, Li Wei couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Seeing Li Wei's regretful expression, Karina felt a surge of anger. So, I went to great lengths, even risking offending Lady Thorne's, to protect you, and you still think it's a waste? That's utterly despicable. Karina raised her foot, about to land on Li Wei's buttocks, but her alluring eyes darted around, and she leaned close to Li Wei's ear with a strange expression, saying, The lifespan of an ordinary baron is around 600 years. With each advancement in a major realm, their lifespan will double. But that Lady Thorne is only at the level of an earl, with a lifespan of only about 2,000 years. Yet she has lived for a full 4,000 years. Li Wei, do you know why this is? Li Wei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and looked at Karina with some confusion. Why? Karina sneered, a look of extreme disgust flashing in her eyes. Because, in order to maintain her youth, she kills a young virgin every year and soaks her body in the virgin's blood to achieve the goal of never aging. What you see now is a peerless beauty, but in reality, she has long since become a pink skull. Every year, a virgin must be killed. Over 4,000 years, how many innocent women have been harmed by her? Watching Lady Thorne's retreating figure, Li Wei couldn't help but shudder. This woman is far more ruthless than she appears. Just then, Lady Thorne seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to look at Li Wei. But judging from her appearance, she seems quite innocent and doesn't look like she could be so cruel. Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, after all, men are visual creatures too, aren't they? However, at that moment, without any apparent movement from Chris, the old butler behind him, an imperceptible energy suddenly erupted from his fingers, enveloping Li Wei's eyes. Li Wei was still unaware of what was going on. When he looked again, he saw that the pink beauty's face was like a frozen, rotten apple, dry, withered, and rough. She looked like an old hag. And she was even giving herself a charming smile. Ugh! Suddenly, Li Wei couldn't take it anymore. He bent over and vomited up even the midnight snack he had eaten the night before. After vomiting, Li Wei dashed back to his 3-person coffin. He'd probably have nightmares for the next few nights. That old hag is absolutely terrifying. Miss, after this incident, I'm afraid Li Wei won't look at other women so casually anymore, the old butler Chris said with a smile. Karina nodded, thinking that if that despicable guy were to peek at other women again, it would be better to just confiscate his tools of the trade. No further incidents occurred upon entering the holy city. All the nobles who came to participate in the grand ceremony were assigned to various areas. As a duke, Karina naturally received high treatment and was assigned to a sizable castle. The vampire grand ceremony is still a week away. This time will allow the nobles who have traveled from afar to rest and socialize. At night, Li Wei sneakily crawled out of the coffin, glanced around, and thankfully, that so-called Lady Thorne did not appear. Lord Li Wei. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang in my ears. Who is it? You scared the hell out of me. Li Wei almost crushed the coffin lid with his foot. When he turned around, he saw that it was the old butler, Chris. You old geezer. Li Wei took a couple of deep breaths, feeling very angry. What happened this afternoon was definitely that old man playing a trick on him. Lord Li Wei, Duke Karina has gone to attend a banquet hosted by other nobles. She instructed that if you want to eat anything, you can simply have the kitchen prepare it. The old butler, Chris, chuckled, guessing that Li Wei had already realized what was going on. No need, I'm going out tonight. Li Wei waved his hand, then rolled his eyes and asked. By the way, old steward, do you know if there's any place in this holy city that can handle that kind of thing? That kind of thing? Chris was slightly taken aback, then looked at Li Wei with some admiration. Unexpectedly, after what happened that afternoon, this kid is still interested. It's completely surprising. It has to be said, youth is definitely an asset. Old butler, I'm not asking about that kind of place. I want to buy or sell some things, but not in the open. Li Wei said cautiously, I obtained the blood ancestor's fangs in other parts before, but they're not very useful to me. I might as well take this opportunity to get rid of them and exchange them for some blood marrow stones or gold coins. However, the materials used to build a vampire's body are not allowed to be bought or sold openly, otherwise, the entire vampire clan would be in chaos. Oh, sir, you mean the black market? The old butler sighed in relief, then said. There are many black markets in the holy city, and there is one closest to our castle. However, the black market is extremely chaotic, and murder and robbery often occur. My lord, you would better be careful. Chapter 59 Freshly Baked Blood Ancestors Claws on sale. Even though the sacred land of the vampires was permanently shrouded in darkness by their powerful ancestors, the vampires' inherent nature made them prefer the night. Especially the nights in the holy city are the most prosperous time in the entire vampire holy land. In the shadowy corners, there are bars unique to the vampires, where blood is the wine. For just 10 gold coins, you can enjoy a glass of freshly brewed blood. I really don't understand why those vampires are so willing to drink blood. Li Wei emerged from an inconspicuous bar, which was already considered part of the black market. He had entered the bar intending to find some people to buy his top-tier goods. However, instead of selling the goods, he encountered vampires holding blood cups, their faces filled with emptiness. Li Wei had also consumed blood before, but that was solely because he needed to increase his strength. Otherwise, even if fresh blood were offered to Li Wei's lips, he wouldn't choose to suck it. Instead, he would feel nauseous. Other vampires, including Karina, seem to be addicted to drinking blood. They feel uncomfortable all over if they don't take it for a while. According to legend, when vampires were first born, they did not drink blood, but only cultivated their own blood. However, for some unknown reason, they suddenly developed the habit of drinking blood. This is why, after ruling the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, the vampires were overthrown by a coalition of other races. Phew, the old butler only told me the black market was here, but he didn't tell me how to sell the stuff. Oh well. Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief, instantly recalling the situation when he bought the coffin in Yesala City. Just then, a vampire hurriedly walked over. Li Wei suddenly peeked out and stopped the vampire. Hey friend, wanna have the claws? Wanna have the fangs? Huh? Are you crazy? The vampire was startled by Li Wei's sudden appearance, glared at him fiercely, and then hurriedly left. Hiss. What's going on? Aren't these vampire body parts supposed to be highly sought after for weapon crafting? Li Wei shook his head in confusion and stopped the second vampire passing by. Your friend, do you want my eyeballs? Eyeballs? I think you look like an eyeball, get lost. The vampire completely ignored Li Wei, cursed, and walked away. Oh no! Li Wei was getting a little annoyed. Why were all these vampires ignoring him? Could it be that they think they don't have any good stuff? At that moment, Li Wei took a deep breath and, taking advantage of the large number of people around him, suddenly let out a loud roar. Why? Freshly produced blood ancestor realm claws, fangs, and eyeballs. Big clearance sale. First come, first served. Don't miss out. His shout stunned the entire street. All the vampires turned their heads, their eyes gleaming as they stared at Li Wei. WH. What's wrong? Li Wei trembled, wondering if he had flaunted his wealth. Those are refining materials for the blood ancestor realm, materials that have never even appeared in the entire blood clan. Who knew what would happen next? Cut. What nonsense are you spouting? A blood ancestor realm fawn? I have the fangs of an ancestor. Can you even afford them? Ignore this kid, he's a lunatic. I think so too. Look at his appearance, thick eyebrows and big eyes, he doesn't look like a good vampire at all. Immediately, the vampires on the street began to sneer, completely ignoring Li Wei and even walking around him from a distance. Are you kidding me? The entire vampire clan only has 13 blood ancestors, and they're either dead or missing. This kid has the material to be a blood ancestor? You're kidding me. But I really do have it. Why don't you believe me? Li Wei groaned inwardly. These days, nobody even believes the truth? Not far from Li Wei, several slender vampires were strolling around. Suddenly, Li Wei's shout caught the attention of the vampire in the lead. The claws of a blood ancestor realm expert. The vampire murmured, his slender eyebrows furrowing slightly. Princess, don't listen to the rumors here. Those lowly vampires will make up anything to get attention, a vampire beside her hurriedly said. Shut up and call me sir. Danielis frowned and gave the order with a displeased look. As Farad's only daughter, Daenerys was unwilling to show her true self, nor did she want others to always treat her as a vampire princess. On the contrary, she is very strong-willed. This image of a woman disguised as a man can effectively cover up her inherent aura and also avoid a lot of trouble. Yes, sir. The vampire next to him hurriedly covered his mouth, looking as if he had said something wrong. Let's go take a look. The leading vampire hesitated for a moment, then spoke and immediately walked towards Li Wei. Meanwhile, Karina was walking down the street with several vampires. Karina didn't really like this environment after all. The black market was the most chaotic place among vampires. However, he also had some goods to sell, so he had no choice but to go to the black market. Just as she was preparing to find a buyer to sell it, suddenly, "Hey! Freshly baked blood ancestor claws are on clearance sale." A roar came from not far ahead. Karina was startled when she heard the sound, and then an angry expression flashed across her face. Damn it, couldn't that wretched kid have kept a little distance? I myself am very careful and dare not make a fuss about selling a set of marquee-level refining materials, but that kid is so high profile. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Everyone, I have some urgent business to attend to and cannot accompany you. I'm sorry. Immediately after speaking anxiously, Karina rushed into the crowd. Duke Karina. My lord, you are amazing. Immediately, the other vampires in the group couldn't help but speak up, and Duke Augustine looked even more puzzled. Why was Karina so anxious after hearing that voice? Given her knowledge, could she possibly believe it was real? A thoughtful look flashed in Augustine's eyes. They were both dukes, and even if they didn't have much interaction, it wouldn't be so rude of him to leave so abruptly. Sir, are you looking to buy something or sell goods? Just then, a polite voice came from behind. Li Wei turned around and saw a vampire in a tuxedo walking over quickly with a polite smile on his face. Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself that it seemed there were still people who recognized its value. Both, Li Wei said directly. This time, Li Wei not only wants to sell those fangs and claws, but also wants to buy some other things. Yes, sir, please follow me. The polite man bowed slightly and led Li Wei to a rather impressive-looking trading house. Chapter 60, Why are the shop owner's pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Sir, what items are you planning to sell? A man who looked like the manager walked out from the hall of the trading house. Although he said this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He had already heard the joke about people selling blood ancestors' claws on the street, and he wouldn't have brought that crazy person into the shop if that person hadn't ordered him to. The blood ancestors' claws? Where can you get them so easily? However, as Li Wei took out an item from his pocket, the steward's eyes widened instantly, and even his breathing became rapid. It was a claw as long as a hand, entirely black, emanating a powerful aura. When this black claw appeared, it was as if the air in the hall froze. Absolutely a great product. Even if it's not the claw of the blood ancestor, it must at least be the claw of a blood saint or blood emperor. Sir, no, sir, may I have a look at this item of yours? The steward took 2 quick breaths and hurriedly tried to snatch the claw from Li Wei's hand. Stop. Stay away from me. Unexpectedly, Li Wei suddenly stepped back, pulling the claw back into his robes, a cold smile spreading across his face. Li Wei had clearly seen the manager's expression just now. How dare he look down on him? I'm not selling this claw. Li Wei snorted and turned to leave. Although the exact value of the blood ancestor's claw is unknown, Li Wei knows how to do business. If the manager looks anxious and tries to stop him, then he can definitely estimate the true value of this claw. My lord, please wait. I'm willing to offer 10,000 bloodstones for this claw. Sure enough, when the steward saw Li Wei about to leave, he hurriedly called out, as if afraid that Li Wei would run away. He hadn't expected this kid to be so arrogant, threatening to leave at the slightest disagreement. 10,000? Li Wei shook his head upon hearing this, and then flipped his palm over. I'll only sell it for at least 100,000. When it comes to bargaining, Li Wei is a master. Just keep raising the price without thinking. 100,000? Now it was the manager's turn to be shocked. 100,000 blood marrow stones, even for an ordinary duke, that's about the amount of tax revenue from their territory in a year, right? If converted into gold coins, that would be an astronomical figure. As a manager of a bank, he didn't have that much power. Please wait a moment, sir. 10,000 blood marrow stones is not something I can decide on my own. I need to consult with my superiors. After the manager finished speaking, he saw Li Wei wave at him and immediately scrambled upstairs. In a room on the second floor, the steward was reporting something to a slender vampire. Your Highness, what that boy took out was definitely a claw of the blood ancestor level. The steward said excitedly, that's the blood ancestor. There are only 13 recorded in the entire blood clan. This slender vampire was none other than the vampire princess, Daenerys, from before. This exchange house was also privately run by the royal family, specifically for exchanging important items for the royal family. If that's really the case, then 100,000 bloodstones would be worth it, but Daenerys frowned, not noticing the way the steward addressed her. One claw is worth 100,000. You should know that a typical vampire has a full 10 claws. In addition to these, there are also eyeballs, fangs, and other parts. If that kid possesses claws at the level of a blood ancestor, does that mean he might also have other body parts? I want to go down and take a look. Daenerys immediately stood up and went into the hall with the steward. Upon seeing strangers, Li Wei immediately became a little nervous. After all, his wealth was now on full display, which was different from before. Sir, don't worry, this is the owner of our shop. The steward pointed with a look of awe to Daenerys behind him and then said. Shop owner? Li Wei's gaze swept over the suddenly appearing vampire. She was slender like a woman and dressed in men's clothing, but her chest was bulging, which was quite strange. Strange, why are the shop owner's pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Li Wei couldn't help but ask in confusion. In this world, there shouldn't be such a thing as bodybuilding, right? You. Upon hearing this, Daenerys almost choked on her breath. Even if you figured it out, you shouldn't have said it out loud. What angered Daenerys even more was that this kid actually had the blood ancestor's claw. That's the most precious essence of the second-generation vampires. He yelled so loudly outside, yet no one tried to steal it. When did vampires become so principled? This spatial ring contains 100,000 blood marrow stones. You can take it, but leave the blood ancestor's claw behind. Daenerys snorted coldly and said irritably. A moment later, Li Wei walked out of the exchange shop with his spatial ring. Still puzzled, why was that shop owner with the exaggeratedly large pectoral muscles so irritable? All I did was compliment him, and he kicked me out. Honestly. It seems that vampires really do have strange personalities. I should try to avoid dealing with outsiders in the future. Li Wei muttered something, but he was still in a good mood. 10,000 blood marrow stones. Even if the Vanjua family had accumulated for thousands of years, they probably wouldn't have that many in stock. Exchange lines. Manager Cade, take a few of your men and follow that kid. Watching Li Wei's departing figure, a cold glint flashed in Daenerys' eyes. Your Highness, perhaps the steward said, gently stroking his neck with his palm. Since it's a black market, it's common for people to double-cross each other. Even royalty isn't clean. No. To everyone's surprise, Daenerys shook her head and said with a meaningful look in her eyes, an ordinary Earl wouldn't be able to wield the blood ancestor's claw. There must be other forces behind him. This time never mind, I'll go myself. After saying that, Daenerys immediately went out and hung far behind Li Wei. Outside the door, seeing Li Wei emerge completely unharmed, Karina, who was hiding in the shadows, breathed a long sigh of relief. However, just when she thought Li Wei was out of danger, she suddenly saw several vampires exuding powerful auras emerge from the exchange hall, and it was vaguely clear that they were following Li Wei. Oops. Karina's heart sank. Her worst fears had come true. Li Wei was being watched. We're being watched again? Withdrawing his powerful mental energy, Li Wei felt a surge of anger. Why did he look so much like a fat sheep? Every time I make a move, I get targeted. Every time I make a move, I get targeted. I've been trying to be as discreet as possible, but I still can't escape it. Fine, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Li Wei snorted and immediately headed out of the city. Outside this holy city, there was also a banyan forest, which would be an excellent place to kill and rob under the cover of darkness. Chapter 61. The forces behind it. Pitch black, silent. Ever since I stepped into this banyan grove, a faint smell of blood has filled the air. It's as if it's telling us how many ambushes and killings this banyan grove has endured, and how many dirty and cruel things it has done. However, as they walked, Li Wei, who was in front, suddenly stopped. It stood there like a wooden stake. What happened? Why isn't it moving? A look of dissatisfaction flashed across Daenerys' face. She waited a while longer, but the man who had mocked her for having exaggerated pectoral muscles still hadn't moved. Something strange. A few of you go up and check it out, but don't make any moves. Daenerys hesitated for a moment, then gave orders to the vampire subordinates behind her. These subordinates were all guards assigned to her by Prince Federa. Each one of them was at least a count in strength and well equipped, so naturally they wouldn't take Li Wei seriously. They walked past one by one with an air of nonchalance. "Hey, kid." Just as one of the guards spoke, suddenly, a figure with huge wings spread down from the sky, and the two purple stripes on the wings were clearly visible even in the darkness. Brush. The next moment, the figure with its huge wings spread out suddenly extended its long fingernails and slashed across the guard's throat like lightning. Click. As expected, before the guard could finish his sentence, his head had already flown into the air. He is a powerful expert at the Duke level. Seeing this scene from afar, Daenerys couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. You should know that among the current vampires, the Duke level is definitely considered a top-tier powerhouse. This kid has such a powerful backing that he has a Duke protecting him. But this figure looks familiar. Daenerys' eyes flickered twice, but she chose not to reveal herself. Instead, she remained hidden, observing everything from the shadows. Li Wei was posing for photos in the moonlight when he suddenly felt a gust of foul wind blow from behind. Turning around, he saw that his pursuers were already fighting with someone. Li Wei was quite familiar with that person. "Wife? What are you doing here?" Li Wei was full of surprise, never expecting that the one who helped him deal with these vampires was actually Karina. "Oomph, if I hadn't seen you in danger, do you think I would have cared about you? You have some good stuff, don't you know how to be careful?" Karina snorted coldly and instantly snapped the throats of the two more stalkers. In fact, even a count's strength is considered powerful among vampires. However, they encountered an even more powerful Duke, and Karina had just broken through to the second rank of Duke not long ago, so they were completely powerless to resist. Just these people? Li Wei shook his head dismissively. Even without Karina's help, he could easily handle them. Karina glared at Li Wei with annoyance, then casually dealt with the last vampire before walking over with a furious expression. "I'm not talking about them, but the people behind them. If they can easily find several Earl-level experts to hunt you down, do you think the power behind them is weak? Indeed, they are not weak, or rather, they are the strongest force in the entire Blood Clan Holy Land. Because they were all Prince Fedra's men." Of course, Karina was unaware of all this. Upon hearing Karina's voice, Daenerys was startled and murmured in disbelief. How could it be? How could it be her? Karina, one of the few duchesses in the vampire Holy Land, was someone Daenerys had met a few times before and naturally remembered Karina's voice. However, Daenerys never imagined that the power behind that kid was actually Karina. "There's one last stalker here. I'm going to teach him a lesson myself." Li Wei suddenly lowered his voice and said to Karina. Karina naturally understood who Li Wei was referring to. On her way here, she also took the opportunity to investigate the tracker. With Li Wei's strength, he could easily handle it. "All right, he's yours now. After this is over, return to the castle as soon as possible." After Karina finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared into the banyan forest. "Why did you leave?" Seeing Karina's figure disappear, Daenerys couldn't help but murmur in confusion. However, at that moment, wisps of faint blood mist suddenly appeared around her, or rather, throughout the entire banyan forest. "I don't know where it came from, it's as if it's always been there." Not good. Realizing something was amiss, Daenerys finally understood that she had probably already fallen into a trap. "We must leave immediately." Daenerys paused, hurriedly trying to leave the banyan forest, but who knew that in the next moment, the faint blood mist suddenly thickened. Immediately afterwards, the entire banyan forest was completely covered, and Daenerys' vision could not even see a meter ahead, and she even lost her sense of direction in this place. Brush. Just as Daenerys was filled with panic, the blood mist in front of her suddenly surged violently, and then a figure slowly walked out. "Why are you following me?" A cold glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes as he questioned him in an unfriendly tone. "Because, you should die." Suddenly, Daenerys screamed, and her sharp nails instantly slashed across Li Wei's neck. Puff! It was as if she hadn't touched anything, yet it was also as if she had. Li Wei's head fell to the ground with the stroke of her fingernails, but not a single drop of blood flowed. Just like that, so simple. Daenerys looked surprised. Even if she had the strength of a ninth-rank marquis, it shouldn't have been this easy, right? However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a sharp chill on the back of her neck, as if someone had placed an ice cube on her skin. "Don't move, or I won't be able to tell whether I bit through your skin or a blood vessel." The man's deep voice came from beside her ear, and Daenerys froze, unable to even turn her head. How did he get behind her? A flicker of fear crossed Daenerys's eyes, but that fear was quickly replaced by pain. Those two sharp fangs instantly pierced through Daenerys's skin, separated her muscles, and pierced into her blood vessels. Hiss. So tender. Feeling the pressure around his teeth, Li Wei couldn't help but take a long breath. I don't know how this vampire maintains its youthful appearance. Li Wei swears that this is definitely the most supple skin he has ever bitten and the most delicious blood he has ever sucked. No, don't inhale. Please, please. Chapter 62. Brother, you've been exposed. Daenerys immediately began to plead. Spoiled since childhood, she had always treated others as prey, never as prey herself. But now, that wretched man has pierced his own skin with his filthy fangs. You think I'm interested in your blood? This is just the punishment you deserve. Li Wei snorted coldly, and then his two incredibly sharp fangs immediately unleashed their power. Put. Instantly, a large amount of boiling blood emerged from the fangs and entered Daenerys's blood vessels. Ah. The next moment, Daenerys couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. At that moment, she felt as if flames were flowing through her body, not blood. The raging flames completely engulfed her. He dragged her into hell, and then suddenly sent her to heaven. That feeling was something she had never experienced since she became an adult. Stop. No. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Daenerys let out a pleading sound from her throat, a sound that left Li Wei somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Why is this guy making a sound that sounds like a woman's? Could it be? Li Wei couldn't help but raise his eyes and scrutinize Daenerys's throat. But upon looking at it, Li Wei was suddenly stunned. No Adam's apple. Could it be that she has a human waist? Damn it! How can there be someone with a waist among vampires? Li Wei was utterly puzzled. Could it be that this kind of trend is prevalent in every world? No, I'm a girl. Daenerys must have heard Li Wei's questioning voice, because she hurriedly explained with a troubled expression. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. All she wanted was to alleviate the burning sensation deep within her blood. But who knew that she would encounter a completely clueless straight man? No, he should be called an aluminum alloy straight man. Harder than steel, straighter than steel. A girl? I think you're a complete pervert. Not only did he remove her waist, but he also got rid of her Adam's apple. What a pervert! Li Wei immediately roared in anger. He had never seen such a shameless guy before, who actually had the courage to say that he was a girl. You! Who are you calling a pervert? Upon hearing this, Daenerys was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes. She was a vampire princess, yet she was being insulted like this. This is absolutely intolerable. Of course I'm talking about you, my friend. Stop pretending. You've already given yourself away. Admit it. It's no big deal. I understand. Li Wei spoke with disgust as he hurriedly released the numbing liquid and then pushed the brother to the ground. He doesn't want to suck the blood of people like that anymore. Call. Finally, the boiling heat in her blood subsided, and Daenerys let out a long breath. However, she immediately found that her whole body was frozen in place. She couldn't move her hands or feet, or even a single hair. You wicked person, what have you done to me? Daenerys was scared. She was really scared. As the only princess of the vampire clan, Daenerys was spoiled and pampered from a young age. When did you suffer? When did you endure hardship? Now, not only is she being treated like food, but she's also being insulted as something neither male nor female. And most importantly, Wa'ada. Daenerys's tears streamed down her face, washing away the male makeup she had put on. My noble body was actually grabbed by his despicable, filthy hands. She even cried. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, surprised that people in this world had such fragile waists. But the makeup looks pretty convincing. Li Wei pondered for a moment, then reached out and began to feel around. Forehead. Li Wei didn't want to investigate what a human waist looked like. He simply wanted to retrieve the blood ancestor's claw. However, after groping around for a long time. Hiss. I say, buddy, you've gone all out. Li Wei withdrew his hands and looked at Danny Lise with a strange expression. He hadn't expected that this pervert had not only changed psychologically, but also physiologically. It has to be said that the surgical techniques in this world are incredibly advanced. Even the skin smoothness, the voice, and other parts are remarkably realistic. If Li Wei hadn't already known that this person was a pervert, he would have truly believed she was a woman. Wa'ada. Damn it, I will make my father kill you, I will make my father kill you. It's not about being insulted anymore, Daenerys said, sobbing. I feel like my whole life has collapsed. Her noble body, the fourth generation of vampire bloodline, was so insulted by him. No, my bloodline, where is my essence blood? Danny Lise shuddered violently. She suddenly realized that she could no longer feel her own essence blood. It's not that I can't feel it, it's that it's completely gone. Humph, we didn't find the blood ancestor's claw, but getting a drop of fourth generation essence blood is still pretty good. A smug expression flashed across Li Wei's face. This freakish bloodline was actually a level higher than Karina's, so it wasn't a complete loss. Wait, who is your father? At this moment, Li Wei suddenly stopped and stared at Danny Lise with a suspicious look, which made Daenerys's heart sink. Oh no, if he finds out that his father is the only prince of the vampire clan, he'll probably kill me to silence me. TCH, look at you now, neither human nor demon. Even if your father is Federa, he wouldn't acknowledge a descendant like you who was neither male nor female. To everyone's surprise, Li Wei scoffed dismissively, then tossed his head and left. Having already obtained a drop of fourth generation essence blood, Li Wei had no interest in killing this freak anymore. After all, being a human was quite a miserable fate. It wasn't until late into the night that the blood mist in the banyan forest slowly dissipated, but just then, a furious howl suddenly rang out. Ah! Damn it! You filthy brat! I never want to see you again. Ah! Half an hour later, in the huge and dark basement of the central castle of the Holy City. Father, I'm back. Dressed in women's clothing, Daenerys knelt before the pure black coffin and spoke with utmost respect. My daughter, Daenerys, have the nobles from all over arrived at the Holy City yet? From inside the coffin came a voice filled with a sense of vastness and desolation. Yes, father, all the nobles from various places arrived yesterday, but Daenerys hesitated for a moment, but still did not choose to tell him what had happened. Chapter 63 Prince Federa. If my father were to find out that I had been humiliated, the entire Holy City would likely be thrown into turmoil. At that time, countless innocent vampires will die. What has happened, my daughter Daenerys? The person in the coffin clearly sensed something was off about Daenerys' tone and continued to press for answers. Father, tonight in the Holy City, I received a claw from the blood ancestor. Danny Lise gritted her teeth, deciding to keep her other encounters from tonight a secret. Boom! But to everyone's surprise, the tightly closed coffin lid suddenly flew open, and a man nearly 2 meters tall, with a withered appearance, stood inside the coffin. He was very thin, and his cheeks were so sunken that they were almost completely hollow. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and 6 blood-red wings grew from his back. As he opened his eyes, an extremely terrifying aura instantly soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire palace, and even all the vampires in the Holy City, felt as if a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. The prince, the only prince of the vampire clan, even his appearance caused the surrounding space to crack like a spider web with the powerful energy he emitted. Unlike the blood ancestor that Li Wei encountered before, who had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years, Prince Federa could probably completely overwhelm that blood ancestor even if we only compare their strength now. However, the innate suppression of the second-generation bloodline prevents Prince Federa from doing so. Hiss, whoosh. The next moment, Prince Federa took a long breath, and all the blood energy in half of the Holy City instantly surged into the palace. Bang, 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 bang. A moment later, a heavy heartbeat suddenly emanated from Prince Daedra's chest. He seemed to have activated his body, slowly regaining his senses and withdrawing the aura that had shaken the heavens and earth. On the ground, Daenerys knelt down, trembling all over. Although she was also a fourth-generation bloodline, Daenerys' level was only that of a marquis. There's a whole realm separating them, but the difference is like heaven and earth. It should be noted that all vampires who can cultivate to the rank of prince are exceptionally talented individuals with tens of thousands of years of experience. In fact, 99.9% of vampire dukes are forever stuck at the 9th rank of duke and cannot be promoted to prince. Outside the palace, within the Holy City, in every noble's residence, every noble turned their heads and gazed towards the central palace. Li Wei pushed open the castle gate, only to see everyone in the courtyard: Karina, the old butler, even Lilith and Peter, all turning their heads in one direction, their faces filled with apprehension. What's wrong? Seeing this unusual situation, Li Wei couldn't help but ask a question. His Highness Prince Federa has finished his 1,000-year-long cultivation and awakened. Karina spoke softly, her tone revealing not only admiration for the strong but also a strong desire to become stronger. Yes, even a prince from tens of thousands of years ago would have been an absolute powerhouse among the vampires, with a lifespan of 50 to 60,000 years. Perhaps, becoming a prince is a realm that all vampires can only dream of but never reach, yet becoming a prince seems so real. Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, at least it's still possible. Prince Federa? Li Wei couldn't help but frown, suddenly remembering what the transvestite had mentioned about his father in that grove of trees. Could it be that there is really some connection between the two? Meanwhile, in the basement beneath the palace, Prince Federa, his powerful aura concealed, stared at the sharp claw in Daenerys' hand, his eyes filled with longing. My daughter, Daenerys, hand over the blood ancestor's claws to me. Prince Federa extended his arm, which was covered in skin and appeared to have no muscles whatsoever. If Daenerys hadn't been his most beloved offspring, he probably would have already snatched her away. Yes, father. Daenerys struggled to her feet, her gaze fixed on Prince Federa filled with adoration. This is the only prince of the vampire clan, who can also be said to be the most powerful person in the vampire clan, and at the same time, he is also her father. Having obtained the claws, wisps of blood energy slowly emerged from Fedra's palm, as if they possessed their own life. These wisps of blood energy seeped into the blood ancestor's claws. Just as microorganisms were decomposing a piece of rotten meat, the claw visibly shrank, and the blood that was emerging from the claw had taken on a golden hue. When one reaches the prince level, the blood in one's body is still red, but after passing the prince level, the blood in one's body will completely turn into gold. Prince Federa eagerly drew the blood energy back into his body, as if he were enjoying something. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and then an even more terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body. In an instant, it swept through the entire basement. However, he didn't let that momentum spread outwards. Instead, he quickly withdrew it. Father, you've become even stronger? Daenerys said in surprise. Yes, the 10th rank of prince is a realm I haven't reached even after thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Now, just a single claw from the blood ancestor is enough for me to break through. If I find more, I will break through the shackles of the prince and reach the Blood Emperor realm. Fedra's eyes were filled with excitement and longing, but when he looked at Daenerys, his gaze turned into anticipation. My daughter, Daenerys, are you able to find other blood ancestor parts? Daenerys paused for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Father, I obtained this ancestral claw by chance. If I have the opportunity again, I will immediately report to you. Daenerys wasn't sure if Li Wei had other parts of the blood ancestor. If Li Wei didn't, and she told her father about it, it would definitely have some impact on Fedora's mind. Well, that's a real shame. Prince Fedra let out a long sigh, turned around and returned to the coffin. Just as the coffin lid closed, Fedra's aged voice came out. My daughter, I will personally preside over the grand ceremony, and until then, you will take my place in entertaining the nobles who have come from afar. Upon hearing this, Daenerys felt a surge of excitement. This meant that she could represent the royal family in interactions with other nobles, and also represent Prince Federa. The significance of this is self-evident. Even the other brothers had never received such treatment. Chapter 64: An Invitation from the Princess. The social interactions of nobles originated from balls, an ancient saying that has been passed down through hundreds of thousands of years of development of the vampire clan. Compared to other races, vampires are more willing to organize this form of social interaction. When you're happy, you hold a dance party. When you're sad, you hold a dance party. When you break through a certain realm, you hold a dance party. Even when a family member dies, you hold a dance party. For some nobles among the vampires, it's absolutely true that as long as they live, the ball will never end. Giovanni Castle has stood for hundreds of thousands of years, magnificent and splendid. Even the floor of the hall is paved with gold, a gift from Prince Federa to his most beloved descendant, Princess Daenerys. Giovanni Castle was brightly lit tonight, and one after another, magnificent carriages arrived from all directions. As the doors opened, nobles, supported by their attendants, strode confidently into the hall. The male vampires all wore traditional vampire attire, while the socialites were like 100 flowers blooming, with almost every kind of dance dress available in the holy city. The dancers, whether dressed in revealing, wild, or elegant attire, dazzled the adult single men, many of whom were so captivated that they wished the ball would start immediately so they could approach them and strike up a conversation. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. "Look! It's Karina, the most dazzling duchess in the Holy Land. Oh, by Cain the progenitor, she is still so noble, so aloof." Legend has it that Duke Karina is not only incomparably beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. She cultivated to the level of a duke in less than 4,000 years. "Wait, who's that kid next to her?" Just then, a questioning voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's eyes turned sharply. They saw that the incomparably noble and aloof Duke Karina had reached out her slender hand and put it on a man's arm. Instantly, the entire ballroom fell silent. The gazes of the male nobles felt like sharp knives, almost cutting Li Wei to death. "That's terrifying." Li Wei had absorbed the blood of the blood ancestor and the primordial ancestor, but he had never felt such fear and trepidation. Being stared at by hundreds of men, even Li Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, they wouldn't have those kinds of thoughts about me, would they? No, I have to prove I'm not the problem. Li Wei muttered something, then reached out and tightly embraced Karina's slender waist. "Li Wei, I brought you here because I need a male companion, but don't be too presumptuous, or you'll be sleeping standing up in the castle courtyard when we get back tonight." As Karina greeted the nobles around her with polite glances, a gritting sound escaped from between her lips. Li Wei looked embarrassed and awkwardly lowered his hand. He didn't want to sleep standing up that night. However, the initial amazement at Karina was quickly shattered as these aristocratic men discovered a woman who was far more intriguing to them. Princess Daenerys. Dressed in a white evening gown, she was like a magnet from the moment she appeared, drawing the attention of all the men present. She was so dazzling, so noble, and more importantly, she had a vampire prince as her father. In any world, the practice of living off a woman exists, and among vampires, the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of vampire life and marry a beautiful and wealthy woman is coveted by countless noble men. "Your Highness Daenerys, you are as radiant as the moonlight tonight." The handsome Duke Augustine, dressed in a gold-trimmed tailcoat, approached with a smile and very gentlemanly extended his arm to Daenerys. "May I invite you to dance?" As he stepped forward to strike up a conversation, all the other male nobles present paused abruptly, then shook their heads and sighed. Duke Augustine, a member of the 13 vampire clans, and a prominent descendant of the Lessenberg family. If the previous Marquis Kirak was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years, then Duke Augustine was a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years among the vampires. At just over 4,000 years old, he has already cultivated to the 10th level of Duke, making him the most likely among all the current generation of vampires to break through to the Prince level. And most importantly, he, like Daenerys, is a 4th-generation bloodline. Of course, I am honored. Regardless of her true feelings, Daenerys would gladly accept Augustine's invitation out of aristocratic etiquette. However, just as her slender hand was about to be placed in Augustine's palm, she suddenly stopped. Just 2 inches short. A flicker of eagerness flashed in Augustine's eyes. Soon, he would be able to grasp Daenerys's beautiful fingers. Augustine gritted his teeth, as if making a firm decision. Although it was somewhat impolite, he couldn't care less about that now. He quickly raised his hand and grabbed Daenerys's hand. However, to everyone's surprise, Augustine missed his target. Princess Daenerys turned around gracefully like a butterfly, and then walked towards Duke Karina. No. To be precise, it was that completely unfamiliar young man beside Duke Karina. "Duke Karina, it's been a long time." Daenerys bowed slightly, then turned her eyes to Li Wei beside her, her gaze flashing wildly. Just now, as she was preparing to dance with Augustine as invited, she inadvertently saw Li Wei beside Duke Karina. Because of the deep impression she had left that night, Daenerys recognized him immediately. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, and at this moment, Daenerys couldn't care less about Augustine's invitation. Daenerys will never forget that dark night, that quiet grove, when she was, by that despicable, damned guy. Not only did he grope her completely, but he also took her only remaining essence, and in the end, he even insulted her by calling her neither male nor female. Ah! To think I'd run into that wretched brat here. For a moment, Daenerys's inner turmoil was as intense as a volcanic eruption. Daenerys's movements were the focus of the entire ball. Just as everyone was wondering why Daenerys had turned down Augustine's invitation and come here, her next move caused a thud that made everyone in the hall slam their jaws to the floor. "My esteemed sir, I am Daenerys. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Daenerys extended her slender hand to Li Wei, blinked, and said. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent tremor resounded throughout the hall, and many nobles even sat down on the ground with a thud. Chapter 65. Not an inch left. What? The noble princess actually invited a man without even a title to dance with her. They even doubted whether they had heard correctly. That's Daenerys, the only female descendant of Prince Federa, who turned down Duke Augustine's invitation and instead extended her noble arm to another man whose name she didn't even know. However, the next moment, something even more unbelievable happened. Faced with Princess Daenerys' sincere invitation, Li Wei simply shook his head slowly and said with a cold expression, "I'm sorry, I can't dance." Dollar at ###. The most lethal kind of showing off is the subtle kind. For a moment, everyone present felt as if their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Not only did Daenerys invite him, but this kid actually refused outright. Is he an idiot? That's Daenerys. Descendants of Prince Federica. I was rejected just like that, so thoroughly, so cruelly. You have to understand, as a proud member of the royal family, Daenerys never takes the initiative to invite others to dance. This was her first time, and she was rejected just like that. In an instant, a barrage of gazes, filled with jealousy, envy, and even murderous intent, enveloped Li Wei. Doesn't this kid know that every male vampire wants to dance with Daenerys? The princess they held in high esteem was completely ignored by this kid. Li Wei's refusal was like a resounding slap in the face to all the male vampires, a slap that trampled on their fragile dignity. Since Her Highness Daenerys has taken the initiative to invite you, Li Wei, it is your honor. Just then, Karina suddenly turned her head and said to Li Wei in a low voice, Honey, you're practically pushing me into the arms of another woman." Li Wei was taken aback, wondering when Karina had become so generous. That's not like her at all. To everyone's surprise, Karina's lips moved slightly, and her icy voice reached Li Wei's ears. "Li Wei, when we're dancing later, your hands can only be on Daenerys' waist. If you dare touch anywhere else, I'll definitely use the scissors under the pillow to snip you." After saying that, Karina secretly stretched out two fingers and pinched them together. A chill suddenly ran from below into his mind, and Li Wei couldn't help but shiver. Given Karina's personality, she either won't cut it at all, or she'll have to cut it from the root. Not an inch will be left. Bite. Random task is being generated. 3, 2. Beep. Ding. The task has been generated. Please complete the task of dancing with Daenerys. Upon success, you will receive a system reward. Okay. Even the system begged me to dance with Daenerys. Li Wei's eyes flashed with light. To complete the system's mission, he was willing to risk having his life cut short. Click. However, at that moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the sound. Duke Augustine's face was extremely gloomy. He was holding a broken goblet in his hand, revealing two fangs, and staring at Li Wei with a ferocious look. Like a male dog that has lost its mating rights, he felt defeated and angry, but could only watch from afar as Daenerys surrounded Li Wei. Damn it, Daenerys, she doesn't care about my feelings at all, and turns to another man for pleasure. Damn it all. Duke Augustine didn't even notice when the broken glass cut his finger. At this moment, his mind was filled with rage. If it weren't for this occasion, he would have loved to go up and smash that wretched kid's head with his claws. Seeing Duke Augustine's current state, the male nobles present, who had lost their dignity, suddenly felt that their trampled dignity had miraculously been restored. Yes, the most embarrassed ones are not them, but Duke Augustine. As a genius that appears only once in 10,000 years among the vampires, a powerful 10th-rank duke, his mating rights were actually taken away by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. It was Daenerys who took the initiative. Put. Ha ha ha. Judging from Augustine's face, it was as if he had just sucked the blood of an old woman and was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. It seems this genius is utterly useless, not even as good as an unknown kid. Yes, we're not embarrassed. It's Augustine who's embarrassed, ha. Immediately, a burst of mocking laughter reached Augustine's ears, making his already embarrassed expression even more unpleasant. Even the muscles in his face trembled slightly. However, at that moment, an incredibly charming voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, my dearest Duke Augustine, what has made you so angry? Shall I invite you to dance with me?" Everyone was slightly taken aback, feeling that the voice seemed very familiar. Turning his head again, he saw that Lady Thorns, dressed in extremely revealing clothing and with an expression of unbearable hunger, had somehow appeared beside Augustine. They were practically glued to Augustine's body. Holy crap! But. Ha ha ha. Duke Augustine's luck with women is truly unmatched. Even Lady Thorns has her eye on him. Ha ha ha. Immediately, a burst of raucous laughter erupted. The nobles who witnessed this scene nearly choked with laughter. Who is Lady Thorn? A notorious and ruthless woman in the entire vampire clan. There were even rumors that anyone who grew that thing could have an affair with this beautiful woman in bed. For upper-class noblemen, they were someone they would absolutely avoid at all costs. However, this Lady Thorn has a powerful backer. 2 out of the 13 clans support her. If she invites someone, I doubt many people would have the courage to refuse. Lady Thorn, I. Augustine's face flushed crimson. Even if he was burning with desire, he dared not do anything with Lady Thorn. But if he didn't refuse, wouldn't that be announcing to the entire upper-class aristocracy that he and this beautiful woman were having an affair? Even vampires care a lot about their reputation. However, Lady Thorns, like a wolf, completely disregarded Augustine's dilemma, stepped forward and gave him a sudden hug, pulling him into her arms and then groping him all over. Helpless, Augustine was filled with humiliation, and tears even flowed down his face. As the music started, he danced with the famous Lady Thorn. But at that moment, his humiliated gaze suddenly sharpened, and then burst into a flash of hatred. Chapter 66. Cain, the progenitor, above me. Oh, no. In the center of the dance floor, his beloved goddess was embracing that wretched boy. They even pressed their cheeks together, as if they were whispering something to each other. From a distance, it looks like they're kissing each other's cheeks. Damn it! Augustine was burning with rage, wishing he could tear that kid who had stolen his thunder to pieces. Humph, you were dancing with the princess, huh? I'm going to break your legs. Augustine snorted and shoved Lady Thorn aside as he walked to one side of the hall, where a sturdy vampire was waiting. Brady, see that kid? I'm going to make you teach him a lesson tonight. Augustine said through gritted teeth, pointing at Li Wei in the shadows. Rest assured, sir, I will definitely teach him a lesson for you. Brady grinned maliciously, firmly memorizing Li Wei's face. He was Augustine's captain of the guard, and had often helped Augustine with shady matters, and knew Lord Augustine very well. The adults called it a lesson, but actually they just wanted to make that kid disappear completely. Oh, my Duke Augustine, the dance isn't over yet. Just then, Lady Thorn's alluring voice rang out, and she walked toward Augustine with a look of deep affection. Ugh! A sound of retching came from the surroundings. If it were truly a beautiful woman, Augustine would have felt a surge of excitement. However, this beautiful woman was nothing more than an old woman in disguise. Augustine was so disillusioned with life that he even began to doubt his own existence. However, he wanted to refuse, but he had to consider the factors of both clans, so he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly submit to Lady Thorn's rules. At this moment, Li Wei and Annalise, who appeared to be dancing, had their faces pressed together, but there was still a gap between them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the Dancing with Daenerys mission. Received reward talent skill, Healing Fangs. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in Li Wei's mind. Li Wei immediately felt a sharp itch on his 2 fangs, and an unknown liquid was suddenly secreted. Mr. Li Wei, you look very familiar. Just then, Annalise said meaningfully, then sneered inwardly, thinking, this wretched brat has finally fallen into my hands. Did he think that at this point, his real purpose was to dance with him? No. No way. A fierce glint flashed in Annalise's eyes. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have wanted to plunge her fangs into this filthy man's body. He sucked his filthy blood, not only draining his essence, but also sucking back his own essence. Oh. I feel like your highness looks familiar too. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, his hand about to move down, when he saw Karina staring at him with icy eyes from not far away. Well, dancing with another woman in front of your own wife requires some mental fortitude. But. Just then, Li Wei's gaze shifted downwards, and he saw that on Annalise's snow-white neck, there were 2 wounds that looked like fangs. Hiss. Now it was Li Wei's turn to be puzzled. Why did these 2 wounds look so familiar? After all, Annalise was dressed as a man in the grove that day, and the sky was dark and visibility was poor. No matter what, Li Wei could never have imagined that the transvestite he had so strongly despised that night was actually a noble vampire princess. At that moment, Li Wei turned around and cornered Annalise in the shadows. Just as Annalise thought Li Wei was about to do something, a chill suddenly ran down her neck. A familiar feeling, familiar teeth. Daenerys's face suddenly froze, and her heart pounded like a deer. Oops. That despicable fellow, a beast in human form, a hypocrite. Once wasn't enough, they actually wanted to torture me a second time. We must not let him succeed, but in this situation, if a fight breaks out, it will definitely affect the royal dignity. No. I have no choice but to endure it. Daenerys gritted her teeth, a tear glistening in her bright eyes. In order to obtain information about the blood ancestors' other claws, she had no choice but to endure the humiliation. However, the wound, which was almost healed, tore open again the next moment. But instead of the expected excruciating pain, she felt a cool sensation, which made Daenerys involuntarily groan. The two fangs burrowed into the skin, fitting perfectly without any gaps. Strange, why isn't it pain, but this strange feeling? A hint of doubt flashed in Daenerys' eyes. She suddenly lowered her head, and when the two fangs were taken out, she even seemed reluctant to part with them. And when she touched it with her fingers, she found that the wound on her neck had miraculously healed. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was equally bewildered. He had only wanted to use his fangs to test the wound on Daenerys' neck. However, as soon as it was put in, some healing energy immediately appeared on its fangs, and the moment it came into contact with Daenerys' wounds, it actually repaired her damaged muscles and skin. Now, Daenerys' neck is completely intact, and there is no trace of the suction that Li Wei had on it. Heal your fangs. Could it be because of my newly acquired talent skill? Li Wei couldn't help but lick his two sharp fangs with his tongue, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. The wound on the woman's neck matched his own fangs perfectly. The spacing and even the location of the wound were identical. But recently, Li Wei remembered that he had only inhaled one person. No, he inhaled one transvestite. But the person opposite me is clearly a woman. In an instant, Li Wei seemed to understand something, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that what I inhaled that day wasn't a transvestite, but rather, a male vampire? Squeak! Just then, a soft chirping sound suddenly rang out, and Li Wei's clothes suddenly bulged out in front of his chest, as if something was crawling out from inside. This strange scene naturally caught the attention of Daenerys. She couldn't help but lower her head and bury her face in Li Wei's chest, just like a couple deeply in love, watching him intently. However, the next moment, Li Wei's collar suddenly moved, and then, under Daenerys' gaze, a small pink bat emerged. With its big ears and pink nose, the little bat looked quite bewildered as it emerged, taking 2 deep breaths of its surroundings, displaying its adorable clumsiness. Wow! The little one is so cute. Chapter 67. Little guy, it flew away. Upon seeing the pink bat, Daenerys felt her girlish heart melt, and she couldn't help but let out a heartfelt compliment. However, Li Wei and Daenerys were already the focus of the ball. Even though they had reached a corner, they still attracted attention. The male nobles around them who heard Daenerys' voice all turned red in the eyes. Daenerys was referring to the little bat on Li Wei's chest, but the others understood it completely differently. The male nobles trembled all over, tears streaming down their faces, and many even clutched their hearts and fell backward. Their noble, beautiful, and unattainable princess actually said such things. By the progenitor Cain. Oh. No. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall froze to the extreme. They probably never dreamed that what Daenerys was referring to was just the little bat hidden in Li Wei's chest, nothing more. No. It's mine, no one else can touch it. Li Wei also sensed something was wrong, muttered something, and hurriedly walked out of the hall. Everyone in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. That wretched kid was finally leaving. You can't leave until you give it to me. To everyone's surprise, Daenerys stood directly in front of Li Wei and said with a serious expression. What? Your Highness actually demanded it directly. Suddenly, all the male nobles present were as if struck by lightning. What's so great about that kid? Even Her Highness the Princess is being so proactive, this is simply outrageous. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as Daenerys finished speaking, the blood god bat on Li Wei's chest suddenly burst out and flew away quickly. Holy crap! My little bat has flown away. Li Wei let out a low growl, shoved Daenerys aside, and rushed out. The baby bat hasn't fully bonded with me yet. If I let it fly away, I might never find it again. Seeing this, Daenerys became anxious and chased after Li Wei, lifting her skirt and calling out unhappily. I told you to let me kiss it a long time ago. Now that it's flown away, you have to catch it back for me. As the two figures completely disappeared, all the nobles in the castle hall finally breathed a long sigh of relief. By the grace of Cain, what kind of banquet were they attending? They even regretted it. This matter was definitely a major scandal for the current vampire royal family. However, they found out about it. If His Highness the Prince caused trouble in the future, wouldn't they be taking the blame for that kid? However, only Karina ran anxiously to the door, muttering in disbelief. Oh my god, that guy Li Wei can actually fly. How come I didn't notice it the last few times? Damn it, I hope it doesn't fly away, or what will I do in the future? The blood god bats were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of the castle's range. However, as Li Wei chased after them, he sensed something was amiss. The little bat wasn't running away randomly, it was flying with a purpose. Finally, after chasing the little bat for several minutes, a figure suddenly appeared not far ahead. The little bat was clearly attracted by his scent, which is why it crawled out of Li Wei's clothes and chased him all the way here. This was a low-lying grove of trees, with haphazardly growing shrubs that completely obscured what lay within. Damn it, you guys found out. The man suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Li Wei and Danielis with a ferocious expression. Speak! Who are you? What are you doing in the Blood Clan's Holy Land? Daenerys roared. Although she couldn't be sure of the mysterious person's identity, she was certain that this person was definitely not a vampire. He didn't have the aura unique to vampires at all, and the sudden appearance of other races besides vampires at such a crucial moment in the vampire holy city meant something very clear. Damned vampires, they shouldn't exist on this continent, die. The man roared and then lunged forward. However, at that moment, the little bat suddenly increased its speed and instantly appeared above the man's head, extending two sharp claws that grabbed directly onto the man's head. Damn it! Something pierced my skull. Instantly, the man's shrill scream pierced the night sky. The intense pain made him struggle uncontrollably. He even tried to tear the little bat that had pierced his skull off with his bare hands. But you must know that this little bat is the blood god bat. Back then, countless powerful beings from various races trembled in fear under the terror of the blood god bat. Although it is still a child, it is enough to deal with this man. Squeak! The next moment, the little bat let out a cry that was completely different from usual. Circles of transparent sound waves swirled in the surrounding air and instantly enveloped the unidentified man. The man's body seemed to be frozen in place, instantly stopping. However, you could see his body trembling violently, clearly as he was struggling to break free from something, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Immediately afterwards, the little bat stuck out its pink mouth and pressed it hard against the figure's forehead. Wave. A soft sound suddenly rang out, and a ferocious expression flashed across the man's face. Then, his body seemed to dehydrate rapidly, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gulp! Gulp! A swallowing sound rang out, and crimson blood flowed continuously from the little bat's pink mouth. However, even after draining all the blood from the man's body, the little bat's body did not grow at all. This scene was clearly witnessed by Li Wei and Danielis, who arrived later. I came the progenitor, was the one I was about to kiss this cute little fellow? Seeing the ring of scarlet blood around the little bat's mouth, Daenerys was horrified. Even a real vampire couldn't drain a person dry in an instant, right? And more importantly, Daenerys smelled something unusual in the blood flowing from the man. As expected of my imperial favor. Seeing this scene made Li Wei extremely excited. Ever since Li Wei brought the little bat home, it had been in a semi-conscious state, and he couldn't bear to put it in any other room. Chapter 68 Humans, I Smell the Light. So every day, Li Wei would keep the little bat inside the clothes on his chest. After so many days, Li Wei even thought that the little bat would die. Unexpectedly, it suddenly became active today. And strictly speaking, aside from sucking Li Wei, this was the first prey it sucked. Squeak! After completely draining the man, the little bat let out a satisfied chirp, then flapped its wings and flew away. It won't just leave like that, will it? Seeing this, Li Wei was filled with worry. After all, he had raised the little bat for so long, and he had developed some affection for it. But to everyone's surprise, after circling around once, the little bat actually flew towards Li Wei again. It landed very naturally on Li Wei's shoulder, then brought its blood-stained mouth to Li Wei's collar, wiping away all the blood before nodding in satisfaction. Then he crawled into Li Wei's collar, climbed all the way up to his chest, and found a comfortable way to lie down. Snort! If it weren't for the warmth here, and the fact that I've gotten used to resting here these past few days, I wouldn't have come back. The little bat made a series of humming and chirping sounds. Although Li Wei couldn't understand them, he could clearly sense that the little bat had developed a sense of dependence on him. However, at that moment, Daenerys suddenly moved closer to Li Wei and then abruptly rested her head on Li Wei's shoulder. "What are you trying to do?" Li Wei hesitated. It was a dark and windy night, and they were in a small grove. Could this princess be trying to force him to do that kind of thing? However, the next moment, Daenerys suddenly twitched her pert nose and asked in a puzzled tone. "Strange, how come there are humans here, and they're quite strong too?" "Humans? A human with considerable strength." Li Wei immediately realized, no wonder the smell of blood was a bit strange earlier. It turned out that the little bat had been inhaling a living human. It's important to know that even the blood sold in bars on the black market is obtained by freezing blood and sourcing it from the other side of the Kilometer Mountains. Humans are strictly forbidden from entering the entire vampire Holy Land. Unless... Li Wei's eyes widened instantly. Even though the human corpse had been sucked dry by the little bats, it was still clear that it had been dressed as a vampire. A black dress, a deathly pale face. If he's human, then what's he doing infiltrating the vampire Holy Land dressed like that? Damn it, Torsen. What are you yelling about? Are you afraid those vampires won't know our hideout is here? Just then, a dissatisfied male voice suddenly came, followed by a violent shaking of the bushes in front of Li Wei and Daenerys, and several figures quickly walked out. However, when these people saw their companion, they were suddenly stunned. It had shriveled into a dried-up corpse, standing on the ground like a dead log. On the other side, there were two vampires staring at them. Not good. This roar not only made those people realize what was happening, but also Li Wei and Daenerys. Vampire. Damn it, how did they find this place? It must be because Torsen was exposed that these two vampires were attracted here. Immediately, the people opposite gasped in surprise, and their gazes turned gloomy and ruthless. "Humans, I smell the light." Daenerys' voice suddenly became hoarse, and as she spoke, two fangs slowly emerged from the corners of her mouth. No wonder little bats suddenly woke up and sensed the presence of humans. Li Wei murmured to himself, the blood god bat, as a creature born alongside the vampires, has been on the same side as them since its inception. And what vampires love to drink most is human blood. It could even be said that humans and vampires are truly enemies. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans united with other races on the continent to overthrow the rule of the vampires. However, after the vampires were defeated, the other races gave up their attacks. Only humans continued to hunt down the vampires even as they were defeated, forcing them to retreat north of the Kilo Mountains. If it weren't for these mountains that almost split the entire continent, the vampires would probably have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. This is why vampires hate humans so much and regard them as mortal enemies. In the Holy City, the most important center of the vampire Holy Land, several powerful humans were discovered. If you say there's nothing fishy going on, probably no vampire would believe it. Moreover, these humans were all dressed as vampires. Lord Horton, it seems there are only two vampires among them. Just then, one of the men took out a disc-shaped exploration device. Two blood spots of different sizes appeared on the crystal mirror on it. An earl and a duke, the two of you think you can raid the stronghold? Deacon Horton sneered with a ferocious grin upon hearing this. As expected, the news from the Vatican was true. The vampires had declined to the extreme. You have to know that tens of thousands of years ago, vampire dukes were a dime a dozen. Humans, what are you plotting by ignoring the vampires' blockade and entering their sacred ground? With a furious roar, a pair of enormous vampire wings unfurled behind her, unleashing a torrent of powerful blood energy that instantly filled the surrounding air with the stench of blood. Conspiracy? Wait until you see the sun rise tomorrow. Deacon Horton snorted coldly, and then energy that was completely different from that of the vampire suddenly burst forth from his hands. Buzz. The next moment, the entire space trembled violently, and a large amount of blazing white light appeared in his hands. Then, he quickly compressed his palms together, and the blazing white light instantly formed a white sphere. As if the sphere contained endless energy, an aura that even Li Wei felt a slight tremor in his heart suddenly spread out. Level 8 light magic, holy light storm. Deacon Horton roared, his expression turning ferocious. The white sphere formed a huge storm with a diameter of more than 10 meters the moment he pushed it, and immediately shoved it towards Li Wei and Daenerys. Damn it! They're from the Church of Light. Daenerys' expression immediately turned serious. This storm was filled with the aura of light magic, which was the most dangerous kind of magic for vampires. Li Wei, go back and get reinforcements. I'll hold them off here. Hurry! Without any hesitation, Daenerys finished speaking and immediately rushed out. Chapter 69 Ding. Long-term quest generated. She believed herself to be stronger than Li Wei, and that if Li Wei were to block her, he probably wouldn't last 2 seconds. However, just as Danny Lise turned to look at Li Wei with a worried expression, she found that Li Wei was standing still, as if he had been scared out of his wits. Oops. Daenerys's heart sank immediately. She overestimated Li Wei. He was just a minor count. It wasn't impossible for him to be terrified by such powerful light magic. We have no choice but to fight. A resolute glint flashed in Daenerys's eyes. The sudden appearance of the Church of Light must have some ulterior motive. She hoped that her death could give her father some enlightenment. However, Li Wei was not stunned at this moment. Instead, he was seriously accepting the task generated by the system. Bite. Long-running mission generation in progress. 3, 2. Beep. Bite. A long-term mission has been generated. Host, please deal with the 4 cultists of light, fight against the Holy Sea of Light, and uphold the divine might of our vampire race. Upon completion of the mission, the system will issue mission rewards. The fight against the Holy Sea is a long-term mission. During the mission, the system will automatically generate several smaller tasks. Please execute them carefully. Holy crap! This time, they've even gotten a long-term mission. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Wei was surprised. The previous tasks were either random or part of the main storyline, but now, the system had suddenly sent a long-term task. In other words, in the near future, I will likely have to confront this damned Holy Sea. Although the name sounds like it belongs to the righteous side, what can you do when Li Wei is a vampire? And he's an extremely evil vampire. Daenerys didn't use any weapons, because the vampire's claws were their best weapon. With 2 sharp claws waving repeatedly, streaks of blood-red claws formed from condensed blood energy sliced through the air and collided with the storm of holy light in the blink of an eye. Sizzle! Sizzle! Instantly, a piercing corrosive sound rang out, and the sharp blood claws were instantly swallowed by the white light, just like moths drawn to a flame. Having absorbed a large amount of blood energy, the white light not only did not counteract the damage, but instead, it expanded from about 10 meters to 15 meters as if adding fuel to the fire. As it spun rapidly, a large amount of surrounding rocks and wood chips were swept up and swept towards Daenerys with earth-shattering force. Keep in mind, this is just a deacon of the Holy Sea. Ha ha! Lowly vampires, light magic was created specifically to deal with you. Under the light, you dark creatures will all perish. Deacon Horton roared, and a large amount of light element condensed from his hands once again, which he then hurled at the storm of holy light. Boom! The next moment, the range of the holy light storm doubled again, illuminating the surrounding night as if it were daytime. Its speed increased dramatically, instantly enveloping Daenerys in the middle. Hiss! Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream came from the ball of light. She felt as if something was being taken away from her body after she was enveloped by the storm of holy light. Blood is evaporating, vitality is dwindling. And the power of this holy light storm is growing stronger and stronger. Light and darkness can never coexist. Everything in the world is either black or white. This is a famous saying left by the first pope of the Church of Light, and it is also something that the Church of Light has been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years. May all darkness in the world be eradicated. In fact, if we're talking about cultivation levels, Daenerys is a vampire duke, while the deacon is just a mage, at most capable of casting level 8 light magic, equivalent to a vampire marquis. However, from the moment it was born, light magic has been designed to counter vampires and all kinds of dark creatures. This is why, despite once ruling over all races, the vampires were driven back to their homeland by the Church of Light. They seem to have been created specifically to counter vampires. Ha ha ha. Die. You disgusting thing. Even your soul will be obliterated in this holy light. Deacon Horton laughed maniacally, as if hearing Daenerys's wails only fueled his excitement. However, call. A sudden gust of wind blew up, and the thick smell of blood instantly spread for thousands of meters. The entire earth within this area cracked open with fissures as thick as an arm, and a large amount of blood energy gushed out wildly. Holy crap! What happened? How could such a thick aura of blood suddenly appear? Immediately, the members of the Holy See let out a series of incredulous exclamations. Even if this is a sacred place for vampires, with a rich blood aura, it shouldn't be this concentrated, right? They were almost completely overwhelmed. Something's fishy here. Kill those 2 vampires and get out of here quickly. Don't let this interfere with the Holy See's millennium-long plan. Deacon Horton gave a low shout and immediately led the others to rush towards Li Wei. As for Daniolus inside the Holy Lightstorm, she was no longer alive at this moment. However, just as they rushed out, the already extremely dense blood energy suddenly transformed into billowing blood mist, completely obscuring their vision and mental power. Meanwhile, a large amount of the remaining blood energy rushed wildly into the Holy Lightstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the Holy Lightstorm erupted with a series of rumbling sounds, growing louder and larger. Meanwhile, Deacon Horton and his companions watched their surroundings with tense expressions. They were careless. They never expected that the seemingly weak vampire count to be so strange. Are you looking for me? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, and Li Wei's figure appeared in front of one of the cultists of light. You despicable vampire! Die! The cultist roared, and instantly a giant sword radiating pure white light materialized in his hands, slashing towards Li Wei's head. Put! The next moment, Li Wei's head fell off with a thud, and his body collapsed into the blood mist. He died just like that? The cultist was filled with disbelief, but just as he was about to step forward to examine Li Wei's body, a figure dressed in a blood-red robe suddenly appeared behind him. Of course I won't die. Put! In an instant, the body of the cultist of light was jolted forward, as if some enormous force was coming from behind. Then, a pain he had never experienced before was transmitted to his mind. Chapter 70. So, your hearts are black too. Hiss. Ah. The cultist couldn't help but let out a wail, looking down to see only an arm stained red with blood emerging from his chest, and on that sharp claw, a heart that was still beating slowly. Put. Put. A trickle of scarlet blood gushed from the ruptured blood vessels in the heart and sprayed onto the cultist's face. The blood, still slightly hot, made the cultist realize immediately that it was his heart. So, your hearts are black too. Li Wei murmured, then suddenly exerted force. Click. The shattered flesh flew off instantly. No! That's mine! The cultist let out a final wail, and as Li Wei withdrew his arm, his body slowly collapsed. Oh no! Sir Lauren is dead! Upon hearing this wail, Deacon Horton's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Everyone, quickly move closer to me, back to back. That vampire is strange. Immediately, the remaining four hurriedly moved closer, but in a situation where they couldn't even see each other clearly when they were face to face, back to back, who knew whether they were leaning against a person or a ghost? Is everyone here? Deacon Horton barked. We've arrived, steward. We've come together. Several cultists spoke up, but just as they finished speaking, another voice pierced the silence of the blood mist. Yes, we have already come together. His voice was deep and hoarse, like a cold, venomous snake that had somehow crept onto their shoulders. Instantly, the four cultists of light trembled violently, feeling as if the hairs on the back of their bodies stood on end. Yes, who is standing behind you, an enemy or an ally? You damned vampire! I'm going to kill you! Finally, under immense mental pressure, one of the cult members could no longer bear it and frantically stabbed himself in the back with a sword. Put! Well! Carter! Carter! Why did you kill me? A familiar voice rang out, and the cultist wielding the longsword turned around abruptly, only to see, amidst a cloud of blood mist, his companion's chest pierced by his own longsword. No! The cultist of light instantly collapsed, rushing into the blood mist as if he had gone mad. However, before he could run 2 steps, he only saw a blurry bloody shadow appear in an instant, sharp claws rising and falling, and then the cultist's head flew off. Even so, his body, propelled by inertia, lurched forward for more than 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all! You filthy wretch, you only ever dare to ambush from the shadows! Deacon Horton roared madly. Since you want to fight me head on, I'll grant your wish. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than that familiar, chilling voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, the surrounding blood mist dissipated, and Li Wei's body slowly approached with the sound of footsteps, appearing before Deacon Horton. Damn it, you actually dared to show up? Deacon Horton exclaimed in surprise, then a glint of triumphant gleam flashed in his eyes. He deliberately provoked Li Wei, hoping to get Li Wei to show himself. He never expected that this vampire would be so stupid. Humph, kid, I admit you're strange, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks will be destroyed. Die. Punishment spear. Deacon Horton roared, and a blinding light flashed from his hands. Then, a long spear radiating a strong aura of light appeared. The Punishment Spear, a 7-star light magic weapon, has always been a weapon of the highest rank, reserved for bishops, within the Holy Sea of Light. In order to infiltrate the Blood Clan's Holy Land, the 7-star magic weapon was specially bestowed upon him by the Archbishop. "I want to pierce your body." A powerful energy suddenly erupted from Deacon Horton's body. Holding a long spear, he appeared in front of Li Wei in a flash. The rampant light element was the greatest damage to the vampires, but facing the sharp spear of punishment, Li Wei neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, he raised his claws and withstood it head-on. Clang! The next moment, a violent collision sound rang out, and thick blood energy and surging light energy swept in all directions, even pushing the surrounding blood mist far away. However, the scene of the claws shattering and the spear piercing through the body did not unfold as Butler Horton had hoped. The claw, gleaming with blood, slid rapidly downwards along the spear of punishment. Hiss! With a screeching sound, in the blink of an eye, Li Wei appeared in front of Deacon Horton like a ghost. As his sharp claws twitched slightly, a glint of light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. This is it. Every weapon has flaws, and even the slightest flaw can be detected by the profound techniques of the shattered blood claw. Now, Li Wei has found the flaw in this weapon of punishment. The next moment, Li Wei raised his sharp claws and then brought them down. Ultimate technique, shatter. Click. A crimson light flashed by, and Deacon Horton felt his hands tremble violently. He slowly lowered his head to look down, and an incredulous light flashed in his eyes. "My spear is broken," Deacon Horton murmured, staring blankly at his broken spear of punishment. The break was so clean, without any burrs, as if mocking him, that the spear of the Holy See was not sturdy at all. Whoosh! A flash of blood-red light appeared in Deacon Horton's eyes. The next moment, Deacon Horton felt his vision blur, and the last thing he saw was the shattered earth. His body slowly fell to the ground. Bite! Congratulations, host, for completing the Destroy the Cult of Light mission and upholding the might of our vampire race. Reward, Extreme Yang Berserk Blood Refining Secret Technique X1. After the last cultist of light fell, the system's voice immediately rang in Li Wei's mind. Extreme Yang Berserk Type Blood Refining Secret Technique? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter something, and a flood of memories immediately appeared in his mind. Although they are called vampires, they are fundamentally a type of dark creature. Traditional vampires cannot tolerate sunlight, because sunlight will eliminate the dark energy in their blood. Weaker vampires exposed to sunlight would be instantly scorched into powder, while even the truly powerful vampires could only unleash at most 1/10 of their strength in a battle under sunlight. However, this extreme Yang explosion type blood refining secret technique can transform the physique of vampires, turning them from purely dark creatures into a combination of light and darkness. In other words, one can cultivate and survive regardless of day or night, and naturally will not be afraid of sunlight. The world has black and white, yin and yang. Furthermore, the significance of Berserk is extraordinary, allowing Li Wei to unleash even greater power during the day when exposed to sunlight than at night. The technique is good, but it's completely useless in the Blood Clan's Holy Land. Chapter 71. If all else fails, here's another half cup. Li Wei glanced at the perpetually gloomy sky of the Holy Land, shook his head, and then walked towards Danielis. The storm of holy light vanished completely with the death of the deacon, while Daenerys lay curled up on the ground, lifeless, her clothes torn to shreds by the raging storm. Dead? Li Wei frowned. He clearly remembered the scene where this girl had risked her life to let him escape. If he were to die like this, Li Wei would feel somewhat uneasy. Oh, right, to heal the fangs, and that drop of her essence blood. The essence blood of vampires is of utmost importance, containing powerful energy that acts as a stabilizer for the blood energy within a vampire's body. However, it must be returned in the same way it was extracted. Li Wei bared his two thick, hard fangs and approached Danielis step by step, his scarlet eyes scanning her neck before moving down. Daenerys's heart has stopped beating. If her semen is injected back into other parts of her body, it will be impossible for it to reach her heart. Therefore, only by injecting this drop of blood directly back into her heart can she truly be saved. That's the only way. Li Wei focused his gaze on the target and then took a big bite. Put. However, although Li Wei's fangs had grown quite a bit, they were still somewhat short. Helpless, Li Wei could only use all his strength to push his fangs in as far as possible. Finally, a slight piercing sound rang out again. Li Wei felt as if he had broken through some obstacle and reached the depths, and the sharp tips of the two fangs touched Danielis' soft heart. Fortunately, after so much time growing up, my darling's fangs are no longer as short and thin as they used to be. Li Wei muttered to himself, and without hesitation, he exerted all his strength once more. Dennis, who was pinned to the ground, reacted immediately, her brows furrowing slightly as she let out a groan of pain. After all, it had pierced her heart. At the same time, Li Wei also felt a trickle of liquid spurt out. It was the blood that Danilys had gathered at her heart. It was still scorching hot, burning Li Wei's fangs. Okay, now, I'm going to ejaculate my essence. Li Wei suddenly mobilized the blood in his body, and the drop of essence blood that had not yet been absorbed immediately entered the cavity between the fangs. After a brief stay, it shot out like a cannonball. Straight to the target, into the heart. Buzz. Immediately, a slight tremor resounded from within Daenerys's body. This was, after all, her essence blood. Now that it had returned, her bloodline naturally reacted. As if automatically responding, the drop of essence blood immediately released enormous energy after entering the heart, and Daenerys's vitality was quickly restored, and even her heart began to beat again. Previously, it would be more accurate to say that she was in a state of suspended animation rather than death, since the vitality of vampires is extremely strong. The return of this drop of essence blood undoubtedly pulled her back from the brink of death. Do you have any more? Give me some more. Suddenly, Daenerys let out a sound that sounded like a plea, her body trembling involuntarily under the stimulation of the intense energy. She could feel the energy emanating from her heart perfectly matching her own, but there was only one drop, and she wanted more. Li Wei, however, was somewhat displeased. Want more? If you want more, I'll give you my lifeblood too. No, pull it out right now. It means pulling out the fangs. But at that moment, Daenerys's limbs suddenly trembled violently, and then she suddenly hugged Li Wei tightly. What are you doing? Li Wei was startled, wondering what had gotten into this woman. He hurriedly tried to break free, but the next moment, Daenerys suddenly opened her eyes. After a moment of confusion, their eyes met instantly. Daenerys was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't reacted yet, but when her gaze shifted down and she saw that Li Wei's fangs were still firmly biting into her body, she opened her mouth and let out a deafening scream. Ah! You shameless person! Let me go! Let me go! Li Wei's face flushed red instantly. He hurriedly tried to pull out the fangs, but to his dismay, he found that the fangs were stuck inside. This is a misunderstanding. I just wanted to save her life. Hey, let me explain. The first time I sucked your essence, I sucked your blood essence. This second time, I'm returning your essence to you. If that's not enough, I'll give you another half cup. The ball was almost over, and a group of nobles gathered at the entrance of the hall. Just as they were about to leave, they saw two figures walking over one after the other. Ahead of them was Daenerys, dressed in a blood-red robe, her face slightly flushed. She rushed up to the second floor as soon as she entered the hall. And behind him was that familiar young man. Look, Daenerys is wearing that kid's robe. Could it be that they just went out? Immediately, a murmur arose. The male nobles, who had initially been angry and jealous, now looked at Li Wei with admiration. Many even secretly gave Li Wei a thumbs up. That kid is amazing. That's a princess, and he finished her in less than an hour. However, at that moment, a frantic-looking Karina rushed up. Li Wei, there's no time. Get in the carriage with me. After saying that, Karina grabbed Li Wei and rushed into the Vanjua family's carriage without saying another word. A moment later, Li Wei's howling voice could be heard from inside the carriage. What are you doing? This is on the carriage. Stop. A moment later, Karina let out a long sigh from inside the carriage, as if she had been relieved of a heavy responsibility. Thank goodness, the little thing didn't fly away. But what exactly were you and Daenerys doing outside just now? Karina's tone shifted abruptly, a hint of anger lurking beneath her words. Karina clearly saw that Daenerys's face was flushed and she was wearing Li Wei's robe. Forehead. Li Wei shuddered and stammered. I said. I only gave her a drop of my essence blood. Do you believe me? Squeak. A moment later, the carriage door opened, and Li Wei stepped down with a calm expression. He pulled up his trousers with both hands and muttered to himself as he watched the carriage drive away into the distance. Women, they really are all jealous creatures. It's just a drop of essence blood, why make me walk back myself? Is it really necessary? Chapter 72 Hell, I am Hell. With a sigh, Li Wei had no choice but to head towards the Vanjua family's temporary castle under the cover of darkness. However, as they passed through a dark alley, Li Wei's expression suddenly hardened, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Interesting, someone actually has designs on me. With a muttered murmur, Li Wei's figure vanished into the alleyway in an instant. A few seconds later. Whoosh whoosh. A whooshing sound rang out, and several figures dressed in black robes appeared in the alley like lightning. Where are they? Brady's cold gaze swept across the alley, his sharp fangs forcing open his parched lips, exuding a cruel aura. He was Augustine's personal guard commander, a 9th rank count. This time, he had received orders from the Duke to deal with a despicable brat and send him away from the Holy City. Of course, this sending away doesn't mean driving him away or anything like that. It means ensuring that the kid can never appear in the Holy City again. Only death can be eternal. Sir, that kid has already escaped. Several men searched the alleyway but found nothing. Brady frowned. If that kid noticed something, it wouldn't be easy to find an opportunity later. Run? You bunch of trash, think you can make me run away? A cold voice suddenly rang out, as clear as if it were right next to my ear. Brady and his men felt a chill run down their spines and turned around abruptly, only to see the boy who had made Duke Augustine grit his teeth staring at them indifferently less than 5 meters behind them. Kid, you've chosen the path to hell instead of the path to heaven, courting death. Brady gritted his teeth, a ferocious look flashing across his face. At the same time, his men prepared for battle. Hell? Upon hearing this, Li Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, then stepped forward, his gloomy voice continuing. Hell, I am hell, why should I still go in? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 wings suddenly spread out from behind Li Wei, completely covering the narrow alley. Thick blood energy surged out and enveloped Brady and his group in the blink of an eye. A 4-winged vampire. Not good. Instantly, Brady's pupils contracted sharply, and a powerful aura of death enveloped his entire body. The 4 wings of the vampire clan can only be cultivated by those with 3 generations of bloodline. They represent power and nobility, and are absolutely invincible among those of the same level. Whoosh! The next moment, Li Wei's figure flashed and disappeared into the air like a ghost. Brady only felt a gust of wind and subconsciously dodged to the side. Sizzle! A violent tearing sound rang out, and Brady's arm, covered in blood, spun out. His body was sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily into the wall to one side. Rumble! In an instant, the entire wall of the alley collapsed, and rocks flew everywhere, burying Brady inside. Grown-ups! Several subordinates exclaimed in surprise, but after Li Wei's figure flashed past them, they were unable to make a sound. Put! A cracking sound suddenly rang out, and a red line appeared on the necks of all the henchmen. Then, their heads were severed almost simultaneously, and steaming blood spurted into the air. From the moment Li Wei took action until now, not even 3 seconds have passed. With this little strength, you dared to intercept and kill me? Who gave you the courage? Li Wei's figure materialized from the darkness. He shook his head at the corpses, then took out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. He turned to look at Brady, whose head was the only part of his body visible amidst the ruins. Ah! My lord, please don't kill me. Please spare my life. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, Brady's eyes widened in terror, and his body, buried beneath the rubble, trembled violently. Although his subordinates were not as strong as him, they were all at the Earl level, yet they couldn't even last 3 seconds. This man is too strong, so strong that Brady can't even muster the will to resist. Who sent you to kill me? Li Wei looked down at Brady, his feet already planted on Brady's body. With a slight exertion, large mouthfuls of blood gushed from Brady's mouth. My lord, it's Duke Augustine, he sent us, Brady wailed in anguish. Augustine? Li Wei muttered. He seemed to have heard Karina mention that name before. It is said that he is a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years among the vampires. My lord, I've already told you, please spare me, Brady said, trembling, a glint of expectation in his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that I know what I want, why should I let you go? Li Wei chuckled mockingly. If he hadn't revealed who was behind it, Li Wei might have let him go, but now. Boom! The next moment, Li Wei stomped his feet hard, crushing Brady's body, which was buried under the rubble, into a bloody pulp. His mouth gaped open, and after a silent howl, he lost all life. The vampire grand sacrifice was held as scheduled on the sacred mountain outside the holy city. This place is said to be the center of the entire vampire race's birth. Even the progenitor Cain was born from the blood pool atop the sacred mountain. The entire Holy Mountain area is the burial site of tens of thousands of third-generation vampire ancestors, as well as a second-generation vampire ancestor, making it the most important place in the vampire Holy Land. The vampire clan's sacred mountain is several thousand meters high, far exceeding the venerable family's heroic spirit mountain that Li Wei had previously seen. The shape of the sacred mountain is like a sharp blade pointing to the sky when viewed from below. It seems to be poking a big hole in the sky. Furthermore, a dense banyan forest surrounds the sacred mountain, its age unknown, with any single banyan tree reaching over 100 meters in height. You absolutely cannot let anything go wrong during the vampire grand ceremony later. Inside the luxurious carriage, Karina stared intently at Li Wei with a serious expression. During the family memorial service, Li Wei absorbed the remnant souls of over 100 of his ancestors. But that didn't matter. After all, Karina was the patriarch of the Vanter family, and with her full protection, she managed to save Li Wei. But here, they are commemorating the ancestors of the entire vampire clan. If anything else happens, Karina will be powerless to help. Don't worry, as long as they don't take the initiative, I won't bother with those old devils. Li Wei snorted. He didn't want to do that either, but those old ghost souls insisted on drilling into his head. What could he do? Chapter 73. This coffin is really sturdy. You better watch yourself. Karina shook her head helplessly, knowing she couldn't control Li Wei, and turned her gaze to the window. But upon scanning, they only saw a figure flash by in the banyan grove. Karina's expression shifted, and she glanced at the figure again, but it had completely vanished into the banyan forest. Strange, could it be a guard sent by His Highness the Prince? Karina hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to get off the carriage to check. After all, she and the nobles who had come from afar were there to participate in the vampire grand ceremony, and it was not appropriate for them to get involved in other matters. Beneath a patch of low bushes, several figures were breathing heavily, their faces tense. Damn it, vampires have incredibly sharp senses. I almost got discovered just now, one of the figures cursed under his breath, looking terrified. Be careful, everyone. The Holy See has been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years and has been preparing for it for decades. Finally, the vampire grand sacrifice has arrived. A man with a serious expression, dressed in a black robe, snorted coldly and then spoke. The deaths of Deacon Horton and the others have probably alerted the vampires, but they could never have imagined that we have already set up a holy light teleportation magic array around this sacred mountain. Once it opens, tens of thousands of powerful members of the Holy See will cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers to reach this place in an instant. Anyone who makes a mistake at this time will be a sinner of the Holy See forever. Upon hearing this, the others were immediately taken aback and quickly replied. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we will do our utmost to set up the magic array to welcome the arrival of our Holy See's powerful figures. Okay, everyone go and get started. Set up the space stabilization array that we're responsible for. The steward nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately dispersed and entered the banyan forest. There are at least a dozen such teams throughout the entire banyan forest. They all crossed the Kilo Mountains in disguise, and after decades of planning, they fully deployed this teleportation array that could span hundreds of thousands of kilometers, thus achieving their plan to wipe out the upper echelons of the vampires in one fell swoop. As the vampire carriages arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, the steward wore a sinister and cruel smile, muttering to himself. The vampires, after today, will be completely wiped off the entire continent. Meanwhile, at the foot of the holy mountain, hundreds of vampire dukes, as well as thousands of marquises and earls, along with servants, guards, and so on, had gathered, totaling over 10,000. The altar at the foot of the mountain was far larger than that of the Vanter family. The entire altar was dark red, and even without the infusion of blood, wisps of blood mist constantly rose from it, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. It should be noted that this altar has existed since the birth of the vampire clan. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the vampire clan has declined to its lowest point, but the altar remains the same, witnessing the rise and fall of the vampire clan. Daenerys and the rest of the royal family knelt before the altar, while the other nobles participating in the vampire festival lined up according to their titles. Of course, someone like Li Wei, who didn't even have a title and was just a servant, had no chance to get close and could only watch from afar. Boom! However, at that moment, a loud bang suddenly resounded throughout the entire world. Even as the earth shook violently a few times, all the vampires at the foot of the sacred mountain turned their gazes in one direction. That is the central palace of the holy city. Rumble! Another series of violent sounds followed, and in the center of the holy city, a towering pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky. It's like a giant ancient tree, connecting heaven and earth. What's going on? The prince has awakened. His Highness the Prince is arriving soon. Immediately, a series of excited and admiring voices rang out. Among all the vampires, Prince Federa represented the strongest power. Thousands of years ago, during the last Holy War, if Prince Fedra hadn't annihilated the Allied forces led by humans and held the Gyro Mountains, the vampire Holy Land would probably have been razed to the ground long ago. And now, Prince Federa is the pillar of strength for the vampire clan. Accompanied by the violent shaking sound, Li Wei also turned his gaze, and saw a pitch-black coffin take off from the center of the holy city. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the altar and stood upright, floating in the air. This coffin, it's fucking sturdy. Seeing the jet-black coffin that reflected light, Li Wei couldn't help but inwardly praise it. Even though his own coffin for 3 people was already quite large, it was still significantly smaller compared to this coffin. If we take this coffin back with us, and include Karina and Lilith, it will be big enough, and even more spacious. Inside the coffin, Prince Fedra opened his puzzled eyes. With his strength reaching this level, his powerful spiritual energy could cover an area of tens of kilometers. All the vampires felt a sense of awe towards him, but there was only one who seemed to be focusing his attention on his ancestral coffin. Strange, who exactly is that vampire? Prince Federa murmured to himself. He could only sense a general outline, but couldn't pinpoint the exact location. However, shouts of "Welcome, Your Highness," were already ringing out outside, and Fedra didn't have time to think about it anymore. Boom! The next moment, the heavy coffin lid rose into the air, and Prince Fedra's burly and emaciated body instantly appeared on the altar, with 6 huge wings slowly unfolding on his back, as if to show off his noble bloodline. An aura that shook the heavens and earth suddenly emanated from his unfolded wings. Your Highness! Immediately, all the vampires hurriedly knelt down, and those with lower bloodline strength even wished they could bury their heads in the ground. Even if Prince Federa wasn't doing it intentionally, the overwhelming pressure emanating from his immense power was something these vampires couldn't withstand. Even the dukes, including Karina, could only barely maintain their kneeling posture. Yes, get up, everyone. Prince Federa nodded, his gaze sweeping over Daenerys, who in turn gave a subtle nod. Turning his gaze away, Prince Fedra looked at the sharply defined sacred mountain, and a hoarse yet desolate voice rang out from his lips. The vampires have existed on this land for more than 570,000 years since their progenitor went into seclusion. Our ancestors looked down upon the world and overwhelmed all races on this continent. That is the glory of our vampire race. Now that the vampire clan is in decline, its descendants should strive to restore its former glory. By the progenitor Cain, please bless my vampire clan to regain its glory. Chapter 74. It's just a matter of absorbing some blood essence. Is it really that big of a deal? After saying that, Prince Federa waved his hand sharply, and thousands of humans, monsters, and all sorts of strange races were escorted by vampire soldiers to the edge of the altar. By the progenitor Cain, please bless my vampire clan to regain its glory. By the progenitor Cain, please bless my vampire clan to regain its glory. Immediately, tens of thousands of vampires present began to utter solemn prayers. Even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed, no vampire will forget the glory they once had when they ruled the entire continent. We dare not forget that for hundreds of thousands of years, the vampires have passed down the mission of one day returning to the south of the Kilo Mountains and reclaiming the land that belongs to the vampires. A memorial service. Prince Fedra roared, and in the next moment, all the soldiers drew their sharp, blood-stained blades and brought them down hard. Thousands of corpses fell on the altar, and the gushing blood instantly stained the entire altar red. Prince Federa's desolate voice echoed between heaven and earth, as if even the sacred mountain had heard it. In an instant, the sacred mountain turned blood red, spreading down from the summit as if a torch had ignited the altar. Boom! Centered on the altar, a thick aura of blood suddenly erupted from it, enveloping all the surrounding vampires in just a few seconds. Ah! This is a gift from our ancestors. Absorb! Absorb it quickly! Immediately, excited and thrilled voices rang out. A gift from the ancestors is rare in the history of the vampires. The last recorded instance was 50,000 years ago. Like a volcanic eruption, in ancient legends, the body of the progenitor Cain was transformed into a sacred site. In other words, this sacrifice was somehow connected to the body of the progenitor Cain, which caused thick blood vapor to erupt from the ground. Moreover, this kind of blood energy is different from ordinary blood energy. It contains a lot of primordial blood energy, which can not only enhance strength, but also advance bloodline if absorbed in large quantities. Ha ha ha. I've broken through. I've broken through to the Marquis rank. My bloodline, I can feel my bloodline stirring. Immediately, cries of delight rang out. The nobles, their faces flushed, gasped for breath, wishing they could inhale more of the surrounding blood and energy. Bite. System detection indicates the host has come into contact with a large amount of primordial blood energy. Do you wish to absorb it? Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded, and Li Wei was taken aback. Then, he muttered something with a troubled expression. Karina only told me not to absorb the souls of vampire ancestors, but she didn't say I couldn't absorb this blood essence. If it's really not okay, can I just absorb a little less? Right. That's what we'll do. Li Wei nodded vigorously, and then without hesitation, gave the system the instruction to absorb it. At the same time, the blood refining manual within his body was also rapidly operating under Li Wei's control. Buzzing. The next moment, a violent vibration came from Li Wei's body, followed by a powerful suction force emanating from the top of Li Wei's head. Boom boom boom. In an instant, all the blood energy surrounding them was swept away by the powerful suction force. The vampires around suddenly felt a strong gust of wind pulling at them, and the thick blood energy was beginning to decrease. How is this possible? According to records, each blessing from our ancestors lasted at least 3 hours. Could it have ended so quickly this time? Look over there. That kid is draining all our life force. Just then, someone in the crowd roared, and all the vampires turned to look. In a tornado of blood energy, a tall figure was greedily absorbing the blood energy. Ah! Damn it! That belongs to us. No, don't suck it all up. Leave me some. Immediately, angry curses and wails rang out, but even more so, there were extremely angry gazes that seemed to want to tear Li Wei apart alive. At the very front of the altar, where the blood energy was most concentrated, the nobles here didn't need to worry about insufficient blood energy. Karina and the other dukes were about to cultivate when they suddenly felt that the blood energy surrounding them was rapidly decreasing. Furthermore, the wails and curses of other vampires also drifted over. What happened? Could that wretched brat have gotten into trouble again? Karina, her face filled with worry, quickly opened her eyes and looked back. Amidst a tornado of bloody energy, that familiar figure was once again inhaling deeply. Yes, Karina used the word again. She was already completely used to the accidents Li Wei caused. This wasn't the first time. Fortunately, this time Li Wei was completely obscured by the blood mist, so her face couldn't be seen. But then, a triumphant laugh suddenly came from within the tornadoes. Ha 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 ha. I want to absorb it. I want to absorb all this blood and energy. Upon hearing this, Karina nearly went berserk. You can suck it if you want, but why are you yelling about it? Li Wei didn't want to either. At first, Li Wei only intended to absorb a small amount, but who knew that once the blood refining manual was activated, he would completely lose control. Not only did he inhale as much as he could, but the more he inhaled, the more excited he became, and the more excited he became, the more he inhaled. Finally, all the blood energy formed a gigantic blood tornado hundreds of meters high, which Li Wei completely absorbed. Then, a flash of light appeared before Li Wei's eyes, and he saw thousands of vampires staring at him with glowing green eyes. They were trembling all over, as if they were on the verge of collapse. That was a gift from our ancestors, and just like that, this kid drained it all, leaving not a single trace. I only absorbed some blood essence. Is it really that big of a deal? Li Wei stammered, trembling. Even Li Wei felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. There were thousands of vampires, their eyes glowing green. Li Wei was even afraid that these vampires might rush over and suck him dry at any moment. A little bit? That's called a little bit. Upon hearing this, all the vampires groaned inwardly. This shameless bastard not only stole all the blood essence bestowed upon them by their ancestors, but did he really have to go this far? Squeak! Just then, a soft chirping sound rang out, and the little bat crawled out of Li Wei's arms. Still half asleep, the little bat was startled when it saw so many vampires with glowing green eyes. However, it then wrinkled its nose, flapped its wings, and flew into the banyan forest nearby. Hey! My darling! Why did you fly away again? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise, ignoring the thousands of vampires with glowing green eyes, and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 75 Burning Blood. He just left like that. All the vampires present shuddered violently again, their green eyes flashing in unison. This kid not only absorbed all the blood essence bestowed upon him by their ancestors right in front of them, but also slipped away without even a hint of remorse. Not even a single word of apology. That's incredibly rude. Absolutely rude. Even the vampires were so shocked and incredulous that they stood there dumbfounded, watching Li Wei disappear from sight. At this moment, Prince Fedra's gaze also fell on Li Wei, but unlike the other vampires, Prince Fedra's eyes were filled with doubt. With his spiritual power, he was unable to detect the cultivation level of this unfamiliar vampire. Furthermore, the speed of this unfamiliar vampire also surprised Federa slightly. In just a few flashes, it had already disappeared into the banyan forest next to it. "Father, that person is the one I told you about before." Just then, a faint voice came from below. Prince Federa turned around and saw his most beloved descendant, Daenerys. "Oh? So he's the one who saved you." Prince Fedra's gaze suddenly paused, then a strong interest flashed in his eyes as he looked in the direction where Li Wei had disappeared. Denise nodded silently, saying nothing more. She only recounted how she and Li Wei had encountered the Cult of Light that night, completely concealing everything else. The grand ceremony continued. After all, these thousands of vampires hadn't come specifically to absorb blood energy. Even if they were resentful, they had to wait until the ceremony was complete before causing trouble for Li Wei. At this moment, Li Wei had followed the little bat all the way into the depths of the banyan forest. "Little thing, you." Li Wei suddenly paused, then seemed to remember something and quickly shut his mouth. The last time the little bat suddenly flew away, it was because it had discovered traces of humans. So, this time, could it be the same? Sure enough, after a short while, the woods ahead suddenly thinned out, and a small canyon appeared before Li Wei's eyes. This canyon looks like it was created by man, with no vegetation covering it, and even the exposed rocks are completely sculpted. Inside the canyon, 7 or 8 humans were busy with something. A crystalline stone band, 2 meters wide and seemingly endless, shimmered faintly in the middle of the canyon. This is Li Wei's gaze suddenly sharpened, and then he flashed away, instantly pulling the little bat that was about to rush over back. Squeak! The little bat clearly didn't know why Li Wei was acting this way all of a sudden. Its eyes were wide open, as if it were telling Li Wei that it would get angry if he didn't let go. "Shoo! I'll let you suck their blood again later." Li Wei held the little bat in one hand, gestured with his fingers, and then, ignoring the little bat's protests, forcefully stuffed it back into his chest. Li Wei was now absolutely certain that these suddenly appearing beings were definitely human, but what were they doing here? And why were they arranging those glittering stones so systematically? It's a magic circle." Li Wei's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Wei had previously read in the World Chronicle that this world possessed magic and sword energy, and that humans, as the mortal enemies of the vampires, had driven them back to their holy land by relying on powerful magic. "Who goes there?" Just then, a loud shout came from the canyon, and immediately a human rushed over. Wow! The low-lying trees swayed in the strong wind, and apart from the tangled branches, the suddenly appearing human made no other discovery. "Charles, what have you found?" the others in the canyon asked. Reporting to the deacon, nothing was found. "We can continue." The man named Charles glanced around warily before turning back. Less than 5 meters away from him, behind a tree that seemed to embrace him, Li Wei spread his wings and clung tightly to the trunk. Thank goodness, if I had activated Flashfly a second later, those humans probably would have discovered me. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard voices talking inside the canyon. "Let's hurry. This magic array is the most important part of the entire teleportation array. If something goes wrong, the main force of the Holy See will be stuck in 2 different spaces. Humph, the end is nigh for those vampires. When the Archbishop arrives, this will be their eternal grave. There's one last small formation left, set it up quickly." A moment later, Li Wei poked his head out and saw that the humans had already sat around the crystals, as if they were waiting for something. Finally, the man addressed as butler suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had received some news. "Begin. The other teams have completed their formations and can activate them." "Yes, Your Excellency." Upon hearing this, the other humans sprang into action, and a large amount of magical elemental energy converged throughout the canyon, all of it being powerful like magic. Li Wei only saw several humans casting spells amidst a blinding white light, directing all the white light into the magic circle on the ground. Boom boom boom. The next moment, a violent tremor suddenly rang out. Not only in this place, but also in more than a dozen directions around the sacred mountain, the violent tremor covered a radius of more than 10 kilometers around the sacred mountain. Boom, boom, boom. What's going on? What happened? Look, at the sky all around us. Immediately, the vampires below the sacred mountain cried out in alarm. The sky surrounding the sacred mountain seemed to crack open, and thick, long cracks suddenly appeared. Furthermore, as the cracks appeared, wisps of aura that made these vampires feel a chill suddenly emerged. Bright! It's light magic! The vampires cried out in terror. The battle tens of thousands of years ago had long since shattered their fighting spirit. Now that they see the light, all that wells up in their hearts is endless fear. Furthermore, more than a dozen magic arrays were operating at full power at this moment, and huge beams of light, each tens of meters thick, shot straight into the sky, surrounding the entire holy mountain. As if the surrounding sky had collapsed, the mist that had shrouded the sacred mountain for hundreds of thousands of years began to dissipate rapidly under the light emerging from the cracks. Buzz! The next moment, a ray of pale golden sunlight suddenly pierced through the dissipated mist and shone down onto the earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ah. My blood. My blood is burning. Ah. Chapter 76 He, doing whatever you want. Suddenly, a shrill howl accompanied by a piercing burning sound erupted, and black smoke billowed from the bodies of several vampires exposed to the sunlight. It should be noted that these vampires were all Earl-level powerhouses, yet under the sunlight, they were completely powerless to resist. The intense pain caused them to unleash their fangs, claws, and wings uncontrollably. But when they returned to their battle form, the burning sensation from within their bodies became even more intense. Whoosh! Finally, a flame suddenly shot out from one of the Count's vampire wings, and then, as if it were out of control, all the vampires' bodies, which were bathed in sunlight, burst into flames. Ah! No! Kill me! Kill me! Several vampires, their faces contorted in rage, swung their claws stiffly, their mournful howls mingling with the flames, instantly igniting the fear in the hearts of all the vampires. They were afraid, they trembled, they even had a deep-seated fear of sunlight. Having lived in darkness for hundreds of thousands of years, sunlight is an invincible enemy for vampires. Just a few seconds later, all the vampires were burned to ashes by the sunlight, leaving not even their claws, fangs, or other hard parts behind. However, with the deaths of several vampires, more sunlight shone through the thin mist. Every beam of light, if it shines on any vampire, even just a tiny bit, will cause that vampire to let out a miserable howl. In an instant, the area around the holy mountain resembled a brutal massacre, with all the vampires fleeing in panic, avoiding the sunlight, in utter chaos. Humph! You mere human dare to harass my vampire clan? You're courting death! Just then, a cold snort suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and a terrifying aura instantly soared into the sky. Prince Federa trembled and instantly rose into the air. 6 enormous vampire wings unfurled simultaneously, blotting out the sky and casting huge shadows on the ground. The prince's terrifying blood energy at its peak suddenly erupted, and the powerful energy centered on him even pushed out a ripple in the surrounding air. Tens of thousands of vampires on the ground were unable to resist this terrifying pressure. Even with sunlight shining on them, they trembled and knelt on the ground. Princes and dukes may seem to be separated by only one realm, but once you reach the realm of a prince, the difference in strength is almost like heaven and earth. Prince Federa pointed one finger to the sky, his voice piercing the heavens and earth. Yun Lai. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, and a powerful energy suddenly erupted from Prince Federa's body. A large amount of blood mist immediately rose from the ground and instantly ascended into the air, completely blocking the fog defect above the holy mountain. The sunlight that shone on the earth just a second ago dimmed instantly, as if day and night were changing and the stars were overturned. Not a single ray of sunlight could continue to shine. Immediately, the vampires on the ground breathed a sigh of relief, knelt down, and looked up at the figure in the air. His Highness the Prince has made his move. Ha ha ha. Federa, I didn't expect that your strength would have increased so much after thousands of years. Just then, a loud laugh suddenly echoed throughout the sacred mountain. From the enormous crack in the sky, a middle-aged man with brown hair, dressed in a long red robe, slowly emerged. Marcus? Upon seeing the newcomer, Prince Federa frowned slightly. Marcus, one of the 4 cardinals of the Holy See, was already a Saint Magister thousands of years ago, completely equivalent to a vampire prince. However, light magic is specifically designed to counter vampires, and a mage at the Saint Archmage level can completely fight against vampires at the Blood Emperor level. Federa, this plan has been in the works of the Holy See for over a century. Today, all the powerful members of your vampire race will be buried here forever. Marcus snorted coldly, then suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, figures flickered in the surrounding spatial rifts, and the cultists of light appeared one after another as if they had been lying in ambush. Dozens of cardinals, hundreds of priests, thousands of deacons, and several thousand knights of light, totaling tens of thousands of believers of light, are crossing a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers to arrive here through the large teleportation arrays set up by the advance teams. However, at this moment, in the banyan forest on one side of the sacred mountain. Ding! Main quest is generating. 3, 2. Beep. Ding. Mission generated. Host, please sabotage the Holy See's plan and help the vampires overcome the crisis. Upon completion, you will receive a system reward. Originally, Li Wei couldn't help but want to make a move. After all, he was now a vampire himself. And now, with the system's prompt, Li Wei didn't hesitate at all. With a flap of his wings, his figure flashed out. Meanwhile, several cultists in the valley were gazing at the sky with excited expressions. The main force of the papacy has arrived. Today is the end for these vampires. Damn vampires, you've chosen your own death by resisting the spread of the teachings of the God of Light by my church. Several cultists of light roared excitedly, seemingly possessed, not even noticing Li Wei's rapid approach. Phew. The next moment, the little bat darted out from Li Wei's collar and landed on the head of one of the cultists in the blink of an eye. Wave. With a soft sound, the little bat's pink mouth pressed directly against the cultist's forehead, followed by a sharp inhale. Ha ha ha. The grand plan has finally been realized. Aha. What's sucking me in? The cultist was still laughing when he suddenly felt his blood rapidly draining away. Looking up, he saw a pair of pink wings that had somehow covered his head. However, his reaction was far too slow. The moment he raised his head, his eyes went dry, like a dried-up corpse. The little bat had drained all his blood, but it did not stop attacking. Instead, it continued to fly toward the next cultist of light. Not good. Someone's attacking. Immediately, the other cultists of light also reacted, but before they could draw their weapons and chant incantations, a black phantom flashed by. Pft. A series of sounds of skin tearing and flesh splitting rang out, and several heads flew high into the air, falling to the ground along with gushing blood. The Holy Sea of Light? Humph. Li Wei snorted dismissively and then strode to the front of the formation. Bite. The system has detected a source of light energy. Do you wish to absorb it? At that moment, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. He was slightly taken aback, but immediately realized what it meant. Having previously obtained the extreme Yang Berserk blood refining secret technique, he has already modified his physique, enabling him to absorb even the element of light. I just overheard these unlucky bastards saying that this formation is what keeps the teleportation array stable. What would happen if it were destroyed? A smug smile appeared on Li Wei's face. He glanced at the tens of thousands of light cultists in the sky that were gradually solidifying, and then without hesitation, he bared his fangs and activated the extreme Yang secret technique on the magic array in front of him. Instantly, he took a deep, forceful breath. Rumble. The tremors in the sky grew more violent and the sound grew louder, indicating that the teleportation array was about to end. Tens of thousands of cultists of light revealed ferocious expressions on their faces. They couldn't wait to wipe out all these heretics who opposed the papacy. Ha ha. Fedra, if you choose to run away now, you might still have a chance to survive. Archbishop Marcus said with a smug look on his face. He could feel the energy gathering in his body, and in less than 3 seconds, the entire teleportation array would be completely shut down, at which point this place would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Humph, run away? Vampires never back down. Prince Federa snorted coldly, then winked at Danielis in the audience. Daenerys nodded, and with a flash, she was about to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. If the previous sounds were like a dense barrage of firecrackers, this sound was like a bomb exploding right next to your ear. On the ground, tens of thousands of vampires felt their heads buzzing, and many of the weaker ones even had blood spurting from their ears. With this sudden explosion, the spatial rifts in the sky trembled violently, and tens of thousands of cultists of light were jolted to a halt, unable to take another step forward and tear through the spatial tunnel to reach this place. Holy crap! What the hell happened? The cardinal roared in anger. At this moment, he not only felt that he could no longer pass through space, but he could not even move at all. Not only Archbishop Marcus, but also tens of thousands of light cultists and the vampires on the ground felt as if they were imprisoned, unable to do anything except breathe and move their eyes. Especially the tens of thousands of cultists of light who were being teleported. You have to understand, almost half of their bodies had arrived in the space where the holy mountain was located, but this sudden turn of events led them to a tragic discovery. I'm trapped in this space. Half of his body was within the territory of the Blood Clan's holy mountain, while the other half was even more distant, at the Church of Light, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Unable to move forward, unable to move backward, unable to move at all, everything within a radius of several kilometers was completely still. Spatial magic is one of the most complex forms of magic in this world. The slightest mishap could lead to unimaginable consequences. At this moment, inside the valley, Li Wei, looking up with a bewildered expression, gazed at the tens of thousands of light cultists in the sky whose bodies were partially exposed, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Holy crap! I only took one puff, and all of you tens of thousands of people are frozen in place. Yes, Li Wei can still move and speak. Because when the formation was being stabilized, Li Wei happened to be on the outer edge of the formation. Due to the formation's disorder and damage, this space was temporarily frozen, but it did not restrict Li Wei. Everyone else is frozen in place, but I can move, so wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Li Wei chuckled, his eyes flashing wildly. Chapter 77 Prince, I'm sorry. To be precise, these people were just stuck. Just as his body passed through two spaces, the formation suddenly malfunctioned, as if the system had crashed. He was lucky that he wasn't directly cut into pieces by the spatial turbulence. The cardinal was furious. The Vatican spent over 100 years and used countless resources, and was on the verge of success, but at the crucial moment, the formation malfunctioned. Who was it? And what did they do? The Archbishop roared with grief and indignation. As a powerful holy mage, he had never experienced anything like this before. My whole body was restrained, with only my head showing. It was so incredibly unsafe. Furthermore, it should be noted that this sneak attack also brought over tens of thousands of light cultists, all of whom were stuck in mid-air in the same position. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, waving two vampire wings and flying over like a moth. Li Wei. This is that kid. Holy crap. Isn't that the hero who defeated Princess Daenerys? Upon seeing Li Wei, the group of vampire nobles exclaimed in surprise. Before, they probably wouldn't have known Li Wei, but ever since that night when Daenerys chased after Li Wei's little darling to kiss him, Li Wei's name has spread throughout the entire holy city. Now, the space within a radius of more than 10 kilometers is blocked, and only this kid can move around. Everyone has no choice but to focus their attention on Li Wei. Hey. Li Wei chuckled and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although it was a bit of a flaw that he had also imprisoned a group of vampires, at least he himself could still move around. Li Wei, what have you done? Just then, an anxious shout suddenly rang out. Li Wei turned his head and saw that Karina had also been restrained and was looking at him with a worried expression. Don't worry, honey. I'm fine. I'm off to deal with those hypocritical cultists now. Li Wei immediately waved his hand and answered loudly. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Did he call Duke Karina his wife? This kid is just too damn awesome. Not only did he mess with Princess Daenerys, but he also messed with Duke Karina, and now he's even going to mess with tens of thousands of light cultists. The vampires were immediately shocked. If they hadn't been restrained, they would have knelt down and prostrated themselves before Li Wei. That's absolutely amazing. I'm afraid that such a hero has never appeared since the vampires have been recorded. Even many vampires have begun to cheer on Li Wei. Let's do it. Brothers, get them. Especially the one in the red shirt, kill him. Yes, let's display the might of our vampire race and gather tens of thousands of followers of the light. Instantly, all the vampires were in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on Li Wei, filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, and even many female nobles felt themselves getting wet. This man is so domineering he even dares to mess with the cardinals of the Holy See. What can't he do? What wouldn't he dare to do? Especially Lady Thorn, whose eyes were gleaming, wishing she could swallow Li Wei whole. What nonsense is this wretched fellow spouting? Hurry up and do it. Daenerys gritted her two sharp teeth, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Wei. Although Li Wei saved her life that day, for some reason, every time she saw Li Wei, Danielis had an urge to bite him to death. Unexpectedly, after sensing Danielis's gaze, Li Wei suddenly flapped his wings and headed towards her. Hee hee, little girl, we meet again. Li Wei smiled smugly, and seeing Danielis's tender face, he couldn't help but go up and pinch her hard. Ouch! Be gentle, it hurts. Danielis screamed, nearly getting internal injuries from Li Wei's rude behavior. This is happening in front of tens of thousands of vampires. You're pinching someone's face like that? They'll be embarrassed. However, at this moment, Li Wei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Prince Federa staring at him with icy eyes. Forehead. If I remember correctly, Princess Daenerys is a descendant of Prince Federa. No. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I didn't notice you just now. Li Wei hurriedly turned around, touched his hair, and said with a face full of embarrassment. But this old ghost has lived for at least tens of thousands of years, so it shouldn't be too much for me to call him Grandpa, right? Upon hearing Li Wei's address to Prince Federa, the group of vampires nearly collapsed to the ground. That's the only prince and the strongest member of the vampire clan. And this kid actually called him Grandpa? Could it be that this kid is really related to His Highness the Prince? The thought flashed through the minds of all the vampires. Looking at Prince Federa, he showed no intention of refuting it, and his expression remained as intriguing as ever. Immediately, the gazes of all the vampires towards Li Wei changed, and many even directly linked Li Wei with Prince Federa. This kid definitely has some connection with the current royal family. Your Highness, please go ahead with your business. I'll go and deal with those hypocritical fellows. Seeing that Prince Federa was ignoring him, Li Wei became impatient and hurriedly flapped his wings, flying straight towards the middle-aged man in red in midair. Ah! You wretched brat! You deserve to die. You've ruined the Holy See's centuries-long plan, and you will suffer endless revenge from the Holy See until your death. Archbishop Marcus roared angrily. He had no fangs, but if he did, he would have sucked this wretched boy dry, bite by bite. That was a century-long plan for the Holy See. And it's all ruined like this. Not only that, but more than half of the Holy See's powerful members are trapped in this space, unable to move forward or backward, and their fate is still unknown. Holy crap! I didn't do anything to you, and you still dare to curse me? Li Wei was immediately annoyed by the barrage of insults. He had originally wanted to resolve the matter quickly, but now he changed his mind. You big pervert! You're thousands of years old, and you're still wearing a bright red coat. Who are you trying to pretend to be young with? Li Wei suddenly flew forward, pointed at Archbishop Marcus, and his disdainful voice instantly echoed throughout the entire Holy Mountain area. At that moment, everyone was stunned, even Prince Federa stared at Li Wei with a completely bewildered expression. Chapter 78 Learning from Lord Li Wei. What on earth is this kid saying? Was he looking down on Archbishop Marcus's bright red robes? Prince Federa's lips twitched violently twice, and he felt the blood rushing back into his body, almost gushing out of his nostrils. Although they are sworn enemies of the Holy See, to insult a cardinal in such a way is something that even their ancestors for generations wouldn't have done. Today, it was actually done by a mere descendant of an earl. Meanwhile, the other cultists of light trapped in mid-air were also bewildered by Li Wei's words, and many even turned their strange gazes toward Archbishop Marcus. Indeed, they hadn't paid attention before, but now that the vampire boy had mentioned it, they sensed something was amiss. A powerful Saint Archmage, one of the 4 archbishops of the Holy See, an old monster thousands of years old, actually wore a bright red outfit. She's just like a timid, submissive wife. You. Aha. You're insulting me. The next moment, Archbishop Marcus let out a sound of gritting his teeth, feeling that his self-esteem had been extremely insulted. What's wrong with the red dress? What's wrong with the red dress? Isn't that a rule set by that old geezer of a pope? Do you think I'd wear it willingly? Judging by your expression, you're just an old codger, looking like you're constipated. With your meager skills, you think you can ambush our vampire Holy Land? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. After cursing and swearing, Li Wei suddenly raised his arm and swung it hard at Archbishop Marcus's head under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap ripped through the air. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, almost bulging out of their sockets. Cain, the progenitor, what did they see? That kid who called His Highness the Prince Master, actually slapped the cardinal. Although the two sides are complete enemies, the strong are the only constants in this world. Even in battle, one should show sufficient respect to the strong. But now, this slap seems to have completely shattered Archbishop Marcus's fragile nerves. The physical damage wasn't much, but the psychological damage from that slap was absolutely devastating. Kid. You're asking for it. You're asking for it. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit my noble head? Suddenly, a pig-like scream rang out, and Archbishop Marcus's imprisoned body trembled violently, his gray hair exploding outwards. What could have caused a saint-level archmage who had cultivated for thousands of years to curse so fiercely? What could have caused a high-ranking cardinal to roar so loudly? He tried to resist, but his body was firmly imprisoned in the space, and he could not break free at all. The next moment, the pig-like scream suddenly stopped, and then everyone heard that familiar, crisp impact sound again. Smack! Another slap. Archbishop Marcus suddenly tilted his head, and two yellowed back teeth flew out, along with a lot of blood spurting from his mouth. No! Stop it! Please stop messing with the Archbishop. If you're going to do it, please do it with me, with us. Immediately, as Archbishop Marcus's agonizing cries rang out, those members of the Holy See who were also imprisoned in the air could no longer endure it. They pleaded desperately, even offering their own bodies to bear the pain for Archbishop Marcus. Are you out of your mind? You guys are practically begging to be messed with. Li Wei muttered in bewilderment. He had been in this world for quite some time, but this was the first time he had ever heard someone ask him to mess with them. However, Li Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. If you're going to mess with someone, mess with the strongest. What's the point of messing with a few small fry? Immediately, Li Wei's gaze returned to Archbishop Marcus's face, and then slap! Slap! Clap, 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 clap. A series of crisp sounds pierced the air, and even the vampires could hear a slight rhythm in these sounds. A rhythmic slap. Not bad, this kid is pretty good. Prince Federa looked at Li Wei with admiration. Perhaps killing a cardinal archbishop would weaken the power of the Holy See and diminish their influence. However, the psychological damage caused by insulting a cardinal, especially in front of tens of thousands of believers, is absolutely unparalleled. In Prince Federa's view, it was far more worthwhile than killing those 10,000 people. And most importantly, this scene completely ignited the long-lost confidence within the vampire bloodline. Yeah. Slap him. Pull his hair. Peel all the hair off this hypocrite's face. Break all the teeth. Well done. A series of thunderous cheers erupted instantly. All the vampires present clenched their fists, their faces flushed, wishing they could join Li Wei in taking down that cardinal. Since the last Holy War, the vampires have been defeated and have never regained their confidence that once made them stand proudly above the world. Now, although Li Wei did not kill anyone, he did something that was more inspiring to the vampire clan than killing anyone. That was an incomparably powerful Saint Magister, and now he was wailing in agony under Li Wei's command. All the vampires felt as if Li Wei had ignited a raging flame within their bloodline. It will never go out, it will never cool down. Ah! Lord Li Wei, I must learn from you. Just then, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly rang out. Li Wei's bodyguard captain, Peter Ma, suddenly spread his wings and soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks at a captive cultist. What? That kid's name is Li Wei? Wait, how did he break free from his restraints just now? The vampires were all dumbfounded. However, the next moment, the space around the holy mountain suddenly trembled violently, and the feeling of confinement disappeared. Ha ha! The space has been restored. We can move now. But why are those members of the Holy See still imprisoned? Idiot, they traveled through space, while we were already in this space. Of course they were trapped for longer than us. Yes. But none of that matters anymore. Now, we should learn from Lord Li Wei. Suddenly, a burst of excited roars rang out, and thousands of vampires let out deafening howls, spread their wings, and charged towards the imprisoned cultists of light. Learn from Lord Li Wei. Kill them. Kill them all. Chapter 79. The Archbishop gets furious. In an instant, swarms of vampires spread their enormous wings and pounced on the cultists of light who were trapped in mid-air. All they saw was a blood-red sky, and the feeling of blood mist filling the air shattered their fragile hearts. No! Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Oh no. Instantly, cries of agony, trembling voices, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the entire space. There was no death, no harm, but these vampires discovered that only endless humiliation could unleash the rage within them. As for Cardinal Marcus, this powerful holy mage, he was now completely unrecognizable as human. His head was swollen, almost like a pig's head, and blood was gushing from his nose. Li Wei, however, showed no sign of stopping, waving his hands and cursing angrily. I'll beat you to death, you old pervert. Clap clap clap. This person is thousands of years old and is still wearing bright red clothes. Have they no shame? You even dared to launch a sneak attack? Is this how the Holy Sea of Light teaches you to behave? Wa'ada. Please stop. I can't take it anymore. Finally, after suffering intense damage to both his body and soul, this incredibly powerful cardinal could no longer withstand it. With a wail, tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, in the holy land of light of the Holy Sea, a rather complex magic array was set up on the huge square, and the array kept flashing, as if something was wrong. What exactly happened over there? Why are Archbishop Marcus and all the other believers stuck in mid-air? A questioning voice rang out. Following the gaze of these believers upwards, they saw rows of buttocks stuck in mid-air. There are also 2 legs attached to the buttocks, and there are tens of thousands of them. To be precise, a spatial teleportation array folds 2 spaces that are a certain distance apart together using an array. When a teleporter passes through one space, they arrive at another space without needing to enter spatial turbulence. However, a problem occurred at this critical juncture, causing the 2 folded spaces to temporarily merge together, and the teleportation array suddenly lost its energy. This resulted in the fact that half of the bodies of the Light Cult members who attacked the Vampire Holy Land remained in the Vampire Holy Land, while the other half remained in the Light Church. Quick! Look! Archbishop Marcus's legs have suddenly started trembling. Just then, someone shouted, and all the believers present hurriedly looked up, only to see that the legs and most of the buttocks of a woman wearing a pair of bright red, tight-fitting thermal underwear were trembling violently. It's obvious that only cardinals in the entire Vatican are qualified to wear red clothing, even their thermal underwear is tight red, so it must be Archbishop Marcus. Good heavens, why are Archbishop Marcus's legs and buttocks trembling so much? What exactly happened over there? Did something unexpected happen? The cultists murmured in confusion, for they had no idea what was happening at the Vampire Holy Land since they weren't trapped in mid-air. But the next moment. Crash! Suddenly, Archbishop Marcus's legs trembled violently, and then a large amount of golden urine soaked his bright red tight-fitting long johns, flowing straight down his taut toes. Holy crap! I peed. Archbishop Marcus, he's lost control of his bladder. Immediately, a commotion erupted as the followers of light strained their eyes to witness this unprecedented scene. Some less sincere followers even took out their mirror crystals to record the event. The Holy See's cardinal suddenly lost control of his bladder. This sensational scene could fetch a good price if it were sold outside. Holy crap! Oh no! Get out of the way! Just then, a loud roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire square. The cultists of light who were under Archbishop Marcus fled in a panic, and many who did not have time to react were drenched in the golden urine. Damn it, the Archbishop must be feeling hot and bothered, he looks so yellow. One of the cultists cursed under his breath he had been too slow to react and hadn't even had a chance to escape before Archbishop Marcus's urine had drenched him. However, at that moment. Splash! 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 Pft, pft, pft. A series of loud urination sounds suddenly rang out, and it was clear that the tens of thousands of light cultists who were stuck in the sky had all lost control of their bladders. In an instant, all kinds of excrement fell from the sky, some dry, some runny, and some neither dry nor runny. The entire square of the Holy Sea of Light was bombarded like never before. Holy crap! Get out of the way! What on earth happened over there? Tens of thousands of believers lost control of their bladders at once. What kind of treatment did they receive over there? No, we must report this to the Pope and ask him to intervene. Ugh! Ugh! Instantly, chaos erupted in the square. Most of the believers hadn't even had time to leave the area before being pelted by the suddenly falling filthy substances. Instantly, the entire square was filled with steam. The originally sacred and pure white square was transformed into a golden field by the cultists of light who were stuck in the air preparing to ambush the vampires. The fields were still steaming and had a strong, pungent smell of feces. That stench that made one want to cry and give up on life erupted from the square and spread throughout the entire Holy See in an instant. Holy crap, this is the holy site of our Holy See of life for hundreds of thousands of years. A paradise for all believers of light. This is no longer heaven, it's hell, a stinking hell. Finally, as the strong odor spread, an elderly man dressed in a linen robe and wearing a green olive crown slowly appeared on one side of the square. It was none other than the Pope of Light. His appearance seemed to soften the entire world, and a faint fragrance wafted into the square. This delicate fragrance could have helped people concentrate better during cultivation, and even indirectly enhanced their mental strength, calming them down. But at this moment, the entire square resembled a giant pigsty, filled with all sorts of excrement, a stench and a foul smell that filled the air. The smell was already enough to make one's eyes water, but when mixed with this faint fragrance, all the cultists who smelled it felt as if their brains were deprived of oxygen. However, with the arrival of the Pope of Light, they couldn't refuse to greet him, so they had no choice but to suppress their churning stomachs. Your Holiness, Your Majesty. Oh no! This smells awful. The Pope, ugh. Chapter 80 The Familiar Half-Brick. These believers of light felt as if the smell was like a big man's sweaty foot being shoved into their stomachs, and then kicked and thrashed about. In fact, many believers were so overwhelmed by the smell that they burst into hot tears. Oh my god, the stench of feces mixed with the Pope's body odor is simply the most lethal weapon in the world. No! Pope, please take back your scent. We just can't take it anymore. Wah! The square of the bright cult echoed with cries of despair, tens of thousands of believers wishing they could cut off their own noses right then and there. Seeing this unusual scene, Pope Charles couldn't help but ask in surprise. As a holy level light mage, he was the 56th Pope of the Holy See, yet in his more than 10,000 years on the throne, he had never witnessed such a magnificent scene. Tens of thousands of believers wept silently and cried out hoarsely. What was it that brought these believers to tears? Was it the sight of their own arrival that moved them? The next moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew by, and the Pope of Light's eyes immediately lit up. He stepped forward and raised his arm to prepare for his exciting speech. Dearest believers of the Holy See, the warriors of the Holy See have stormed into the lair of the vampires. They will annihilate all the powerful vampires, peace will soon arrive on the continent of gods, and the teachings of the God of Light will spread to every corner of the continent. Oh my god! What are those butts in the sky? The Pope of Light raised one hand, tilting his head back with his graying hair, staring blankly at the sky. Tens of thousands of buttocks and legs, and even more, were still dripping with filthy excrement. Could there be a problem with the teleportation array? Is that Archbishop Marcus's body? Pope Charles, looking completely bewildered, muttered to himself as he watched as the legs, clad in bright red leggings, twitched rhythmically. At that moment, the gentle breeze, carrying the distinctive odor of excrement, finally enveloped the Pope of Light. His wrinkled old face suddenly froze, and even his aged body staggered back a few steps. Oh my god, by the God of Light, the smell is like it's coming from hell. Charles took a deep breath, feeling as if his head was about to explode. Oh revered God of Light, please grant me your power, the purification of light. The next moment, Pope Charles shouted, and the surrounding light elements instantly condensed. Then, a huge ball of light appeared in his hands and exploded. Buzz! In an instant, holy power swept across the entire Holy See, and all the filth and the stench that brought tears to people's eyes were completely wiped out after the energy swept through. All the believers who had been tormented by that smell were finally freed from their suffering. His Holiness the Pope is mighty. Your Holiness the Pope did a wonderful job. Even the Pope cleaned up the excrement, so what is there that His Highness the Pope can't do? A burst of cheers and jubilation rang out, but the sight caused Pope Charles's face to twitch. How could he, a dignified Pope of Light and one of the strongest figures on the continent of gods, be dedicated to cleaning up their excrement? Great God of Light, your followers are being persecuted. I beg you to grant me immense power to pierce through the void and rescue your believers' forbidden technique, void projection. The next moment, the Pope of Light suddenly roared, and cracks suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Then, half of the Pope of Light stepped into the cracks. The world is so stable that even a holy archmage cannot reach another location without using a magic circle. However, they can use powerful spells to instantly move a part of their body to a designated target. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away in the sacred land of the vampires. Insult! Shameless! You will be punished for torturing a cardinal like this, you will be punished. a heart-wrenching roar erupted. Archbishop Marcus had completely broken down. The hair on his head and the beard on his chin had been completely plucked out by the hateful vampire in front of him, not a single hair was left. His head was so swollen that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. In just over 10 minutes, he suffered inhuman torture and humiliation. Not only him, but also tens of thousands of light cultists trapped in mid-air. Only their upper bodies were in this space, and they couldn't even move. They could only let those vampires do whatever they wanted. But these vampires don't kill them, instead, they torture them, harm their bodies, and destroy their souls in an inhumane way. Oof, old man, still being stubborn at a time like this? I'll knock your teeth out one by one. Li Wei snorted coldly, raised his hand and reached into his pocket, where half a brick appeared in his palm. What are you going to do? Upon seeing the half brick, although he was unfamiliar with it, Archbishop Marcus felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Dried blood still lingered on the brick, as if to say that countless lives had once wailed and screamed beneath this blood-stained brick. Tell me, what do I want to do? A sly smile flashed across Li Wei's face. Then, he picked up half a brick and slammed it down. Smack! A crisp sound. Click! A row of front teeth broke off. A familiar feel, a familiar voice, and unfamiliar faces. But none of that mattered anymore. Holding half a brick, Li Wei felt that even if the God of Light came, he would dare to go up and hit him twice. Ah! My teeth! My teeth! Immediately, Archbishop Marcus screamed in agony. He was already middle-aged, but after Li Wei knocked out a row of his upper teeth, he looked like an old man who had lost all his teeth. TCH, your teeth aren't as hard as ours. Li Wei snorted and then turned his gaze to Archbishop Marcus's lower teeth. No. Please, don't film me. As the half-brick drew ever closer, and Li Wei's Xingning, meaning ferocious or hideous smile appeared, Archbishop Marcus shook his head helplessly, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. But at that very moment... Buzz. The next moment, the space trembled violently, and cracks suddenly appeared in the space not far from Archbishop Marcus, as if something was breaking through the void to come. Chapter 81. I will represent the God of Light. Bang. Li Wei, who had been swinging a half-brick, suddenly stopped, turning his head to look in that direction with a puzzled expression. At this moment, those who suddenly appeared from nowhere were probably only from the Church of Light. Well, this pervert in the bright red clothes has been tortured enough. Who cares who offered themselves up? We have to smash them with a couple of bricks first. Before even breaking through the spatial barrier, Pope Charles of Light, with his powerful mental strength, had already sensed the inhuman torture being suffered by the followers of Light. They are the most sincere believers of the God of Light, and the backbone of the Church of Light. And now, they've been insulted by those despicable vampires. It's absolutely infuriating. Pope Charles was trembling with rage. Without any hesitation, he rammed his head into the spatial barrier in front of him. Click! Under the powerful spell, the spatial barrier shattered, and Charles, with his noble crown on his head, poked his head out and roared angrily. You lowly vampires! How dare you torment God's servants like this? On behalf of the God of Light. Swoosh! Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound in his ear. He instinctively turned his head, and a look of confusion flashed across his aged face. A blood-stained half of a brick was rapidly approaching his head. And then there's that vampire holding a brick, with a sinister grin on his face. Oh no! What is that? Bang! The next moment, a loud bang abruptly silenced Pope Charles, silencing his words. Charles felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and his head buzzed as if 1,000 nasty flies had entered his brain. Li Wei, on the other hand, sat down on his back, one hand gripping his noble crown, the other lifting a brick, looking majestic and domineering. What the hell did that old guy just say? Who does he represent? Li Wei muttered something. He hadn't heard what the old man said clearly, but it didn't matter. Anyway, the old man didn't look like a good person. He picked up the brick and smashed him. How dare you? Do you even know who I am? How dare you throw such a despicable thing at me? He had barely peeked out when he was hit with a brick. Pope Charles of Light was naturally extremely frustrated. However, he had just broken through the spatial barrier and his power had not yet been replenished. In particular, the vampire boy was too fast. He didn't even have time to react before being ridden on top of him. Damn it, I don't care who you are. Even if the Pope of Light came today, I'd still take pictures without hesitation. Li Wei snorted, gritted his teeth, and slammed the brick down again. Bang! Damn it! Release me! Bang bang bang! Ah! Damn it! How dare you be so disrespectful to the Pope? Bang 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 bang! Oh, I was wrong, you get off me first! Bang bang bang! A series of dull thuds continued uninterrupted, accompanied by the old man's screams of agony beneath him. Li Wei felt he had reached his peak performance. Even hitting those vampires with bricks before wasn't this satisfying. However, while Li Wei was in the zone, the other vampires heard Charles's screams. Wait, what did that old man just say? He's the Pope of Light, Charles? Upon hearing this voice, Karina paused for a moment and quickly turned her gaze to Li Wei. Li Wei was riding on top of an elderly man with gray hair, waving a half brick in his hand, one blow after another. With each falling brick, the gray-haired old man let out an utterly miserable scream. Although Karina had not participated in the last vampire holy war, nor had she ever met the Pope of Light. But she knew that within the entire Holy See, only the Pope was qualified to wear the crown. And now, the old man being sat beneath Li Wei. Good heavens, came the progenitor, am I seeing things? That old man is wearing a crown. Karina's alluring lips involuntarily parted. She never imagined that Li Wei would actually. In fact, not only Karina, but almost all the vampires heard the Pope of Light's miserable howl at this moment. When they turned around and saw that unforgettable scene, they were all stunned. Oh my God! By the progenitor Cain! What exactly did I see? That's the Pope? That's the Pope of the Holy See. Thousands of years ago, he personally killed at least 100,000 of his fellow vampires. But now, this incomparably powerful Pope of Light was actually letting out a miserable howl under Li Wei's half-brick. Right. Fight. Good fight. Smash it on the head. Smash that bastard to death. In an instant, a deafening cheer resounded throughout the sky. Tens of thousands of vampires were excited and thrilled, and many even clenched their fists and trembled. Each falling half-brick seemed to solidify the unwavering belief within their vampire bloodline. At such an exhilarating moment, even Federa, the only prince of the vampire clan, couldn't help but shout bravo in his heart. That kid's got guts. Wait. Stop. Stop. Just as Li Wei swung the brick to bring it down again, suddenly, the extremely disheveled old man below raised his trembling arm. What? What are you trying to say? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at the old man with some confusion. His white hair was stained red with blood, and his clothes were torn. He looked quite disheveled, like a beggar. Boy, do you know who I am? Pope Charles of Light let out a long breath, staring tremblingly at Li Wei. He wasn't in pain, he was just fucking angry. To think that he, a dignified Pope of Light, one of the strongest figures on the continent, hadn't even uttered a single word before being knocked down by a brick. The problem is that you only take one picture, but you keep taking pictures endlessly. Even a mouthful of teeth was broken. Humiliation, utter humiliation. Who are you? Who cares who you are? Li Wei snorted unhappily, and the arm gripping the brick began to gather strength. Alright, since you don't know, then I'll tell you, I am. Charles abruptly stopped speaking, feeling as if his power had been completely replenished. The next moment, his furious roar rang out. I am Charles, the Pope of Light. Holy light impact. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a powerful beam of light shot out from Charles's mouth, as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth. That destructive power reached Li Wei's chest in an instant. He wants to burn it. He will use divine light to burn this damned heretic to death. Chapter 82 Collapse of Faith. Holy crap! You're not playing by the rules. Li Wei cried out in alarm, feeling an aura of destruction instantly envelop his entire body. Instinctively, he used half a brick to shield his chest. Boom boom boom. With a violent impact in Pope Charles's roar, Li Wei was sent flying by the beam of light as if he had been charged by a bull in heat. Li Wei! Lord Li Wei! Owner! You wretched brat! Immediately, cries of alarm rang out as Karina, Dannylise, Lilith, and Peter Ma, Li Wei's most loyal bodyguard, rushed toward the direction where Li Wei had fallen. Humph, I've said it before, I am the Pope of Light. Charles snorted coldly, a ferocious expression flashing across his aged face, but the next moment, his gaze suddenly went blank with surprise. All that could be seen was tens of thousands of cultists of light trapped in this space, including his most trusted subordinate, Archbishop Marcus. They all wore blank, dazed expressions, as if they had been humiliated by 7 or 8 burly men. "By the God of Light, what have happened to you?" Charles muttered in disbelief. At this point, it's clearly impossible to launch a sneak attack on the vampires. "The light trembles," Charles roared, and instantly, the entire surrounding space trembled violently, and the imprisoned space was finally restored at that moment. Meanwhile, the cultists of light, who were trapped in mid-air, were all instantly transported back to the Holy Land of the Church of Light, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. For a moment, the air fell silent, and the howling fog slowly subsided, as if nothing had happened, yet it also felt as if a great deal had occurred. "The Holy Sea of Light, you won't be arrogant for long." Prince Federa coldly watched the scene. He hadn't made a move because he knew that with his strength, he simply couldn't possibly capture the Pope of Light. However, given the current situation, letting those believers of light return would probably have a better effect. In a thicket of bushes, Li Wei struggled to his feet. Apart from being a little pale, he seemed to be unharmed. "Holy crap, this brick is so sturdy, it didn't break at all?" Li Wei carefully examined the half-brick in his hand. The old man's sudden attack, though he didn't know the level of the spell, was definitely the strongest attack Li Wei had ever encountered. However, the entire blockage was completely blocked by this half-brick, which greatly surprised Li Wei. Could it be that this half-brick has some special origin? Li Weiman asked, but judging from this half-brick seems quite ordinary. "Li Wei! How are you?" Just then, a series of anxious shouts suddenly came, and Karina Danilis and the others rushed over with worried expressions. "Holy crap! Sir, you're incredibly powerful. Do you even know who you just smashed?" Peter Ma spoke to Li Wei with great excitement. "I just smashed it? Isn't he just a decrepit old man?" Li Wei scratched his head blankly. To be honest, apart from the one in red, he really didn't know anyone else. You dared to smash it without even knowing who it was?" Danilis nearly tripped and fell to the ground, her gaze towards Li Wei filled with confusion. After smashing things for so long, he still doesn't know who he smashed. He's really something else. Even Karina looked at Li Wei with a strange expression, even wondering if Li Wei's head had been damaged by the attack of the Pope of Light. A moment later, a large number of vampires surged over, each one looking at Li Wei with excited expressions, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word, only swallowing hard. Glug glug glug. Suddenly, a series of swallowing sounds rang out, and Li Wei couldn't help but shudder, covering his chest with his hands. What do you want to do?" I have a family." The next moment, Li Wei's terrified screams rang out from the bushes. Well, actually, these vampires just wanted to thank Li Wei for restoring their long-lost confidence. They just didn't know how to express it, and in their excitement, their two fangs were itching to spit it out. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land of the Holy Sea, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. In the vast square, tens of thousands of cultists sat blankly, their expressions vacant. They were dressed in rags, their hair was disheveled, and their faces were covered with bruises from severe beatings. But physical injuries are far less serious than emotional ones. They were humiliated by tens of thousands of vampires they once regarded as heretics, but instead of killing them outright, they were allowed to live on in a wretched state. At this moment, these believers felt as if they had been cornered by several burly men. Their clothes were torn off, but they didn't do anything at all. This extremely humiliating scene was a huge blow to them. At that time, they also prayed to their faith, to the great, omnipresent God of Light. However, the revered God of Light ignored them and did not rescue them. They just watched silently as those vampires humiliated them to the extreme. Even many believers of the light have begun to doubt their own beliefs. "Oh God of Light who saves all humanity from suffering, why can't you save your believers?" For a time, all the believers of light had this questioning thought in their minds. Perhaps their beliefs were wrong from the very beginning. Tens of thousands of believers of light slowly rose, then took off their robes representing the Holy See and walked out of the holy site. If God cannot save them, why do they still believe in this God? Seeing this, the Pope of Light sighed silently. Wasn't he also humiliated? It must have been hit on the head countless times, even the green leaves of the olive crown were smashed off. However, at that moment, the Pope's gaze suddenly stopped, and he saw a figure in a long red robe staggering out of the Holy Land. Archbishop Marcus. The Pope of Light rushed over and grabbed Marcus. Others may leave, but Marcus, as a Saint Magister, is a top force of the Holy See and absolutely cannot leave. Archbishop Marcus, this was just an accident. The Vatican will immediately launch its revenge plan. Please have faith in the Great Light. Hey, who the hell are you? Before he could finish speaking, the Pope of Light exclaimed in shock and jumped up. He saw that Archbishop Marcus's head looked like a pig's head, and his eyes were so swollen that he could hardly see them. Chapter 83: Mutual Appreciation and Shared Hardship. Who hit you and made you like this? Pope Charles said with disbelief. The previous Archbishop Marcus was the youngest cardinal in the Holy See. In addition, he had a gentle and refined appearance. Countless nuns from the papacy, princesses from kingdoms, and other women were willing to bear children for Archbishop Marcus. But now, that gentle and refined archbishop has disappeared, leaving only this wretched pig's head, so pitiful that even the Pope of Light wouldn't want to look at it twice. Upon hearing this, a flash of reminiscence crossed Archbishop Marcus's swollen and red eyes. Even though less than a minute had passed, that scene still lingered in his mind and heart like a nightmare. It was a blood-stained brick that mercilessly struck me, once and again. Unfortunately, I don't remember who hit me at all. All I remember is that kid's ferocious fangs. Archbishop Marcus let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. Just then, Archbishop Marcus suddenly paused, looking at Pope Charles with some confusion. Although Pope Charles received far less criticism than Archbishop Marcus, he still received quite a bit, leaving him with a head full of bumps. Pope Charles, how come your head is also? Marcus paused, then pointed at Pope Charles's bruised and battered head and asked in confusion. This. Pope Charles paused for a moment, and then a look of the same wistful expression as Archbishop Marcus flashed across his face. That was half of the same brick, one blow after another, and another after another. Immediately, the two high-ranking members of the Holy See exchanged a glance, each seeing a shared sense of sympathy in the other's eyes. Like two patients suffering from the same illness, they sympathize with each other and share hardships. Wa'ada. Pope, I'm so wronged. He not only hit me with a brick, he also insulted me. Archbishop Marcus suddenly let out a wail and then threw himself into Pope Charles's arms. Pope Charles also felt a sense of sorrow, and couldn't help but hug him tightly, bursting into tears. Suddenly, heart-wrenching cries rang out, and tens of thousands of cultists couldn't help but turn to look at them. Good heavens, could these two high-ranking members of the Vatican have already? Suddenly, the female believers seemed to understand something, and they couldn't help but burst into tears, weeping silently. Your Holiness, I don't want to leave the papacy, I just want to. Archbishop Marcus paused abruptly, a look of sorrow flashing across his face. He suddenly reached out, grabbed the long red robe he was wearing, and tore it off forcefully. Sizzle! Suddenly, a piercing tearing sound rang out, and Archbishop Marcus, to everyone's astonishment, tore his crimson robe into pieces in an instant. He was wearing only a pair of yellowish shorts, but Archbishop Marcus showed no humiliation whatsoever. Instead, he looked completely relaxed. Yes. Once upon a time, this bright red robe was the glory of his entire life. He manages tens of thousands of followers and is revered by the world. But since half an hour ago, all his glory has been shattered. That devilish kid insulted me and called me a pervert. Now, he tore his red robe to shreds, vowing never to allow anyone to insult him like that again. The Church of Light suffered a severe blow in this battle. Although no one was killed, the news spread throughout the continent, causing a sharp decrease in the number of civilians who believed in the Church of Light, and tens of thousands of loyal believers deserted the Church of Light. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a devastating blow. On the other side of the continent, at the northern foot of the Kilo Mountains, lies the sacred land of the vampires. In the Holy City, at the Prince's Palace, a grand celebration is about to begin. The vampires have been subdued for thousands of years, and thousands of years of humility have allowed the vampires to accumulate enough resentment. But today, the Holy See of Light launched a surprise attack on the vampire clan's sacred mountain, only to be routed by the vampires. Even the old Pope of Light was hit with several bricks. This undoubtedly straightened the spine of the entire vampire clan. Thousands of years of suppression were released today, and one can imagine how exhilarating it was. And the best way to celebrate is naturally to hold a grand ball. Peter, how's the preparation going? In a corner of the palace, Li Wei looked at Peter Ma with a strange expression and said something. Sir, what you asked me to prepare is all ready. Peter chuckled and took a delicate little bottle out of his pocket. My lord, look, this bottle is even ladies go crazy. I wonder which lady has taken a fancy to you. Peter said with a smug look on his face. I'm saying, is this thing even suitable for men? Li Wei gritted his teeth and asked. Man? Peter was suddenly stunned, then stared at Li Wei with a strange expression. Could it be that, sir, you? Roll. Li Wei snorted irritably, then pointed to Duke Augustine, who was holding a wineglass and moving among a group of noble ladies in the palace. See that kid? He sent someone to ambush me last time. This time, I'm going to get my revenge. After saying that, Li Wei immediately beckoned to Peter Ma with his finger, and a moment later, Peter Ma entered the palace with a sly grin on his face. Augustine was in a very bad mood at that moment. Last time at the ball, that kid who suddenly appeared stole the spotlight. Even the princess, who was a sure thing, was taken away and executed by that kid that very night. Today, that kid once again stole the show among the upper echelons of the vampire clan, leading the beating of people from the Church of Light and even hitting the Pope of Light with a brick. At that time, Augustine was below. If His Highness the Prince and a group of nobles hadn't been there, he would have loved to go up and finish off that wretched brat himself. Now, although this ball is supposed to be a celebration, it's quite obvious who the main character is. Humph, you wretched brat, do you think you can gain a foothold among the vampires like this? Absolutely not. The vampires are far more complex than you can imagine. The day is yet to come, and sooner or later, I'll make you kneel at my feet and kiss my shoes. Augustine snorted, but his eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a noble lady dressed in elegant clothes constantly winking at him. Hee, I was just feeling really irritated and had nowhere to vent, and this just happened to be delivered right to my doorstep. Augustine felt a surge of excitement and immediately picked up his wineglass, walking over with an elegant air. But he didn't notice that a man dressed as a waiter was rapidly approaching him. Chapter 84. The rumors are true. Holy crap! Whoosh! Immediately, a gasp rang out, accompanied by the impact, and Augustine was splashed with wine from his glass. Damn it, are you blind? How dare you offend a vampire duke? Augustine was furious and grabbed the waiter by the collar, launching into a tirade of abuse. My lord, I'm so sorry, it was my mistake. This cup of wine is my way of making up for it. The waiter was clearly terrified, and picked up the wine from the tray with a look of panic on his face. Oomph, damn it, you got lucky this time. Augustine snorted and glanced at the wineglass the waiter handed him. Alert, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The servants qualified to attend this banquet are absolutely hand-picked. How could they be so careless? Could it be that there's something in this wine? Augustine cautiously pushed the wineglass away. These days, there are just too many people who crave his body. A boy should protect himself when he's out. He even refused the handkerchief offered by the waiter, instead taking out a handkerchief from his own pocket to wipe the wine off his face. He didn't notice that his ever-present handkerchief had become stained with white powder, which was absorbed into his skin as he wiped it off. A moment later. Sir, that kid was indeed extremely vigilant. If I hadn't tampered with his handkerchief first, he might not have fallen for it. In a corner of the palace, Peter Ma reported to Li Wei with a look of alarm, and then gave a sly smile. Haha, sir, how do you plan to get revenge on that brat? Get revenge on him? Li Wei slowly shook his head, a meaningful look in his eyes. How could it be revenge? I want him to enjoy the woman that vampire men can only dream of. Sure enough, a short while later, Augustine emerged, his face flushed. At this moment, Augustine was extremely agitated. Just now, for some reason, he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising from the depths of his blood, and he almost did something rude to the noble lady on the spot. Fortunately, he reacted at the crucial moment, pushed the noble lady aside, and hurriedly rushed out of the hall. Damn it, never mind, I'll find somewhere to take care of myself first. The banquet is about to start, and I absolutely can't embarrass myself. Augustine glanced around, then immediately walked to a dark corner of the palace, untied his robe, and pointed it at the wall in front of him. There was nothing he could do. He came alone. It would have been better if he had brought two maids. The intense heat kept assaulting his mind, and just when he was starting to feel overwhelmed, suddenly, half a brick, still stained with dried blood, appeared behind him and then crashed down. Bang! With a muffled thud, Augustine's vision went black for a moment, and when he awoke, he was in an unfamiliar room. Holy crap! Where are my clothes? Augustine was completely bewildered. He struggled for a moment, only to find that his hands were also tightly bound. Etc. Why did I use the word also? Augustine paused for a moment, but then the door to the room was pushed open, and a voluptuous and alluring figure slowly walked in. He. A broad smile immediately spread across Augustine's face. I never expected to be tied up here and receive such treatment. We're incredibly lucky. I wonder which noble family's young lady she is, to have such excellent taste. But to everyone's surprise, when he saw the figure's face, Duke Augustine shuddered violently and felt waves of nausea rising from his stomach. Those scarlet lips and those eyes that glowed with an eerie green light seemed to want to devour him alive. This isn't Lady Thorne, that old hag who's lived for over 4,000 years. That infamous beauty who's known throughout the entire vampire clan. Lord Augustine, stop struggling and just give in to me. Lady Thorne revealed an eager smile, but then her skin began to sag rapidly, becoming covered in wrinkles, and even her teeth turned yellow. She had been using this method to maintain her youth, but she couldn't continue doing it. In other words, at this moment, she appears to be an old woman. By the progenitor Cain, oh no! Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air and echoed throughout the entire castle. Inside the palace, the ball had already begun, and Karina was hesitating whether to invite Li Wei to dance. Although she used to dislike this despicable boy, after several incidents, Karina found that she had unknowingly become incredibly concerned about him. If I offer to dance with him, he'll be so happy, won't he? This thought suddenly popped into Karina's mind. Then, she bit her lip and walked towards Li Wei. However, unexpectedly, a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it was Daenerys. She walked directly to Li Wei and, very familiarly, placed her hands on his shoulders. Oh no! They've delivered themselves right to my door. Li Wei chuckled. How could he refuse such a tempting offer? At that moment, Li Wei suddenly moved both hands down and then exerted force. Damn it, doesn't this guy know how to dance? The two of them shouldn't be this close, they're practically in a negative distance. Danieli almost screamed out loud. This kind of ballroom dancing is only for etiquette, but this kid is really not polite at all. They really think they're part of the family. Li Wei, if you don't get your filthy hands off my buttocks, I will definitely tell my father. Daenerys gritted her teeth and whispered into Li Wei's cheek. To others, this scene looked more like a couple cuddling together. Surprisingly, the rumors were true. This kid actually won the princess's favor. At this moment, however, these vampires felt nothing but worship. This one is a rising star in the entire vampire clan. The events that occurred at the vampire grand sacrifice have already spread throughout the entire holy city. Who is Charles? But he is the Pope of the Holy See. A peak-level Saint Archmage. 4,000 years ago, countless vampires died at his hands. Today, this kid named Li Wei actually made them cry by hitting them with a brick. Especially the nobles present, with each half of the brick falling, it was as if it was hitting their spirit and soul. The incredibly pleasurable feeling, experienced time and time again, is something these vampires still savor and are deeply immersed in, unable to extricate themselves from it. Chapter 85, conferring a title, granting the territory to his wife. At this moment, in their hearts, Li Wei was the god of the vampires. However, amidst the envious and jealous gazes, Li Wei noticed a piercing look that seemed like a knife. Li Wei hurriedly turned his head and saw Karina staring at him with a frosty expression. When Li Wei turned his head, Karina stretched out two slender fingers and suddenly pinched him. Holy crap! Instantly, a chill ran through his body, and Li Wei couldn't help but shiver. Is this woman trying to cut herself off at the root? The most poisonous heart is a woman's. She's too cruel. Li Wei cried out inwardly. His Highness the Prince has arrived. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the nobles present felt a powerful aura sweep over them, instantly ceasing their clamor and bowing their heads slightly as they looked towards the entrance. Boom! The palace gates were flung open by a powerful aura, and Prince Federa, dressed in a purple robe, walked into the hall with a serious expression on his thin face. It's important to know that Prince Fedra has been in a state of cultivation since the last Holy War, for over 4,000 years, and has never attended any banquets. Today, Prince Federa's sudden arrival was definitely not because of those nobles, but because of Li Wei. Sure enough, Prince Federa's gaze swept around and then landed on Li Wei. When Prince Federa saw Li Wei dancing with Daenerys, especially since the boy had placed his hands on his daughter's hips, his brow twitched, a rare occurrence. This kid is so polite. He was flirting with his own daughter right in front of him. And they're still holding on so tightly. For a moment, Prince Federa was at a loss for what to do, and even regretted why he had come in at this time. To go or not to go? What should I say? Should I tell that kid to take his hand off his daughter's bottom? Fortunately, Daenerys reacted quickly enough, hurriedly breaking free from Li Wei's clutches, and then, her face flushed, bowed to Prince Federa and said, "Father, you've arrived." "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness." Immediately, the other vampires also realized what was happening and hurriedly greeted Prince Federa. At the same time, many people's eyes also fell on Li Wei. That kid's really something else. He flirted with the prince's daughter right in front of him. Doesn't he know how to do it in private? Sure enough, Prince Fedra paused and walked towards Li Wei. "You." Prince Fedra's tone was slightly heavy, and just when everyone thought he was about to lose his temper, they saw a kind and amiable smile suddenly appear on his serious face. "You're very good, extremely good." As he spoke, Prince Fedra reached out and patted Li Wei twice heavily on the shoulder. "Oh my god. What is that?" Prince Fedra's face surprisingly showed a kind and amiable expression. He's a vampire." Immediately, all the vampires were thrown into chaos. It wasn't because Fedra praised Li Wei. It is important to understand that what makes vampires vampires is their inherent coldness and ruthlessness, which are deeply ingrained in their bloodline. No vampire leader ever smiles easily, not even when facing their descendants. They show little emotion whatsoever. But now, Prince Fedra not only smiled, but also patted Li Wei twice. "This is an immense honor. Damn it, this old devil is very dissatisfied with me." Only Li Wei gritted his teeth in anger. Those two slaps were incredibly hard, almost making him stumble. "It's definitely not the kind of affectionate caressing." "Just kidding, it would be strange if someone were satisfied to flirt with another person's daughter in front of them." However, no matter how dissatisfied he was with Li Wei, one thing was one thing, and Prince Federa could not ignore Li Wei's contributions. "Li Wei, you repelled the attack of the Holy See for the vampires. I wish to bestow upon you the title of Earl and grant you 20 towns as your territory," Prince Federa said after a pause. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Since the last Holy War, the entire vampire race has not experienced war for thousands of years, nor has it promoted or conferred any new noble titles. In fact, noble titles are extremely difficult to obtain among vampires. Some vampires have even reached the level of counts or higher, but they still cannot become nobles. Because they have not made any contributions to the vampire clan, they are not qualified to become nobles. An earl? He's that young? I thought he'd be at least a duke. Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, thinking that this prince was too stingy. After all, he was the one who had made that pope cry. Although the voice was soft, all the vampires present heard it clearly. But what could they do? They couldn't just jump out and criticize Li Wei. At such a sensitive time, it was best to pretend they hadn't heard anything. Immediately, the vampire nobles pretended to be lost in thought, as if they hadn't heard or seen anything. Prince Federa's lips twitched violently. He was so angry at Li Wei's words that his blood almost rushed out of his nostrils. This kid is far too greedy. He thinks the title of Earl is too small. You have to understand that when he first became a nobleman, he was just a baron with only 2 towns. Li Wei. Hurry up and thank His Highness the Prince. Just then, Karina's anxious voice rang out. Karina had come to the Holy City specifically to secure a title for Li Wei. Originally, I thought I would only get a baron at most. Although there were some unexpected events, the result was good. I got a count, which is beyond my expectations. Oh? Okay then. Li Wei nodded, then spoke to Federa. Thank you, Your Highness. Also, please give those 20 towns to my wife, Duke Karina. Forehead. Can territory be transferred? Upon hearing this, the vampire nobles were once again dumbfounded, feeling as if their vampire worldview had been shattered by this single sentence. Is there something wrong with this kid? I heard he used to be a servant of Duke Karina. For a moment, all the nobles held their breath. Where did Duke Karina find such a good servant? Give me 2 stacks of them too. Little did they know what Li Wei was thinking. What's mine is my wife's, and what's my wife's is mine. Trading 20 towns for Karina's 100 towns is a great deal. Looking at Prince Federa again, his shoulders were shaking very rhythmically, and even his pale face was now flushed red by the perverse energy of his actions. Phew. All right, the territory has been granted to you. If you wish to transfer it to Duke Karina, that is also possible. After Fedra finished speaking with difficulty, he felt as if the vampire worldview he had built up over tens of thousands of years had collapsed. As a vampire, you don't want territory, you want a wife? Doesn't he know how important territory is to vampires? How could you? Karina stammered, never expecting that Li Wei would choose to give her the territory that belonged to him. In an instant, a complex mix of emotions overwhelmed Karina. She didn't even know whether she should blame Li Wei or thank him. But if I want to express my gratitude, what method should I use? In an instant, Karina immediately thought of the three-person coffin that had always been inseparable from Li Wei. If there's anything to thank, then let's grant that wretched brat's dream inside the coffin. Once. Only once. Karina gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. But what would it feel like to do that kind of thing in a coffin? It's so embarrassing to even think about it. Karina blushed deeply. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What did I do? Let me die. Let me die. Just then, a hoarse scream suddenly echoed throughout the palace, causing all the nobles to freeze and turn to look outside. It sounds like the screams of Duke Augustine. What's wrong with him? Why is he screaming so desperately? Judging from that sound, he's either been fucked by a dog or he fucked a dog. Immediately, a murmur of doubt arose, and all the nobles were filled with confusion. What could possibly cause a duke to let out such a violent scream? However, the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. He was covered in hickeys, not even wearing shoes or underwear, and had a miserable expression on his face that said he had no will to live. It was Duke Augustine. As if something had ravaged him, Duke Augustine was utterly despondent. His memory was still stuck in the previous moment. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was no longer the lavish banquet, but an old woman with wrinkles all over her body and a terrifying appearance. This old woman exploited him again and again, but he was powerless to resist and could only let her ravage him. Finally, after endless humiliation, Duke Augustine regained his strength, and at that moment he realized that this old woman was none other than the infamous Lady Thorne. But how did I suddenly end up in her room? And why am I being exploited like this by her? In an instant, the intense humiliation caused Duke Augustine to break down. As a genius among vampires, a talent unseen for millennia, the dream lover of countless noble ladies, he was actually taken by an old woman. His mental breakdown even made Augustine forget his own condition. He rushed out of the room where he had lost his dignity and ran wildly to this place. But at that moment, a voice like that of a demon rang out. Lord Augustine, come on, you were very cooperative just now. Turning around, I saw that Lady Thorns had caught up. She still looked like an old woman. Oh no! By the progenitor Cain, what have I done? Augustine completely broke down and wept bitterly. However, at this moment, all the nobles' eyes were focused on him, and a murmur arose. Ha! Augustine is a duke, how come he's so young? Exactly, and it's as thin as a caterpillar. Chapter 86 Cain, the progenitor, above all, no. You dare to show this little bit of stuff? Who gave you the courage? Instantly, all the male nobles cast disdainful glances at them, and all the female nobles showed a deep sense of disappointment on their faces. Even Prince Federa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had previously wanted to marry his daughter to this once-in-a-millennium genius of the vampire clan, but now, seeing this, he couldn't let his daughter suffer for the rest of her life. The next moment, Prince Fedra turned his gaze to Li Wei, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. Ahem, Duke Augustine. Just then, Li Wei's voice suddenly rang out. It's you, kid. Augustine immediately realized that the men he had sent to hunt down Li Wei were dead, and this kid definitely knew that he was the one who did it. So, could it be that this kid is the reason I got tricked today? Ugh. Damn it. It must be you. Augustine roared, forgetting even to cover himself, and sharp claws immediately sprouted from his hands. I wanted to remind you that as a noble among the vampires, it's best to wear clothes when attending a banquet. After Li Wei finished speaking, he pointed with his finger. Augustine instinctively lowered his head, then raised it again. His soul, which had been overwhelmed by humiliation, finally recovered. Oh my God! What exactly did I do? At such a high-level banquet, I actually... He allowed all the nobles to enjoy his body for free. Oh, by the progenitor Cain, no! Augustine was instantly jolted, and then hurriedly tried to cover that unsightly area with his hands. But he forgot that he was now in battle mode, his sharp nails slicing like razors. Put! Instantly, a spurt of foul-smelling blood gushed out. Augustine's face flushed red, then turned deathly pale, then flushed red again, and finally he roared in agony with his face contorted in a grotesque expression. Oh no! A mournful scream pierced the palace, and the ball came to an end. A few days later, a convoy slowly drove out of the vampire holy city. At the very back of the caravan was a carriage carrying a huge coffin for 3 people. The maid Lilith's face was tense, like a patrolling guard, and no one was allowed to get close to the carriage. Inside the coffin on the carriage, faint sounds of conversation could be heard. Li Wei, just this once, consider it my way of thanking you. Should we call Lilith in too? Roll. Upon returning to Vanshou Castle, Li Wei immediately began cultivating. It wasn't that Li Wei felt he wasn't strong enough, but rather that all the things that had happened before had put too much pressure on him. Ever since that day, when he learned that the people he had hit with half a brick were the Pope and the Cardinal, Li Wei would sometimes dream of those 2 old men's bruised and battered faces, even when he was sleeping. Given the way the Holy See operates, they'll get their revenge on me sooner or later. So, taking advantage of this period when he had nothing to do, Li Wei decided to engage in rigorous training. The coffin will not be opened until the rank of Marquis is achieved. Inside the enormous coffin, Li Wei folded his wings and slowly raised his hand. The next moment, 3 drops of blood of different colors condensed from Li Wei's palm. 2 of the drops were the blood essence and primordial blood that Li Wei had previously absorbed from the body of that Simasai blood ancestor. These 2 drops of blood contain powerful bloodline energy that can enhance Li Wei's bloodline level, while the other drop is concentrated blood energy that the system rewarded Li Wei for resolving the vampire crisis. Bloodline and realm complement each other, but if you want to reach a higher realm, you must first improve your bloodline. Li Wei gritted his teeth and swallowed the 2 drops of essence blood containing powerful bloodline energy. Then he immediately began to fully activate the blood refining manual. Buzz! The next moment, a powerful tremor suddenly emanated from Li Wei's body, as if the entire space itself was shaking. The coffin, the walls, and even the entire castle outside all trembled violently. You should know that these 2 drops of essence blood were forcibly extracted by Li Wei from the blood ancestor's body. It can be said that the greater the effort you put in, the greater the reward you will receive. Li Wei's lips were almost swollen from sucking so hard that even the blood ancestor, who had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, was forcibly awakened by Li Wei's sucking. It is evident how immense the energy contained in these 2 drops of essence blood is. With the system's assistance, there was no need for other vampires to spend several years or even decades refining their essence blood. As soon as those 2 drops of essence blood reached Li Wei's lower abdomen, they immediately spread like thousands of raging dragons. Centered on Li Wei's lower abdomen, in all directions, wherever there were blood vessels, the blood was filled with frenzied blood. The 2 types of blood were colliding and merging. Li Wei's body was like a battlefield. The pain of his blood vessels bursting was almost unbearable for Li Wei. Ah! The next moment, Li Wei's heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. The energy of these 2 drops of essence blood far exceeded the pain caused by Li Wei absorbing Karina's essence blood and modifying his bloodline. Naturally, it was dozens of times greater than before. What's wrong? What happened? Suddenly, everyone in the castle awoke with a start, but when they reached the basement, they only heard a violent crashing sound coming from inside a huge coffin. Could it be that? A hint of suspicion flashed in Karina's alluring eyes. She quickly glanced around and found Lilith following beside her. Thankfully, the little girl wasn't tricked into going to her grave by that guy. Karina let out a long breath, but the next moment, she felt a powerful surge of bloodline energy instantly released from the coffin. Boom, boom, boom. A violent surge of energy swept across the area, creating a powerful ring of air ripples around the coffin. The approaching vampires were all forced to their knees by the sudden oppressive feeling as if the blood in their bodies was in complete chaos and might leave them at any moment. Even Karina looked solemn. She had never felt such a powerful bloodline pressure, not even from the only prince, Fedra. Disperse! Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and the old butler Chris grabbed the air with his hand, instantly freezing the air in the area, and the powerful bloodline pressure dissipated in an instant. Chris, what happened? Karina asked anxiously. Your Highness, I suspect that Lord Li Wei is currently cultivating. We should not disturb him, nor should we allow anyone else to disturb him, Butler Chris immediately said. Chapter 87 Omens of the Holy War. As a powerful individual at the same princely level as Fedra, Chris naturally possessed a wealth of experience. He immediately realized that Li Wei was enhancing his bloodline, but he didn't say it directly. Instead, he subtly pointed it out to Karina. With Karina's intelligence, she immediately understood what Chris, the butler, meant. After exchanging a glance, Karina immediately spoke to the others. No one is allowed to speak of what happens inside the castle. From today onwards, the basement will be a forbidden area of Vanter Castle. No one is allowed to set foot inside without my order. Immediately, the servants and guards nodded obsequiously and then withdrew from the basement. The improvement of Bloodline becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Even with the system's assistance, it's not something Li Wei can accomplish in a day or two. Especially this time, Li Wei directly consumed 2 drops of the Blood Ancestor's essence blood, which is a second-generation bloodline. At the same time as Li Wei broke through, on the southern slopes of the Kilo Mountains, in the most prosperous land of the entire God's continent. Humans, orcs, elves, and many other strange and wonderful races live on this land. This world is vast. Humanity alone has hundreds of countries, various religious orders, and countless powers left behind by gods. Among these, the Church of Light controls the most countries, with over a dozen nations and billions of people worshipping the elusive God of Light. At this moment, the Pope of Light, representing the messenger of the God of Light, left the territory controlled by the papacy and secretly came to Kerperal in the east of the continent of gods. This is a vast primeval forest, with mountains, rivers, and canyons, all exuding a wild and untamed atmosphere. Since its inception, it has been the ancestral home of the orcs. Unlike human nations, orcs exist more in tribal forms, including werewolves, minotaurs, centaurs, and all sorts of other orc races. Inside the Lion Man tribe's huge animal skin tent. Pope Charles, you have traveled a great distance to our tribe, surely not to reminisce with me? A sound like thunder rang out. A lion man, over 3 meters tall and with thick, golden fur, bulging muscles, and a lion's head with bared fangs, spoke. He picked up his horn-shaped wineglass, glanced sideways at the Pope Charles of Light across from him, who was wearing an olive branch crown and a linen robe, and then curled his lip in disdain. Or are you here again to promote some damn bullshit doctrine of the God of Light? Upon hearing this, Pope Charles's lips twitched violently twice. The orcs are powerful. They are natural-born warriors, far stronger than human warriors. However, their well-developed limbs come at the cost of a crude and simplistic mind. Aside from mating rights and the struggle for mating rights, they think of almost nothing else. Chief Sinding is overthinking it. I've come here this time to join forces with the nobles to eliminate the vampires, Pope Charles said with a slight smile, speaking politely. Vampires? Weren't they driven north of the Kilo Mountains long ago? Chief Sinding frowned. Thousands of years had passed since the last war, and that despicable race had been almost decimated. He couldn't think of any other reason why the Church of Light would continue to exterminate the vampires. Chief Sinding is unaware that the vampires have grown strong again after thousands of years of recuperation, and they have even begun to consider returning to the Kilo Mountains. Pope Charles said with a solemn expression. What? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chief Sinding immediately stood up. Although the vampires looked down on the orcs for their foul-smelling blood when they ruled the continent, the orcs were still oppressed quite a bit. But, Pope Charles, how did you know about the vampires' plan? Did you enter the vampire Holy Land? Chief Sinding's tone changed, and he looked at Charles with some doubt. Well, let me think about it. Charles touched his nose, looking embarrassed. How should I say it? You can't exactly say that you led the elite forces of the Holy Light Church to raid the vampire Holy Land, only to be driven back by some unknown vampire who smashed you with bricks, can you? However, regardless of the circumstances, the power of the vampires has already begun to emerge, and they must be dealt a thorough blow, or even wiped out. Alright, I agree to this. I will issue a summons and notify the other tribes to send troops together. After a long silence, Chief Sinding nodded and said solemnly. The problem lies in the fact that the vampires had such a terrible reputation on the continent back then that even after hundreds of thousands of years, they were still enemies of almost every race on the continent. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to Chief Sinding. But before that, I need to eliminate one of the vampires. Charles said with a sneer, his face full of hatred. Eliminate one person? Could it be Prince Federa of the vampire clan? Chieftain Sinding's eyes lit up. Although the vampire clan only had this one prince left, his combat power was extremely high. No. To everyone's surprise, Charles simply shook his head slowly, speaking with a tone of reminiscence. It was an unknown vampire brat. He destroyed my dignity, stole my glory, and even. At this point, Charles could say no more, his face streaked with tears. What kind of vampire was it that managed to turn Pope Charles into this state? Sindin said with a puzzled look, but he never imagined that one day in the future, he would be like Pope Charles, his entire life filled with shadows and those bricks, one after another. The alliance between humans and orcs was like two powerful beings tightly bound together, and the dark clouds of war once again loomed over the southern foothills of the Kilo Mountains after more than 4,000 years. Similarly, the vampires immediately became aware of the large-scale gathering of troops, and the 13 vampire clans, including other noble clans, began to mobilize their forces on a large scale. A holy war is about to break out again. Meanwhile, in the Hogman territory, at Vandro Castle, a rather unwelcome guest arrived. Lord Anthony governs the entire Hogman territory and is also a member of House Brook, one of the 13 clans. Normally, Anthony would never come to Vanter Castle, but things are different now. Sensing the movements of the humans and beastmen, the entire vampire clan is on high alert. 2 elders of the territory went to the front lines last night, and Lord Anthony arrived at Vanter Castle early this morning. Both are dukes, but I, as a lord of a territory, only have 100 towns. Yet this Karina, who is not even as powerful as me, has 120 towns. On what grounds? Why should I? Chapter 88. Let's make an appearance, little darling. You have to understand, I'm a lord of a territory, yet my own land is less than that of the nobles within my territory. That doesn't make sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Moreover, and most importantly, the size of one's territory directly affects the income from blood marrow stones, and the income from blood marrow stones is entirely tied to one's strength. It seems that Karina only has 20 more towns than him, but she earns at least several thousand more bloodstones every year. Before long, Karina's strength will probably surpass his. At that time, his position as the lord of this territory would be completely in jeopardy. In the same dark council chamber, Lord Anthony sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. 120 towns, Duke Karina, given the circumstances of your Vanter family, there's simply no way you could manage so much territory. Anthony paused, his gaze fixed menacingly on Karina. He was too lazy to waste any more words. Those good-for-nothings, the Marquis of Kirik, had been plotting for months without success. Now, Anthony was fully prepared to take action himself. As for that mysterious powerful figure? Isn't he just an earl who got lucky? He could be crushed with a single finger. My lord, whether it was the territory we had before, or the one bestowed upon us by His Highness the Prince, it is an inseparable part of the Vanter family. If you wish to acquire more territory, you are welcome to go to the front lines and participate in the impending holy war. Karina said firmly. As the head of the family, she faced pressure from all sides, something she had completely adapted to. Damn it! How dare you use His Highness the Prince to intimidate me? Anthony roared and slammed his fist on the table as he rose to his feet. 2 enormous wings stretched out from his back, unleashing whirlwinds of bloody energy. Karina, don't blame me for not warning you. His Highness the Prince has already gone to the front lines. Even if he returns, he won't hold me accountable for a few territories. I advise you to obediently hand over the 20. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor rang out, completely interrupting Lord Anthony before he could finish speaking. What's that noise? Lord Anthony was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized what was happening. Who cares what's going on? My threat to Karina must not be interrupted, or I'll lose my momentum. Karina, you'd better hand over the 2. Boom! Another violent tremor shook the castle, and Lord Anthony felt the tremor clearly beneath his feet. Damn it! This is absolutely outrageous. Lord Anthony looked like he was constipated, feeling utterly humiliated. Who the hell is it? Can't you let me finish what I'm saying? Every time I get to this point, I get interrupted, as if I'm about to reach a peak but someone suddenly stops me. This feeling of being stuck between going up and coming down is so frustrating. Karina, on the other hand, clearly sensed something and a smile appeared on her face. By the progenitor Cain, if I find out who made that sound, I will drain him dry in the most cruel way possible. Anthony roared, then braced himself on the table with both hands and said through gritted teeth. Duke Karina, you must. Boom! The loud noise rang out again, and this time, the entire castle shook violently. Anthony was trembling all over, and his sentence was interrupted 3 times, and he couldn't finish speaking each time. Damn it! Who is this? Can't you show me any respect? I'm threatening someone. Anthony launched into a tirade, completely disregarding aristocratic etiquette. He was unlucky his first time threatening someone was interrupted, and 3 times at that. I was so angry I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Respect you? A lowly robber like you deserves my respect? Just then, a detached voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Lord Anthony looked up sharply and saw the thick wooden door slowly open, and a man dressed in a deep red robe walked in. As the man entered the council chamber, an oppressive atmosphere suddenly spread out. Even Anthony felt it. Boy, I don't care who you are, I'm talking to Karina now, so get out of here right now. Lord Anthony roared. Oh? Do you know what happened to the vampire who said something like that here last time? Upon hearing this, Li Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, then put his hands behind his back and began to rummage around his waist. Fortunately, he brought the weather-tested half-brick with him. However, after so many days without use, it must be itching for a fight. A mere earl dares to be so insolent in front of me. Lord Anthony sneered, his 2-finger-length fangs instantly bared. In vampire society, fangs are highly valued and judged. Just like peacock feathers, the stronger a vampire is, the thicker and longer its fangs are, and the more intimidating they are. Lord Anthony suddenly exuded an aura of confidence. His 2 fangs were honed daily through chewing on tree bark and rocks, polished to a gleaming shine. Who wouldn't be impressed? But to everyone's surprise, when Li Wei saw such thick and long fangs, his eyes lit up completely. Okay. What a pair of fangs as long as fingers. Having been a vampire for so long, I've never seen such magnificent fangs before. For a moment, Li Wei felt his hands itching. If he could break those 2 fangs, he would feel an incredible sense of accomplishment. Show yourself, little one. The next moment, Li Wei roared excitedly, pulled out the half-brick, and pounced on Anthony like a bull in heat. What are you doing? The overwhelming aura even caused Lord Anthony to take 2 steps back. Where did this kid come from? He's ruthless and doesn't talk much, he just pulled out a brick and went for it. Furthermore, Lord Anthony's gaze was immediately drawn to that half-brick. The surface was stained with blood and crisscrossed with ravines, each ravine seemingly telling a tragic story. No way. As a lord, how could I let a mere earl like you win the bid? Anthony cursed and immediately prepared to unleash his full power in an attack. But at that moment, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly erupted from Li Wei's body, as if a mountain had instantly pressed down on Anthony's head. He even felt that the blood in his body was about to stop flowing. His body was so stiff that he could only watch helplessly as the half-brick approached inch by inch until his entire face was blocked by it. Don't stop. Bang. Chapter 89. What you can't have, you must destroy. Bang. With a muffled thud, a pain unlike anything Lord Anthony had ever experienced suddenly shot through his head. It felt like my head got squeezed by a doorframe, no, not just once, but a dozen times. Moreover, the pain came suddenly and intensely, giving Lord Anthony absolutely no time to prepare. Li Wei. Karina was also shocked by this sudden scene. It wasn't because Li Wei started smashing things without saying a word, but because of the powerful aura that suddenly erupted from Li Wei. Even though it wasn't aimed at Karina, Karina was still terrified. It missed? To everyone's surprise, when Li Wei lifted the brick, he only saw that the old man's forehead was covered in red blood and his eyes had lost their luster. Damn it, the power is enough, but the accuracy isn't. Li Wei muttered something, aimed at Lord Anthony's 2 gleaming fangs, and then brought them down again. Boom! Violent impact. Lord Anthony was sent flying, landing on the solid wood conference table. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body shrank back like a shrimp just pulled from the water. Li Wei stepped forward and took a look. Well, the accuracy was good, but the strength was a bit lacking. Your 2 fangs are quite sturdy, but my brick isn't just for show. Li Wei snorted coldly, tossed the bricks around a couple of times, and then pounced on them. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of dull, resounding knocks echoed throughout the castle. Lord Anthony was seen convulsing as he was hit by bricks. With each brick that fell, his limbs trembled, and he let out muffled howls. No. Stop it. Please, let me go. Please let me go. A large amount of blood gushed out, so much so that when the brick was thrown, a series of splashing sounds could be heard. Outside the conference room, there stood the old butler Chris, squad leader Peter, and the maid Lilith. The 3 of them had come to check what was happening after hearing the commotion. But who knew that as soon as they reached the door, they heard a continuous series of pounding sounds, sometimes forceful and sometimes gentle, along with Lord Anthony's incessant shouts. I came the progenitor, what happened to Lord Anthony inside? Why is he screaming so horribly? The old butler Chris couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, with his mental strength, he could have easily released his power to investigate, but if he had, his true strength would probably have been impossible to hide. I never expected this, Lord Li Wei. Lord Li Wei actually has that kind of flair. That's Lord Anthony, a real man. Peter looked shocked, as if he had discovered some secret. He even thought he should spend less time alone with Lord Li Wei in the future. What's wrong with him, sir? Shall we push the door open and go in to see? The little girl, Lilith, said with a worried expression. She didn't understand those strange things, but when she heard that voice, she felt that something was wrong. She still remembered that when Duke Karina and her own family were in their coffins, she could hear Duke Karina's wails and pleas for mercy. Although these two voices were not spoken by the same person, in Lilith's simple mind, they definitely meant the same thing. Ah ah. Just then, a cry mixed with excitement, pain, and wailing suddenly rang out. The sounds rose and fell incessantly, and were extremely penetrating, causing even the people outside the door to tremble. No! Go inside and check. Chris's expression changed, and he hurriedly kicked the conference room door. Boom! With a muffled thud, the thick wooden door was kicked open, and the three rushed inside, only to witness a scene they would never forget. Just half an hour ago, Lord Anthony was full of vigor, but now he lay like a dead fish on the large wooden table in the conference room, blood splattered everywhere. And on top of him, Li Wei, with an excited expression, was straddling him. His expression revealed a hint of enjoyment, mixed with a touch of excitement. In the corner stood Karina, looking completely bewildered. Lady Karina, you arrived early. Did you see what they were doing? Chris asked, somewhat bewildered. From this angle, they could only see Li Wei sit on Anthony's lap, but they couldn't quite see where he sat or what position he was in. My lord, my admiration for you is as boundless as the waters of the Filin River. This is Lord Anthony, a man. The Filin River, flowing through the sacred land of the vampires, is revered as the mother river of the vampires. Peter said with a face full of admiration. As for the little girl Lilith, she was at a loss for words. She had inadvertently seen it before Lord Li Wei had worn this same outfit with Lady Karina. Could it be? The next moment, Li Wei, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. He stretched out a hand and yanked it into Lord Anthony's mouth. Click! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and a huge fong, as long as a finger, was forcefully broken off by Li Wei. Ah! Lord Anthony let out a scream, his body trembled a few times, and then, surprisingly, a sobbing sound rang out. Wa'ada! This is so unfair! He was, after all, a lord of a territory, and yet this kid had his fangs smashed off. If word gets out, how will he ever face the vampires again? How will he face the Hogmun territory? 2 tears suddenly streamed down in Dongyun's face. He looked like a girl who had been violated, with only tears left to vent his wounded heart. Struggle? It doesn't exist. He tried, but each struggle only brought him a more powerful blow. So at this moment, he accepted it and only hoped that this scene would pass as soon as possible. This fong is really something. Clutching the freshly baked fangs, Li Wei's face showed a relieved expression. He didn't know what had gotten into him or when he had developed this habit, but whenever Li Wei saw a fong that was thicker or longer than his own, he couldn't help but want to smash it off. That feeling was like the feeling of wanting to destroy something if you can't have it. No, there's still one left. Li Wei's eyes flickered twice, and under Anthony's expectant yet fearful gaze, he raised the brick again. Bang! Lord Anthony's body suddenly twitched. Chapter 90 The Retribution of the Holy See. Like a live fish thrown into boiling water, blood gushed from his face, causing even Karina and the others beside him to frown. You little brat. You're being unreasonable. Didn't you say you'd only smash 2 fangs? Immediately, Lord Anthony let out a miserable howl. He wiped his hand and saw that all his teeth had been knocked out by Li Wei's brick. Sorry, I just smashed it without thinking. Please forgive me. Li Wei muttered to himself, if anyone's to blame, it's Anthony for not cooperating. If he had, Li Wei guaranteed we would have only managed to get those 2 fangs. However, at that moment, the energy that had been causing chaos in everyone's blood suddenly weakened considerably. It was as if it had faded away. It's important to know that Li Wei used the essence blood of a second-generation blood ancestor to enhance his bloodline in the basement. Despite absorbing it for so long, a small portion still remained in various parts of his body. This is why Anthony was so thoroughly suppressed by Li Wei just now. As a powerful 5th-rank duke, he was unable to fight back against Li Wei, who was only a count. However, no matter how much pressure was applied, it was not Li Wei's true power. Once it dissipated, Lord Anthony below immediately felt his energy return. Damn it! You all deserve to die. Once I've fully recovered, I'll make the castle of Vanter flow with blood. Flow with blood. Lord Anthony roared immediately, his muscles trembling, his sharp nails even scratching deep marks into the solid wood table. Anger, hatred, bloodlust. Coupled with everything he had suffered before, all sorts of emotions rushed into Anthony's mind in an instant. At this moment, he had only one thought: to drain this kid who had brought him endless humiliation dry. Absorb completely. Your teeth are all gone, and you still want to suck me? Li Wei sneered, and the brick came down again. Bang! Damn it! I'm going to kill you. Bang! Bang! If you've got the guts, make me get up. Bang bang bang. No, stop smashing things. I won't get revenge, I won't do it again. At this moment, Lord Anthony felt that the power within his body was extremely chaotic. Even though he had lost the pressure of his bloodline, every time a brick fell, it shattered the power he had just gathered. When he faced that bloodstained half-brick once more, this vampire powerhouse, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, finally could no longer bear it. Wah, please let me go, please let me go. Stop it, or you'll kill me. Immediately, a pitiful howl rang out, causing even Karina and the others nearby to frown. Li Wei, how about let it go? After all, he is a lord. If he dies, the prince might hold him accountable. Karina hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to offer her advice. However, this wasn't out of Karina's sympathy. Many people surely knew that Lord Anthony had come to Vandro Castle, and if he were to die there, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Vandro family or for Li Wei. Especially since Anthony was a member of the Brooke clan, even if he were to be killed, he should have done it somewhere secluded. Alright, that old devil's two fangs are broken too, consider it a lesson for him. Li Wei nodded, then stood up and kicked. Bang! Instantly, Anthony's body was kicked out by Li Wei like a broken sack. Although the small window of the conference room was less than half a meter wide, Li Wei was very accurate and shot Anthony out through the small opening in one go. Swoosh! In the banyan grove outside, several furtive figures were busy with something. The ground was covered with glittering magic stones, which looked like some kind of formation. Last time, our Holy See sneak attack on the Blood Clan's holy mountain was thwarted by that brat named Li Wei. This time, His Holiness the Pope personally ordered us to eliminate this brat. We absolutely cannot make a mistake. It was said by a man with a fierce face. His face still bore bruises, which, although not done by Li Wei, were definitely closely related to him. Rest assured, steward, this time we will divide into 3 groups and set up a demon-slaying light array around Vanter Castle. Once activated, a continuous stream of light elements will instantly impact Vanter Castle, at which point all the vampires inside the castle will be annihilated. The subordinate beside him hurriedly said. Alright, set it up immediately. The magic circle will be activated in 3 minutes. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly rang out, startling the few cultists of light who were setting up the array. The array they were setting up immediately leaked a trace of light energy. Holy crap! What is that? According to intelligence, it seems to be Anthony, the lord of the Hogmun territory. How did he get beaten up like this? Several cultists were astonished and quickly turned to look, only to see a disheveled figure fall from the second floor of the castle. They only didn't recognize him because they had seen Anthony enter the castle of Vanter beforehand. This is too cruel. A perfectly respectable lord has been tortured like this, he probably wouldn't even recognize his own mother. This shows the true nature of vampires. They torture their own people like this, they are simply inhuman. Seeing this, the members of the light cult resolved that even if the mission failed, they would not allow themselves to be captured alive by that vampire named Li Wei. This is terrifying. Even their own kind are treated like this. If I were captured, I would probably be tortured to death. However, once he left the castle, Anthony immediately regained his full strength. But Li Wei's previous madness had completely terrified him, and he didn't even dare to think of going back for revenge. Damn it, I will repay this humiliation 1,000-fold in the future. When the time comes, it will be you, Li Wei, lying on the table, begging and pleading. Lord Anthony bit his pale lips, as if recalling a horrifying memory. His legs trembled violently, and he was about to leave when But at that moment, his powerful mental energy suddenly detected something unusual, and his gaze abruptly turned to the banyan grove in front of the castle. Why did that place exude an aura that he found repulsive? It was a kind of luminous energy, though very weak and fleeting, but Anthony still keenly noticed it. Could it be? Anthony's eyes flickered a few times. He had heard that back in the Holy Land, that damned brat had ruined the Holy See's plan to attack the vampires. He hadn't expected their retaliation to come so quickly. Chapter 91 New Skill, Terror Awakening. Humph, Li Wei, who told you to offend me? Otherwise, I might have been kind enough to go back and remind you. Anthony sneered. Although the vampires and the Church of Light were mortal enemies, wouldn't it be better to use the enemy to eliminate another, even more hateful enemy? Anthony even chose to hide in a secluded location, ready to watch a free show. He doesn't seem to have noticed us? In the woods, several members of the Light Cult exchanged glances and then continued setting up the magic array. Inside the castle, Li Wei put away the half-brick while examining the changes within his body. Li Wei had only just completely absorbed those 2 drops of essence blood, and hadn't even had time to check how much his bloodline had improved. Ding! Congratulations, host, your bloodline has been upgraded to the 5th generation, and you have gained the talent skill, Terror Awakening. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Li Wei's brows twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected that this bloodline upgrade would directly elevate him from the 7th generation to the 5th generation, advancing him by 2 bloodline levels. Furthermore, the abilities granted by the system this time. Awakening of Terror? Li Wei muttered to himself, it sounds like a mental attack. This world is incredibly fantastical, with countless races and cultivation techniques, but techniques that rely on mental power attacks are truly top tier and advanced. Ding! Terrifying Awakening innate skill, the host has enhanced their bloodline and acquired this skill. Upon activation, immense mental power is released through the eyes, instantly rushing into the target's mind and awakening the target's most terrifying vision. Holy crap! That's a great skill. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Does that mean that if I don't like someone, I can just use a terrifying awakening to scare them so badly they'll wet their pants? This skill is definitely more powerful than all my previous skills. However, after calming down, Li Wei felt somewhat melancholy. Using Terror Awakening once consumes at least 5,000 HP. This is our trump card attack method, but we can test it out if we have the chance. Li Wei muttered something, and as his belief flashed, a crimson light appeared in his left eye and vanished in an instant, filling the entire room with an extremely terrifying aura. Hiss! What is that aura? Why do I feel a chill even now? The old butler Chris took a deep breath. Just now, he felt a powerful and fierce aura flash by. You must know that he was a powerful expert at the prince level. However, just as he was preparing to carefully track that malevolent aura, a violent tremor suddenly came from outside the castle. Buzz! It was as if the entire space around the castle shook, and then the blood energy that filled the surrounding area quickly disappeared, as if it had been obliterated by some force. Not good. Something's happening outside. Chris exclaimed in surprise and rushed out of the conference room. He saw that a huge pillar of light, more than 10 meters thick, had risen from the banyan grove in front of the castle. It was even more dazzling than sunlight. Chris felt an unbearable stinging pain in his eyes and quickly circulated his blood and chi, which made him feel a little better. However, unexpectedly, the same blinding beams of light suddenly condensed in the other 2 directions, centered on the entire castle, and a large amount of light energy instantly dispersed the surrounding blood energy. The beam of light continued to condense upwards, as if it had broken through tens of thousands of meters in the sky, and then spread outwards, forming a barrier that resembled an inverted bowl. It was a sneak attack by the Church of Light. Karina, who then ran out, exclaimed in shock and fury. This is the way the Church of Light operates. Last time it was a sneak attack, and this time it's another sneak attack. Although they call themselves the Church of Light, they have never done anything truly righteous. Ha ha! Damn it, these vampires should be reduced to ashes under the holy light. We've completed the mission the Pope gave us, and we even managed to kill a Duke-level vampire while we were at it. Several cultists of light roared excitedly, while Anthony, who was not far away and saw the scene, felt a great sense of relief. It seems the Holy See can be quite useful sometimes. At least when it comes to eliminating dissidents, they don't have to lift a finger or get into any trouble. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the barrier contracted violently, and the light, which was extremely lethal to vampires, instantly enveloped the entire castle. Help! Help! This light is corroding my blood. It's eroding my body, A series of miserable howls suddenly rang out, and thick black smoke immediately rose from the bodies of the servants and guards in the castle after they were exposed to the light. As long as they possess even a trace of vampire blood, no matter how much, they will become targets of this demon-slaying holy light array. Even if they hide in a dark corner, the light elements permeating the air will still cause them unbearable pain. No! As the scream abruptly ceased, a guard with only the strength of a knight was seen being burned to ashes after being exposed to the blinding light, in less than 2 seconds. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death! Karina roared, and a pair of enormous vampire wings instantly unfurled, carrying immense blood energy as she charged toward the rapidly enveloping barrier of light. Boom! With a loud bang, Karina originally intended to break through the barrier, but the barrier was too tough, and with her strength, she simply couldn't break through it. Furthermore, the moment she touched the barrier, Karina felt as if her body had been scorched by intense flames, causing her immense pain. Bite. Random task is being generated. 3, 2, beep. Please, host, annihilate the cultists of light, destroy the magic array, and protect the castle. Just then, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. A mission delivered right to our doorstep. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. He needed energy to break through his cultivation level, and the holy sea of light had delivered itself to his doorstep. How thoughtful of them! At that moment, Li Wei flipped his palm, and a drop of scarlet blood condensed. This is the blood energy reward required to complete the previous mission system, which is about 100,000 blood energy points. Li Wei previously felt that it was not enough to support him to reach the marquee level, but now, with the addition of the holy light, it is enough. The next moment, Li Wei swallowed the drop of compressed blood energy in one gulp, and then immediately began to circulate the extreme Yang Berserk type blood refining secret technique. Chapter 92 As expected of a great man. There will be another chapter tonight. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, as Li Wei activated the extreme Yang Berserk blood refining secret technique, that familiar yet powerful feeling emanated from his body. That drop of concentrated blood energy was like a catalyst, immediately becoming fuel for Li Wei's cultivation technique after being swallowed, stimulating the technique's full absorption power. At the same time, Karina and the others also noticed the abnormality in Li Wei's body. It was impossible for them not to notice, because as soon as Li Wei circulated his cultivation technique, the blood and qi in their bodies also surged. The adults are about to start smoking again, let's quickly get away. Peter Ma said with a look of fear. This was not the first time he had seen this situation. He knew all too well that once Lord Li Wei started to inhale wildly, even if the progenitor Cain were alive, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, get out of here quickly. The old butler Chris also hurriedly spoke up. Immediately, the group moved away from Li Wei. If it weren't for the barrier of that formation, they probably would have already hidden far away. At this moment, the anomaly on Li Wei's side finally attracted the attention of the formation. Once the demon-slaying light formation is activated, it can automatically detect vampires within the formation's range. However, they often attack the vampires with the strongest blood energy first. In other words, within the castle's territory, even Butler Chris doesn't have as much blood energy as Li Wei. The stronger one's blood and energy, the faster one dies. I think this kid's time is up. The magic array is ready, the real attack is about to begin. Several members of the light cult, gazing at Li Wei's figure atop the castle, revealed sinister smiles. No matter how arrogant they are, in the face of the magic extinguishing array, the final result is nothing more than a wisp of smoke. Buzz. The next moment, the entire demon-slaying array trembled violently, presumably having locked onto Li Wei's location. Suddenly, the energy around the array condensed and then was released fiercely towards Li Wei's body. Boom boom boom. A massive beam of light, over a meter thick and almost solidified, suddenly condensed from the barrier of the magic-destroying array and shot towards Li Wei at an extremely fast speed. So thick? It's still so long. A look of surprise flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He had originally thought it would be a simple matter of absorbing the nutrients and that would be the end of it. But now it seems I need to unleash my full power. Extreme Young Blood Clan secret technique, I'll absorb it. With a whoosh, Li Wei suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a powerful suction force surged out from his mouth. As if his stomach was filled with a raging whirlwind, Li Wei neither dodged nor avoided it, but instead caught the beam of light, which was full of destructive power, with his mouth. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The dense light element instantly poured into Li Wei's mouth, and then was directly converted by the wildly operating Extreme Yang Rampage secret technique, becoming energy that Li Wei could absorb, reaching his limbs and bones. Bite. Blood Chi plus 1000. Ding. Health points plus 5000. Ding. Health points plus 10,000. Bite. In the blink of an eye, system notifications kept ringing in his mind. In less than a few breaths, Li Wei had absorbed at least 50,000 points of blood energy. Moreover, the light element contained in that pillar of light was endless, showing no sign of stopping at all. An unprecedented feeling of fulfillment instantly filled Li Wei's entire body. Li Wei swore that this was absolutely the most enjoyable and the most he had ever sucked in his life. My mouth is even a little numb from sucking so much. However, this situation was perfectly normal for Li Wei, but to others it was shocking beyond measure. By the god of light, am I seeing things? That vampire, he's actually absorbing the energy of light. It's so thick, so long, what kind of mouth does it have? How can it swallow that whole? Immediately, the cultists of light who were watching from afar let out a series of exclamations. They even doubted whether they were seeing things. Vampires could actually devour light energy. In that instant, they all felt that their previous understanding of vampires had completely collapsed. As expected of a great man, you were able to swallow such a thick beam of light. Peter looked on with admiration, and he secretly vowed that he would follow Lord Li Wei from now on. Meanwhile, Anthony, who was secretly observing, was completely speechless. Cain, the progenitor, above me, what exactly did I see? Such a thick pillar of light energy, even I probably couldn't withstand it, but this kid swallowed it so easily. And you should know that this pillar of light energy is not static, but constantly shooting out light energy that poses a great threat to the vampires. And Li Wei not only swallowed it whole, but left not a single drop. That's terrifying. That's so brutal. Bite. System detection indicates that the host's energy is about to reach its peak. Proceed with a breakthrough. Finally, as Li Wei continued to swallow, the system notification sounded. Of course it's a breakthrough. Li Wei took a big gulp and immediately gave the order. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 8,000 points of blood energy and broken through to Earl LV3. Ding. Consumed 8,000 points of blood chi. Breakthrough to Earl LV4. Bite. With a crisp sound, the aura emanating from Li Wei's body grew stronger and stronger. With each swallow, a large amount of light element was absorbed by Li Wei, and then transformed by the Extreme Yang Rampage secret technique, it became the source of Li Wei's powerful strength. Damn it, that wretched vampire, he really knows how to suck blood. Give me more bright crystals, and I refuse to believe he won't choke on them. The deacon roared, refusing to believe it, and immediately took out thousands of top-grade light crystals from his spatial ring, merging them all into the demon-slaying array. Boom boom boom. The next moment, a large amount of light energy condensed again, as if it had exploded, and the pillar of light energy that shot towards Li Wei grew thicker again at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's getting thicker. At least double. Can Li Wei handle that? Can he swallow it all? Karina clenched her small fists nervously, leaving fingerprints on her skin. Even the old butler, Chris, was secretly worried for Li Wei. A powerhouse at the prince level not only possesses formidable strength, but also an exceptionally long lifespan. At least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, but Chris had never encountered such a powerful vampire before. He devours light energy with his bare hands. What kind of monster is hidden beneath his vampire exterior? Chapter 93. Your hearts are mine. Swallowed it. Look, Lord Li Wei has swallowed it. Not a drop was left, not a single leak. Amidst gasps of disbelief, all eyes within the castle, from the guards to the servants, were fixed on Li Wei. Just before, they were suffering from the corruption of that light energy, but now, that incomparably powerful pillar of light energy has been completely swallowed into Lord Li Wei's mouth. Ding. System detection, host has reached Earl LV10. Do you wish to consume 40,000 blood chi points to break through to Marquis LV1? Just as Li Wei was engrossed in swallowing and unable to extricate himself, the system finally sent a notification that he was about to break through. A first-rank Marquis? System, are you looking down on me? Li Wei snorted disdainfully. If it were before, Li Wei would have been very satisfied with breaking through to the Marquis realm. But now, with the Holy Sea of Light giving him so much energy for free, Li Wei would feel that he would be letting down these believers of the Holy Sea if he didn't break through a few more levels. Suck them. Suck them dry. Li Wei roared, his two fangs instantly bursting from his lips, and his two enormous vampire wings suddenly unfurled. With a flap of his wings, Li Wei's body soared to the very top of the barrier, where he suddenly and forcefully inhaled. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment, the entire barrier trembled violently, and then, as if out of control, all the light energy within the barrier surged toward Li Wei in an instant. Ah! Oh no! The formation has gone out of control. Instantly, the cultists from the three directions let out a series of terrified screams. The array, which they had set up entirely, had completely lost control. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen equally thick pillars of light energy condensed from all directions of the barrier, like long spears, and rammed towards Li Wei. Oh my god! Lord Li Wei! Immediately, Karina and the other vampires exclaimed in surprise. But when they realized what was happening, they discovered that Li Wei was not being pierced by those suddenly condensed pillars of light, but was being absorbing all the energy of the magic array. Bite! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Marquis LV2. Bite! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Marquis LV3. Bite! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Marquis LV5. With a series of notification sounds, Li Wei finally felt that the energy in his body was stabilizing. It wasn't that he had run out of energy, but Li Wei's current strength was only enough to withstand the Marquis LV5 realm. It wouldn't be worth it to break through to the next level. It would be better to save some blood energy to improve his skill level. Crack! Crack! Just then, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out, and the milky white barrier suddenly burst open with cracks like a spider web. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the light elements, which had already been diluted to the extreme, were completely dispersed between heaven and earth. The air was instantly filled with the expelled blood energy, and all the vampires within range let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from the sky. Hiccup! I haven't had enough of this light element yet, is there any more? Immediately, everyone who heard this froze, mechanically raising their heads to look at Li Wei floating in the sky. Good heavens, what is Lord Li Wei saying? Just that little bit of light element, and he still hasn't had enough. Could it be that he's become addicted to absorbing the element of light? A vampire, after absorbing the element of light, actually became addicted. This has absolutely overturned the concept of the vampire race. No! This is impossible. Impossible. God of light above, this must be your doing to punish us servants. Please stop punishing us, we were wrong. Immediately, the cultists from the three directions began to wail in pain, but the next moment, they suddenly felt a thick killing intent enveloping them. The next moment, in the banyan forest directly in front of them, several members of the light cult felt a gust of foul wind howl past, and suddenly a figure appeared before their eyes. It was as if it appeared suddenly, or as if it had always been there, without any sense of incongruity. It's that damned brat. Let's fight him to the death. Several cult members roared and swarmed forward. But a piercing sound rang out, and the figures of several cultists of light suddenly froze. They felt a pain coming from their chests and mechanically looked down to check, only to see that there was a fist-sized hole in their chests, where their hearts should be. As for the heart inside, it had completely vanished. Where is my heart? Who took our hearts? A few followers of the light, with their life force already at its waning limit, voiced their final doubts. Is this your heart? Just then, a gloomy voice rang out. Several believers turned around with difficulty, only to see the vampire in the blood-red robe, his hands full of hearts. Unfortunately, your hearts are now mine. After Li Wei finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Click, click, click. Instantly, several hearts exploded into minced meat. No! The screams abruptly stopped, and the bodies of several cultists fell to the ground like leaves. Although light magic is the most dangerous magic for vampires, vampires have ruled the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Their strength lies in their physical prowess and speed. If these cultists of light had not launched a magical attack the moment they discovered the vampires, endless bloodshed and slaughter would have awaited them. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye, Li Wei appeared in three directions around Vanter Castle in less than 5 seconds. In each direction, there were numerous cultists of light, but they were completely powerless against Li Wei, who had just broken through to the rank of Marquis. They couldn't even escape. Thump! With the death of the last cultist of light, Li Wei then sheathed his claws. However, at that moment, Li Wei sensed a slightly unfriendly aura within his powerful mental energy. In the shadows, Anthony stared at Li Wei in astonishment. At this moment, he felt not only hatred towards Li Wei, but also a sense of fear. Throughout the long history of the vampire race, no vampire has ever been able to devour light energy. But today, this kid has done it. With just this one skill, if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become a true powerhouse among the vampires. In the future, he might even break through to the level of a prince and reach the level of a blood emperor. Chapter 94. Another one scared the pants off. However, at that moment, a gaze suddenly fell upon them. Anthony was startled. The feeling was almost tangible. He could even clearly sense the powerful energy emanating from that gaze. Instinctively, he couldn't help but raise his head and meet that gaze head-on. Those were a pair of pitch-black eyes, radiating an intense fear that made Anthony tremble instantly. He hurriedly tried to break free from their gaze, but found himself like a moth drawn to a flame, unable to escape. Terror awakens. With a low shout from Li Wei, his 5,000 points of blood energy were instantly depleted, and terrifying mental power surged into Anthony's mind like a tidal wave through Li Wei's eyes. The next moment, Anthony felt as if sharp knives were cruelly and mercilessly cutting open his brain, and as if millions of ants were rushing into his body, gnawing at every part of it. This pain, far beyond what any living being could endure, instantly caused Anthony to let out a miserable howl. What kind of attack is that? What kind of attack is that? Pain. Boundless pain. Boundless pain has enveloped me. A piercing scream rang out instantly. No one could imagine the kind of pain he was enduring. However, Li Wei knew very well that this pain was just an added bonus of the terror awakening. The true core of the skill had only just begun. The next moment, Anthony's body suddenly froze, and then his eyes opened, his pupils dilated, and there in front of him was the figure of Li Wei. This is the most terrifying memory from the depths of his heart. Li Wei held half a brick in one hand, a cruel grin on his face, while Anthony himself was like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, his hands and feet tied to that familiar conference table. As Li Wei drew closer, he screamed, howled, roared, and begged for mercy. But Li Wei seemed not to hear, still wearing that chilling smile, as he slowly entered. No, it's about slowly approaching, slowly lifting the brick, and then bringing it down. Bang! Ah! No! Please stop doing this to me. Ah! No! Immediately, Anthony's most pitiful howl rang out again. At this moment, standing in front of him were Karina, the old butler, and Li Wei and the others. Hiss! What's wrong with Lord Anthony? Why did he suddenly scream? Karina, looking completely bewildered, pointed to Anthony lying on the ground, groaning in pain. As if possessed, even though no one touched him, his body felt imprisoned, and even though no one was messing with him, he let out a series of pitiful howls. I don't know, maybe they were scared? Li Wei pretended to be completely unaware, but inwardly he was extremely excited. Unexpectedly, the power of the terror awakening was so great. With just a glance, Anthony was terrified and wet himself. But Li Wei will probably never know that when he was trapped in his nightmare, it was actually himself who appeared. In other words, the most terrifying person for Anthony right now is actually Li Wei. Aowa. Just then, Anthony suddenly let out an extremely loud scream. His trembling body suddenly stiffened, even his toes were pointed straight, and a lot of sweat poured out from his forehead. I peed. Anthony was so scared he peed his pants. Just then, Peter suddenly shouted excitedly, and following the direction of his finger, we saw that Anthony's robe was already soaked. Peter's excitement was definitely not as simple as just a splash of urine. This urine may seem unremarkable, but you should know that it came from Lord Anthony's body. A powerful vampire duke was so frightened that he wet himself. Peter Ma had never encountered such an unbelievable scene since he was born. And now, this scene has unfolded. Peter looked at Li Wei with great respect. If it weren't for Lord Li Wei causing Lord Anthony to lose control, he probably would never have been able to witness such a spectacular scene. Lord Li Wei, you are simply amazing. Phew. This is terrifying, so terrifying. It turns out it was all just my imagination. Just then, Tony, whose body had been stiff, suddenly lowered his pointed toes, and the uncontrollable feeling within him dissipated. He let out a long sigh of relief. In his hallucination, he had endured inhuman torture from Li Wei, which nearly killed him. The next moment, Lord Anthony, disregarding his wet trousers, hurriedly tried to check his surroundings, but to his surprise, a warm current washed over his legs once again. All around him, Karina, Chris, and a group of vampires were staring at him with gleaming eyes. What devastated Anthony the most was that the devilish face was also there. Ah, it's you again? What brings you here again? No. Please, I don't want it anymore, I never want it again. Please let me go, please let me go. A pitiful howl pierced the void in an instant. Anthony was now on the verge of tears, because all the fluid in his body was expelled with his trembling legs. Why am I so unlucky? All I wanted was to use my strength to claim some territory. Why put me through this torture? Did you pee again? What's wrong with him? Those around Lord Anthony frowned deeply at his behavior, especially the old butler Chris, who shook his head inwardly. The vampires these days are so fragile. A powerful 5th-level duke was actually scared out of his wits, and not just once. No wonder the vampires were driven north of the Kilo Mountains by other races. Chris had no idea what terrifying things Anthony had endured. Perhaps for the rest of his life, he would have nightmares about Li Wei with a sinister smile and that all-too-familiar half-brick. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and receiving the reward, 2 Blood Emperor level Essence Blood. The next moment, the system's voice rang in Li Wei's mind. Blood Essence of the Blood Emperor level? A 3rd-generation bloodline. Li Wei nodded. Although his bloodline had reached the 5th generation, he had absorbed too much high-level bloodline essence and blood essence from the 3rd generation, so he was already somewhat immune to it. Chapter 95. I'll help you refine it. After all, Li Wei was someone who had even absorbed the blood ancestor. However, the essence of these 3 generations of bloodline can stabilize Li Wei's current realm and strength, and also. Li Wei's gaze shifted and landed on Karina beside him. Karina is only a 5th-generation bloodline, and she has never improved her bloodline before. It would be perfectly acceptable to give Karina the essence blood of a 3rd-generation bloodline. After all, she's his wife. If he doesn't cherish her, does he expect someone else to? At night, in the basement of Vanter Castle, the familiar and enormous 3-person coffin lay flat on the ground. Bang 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 bang. A series of violent impacts came from inside the coffin. A moment later, the coffin opened a small crack, and a small bat, its body almost turning red with pink fur, flew out in a panic. Even its tiny eyes turned pink. Good heavens, how can those 2 be so shameless, going into this coffin every night? Today was even worse, it's already past midnight, and they're still not asleep. The little bat gave a complaining hum, then suddenly flapped its wings and hung upside down from the wooden beam on the roof, glaring angrily at the coffin that was trembling violently. Finally, just when even the little bat, a nocturnal animal, was getting sleepy, the coffin suddenly shook, then returned to calm, with only a faint breath coming through the cracks. Li Wei, I have something to tell you. I also have something to tell you. A moment later, a whispering sound came from inside the coffin. The darkness was perfectly suited to vampires. Even in this almost completely sealed environment without any light, Li Wei could clearly see Karina's every move. Upon hearing this, Karina paused for a moment, then looked at Li Wei with some confusion. This guy is never serious, so I'll go first. News has come from the Kilo Mountains that the Holy Sea of Light has joined forces with the orcs, elves, dwarves, and several other races to form a large army, intending to invade my blood clan's holy land once again. I am the patriarch of the Vanter family, and I will likely be going to the front lines. You will remain in the castle, take good care of yourself. After Karina finished speaking, she paused, her expression turning somewhat sad. Every vampire holy war results in the deaths of countless vampires. Even her father died in the last vampire holy war, and his body was never recovered. Hey! This woman, she actually cares about me now? Seeing Karina's expression, Li Wei felt a warmth in his heart. It seems that his previous efforts were not in vain, and Karina has accepted him. To reward you for caring so much about me, I've decided to give you a gift. Li Wei suddenly spoke with a serious expression. A gift? What gift? Li Wei's expression piqued Karina's interest, and she even seemed a little impatient. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever given her any gifts. That is, Li Wei dragged out the word, and then suddenly thrust forward. That is, essence blood. Karina was taken aback and said somewhat blankly. Essence blood? Didn't you already give me a lot just now? Li Wei. Wife, it's not that kind of essence blood, it's that kind of essence blood. After Li Wei finished speaking with a look of embarrassment, a single drop of scarlet blood condensed on his palm. As the blood droplets condensed, a powerful aura of blood instantly filled the entire coffin. Even Karina's face was flushed red by this drop of powerful essence blood. This is the blood essence of a 3rd-generation bloodline at the Blood Emperor level. Karina's eyes were filled with surprise. You see, she was only a fifth-generation bloodline at the moment. If she wanted to improve her bloodline, she could only rely on the essence blood of a higher-level bloodline. But now, the vampire clan has long since declined. It's extremely difficult to find a vampire with a fourth-generation bloodline and no powerful backing, let alone the essence blood of a third-generation bloodline. Where did you get it? Karina asked hastily, realizing what had happened. Karina witnessed Li Wei absorbing the blood ancestor's essence, but she didn't know that Li Wei had already extracted the essence blood of that Simish blood ancestor. Even if he did extract it, it was only the essence blood of a second-generation bloodline. You don't need to worry about that. With my abilities, I can extract some essence anywhere. I'll go to the front lines with peace of mind once I've absorbed and refined this drop of blood essence to enhance my strength. Li Wei chuckled and was about to place the drop of semen into Karina's full, alluring lips. Etc. To everyone's surprise, Karina shook her head violently. No, I can't accept this drop of essence blood. Your strength is still too low. You offended Lord Anthony before, and he will definitely take revenge on you after I leave. Karina said worriedly. Even though Li Wei had previously given Lord Anthony a hard time with a brick, Karina knew that it was just some trick Li Wei had used. An earl beat up a duke? Not only did Karina not believe it, but probably no one in the entire vampire clan would believe it either. Since you don't want it, I'll have to find another way to give it to you. Li Wei muttered something, then rolled over. Honey, it's still early, shall we? A moment later, accompanied by a violent tremor in the coffin, Karina's cry of alarm rang out again. Li Wei. How could you give me that drop of essence blood in this way? Wife, you can keep it if you want, I'll help you refine it. The next moment, the heavy coffin lid slammed upwards, and a powerful surge of blood energy erupted out, directly engulfing the entire castle. Karina's aura rose steadily, and with Li Wei's help, she finally upgraded her bloodline to the fourth generation. Not only that, Li Wei also injected all the remaining blood energy in his body into Karina's body, and her realm immediately rose from a second-level duke to a fourth-level duke. In a room on the second floor, Chris, the old butler who had been standing upright in the coffin like a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of light appeared, and his body vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the doorway to the basement. Little Lilith was already incredibly sleepy, sitting on the stone by the door, her head nodding off. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew by, and Lilith shivered. She quickly looked up, only to see that the old butler, Chris, had appeared before her at some unknown time. Butler Chris. Lilith hurriedly got up, glancing guiltily at the tightly closed stone door behind her. Good heavens, even Butler Chris is here. What are Lord Li Wei and Lady Karina doing inside? Chapter 96. The three coffins finally came in handy. The huge commotion just now even startled Lilith. Lilith, let me in. Butler Chris suddenly spoke up, saying that before the Duke left, he entrusted Karina to Chris's care, as Chris couldn't rest easy if he didn't know how Karina was doing. Upon hearing this, Lilith looked somewhat at a loss. Before the two adults went inside, Lord Li Wei had specifically instructed them not to let anyone disturb them. Butler Chris, inside. Lilith hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered that Lord Li Wei had always helped her with her physical examinations, and that outsiders were not allowed to enter during these examinations. Butler Chris, Lord Li Wei is examining Lady Karina's body inside the coffin and no one else is allowed to enter. Lilith said with an air of self-righteousness, though she didn't know why Lord Li Wei was so willing to examine others' bodies. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Chris's lips twitched involuntarily. Cain, the progenitor, why make such a fuss when examining a body? The entire castle could feel it. Alright, if you have the chance, tell Li Wei and Lady Karina to be as gentle as possible when they examine your body. After Chris finished speaking, his face immediately turned red. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he turned around and shook his head, sighing inwardly. Young people these days are so open-minded. In his youth, he was quite the dashing and charming man, causing countless wealthy ladies to swoon. Even so, I've never tried it inside a coffin before. That's insane. Could it be that I've grown old? Have a generation gap developed between me and the vampires who are tens of thousands of years younger than me? It's estimated that Chris's words didn't reach Li Wei's ears. The entire castle spent the rest of the night trembling and shaking intermittently. The next day, inside the pitch-black coffin, Li Wei opened his eyes, rubbed them a few times, and then groped around for a bit. Finally, he found the clothes that Karina had almost torn to shreds, hurriedly put them on, then held the coffin lid with both hands and suddenly exerted force. Wow! In an instant, the long-awaited light shone into Li Wei's eyes. Even though the light wasn't strong, after spending the entire night in complete darkness, the sudden glare was still slightly dazzling. However, just as his eyes adjusted to the light, Li Wei suddenly realized that there was another figure in front of him. Thin and small, her gaze met Li Wei's through the gap in the coffin lid. Lilith? What brings you in all of a sudden? Are you still thinking about that matter? I've already told you, you're only 13 now. I can only examine your body. Doing that kind of thing rashly would affect your development. I'll only use my essence to give you your first embrace when you turn 14. After muttering to himself, Li Wei was about to put down the coffin lid and take a nap, but to his surprise, the thin, small figure showed no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he remained with his hands on his knees, staring at Li Wei. However, from Li Wei's perspective, the figure's face was shrouded in darkness and completely obscured. There's no need to look closely. Just think about it with your toes. Who else could be here besides Lilith, that little girl? Hey, I think you just want me to give you a medical checkup. Li Wei chuckled. This little girl, she's probably gotten used to it. If he doesn't give her a checkup for a few days, she'll come running over on her own. But this time, a broad smile spread across Li Wei's face. The three-person coffin he had bought had finally come in handy. Let's come together. Li Wei let out a low growl, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Lilith by the shoulder, pulling her directly into the coffin. The figure opposite probably didn't expect Li Wei to be so bold. He screamed, and everything went black as he fell into the coffin. Ha! Lilith? Why does your voice sound different? Hearing the scream from the figure, Li Wei was puzzled for a moment, but whatever, once this coffin is in, it's not going to get out. The next moment, Li Wei quickly reached out his hand. This little girl, how come she hasn't had a physical exam in just a few days, and her manhood has grown so much? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter, something seems not right. At this moment, Li Wei's commotion also woke up Karina, who was sleeping soundly in the coffin. Just then, under the light, Karina slightly opened her eyes and saw a familiar face with a flushed face, biting her lip and looking humiliated. This is Princess Daenerys. Karina gasped in surprise, feeling for a moment that her brain cells were running out of steam. What's going on? I just took a nap, and when I opened my eyes, how did Daenerys suddenly appear in the coffin? Upon seeing Karina, Daenerys was also taken aback. What's going on? How could Duke Karina be in a coffin with this wretched boy, what are they doing? Upon hearing the commotion from the two women, Li Wei was also taken aback. What's going on? Didn't I drag Lilith into this? How did it become Danilith? Even though their names are similar, they are not the same person at all. Lord Li Wei, Lady Karina, Her Highness Daenerys arrived at the castle at dawn and said she has something to inform you. Just then, Lilith's weak voice came from outside the coffin. Having kept watch all night, Lilith was also extremely hungry, so she went to the dining room in the morning and ate some food. But to their surprise, when they returned, they found that the basement door had been pushed open. Perhaps the two adults have already woken up? Lilith turned her little head a couple of times, wanting to come in and report the matter to Li Wei and Karina. But to everyone's surprise, upon entering, they found Princess Daenerys, Lord Li Wei, and Lady Karina all inside the enormous coffin. My lord, as expected of a lord. It's incredible that they can examine two people at the same time. Lilith stood there, somewhat bewildered, wondering whether she should join in. Damn it, get your filthy hands off me. Just then, a voice tinged with barely concealed anger came from Daenerys's mouth. The force of those large hands hurt so much that the skin on her face trembled slightly. Hateful. Even if I walked right into their trap, there's no need to use so much force. Surely I can't possibly run away? Sorry, I was wondering why it didn't seem like it. Li Wei said awkwardly, then sheepishly withdrew his hand. Chapter 97 Boss, this time, I want a 4-person coffin. Get that other damn hand off me too. The next moment, a piercing scream rang out again, and the entire coffin shook violently. In a room on the 2nd floor of the castle. When Chris, the old butler, heard Daenerys' scream, he shook his head and sighed again. That brat, bringing Duke Karina in was one thing, but he even brought Princess Daenerys in. That's insane. Young people these days. A dimly lit conference room. Duke Karina, I have come to deliver a message to you on behalf of my father. Daenerys looked solemn, despite the 2 huge claw marks still on her clothes. Detectives have discovered that an allied alien force, numbering over 1,000,000, is gathering south of the Kilo Mountains. The vampire race is in dire straits, and a holy war is about to break out once again. Upon hearing this, Karina nodded slightly. In fact, from the very first moment she saw Daenerys, no, the very second moment, Karina had already guessed the purpose of Daenerys' visit to Vanter Castle. I will gather all the soldiers of the Vanter family, including my personal guards, to accompany the army to the Gyro Mountains, Karina said, raising her head slightly. As one of the 13 clans of the vampire race, and the true rulers of the vampire race, each clan has the obligation to protect the entire vampire race, and also has enough pride and honor to fight for the vampire race. It's important to know that the nobles in these 13 clans make up a full third of the entire vampire race. The number of dukes exceeds 100. Karina alone has no less than 1,000 personal guards and more than 5,000 vampire warriors in her clan. In addition, the combined forces that the other marquises, earls, and 13 clans could muster were definitely more than 1,000,000. Duke Karina, on behalf of my father, I extend my sincerest respect to you and the Vanter family. After Daenerys finished speaking, her eyes flickered slightly. The important business was over, and now it was time for her personal matters. If I remember correctly, when she participated in the Vampire Grand Ceremony, Karina was only a 2nd-tier duke, but in less than a month, she had risen to the 5th-tier duke. Even if he absorbed the essence of the blood ancestor, he wouldn't have improved so quickly, right? Of course, as for the matter of bloodline, Daenerys didn't want to ask, since everyone has their own secrets, and asking too much would only cause resentment. Duke Karina, fighting for the vampires is also what I aspire to. However, I only possess the strength of a 9th-rank marquis, and my father forbids me from joining the war. Therefore, I wonder if Duke Karina could help me. As Daenerys spoke, a sincere look flashed in her eyes. She didn't want to pry into the secret of Karina's rapid advancement in cultivation, nor did she ever think that Karina had obtained any special opportunity. She simply wanted to join the battlefield and contribute to the glory of the vampire clan. But. A troubled look flashed in Karina's eyes, and she subconsciously glanced at Li Wei sitting to the side. To be honest, Karina is still a bit confused about the advancement in her cultivation level. All she remembered was that after Li Wei used a drop of Blood Emperor's essence to enhance his bloodline, he immediately injected a large amount of blood energy into his body. According to the original concept of vampire cultivation, blood energy needs to be accumulated by oneself. However, for some reason, all the blood energy injected by Li Wei was absorbed by Karina, not a single drop was left. Little did she know that Li Wei's blood essence had already been transformed by the blood refining manual and could be directly absorbed. Furthermore, if Li Wei were willing, he could also help other vampires, although the method of injection and the amount of blood energy required would need to be figured out. However, Daenerys immediately noticed Karina's subconscious movement. Could it be that Karina's sudden improvement in cultivation level is related to this despicable brat? In an instant, both women's eyes were focused on Li Wei, and Li Wei had an "I understand" expression on his face. It's just about raising your cultivation level and injecting blood energy, right? I'm an expert at that. Yesala, a city with a street lined with coffins. The place was as bustling as ever, and the vampires walking down the street didn't even seem to feel the urgency of an impending holy war. After all, vampires are a race, and there are bound to be quite a few who lack ambition. It was the same familiar coffin shop. The vampire with a mole on his lip bowed and scraped, looking at Li Wei with a fawning expression. "My lord, is there anything else you require this time?" the vampire with the mole-like hair asked. This customer is a big spender. In less than 3 months, he ordered 2 coffins, spending nearly 200 gold coins. Of course, we're buying coffins. Li Wei snorted. Are you kidding me? You come to a coffin shop and don't buy a coffin? Could it be that you've already worn out that 3-person coffin from last time, sir? The vampire with the mole asked, looking puzzled. That's impossible. That coffin was specially made of Een wood, enough to keep 3 vampires working together for over a decade. No. Li Wei slowly shook his head, then held up 4 fingers. Boss, this time, I want to order a 4-person coffin. A coffin for 4 people? Upon hearing this, the hairy vampire nearly collapsed to the ground. This person is incredibly powerful. There aren't enough coffins for 3 people, and they actually need a coffin for 4? Is his body able to handle it? I don't know, sir, what's this time? The mole-haired vampire wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered, What do you mean? Oh, it's nothing, Li Wei said, waving his hand dismissively. It's Princess Daenerys, the daughter of Prince Fedra, who also wants to cultivate with me. Hairy vampire with a mole. Powerful. It's beyond powerful, it's absolutely explosive. Not only did they have a duke, but they also hired a maid, and now a princess has arrived. By the progenitor Cain, the mole-haired vampire swears that he has never seen such a powerful vampire before. My lord, the coffin for 4 people needs to be custom made. I will gather all the master coffin makers and they will make you the most luxurious looking and most comfortable coffin to use. The mole-haired vampire patted his chest and said that at this moment, he felt nothing but endless respect and envy for Li Wei. In fact, Li Wei never had the chance to use the 4-person coffin. After the coffin was made, Karina led the Vanter family's army to the front lines. The old butler Chris did not leave with Karina, but he also disappeared from Vanter Castle shortly after Karina went to the front lines. Chapter 98 The 9560th Holy War of the Vampire Clan begins. Nighttime, in the castle's basement, a brand new coffin for 4 lay flat. Inside the coffin. Li Wei, why did you bring me here? I'm puzzled, Danielis asked. More than half a month had passed since Karina went to the front lines, but Danielis hadn't left because she was still thinking about ways to improve her strength. Finally, the auxiliary item that Li Wei mentioned arrived today, but who knew it would turn out to be a coffin? Oh, I see. You want to help me increase my strength inside this coffin? Danielis suddenly realized, looking at Li Wei's eyes, which were still blinking even in complete darkness. Congratulations, you got it right. Li Wei chuckled. Now, let's begin. Who goes first, you or me? What are you doing? Danielis asked, looking completely puzzled. Of course I'll help you improve your strength. But never mind, I'll go first. As Li Wei's voice faded, a rustling sound came from inside the coffin. A moment later. Ah! What are you doing? You shameless bastard. Put your filthy thing back right now. Damn it, where are your clothes? How dare you insult me? Bang! Bang! The next moment, 2 muffled thuds were heard, and then Li Wei's muttering voice came from inside the coffin. You asked me to help you improve your strength, and if you didn't want to, fine, but why did you hit me? That's unsportsmanlike and lacks martial ethics. After he finished speaking, the coffin lid was lifted, and Li Wei, with dark circles under his eyes, popped out. The little bat hung upside down from the roof beam, its pair of dark eyes staring at Li Wei with a puzzled look. It was as if he was wondering why he had suddenly become like this. Night. On the southern slopes of the Kilo Mountains, the seemingly endless plains are illuminated by countless campfires, and huge tents stretch endlessly from the southern foothills of the mountains, almost to the very end. After nearly 2 months of preparation, the armies of the Holy See and the Orcs are finally fully ready. In addition to the Orcs, the Church of Light also invited 10 other races. The Forest Elves, the Dwarves wielding hammers and greatswords, the Behemoths who are over 10 meters tall and resemble small mountains, the 8 Orc tribes, and the Knights of the Holy See of Light all gathered together. Boom! 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 The ground trembled, and a colossal mammoth, over 20 meters tall, slowly approached. Standing atop its broad head were the Pope of Light, the Elf Queen, and Sindin, the chieftain of the Lion Men. He was a powerful figure, wearing a suit of golden armor and wielding a giant axe. A strong aura swept across the entire allied camp. Xin Ding swept his gaze around menacingly. As the commander of the northern expedition against the vampires, he naturally had the right to command all races. Suddenly, he raised the giant axe in his hand, and his voice rang out like thunder. Exterminate the vampires. Purify the world. The next moment, the armies of all races were ignited with intense fighting spirit. Exterminate the vampires. Purify the world. Exterminate the vampires. Purify the world. Exterminate the vampires. Purify the world. Rumble. With overwhelming fighting spirit, a 1,000,000-strong army, after more than 4,000 years of stagnation, once again set foot on the Kilo Mountains. At this moment, on the northern side of the Kilo Mountains, large groups of vampires also gathered in the boundless wilderness. This is an allied force of 13 vampire clans, who have guarded the vampire Holy Land for generations. Inside a luxurious and enormous tent, 13 imposing vampires sat around a round conference table, their occasional emanations of bloodlust casting a sinister and terrifying aura over the entire tent. Prince Fedra was also among them, and as the only prince among the vampires, Fedra possessed the absolute power to command the other 12 clans. They are the de facto rulers of the vampires, and they must also step forward when the vampires face a crisis. Discussions about this holy war have been going on for a full day. After all, the vampires haven't experienced war for nearly 4,000 years, and it's even uncertain whether they can withstand the combined forces of the 10 races. The orcs, the Holy Sea of Light, and the elves are the main fighting forces against our race. If we can find their leader and behead him, we will be the victors in this great war. It was the chieftain of the Torito clan, one of the 13 clans, who spoke in a sinister tone. This is a 9th-rank duke who has cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. It can be said that he is almost at the end of his lifespan. However, his long lifespan has given him great strength. In terms of the current combat power of the vampire clan, he ranks among the top 5. How easy is it? In this holy war, the Holy Sea and the orcs will definitely deploy their elite forces, and their leaders will certainly be protected by those reclusive individuals. Another clan leader spoke up. The term recluse refers to powerful individuals who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. During the last Blood Clan Holy War, these recluses inflicted heavy losses on the Blood Clan. Those reclusive figures will not reveal themselves until the very last moment. Similarly, our 5 ancestral Blood Emperors will only make their move at the most crucial moment of the Holy War. Prince Federa said in a solemn tone. The ancestral Blood Emperors were all-powerful figures who had cultivated for over 100,000 years. In reality, based on their cultivation levels, their lifespan was only 70,000 to 80,000 years. However, to protect the descendants of the Blood Clan, these ancestors, the Blood Emperors, who traversed 3 generations of bloodlines, forcibly sealed themselves away, only stepping forward when the vampire clan faced its greatest peril. If it weren't for these 5 ancestral Blood Emperors, the entire vampire race would probably have been wiped out long ago during the last Holy War. Karina looked at the clan leaders who were discussing, but did not speak. Her strength was the lowest among the 13 clans, and she only attended this meeting because of the Vanter family. Behind this enormous tent were 5 massive, ancient stone coffins, their surfaces riddled with cracks and gaps, as if they had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, exuding an aura of ancient desolation, and appearing as if they might crumble at any moment. However, at that moment, the 5 stone coffins suddenly shook, and then a huge amount of blood energy suddenly gushed out from the stone coffins. It's the blood essence of the 5 ancestral Blood Emperors. Our ancestors are reminding us. Immediately, the 13 clan members inside the tent reacted, but in the next moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and even some small stones were thrown into the air. In the distance from the camp, from the endless Kilo Mountains, came the sounds of boom, boom, boom. This is the resonance caused by a 1,000,000-strong coalition army trampling the earth. Prince Federa stood imposingly, his gaze sinister and terrifying. Everyone, the 9,560th Holy War of the Vampires has begun. Chapter 99 for the tribe. A battle involving millions of people is definitely not just about charging and fighting. In this world, there are no advanced communication devices, nor are there any powerful weapons that can decide the fate of the world in a second. There are no miraculous tactics or all-powerful strategies. Millions of people are scattered throughout the central part of the Kilo Mountains. It can be said that the entire area, spanning hundreds of kilometers, is a battlefield. Throughout recorded history, every holy war of the vampires has lasted at least 6 months to end, and the longest one lasted for decades. This is a huge and long meat grinder once it starts, who knows when it will end. However, what truly causes the greatest casualties is always the first clash between the 2 sides. This is a head-on collision, completely devoid of any technical skills or techniques, relying entirely on overwhelming strength to fight. After this collision, the 2 sides will be scattered by the enormous impact, drifting across the vast Kilo Mountains, beginning a long tug of war. Kill them. For the vampires. For the Holy Land. More than 1,000,000 vampires let out heart-wrenching roars, and as they charged, wisps of blood energy condensed in the air, eventually even dyeing the entire sky above the Kilo Mountains red. The stench of blood was instantly carried away by the mountain wind in all directions. After a brief charge, they finally saw an endless, dark mass of shadows on the mountains in front of them. That was an allied force of humans, orcs, elves, and 7 other races. In terms of numbers, they are definitely more numerous than the vampire army, but in terms of momentum, the vampire army is much more powerful. This time, it's about protecting their homeland for the vampires. If they lose, then the billions of vampires behind them will face a complete genocide. Kill. Kill all these damned vampires. The roaring sound resounded through the heavens and earth, shattering the clouds. Upon discovering the vampire army, the 10 clan allied forces immediately launched an attack. On this kind of battlefield, there was no need for tactics, nor was there time to set up formations, they just had to fight. Like a tsunami rising from both sides of the ocean, the huge waves surged into the sky, and the bloody aura accompanied by roars shattered the heavens. Just a few minutes later, the two armies finally clashed fiercely on the plains of the mountains. In an instant, the world changed color, and the mountains and rivers were moved. The vast battlefield was like a ruthless machine that reaped lives. In just one collision, at least tens of thousands of soldiers died, countless bodies fell, countless heads flew off, and blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains, as if telling the story of the cruelty and severity of war. The Pope of Light, the Elf Queen, and the Lion Man chieftain stood atop the mammoth, their gazes calmly fixed on the distant battle. Although they lacked specific tactics, as commanders of a major battle, they still knew their proper place. Vampires, truly darlings of this darkness. The Pope of Light couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Even after being fought against by other races on the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and losing at least half of his population, the fighting power unleashed by the vampires was still incredibly formidable. It's important to know that vampires are not good at using magic, but their bodies are natural warriors. Sharp nails, pointed fangs, and vampire wings that can amplify strength by more than 50%, they are born for battle. Time flew by, and a fierce battle raged from night until dawn. The intensity of the battle far exceeded expectations, with the total number of deaths on both sides exceeding 500,000. However, at the very moment dawn broke, a ray of golden sunlight suddenly poured down from the distant sky. The vampires, who had become increasingly powerful in battle, suddenly became listless. The Jiran Mountains are at the edge of the mist protecting the vampire Holy Land. Here, sunlight can penetrate the thin mist and shine on the earth. Vampires, as ghosts of the night, fear sunlight the most. Buzzing. The next moment, blinding light pierced through the mist, shining down on the battlefield below in star-like patterns. The vampires who were fighting immediately emitted thick smoke from their bodies after being illuminated. Ah! My body! My blood is burning! Damn sunlight, I hate sunlight! Sizzle, sizzle! Instantly, accompanied by a series of horrific screams and the sound of burning skin oils, at least tens of thousands of vampires turned to ashes in the sunlight. The sudden casualties immediately alarmed the other vampires, who even forgot about the battle and rushed to find dark areas to hide. This is why the Holy War lasted so long. If a significant advantage couldn't be gained at night, the vampires would be forced to scatter to every corner of the Girondin Mountains by the next day's sunlight. The brutal tug of war and skirmishes have only just begun. The battles of vampires are like a withered man, always lasting only a moment. Chieftain Sindin of the Lionmen snorted disdainfully, then suddenly raised his giant axe, the thunderous sound echoing throughout the battlefield. All orcs, launch a full-scale attack. Roar, 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 roar. For the tribe. For the tribe. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of orcs roared and immediately began to charge. The entire continent knows that vampires fear sunlight, which means that their opportunity will arrive at the moment of dawn. Retreat. Main force retreat, all detachments enter the Kilo Mountains to halt the enemy's advance. Prince Federa's order was immediately relayed throughout the vampire army. According to the plan, a portion of the vampires would lie in wait in the Kilo Mountains. The Kilo Mountains are towering and majestic, and with the lingering protective mist in the sky, even sunlight cannot penetrate more than 50% of the area. Your Highness, shall we awaken the 5 ancestral Blood Emperors? A clan chief asked. If the 5 ancestral Blood Emperors were to awaken, it would bring about a dramatic change in the course of the war. No, it is not yet time to awaken the ancestors. Prince Federa shook his head decisively, gazing at the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood on the battlefield. The war has only just begun. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, and half a month passed in a flash. Nighttime, the headquarters of the 10 tribes' allied forces. The resilience of vampires is far greater than we imagined. The Pope of Light murmured, a helpless expression on his face. Chapter 100 Main Storyline Compression Mission. Originally, according to the plan, the million-strong army of the vampires should have been completely wiped out in the past half-month. However, the vampires relied on the terrain of the Kilo Mountains to advance step by step, dragging the 10-clan alliance into a quagmire. The losses are not significant, but as before, the war has become a long and protracted conflict, which will gradually undermine the determination of the 10-clan alliance to eliminate the vampires. If you ask me, we should just break through the Kilo Mountains and wipe out the entire Dem's territory first. The Lion King Shindaeng said with a fiery expression. Madness. Pope Charles snorted coldly. The territory of Demst is one of the 13 territories of the vampire clan, and it is already shrouded in the protective mist. The vampires there can fight around the clock. If we don't first wipe out a large number of vampires in the Kilo Mountains, where they have an advantage, rushing in will cause huge losses. After all, this is a war of annihilation. But now, they haven't even completely defeated a million-strong vampire army. What method should we use to annihilate the remaining vampire army? Queen Illyria of the Elves frowned slightly. As followers of the goddess of the moon, the elves were even more beautiful than the vampires. Her slender figure, delicate features, and pointed ears exude exotic charm. Even Pope Charles, an old man, couldn't help but feel his blood boil and tremble at the sight of her. Ahem, after half a month of attrition, the vampires only have about 500,000 troops left. Almost half of them are still scattered in the Kilo Mountains fighting guerrilla warfare. If we have the opportunity to wipe out more than 100,000 of their troops in one fell swoop, then the rest will no longer be a threat. Pope Charles stopped trembling. Easier said than done. Are you going to lure out the vampires? Lion Man Chieftain Sindin roared in displeasure. That old scoundrel is wicked, he's always all talk and no action. It was only during this great war that the Holy See sent a 100,000 strong Knights of the Cross. Report. Just then, the voices of soldiers outside suddenly rang out. Your Holiness, a mysterious figure has suddenly appeared outside the camp. He claims he can help us eliminate 100,000 vampires. In an instant, the entire tent fell silent. The vampire stronghold. According to intelligence, the 10 Clans Alliance will send a force of 100,000 men to outflank the main army from the north of the mountains. I intend to send an equal number of troops to intercept them. Who is willing to lead this force? After Prince Fedra finished speaking, his gaze swept over the group of vampires in the conference room. The war has now reached a stalemate, and Prince Fedra is redeploying more troops from the rear. 100,000 is now the maximum number of troops the army can muster. Your Highness, I am willing to lead the army to fight for the vampires. Just then, a sudden voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Augustine, dressed in a magnificent robe, stepping forward. As a descendant of the Lessenbra family, one of the 13 clans, Augustine was fully qualified and capable of leading an army of 100,000. However, I need a deputy to help me lead the army. I wonder which sir would be willing to join me. As Augustine spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the room, finally settling on Karina, who stood silently to the side. Following his gaze, everyone turned their eyes to Karina. Of the 13 clans, Karina brought the fewest troops and did not participate in any battles after the war began. I am willing to go with Duke Augustine. Karina had no choice but to stand up. After all, as one of the 13 clans, it wouldn't be right for her to always avoid fighting. Moreover, Karina had previously expressed her desire to fight. 4,000 years ago, during the Vampire Holy War, her father died in this vast, desolate mountain range, and his remains were never found. This time, if given the chance, Karina wants to find her father's remains and bring them back to be buried on Mount Vendora's sacred mountain. The situation at the front is critical. My father has issued an order that all nobles must gather their clan soldiers and personal guards as quickly as possible and proceed to the territory of Demst in batches. At Vanter Castle, Daenerys, holding the newly arrived frontline battle report, immediately showed a worried expression. In less than a month, the situation at the front had deteriorated to such an extent. Although she had never participated in any holy war, according to past data, the early stages of a holy war did not cause significant losses. However, this time, in just 1 month, the million-strong army had been almost completely wiped out. What exactly happened? Daenerys continued reading, but her gaze suddenly narrowed, and she even glanced inexplicably at Li Wei beside her. Why are you looking at me? Li Wei raised an eyebrow. This woman had been at Vantru Castle for over a month, saying she wanted him to help her improve her strength. But every time it came to the crucial moment, she would suddenly refuse, which made Li Wei feel a bit overwhelmed. She's going to easily become impotent from all that tossing and turning. Li Wei, I think you need to take a look at this matter. Duke Karina led an army of 100,000 to block the enemy, but she was surrounded and is now missing. It is very likely that she has been captured. Denise gritted her teeth and decided to tell Li Wei what was in the letter. What? Upon hearing this, Li Wei was stunned for a moment, then snatched the letter. Sure enough, it clearly stated on it that Karina had disappeared. Foolish woman, didn't I tell her to be cautious on the battlefield? Li Wei's two fangs immediately popped out in anger. Karina, that stupid woman, does she have no brain cells at all? In a battlefield with millions of people, is it really worth being a fool to rush to the front lines? Byte. Main quest compression is generating. 3, 2. Beep. The mission has been generated. Please head to the Kilo Mountains as soon as possible, find Karina, and fight against the Holy See, the orcs, the elves, and others. This is a main mission condensation quest. Every action you take after arriving in the Kilo Mountains will automatically count as a mission completion. There is no limit to the number of missions, please proceed as soon as possible. They even gave me a compressed main storyline quest. Li Wei muttered something, but after hearing the system's notification, he felt a little more at ease. This also indirectly proves that Karina is not in danger, at least not in mortal danger. And most importantly, there is no limit to the number of tasks this time, and the rewards will also be unlimited. In this way, we can find Karina and complete the mission at the same time. No, I need to head to the Kilo Mountains right now. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, 2 enormous vampire wings instantly unfurled. Chapter 101 Big Brother, you're not ugly, you're just not obviously handsome. Etc. What are you trying to do? Danny Lice hurriedly called out to Li Wei. I'm going to the front lines. My wife is missing. I need to find her. Li Wei turned his head to the side and said with a solemn expression, an unprecedented serious aura suddenly bursting out from Li Wei. In an instant, Daenerys was completely bewildered. Damn, when did this guy become so serious? That was the front line of the Holy War, a huge death machine. Even with her strength as a 9th rank marquis, she would likely face the risk of death at any moment if she went to the front lines. Li Wei is only a 5th rank marquis, yet he has such audacity? In an instant, Daenerys suddenly thought of Karina. That woman, whether in appearance or status, was not as good as her. But why would Li Wei be willing to go to such a dangerous place for her? It should be known that vampires are the most heartless, and they can't even think of any other reason for being together besides having offspring. Danny Lice probably could never have imagined that, for Li Wei, Karina had already become the most important person in the world. If you go like this, I'm afraid it will take you less than half a month to fly to the Kilo Mountains. Daenerys calmed down, then took out a token engraved with a bat from her bosom, took a deep breath, and said, I am a vampire princess, and I can commandeer the small teleportation array in Yesala City. However, I have one condition, you and I must go together. Good. Seeing the longing look on Daenerys's face, Li Wei nodded gently and agreed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Kilo Mountains, hundreds of defeated vampire soldiers huddled in a hidden cave. Duke Karina is conscious. She's about to wake up. Just then, an excited voice suddenly rang out, and several female vampires rushed into the innermost part of the cave. Thank God, thank God. Duke Karina has finally woken up, otherwise Lord Li Wei would have killed me when he got back. Peter Ma knelt on the ground, his face full of excitement, and kept praying. He was actually already considered Li Wei's subordinate, but before he was a member of the Vanjua family. This time, all the clan soldiers were mobilized, and he went to the front line with them. Deep inside the cave, Karina, her face deathly pale, slowly opened her eyes. There was a fist-sized burn wound on her abdomen, left by a light magic attack. Duke Karina, you've finally woken up. The female vampires said urgently. They were all soldiers of the Ventura family, who had followed the Ventura family for generations. If Karina died here, they would probably never be able to return to the Hogmun territory. How long was I unconscious? Karina opened her pale lips and said weakly. Her mind was still replaying the sudden battle that had broken out earlier. Leading an army of 100,000 vampires, he thought it would be a simple battle, but he never expected that the allied forces of the 10 races had already laid an ambush. 5 bishops of the Holy See, along with 5 Orcish beast generals, led an army of 200,000 to completely surround Karina and her 100,000 vampires. In this battle, only 100,000 vampires were routed. Karina seized the opportunity and led 100 personal guards to break out of the encirclement. But at the last moment, that despicable bastard. He actually betrayed the blood ancestor and colluded with the enemy. Karina gritted her teeth, recalling what had happened earlier. Augustine, who had been fleeing with her, suddenly attacked her. If she hadn't already reached the strength of a 5th-tier duke, she probably would have been captured by those people from the Holy See. My lord, while you were unconscious, I sent men back to headquarters to investigate the situation. A hint of sadness flashed across the female vampire's face before she continued. Taking advantage of the opportunity to annihilate our main force, the 10 tribe allied forces swiftly attacked our main camp. Now, His Highness the Prince has led the other officials to retreat 500 kilometers away. We are now completely trapped in enemy territory. Karina was taken aback by what she heard, but then a determined look flashed in her eyes. The Kiro Mountains are vast, with a cross-section spanning nearly several thousand kilometers. His Highness will lead his army back to fight. We'll wait here. A chaotic battle is breaking out in the vampire clan's original stronghold. Ha ha! Kill them! These vile bats who only dare to live in the shadows will all die under the iron hooves of our orc tribe today. A wild laugh rang out as the lion chieftain Sindin rode a towering mammoth, wielding a massive axe blade that cleaved vampires in two with each strike. This is the brutal fighting style of the orcs. They seem unable to control their own emotions unless they completely disintegrate their enemies. Since the 10 clan allied forces stormed the vampire stronghold a few days ago, the scattered vampire troops have been dispersed throughout the surrounding mountains, occasionally launching surprise attacks. However, facing an even larger number of orcs, they were simply throwing their lives away. Ha ha! Kill all those damned vampires! Tonight, I'm going to eat grilled bat wings. With a roar, Sindin cleaved the charging vampire count in two with an axe. But just then, he suddenly saw a faint light flickering in a corner of the base camp. Xin asked in confusion, his golden mane fluttering in the mountain breeze as he maneuvered the mammoth to this corner. It looks like a formation, but I don't know what kind of formation it is. Xin muttered something, jumped off the golem, and then approached it with a look of great interest. If the vampires aren't very good at formations, then the orcs are completely clueless about them. Their well-developed limbs limited their intelligence. Seeing the formation radiating light, Xin even leaned his head closer, almost sticking out his tongue to lick it. However, at that moment, the formation suddenly erupted with a large amount of light. Immediately afterward, the light dissipated, and two figures appeared out of thin air. The next moment, their eyes met. What the hell? It's so damn ugly. Upon seeing the figure before him, Li Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream. He saw a humanoid creature with a lion's head staring at him with a completely bewildered expression. Li Wei dared to swear that he had never seen such an ugly toy before. Those are orcs, brother. Daenerys said helplessly, but the next moment, she suddenly realized. Shouldn't the other side of the teleportation array be the vampire's frontline base? How could orcs suddenly appear? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare you say I, the chieftain, am ugly? No one has ever dared to say I, the chieftain, am ugly. The next moment, Sinding roared angrily, and even his strong body trembled. That powerful aura instantly emanated from his body. You should know that a Beast King level expert is equivalent to a prince of the vampire clan. His outburst was so outrageous that even Li Wei was starting to lose his composure. Big brother, you're not ugly, you're just not obviously handsome. After Li Wei finished speaking, he felt a churning in his stomach and couldn't help but vomit. Is that what you call handsome? Look at those two huge nostrils of his, you could practically stuff a fist in them. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This kid said I'm handsome. Lion King Sindin roared triumphantly to those around him. The next moment. Ugh. Chief, you're so handsome. Ugh. He's so damn handsome. Ugh. Suddenly, a series of vomiting sounds rang out, and even the fierce battle was forced to a halt. As everyone knows, orcs are the ugliest creatures on the entire continent, yet this lion man shamelessly claims to be handsome. Chapter 102 The Tears of the Lion King Sindin. That's absolutely shameless. With a series of loud vomiting sounds, Xin finally realized that the vampire boy in front of him was just playing him. You wretched brat, how dare you toy with a powerful orc? Xin roared, and then, with his two arms, which were almost as thick as Li Wei's waist, he suddenly raised his giant axe, his muscles bulging, and was about to chop down at Li Wei. Damn it! I don't care if you're an orc or a human. You orc, not only are you ugly, but you also scared me half to death. Li Wei cursed under his breath. Although the ugly orc had a powerful aura and a burly build, he was right in front of Li Wei, who was only up to Li Wei's waist. Chance! This is a golden opportunity. A savage glint flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Then, he suddenly stretched out his wicked hand and grabbed hard in front of him. Guji! Mum! Suddenly, the sound of an egg being crushed was heard, accompanied by a muffled groan from the Lion King Sindin. The next moment, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Good heavens, what did they hear? A muscular, burly man produced such a seductive sound. And looking at Xin Ding's face, it turned red in an instant. His shoulders trembled and his legs stood in a pigeon-toed position. Looking further down, the vampire boy's hand actually grabbed the Lion King Xin Ding's private parts. And it even spun around in an instant. Don't move. It's going to break. It's going to break. Immediately, Xin Ding's miserable howl rang out. He opened his blood-red maw, and even the huge axe that was always by his side fell to the ground. His two big hands grabbed the hair on his head, and his face was twisted in pain, with an expression that was extremely ferocious. It was as if that kind of pain, mixed with a strange ache, made him want to struggle, but he couldn't break free. Control. That's what absolute control looks like. Li Wei snorted coldly and suddenly swung his arm to the left. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Xin Ding's burly body immediately followed Li Wei's arm, moving to the left while letting out a heart-wrenching wail. That's terrifying. That vampire kid is really ruthless when he gets going. They're hunting down that place so relentlessly, aren't they deliberately trying to wipe out King Xindaing's lineage? Ha ha ha. Good job. Give it another push and crush it. Yes. That's how you do it, you bastards. When the other vampires on the battlefield saw the scene, it was as if they had witnessed a victory in the war, and all the resentment in their hearts suddenly erupted. The Lion King Xindin has killed countless vampires, each one of whom was brutally cleaved in two. And now, this arrogant and overbearing orc is also begging for mercy, which is truly gratifying. Furthermore, Li Wei's move completely surprised all the vampires. They never imagined that war could be fought in such a way. It would be a fatal blow, or at least take half of Lion King Xindaing's life. It's important to understand that the reason male warriors among the orcs are stronger is because their muscles provide them with immense energy. Now, Li Wei holds Xin Ding's masculine essence in his hands. Even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to withstand Li Wei's sudden grab. Kid. Let go. Let go. You dare attack that spot of mine, damn it, ugh. The Lion King Xindin's voice changed from thunderous to that of a shy, timid young woman. At this moment, he stood with his legs clamped together, his face flushed, and following the direction of Li Wei's arm movements, he rapidly tapped the ground with his two large toes, as if he were dancing ballet, as if afraid of stepping on an ant. Not daring to allow even the slightest friction to that vulnerable area, it's hard to imagine how a muscular, 3-meter-tall man could move in such a squirm manner. Because he simply couldn't take it anymore. Two large, bell-shaped eyes, brimming with tears, gazed at Li Wei, hoping he would loosen his grip on that wicked hand. Li Wei, how about let us just forget about it? This is really... Even Daenerys couldn't stand it anymore. Earlier, inside the coffin, when Li Wei wanted to inject her with blood energy, Daenerys, in her panic, accidentally kicked him, causing Li Wei to writhe in pain all over the coffin. But now, Li Wei is grabbing it with his hands. And it's important to know that a vampire's hand isn't a hand in the true sense of the word. After the transformation, the nails that grew out were more than 10 centimeters long. Extremely sharp as a knife. Being grabbed by such a claw, I'm afraid no one could withstand it. Of course, Daenerys wasn't speaking up for the orcs. In her mind, these orcs should just be killed. There was no need for such inhumane torture. Alright, then, let him go. Li Wei grinned maliciously, twisted the handle forcefully, and then pulled it apart. Suddenly, King Xindaing the lion knelt on the ground, his face filled with utter despair. He instinctively clutched his wounds, tears streaming down his face, and let out a silent wail. At that moment, everyone present froze. It felt like I was riding on an ice pop, with a cool breeze whistling from between my legs. They even secretly vowed that, regardless of whether he was a vampire or not, they would definitely avoid this kid in the future. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of such a fighting style? Li Wei, however, simply took out a white handkerchief and wiped the foul-smelling blood from his claws with a calm expression. Surprisingly, this burly orc was completely disproportionate in size. He is indeed physically strong, but that's all he is. His fifth limb is worse than a caterpillar's. Damn it, you wretched brat. I, Lion King Xinding, swear, I will throw you into my pot and stew you until you're eaten. Seize him. Seize this brat who has caused me endless pain. Xinding trembled all over, and when he roared, even the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the surrounding orc warriors finally reacted and roared as they charged toward Li Wei. This wretched brat not only appeared out of nowhere, but also scratched their mighty king. We must avenge them. We must avenge the chief's shattered eggs. Li Wei threw away the blood-stained handkerchief and then grabbed Dannylise beside him. WH. What are you doing? Dannylise hadn't yet recovered from the cruel scene just now, and stammered as she looked at Li Wei. What are we doing? Running, of course. If they catch me, I'll be retaliated against in the same way. Chapter 103: A sneak attack by a vampire kid? Did he use a brick? Li Wei let out a strange cry. Just kidding, you shouldn't hit someone in the face, and you shouldn't kick them in the balls. If I were to use my claw, I would definitely become this lion man's mortal enemy. If they get caught, it's obvious what will happen to them. The next moment, a large amount of blood mist suddenly appeared from Li Wei's body, obscuring everything within 1,000 meters around him. Then, he grabbed Dannylise and ran wildly in one direction. Furthermore, due to this sudden situation, all the vampire warriors who were in danger also came to their senses. Although the surrounding blood mist obscured their vision, the vampires were naturally very perceptive. One by one, they spread their wings and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing completely into the mountains. As for the orcs summoned by Lion King Sin Din, they only remembered a general direction from Li Wei. Even with their view blocked, they rushed over based on their memory and then proceeded to beat him up. Damn it! That damned vampire dared to crush our chief's testicles. Kill him. I've got him. Grab his legs, let's smash this damn vampire to pieces too. Left or right? I grabbed the leg, why is it so thick? Who cares, let's just break one first. Click. Immediately, a crisp sound rang out as the orc warriors unleashed their deadly attacks. A whoa! The next moment, a pitiful howl echoed through the blood mist. Hiss, wait a minute, that scream of pain, it sounds so much like our chief. Could there be a mistake? By the beast god, heavens above, we actually shattered the chieftain's last remaining. The orc warriors exchanged bewildered glances, hesitated for a moment, then immediately fled in other directions, muttering to themselves, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Damn it, you broke my other one. As the Lion King Sin Din howled in pain, Li Wei, who had already escaped the range of the blood mist, suddenly froze, scratched his head in confusion, and muttered to himself. That shouldn't be the case. I didn't go all out just now. I at least left him one. How did they all shatter? Forget it, ignore him. Li Wei shook his head. They were now in the Kilo Mountains. All he could see were towering mountains and layers of clouds. He should think of a way to find Karina first. By now, the vampire reinforcements from the rear should already be on their way, Li Wei. Should we wait until my father and the others return before? Dannylise said with some concern. After all, according to intelligence, they were now within the territory of the 10 Clans Alliance, and could encounter even greater danger at any time. She's not your wife, of course you're not in a hurry. Li Wei snorted and walked forward on his own. Hey! Wait for me. We need to at least make a plan, otherwise how are we supposed to find it in these vast mountains? Daenerys chased after her helplessly. No need, Karina and I have a telepathic connection, I know where she is. Without turning his head, Li Wei said that there was actually no telepathy, but he firmly believed that he and Karina had a deep connection. Even if you wander around randomly, you're sure to find it. Little did Li Wei know that his random choice of direction would lead him straight into the headquarters of the 10 Clans Alliance, and even later. The army of millions was defeated, but for the vampires' massive numbers, it was merely a scratch. After all, the Holy War involved the entire vampire race. 2 million strong, after several days of mobilization, immediately advanced into the central Rocky Mountains, reclaiming lost territory. Meanwhile, the 10 Clans Alliance also rallied a large number of troops again, and the two sides engaged in a sporadic battle centered around the Luwasi Mountains. The forces on both sides were scattered throughout the mountains. They would fight when they found enemies, and run away when they couldn't win. It could be said that the entire mountain range was filled with the presence of vampires and other races. A few days later, at the headquarters of the 10 tribe allied forces. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently as the mammoth, over 20 meters tall, carried the still contorted lion man chieftain Sin Din back to the main camp. However, when the Pope of Light and the others saw Sin Din descend from the mammoth golem, they were completely bewildered and confused. Oh, dear Chief Sin Din, why do you walk like that? Pope Charles looked at Sin Din with some confusion. When did this strong lion man, who was over 3 meters tall, become an unmarried girl? Two large, fan-like hands clenched into small fists, her buttocks sticking out, she took tiny steps, her legs tightly pressed together. With each step, her facial expression twitched, then she let out a long sigh. Damn it, oh, I was ambushed by a vampire brat. A look of hatred flashed across Lion King Sindan's face, but a sudden, sharp pain caused him to let out a delicate cry of agony. He was already starting to lose control of his facial expressions. You were ambushed by a vampire brat? Where did he ambush you? Did he use a brick? A hint of doubt flashed in Charles's eyes. He had a vivid memory of the vampire boy. I didn't see the brick, it was that damn, he's so unfair. Recalling that unforgettable memory, Lion King Shindaeng almost burst into tears. If you're going to fight, just say you're fighting. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Is he even human? No bricks used? Upon hearing this, Charles breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, judging from Xin Ding's description, it shouldn't be that monster. The vampire reinforcements have arrived, and the territory we just conquered has once again fallen into vampire hands. Pope Charles, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Just then, a cold voice rang out. It was Elf Queen Illyria who spoke. Although the elves are not among the top races on the continent, they are definitely ranked in the top 10. In this battle, they have deployed nearly 200,000 soldiers, with another 300,000 gathering in the Moonlight Forest, their territory. But as the largest race, the human race only produced 100,000 followers of the light cult. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Everyone, rest assured, the 100,000 Knights of the Cross are merely a ploy by our Holy See to lull the vampires into a false sense of security. As the vampire's greatest nemesis, I have already dispatched my trusted subordinate, Archbishop Marcus, with 500,000 Holy See warriors to the Kilo Mountains. After he finished speaking, Pope Charles immediately clapped his hands, and Marcus, dressed in white, walked out calmly. Chapter 10 for the Strange Tent. Forehead. Wasn't it supposed to be about the cardinal? When the people present saw Marcus dressed in white, a look of confusion flashed across their faces. The Holy See of Light is a top power among the world's largest races, and is well known even to other races, many of whom have conducted special investigations into it. The power structure of the Vatican is clear at a glance. At the bottom are the believers, nuns, then deacons, priests, and finally bishops, cardinals, and the Pope. It's very clear here that archbishops are all dressed in bright red, but why is this Archbishop Marcus wearing white? Even the elf Queen Illyria couldn't help but frown. A middle-aged man, wearing a see-through white robe, looked disgusting. Marcus naturally noticed Aurelia and the others' gazes. But he didn't want to explain anything, because whenever he recalled what happened that day, it was like a healed wound being forcibly torn open again, exposing raw, bloody flesh. He let out a long sigh, and a hint of melancholy flashed in his usually calm eyes. He swore that from this day forward, he would never wear a red coat again. He even felt that red was an insulting color, and if anyone dared to wear red in front of him, he might just go crazy. Very well, since His Holiness the Pope keeps his word, then the warriors of my elf race will also rush to the Kilo Mountains immediately. At that time, I ask that everyone join forces to fight against the vampires. After speaking, Illyria slowly turned around and walked towards the area belonging to the elves. This period of constant warfare was an immense torment for the cleanliness-loving elves. Especially Aurelia, as the queen of the elves, she could hardly allow herself to be anything dirty. In particular, her body must be cleansed with the purest mountain spring water to be worthy of the gift from the moon goddess. Your Majesty, we have found unpolluted spring water today. Would you like to take a bath? The two equally beautiful elven women bowed slightly and spoke respectfully, not daring to even glance at Illyria. In the ancient legends of the elven race, the queen's appearance is the embodiment of the moon goddess, therefore, they have absolute respect for Illyria. Get the water boiled as soon as possible. Illyria nodded, then couldn't help biting her lip and gave instructions to the two maids. Oh, and also the tent where I bathe. It must be soundproof. When I'm bathing, you are not allowed to enter unless I personally summon you. Upon hearing this, the two elven maids nodded in agreement, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is a habit of Her Majesty the Queen when bathing. She forbids any disturbance from anyone and also places great emphasis on soundproofing. However, no matter how good the soundproofing was, it was impossible to hide anything from these two maids who had served the Elf Queen for many years. In the ancient legends of the elven race, the Elven Queen's body also belongs to the moon goddess, and she is not allowed to have anything with any man, or even be touched by any male creature. In the Elf Queen's palace, it said that even a fly flying in would be intercepted by the elf experts, who would distinguish whether it was male or female. If it's female, you can put it in. If it's male, slap it to death. But after all, Aurelia was also a woman, and the desolate palace was filled with endless loneliness. So, sometimes the queen would do things out of helplessness, and the maids would simply pretend not to hear them. Women, after all, understand women. After giving her instructions, Aurelia went to wait in the other tents. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the camp. See? I told you that following this direction would definitely not be wrong, right? Li Wei pointed to the densely packed tents in front of him and said. He and Danielis had been traveling through the Kilo Mountains for several days. In the past few days, they encountered defeated vampires, as well as orcs, elves, dwarves, and others. However, none of this could stop Li Wei's progress. He passed through numerous blockades and finally arrived at his destination. Are you sure? Duke Karina will be here? Danielis asked hesitantly. Besides, this is our headquarters. She was genuinely worried that Li Wei might cause trouble. If they were discovered, they would probably be wiped out without a trace. Don't worry, Karina isn't dead. As a duke, she's most likely been captured. Li Wei said with certainty. This was actually a hint from the system to Li Wei. If something really happened to Karina, the system's mission would probably be cancelled directly. But there are tens of thousands of tents here, how are we supposed to find them? Li Wei muttered something, and then, a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. Mental strength. I can use immense mental power. Now, thanks to several system rewards, Li Wei's mental strength has exceeded 4,000 points. If Li Wei had enough blood energy, he could use flash to appear in any corner within the range of his mental energy, but the farther the distance, the greater the energy consumption. As for now, we can use our immense mental power to explore first. However, to Li Wei's surprise, his mental strength had actually reached more than 5,000 points. How could that be? Li Wei muttered something, instantly recalling how he had crushed the egg of some beast king a few days ago. According to the system's description, it seemed to be part of this mission. As long as Li Wei did it, no matter what he did, he would receive a reward directly. So next? Li Wei chuckled, and immediately a massive amount of spiritual power emanated from his mind. The strength of one's mental power is directly related to many things. Generally speaking, even a powerful expert at the prince level might have similar mental power to Li Wei. Therefore, as soon as his spiritual energy was released, Li Wei immediately sensed that within this large area of tents, there were at least 5 individuals whose spiritual energy was no less than his own. Furthermore, there were several that were completely beyond his reach, without any limits. I never expected that there would be so many powerful individuals among these races. Li Wei shuddered, quickly redirecting his mental energy away from the several auras, and then continued to diligently probe the Allied forces' headquarters. However, at that moment, Li Wei's mental energy suddenly paused, and then focused entirely on a tent in the third row near the edge. This tent, something's a bit strange. Li Wei murmured to himself. This tent was at least 100 meters away from the surrounding tents, and its white color was completely free of any dirt. Chapter 105. Oh no. And most importantly, Li Wei discovered that his mental power could not penetrate the tent. This is a bit strange. If there are strong people inside, they don't exude any aura of strength. Furthermore, following Li Wei's gaze, he also noticed that quite a few maids were carrying wooden buckets into the tent. There must be something strange about this. Li Wei's eyes gleamed in the darkness. Whatever the reason, Li Wei felt he had a reason to go inside and investigate this strange tent. Seeing Li Wei's eager expression, Danielis' heart began to pound wildly. This is the enemy's headquarters. They're already incredibly lucky to be here undetected. If they were to recklessly rush in, it would be like an ignorant fish running into a net. The ending is obvious. Li Wei, no. Danielis shook her head, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. If Li Wei rushes in and something unexpected happens, I can guarantee that I can escape safely, but what about Li Wei? They'd be torn to shreds by those rabid orcs. No. Tonight, I want it no matter what. Li Wei gritted his teeth, and the next moment, for huge wings suddenly stretched out from behind Li Wei, and that powerful aura instantly spread, but was immediately suppressed by Li Wei. But Daenerys, who was standing to the side, could feel it clearly. A deep disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. She never expected that Li Wei would actually be a 4-winged vampire. The number of wings one has cannot be used to judge the level of one's cultivation, but it can certainly prove that, at the same level, having an extra pair of wings will result in greater strength in transformed battle mode. Furthermore, only vampires with bloodlines of 3 generations or more have the opportunity to cultivate 4 wings. Her father, Prince Fedra, although also a 3rd-generation bloodline, was so close to being a 2nd-generation bloodline, and having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he had already grown 6 vampire wings. But if Li Wei is a 3rd-generation descendant, why didn't I notice anything at all? Denise was still in a daze, confused by what Li Wei had suddenly revealed. But Li Wei had already swung his forearms wildly and shot out with a whoosh. It's important to know that in the days prior, Li Wei had never revealed any information about his wind trace wings. But now, Li Wei couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to find clues about Karina as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew by, and Li Wei's figure disappeared completely, leaving Danielis with a somewhat bewildered expression. It just flew away like that? A moment later, Daenerys realized what was happening. She even wanted to warn Li Wei to be careful. But where was Li Wei now? However, at that moment, a light footstep sound suddenly rang out, and Daenerys felt a sudden weight on her shoulder as a pale hand was placed on her shoulder. Instinctively, she suddenly turned her head, her pupils dilating involuntarily. If that hand hadn't quickly covered her mouth, Daenerys would probably have screamed out in surprise. Oh my god! How is that possible? The scene before his eyes flashed by rapidly. With the speed of his 4 wings fully extended, plus the ultimate technique flash flight, Li Wei's figure was almost as fast as lightning, no, even faster than lightning. Just then, 2 maids carrying wooden buckets walked into the strange tent. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei accelerated with all his might, instantly turning into a blur and rushing into the open door. Call! Whoosh! The 2 elven maids paused abruptly, then exchanged a glance. Did you see anything pass by just now? One of the maids asked, somewhat puzzled. No. It seemed like a gust of wind. The other maid also looked somewhat confused. They were carrying wooden buckets full of water, but the moment they entered the door, they almost tripped and fell to the ground. It was as if some unknown force had passed between them. But looking inside the tent, the fog is thick, the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers, but there's no one in sight. We might have made a mistake. Quickly pour the water into the pool. Her Majesty the Queen will be here soon. After one of the maids finished speaking, she hurriedly picked up a bucket and poured the water into the hot spring pool in the middle of the tent. Of course, this hot spring pool is entirely man-made. As the incomparably noble queen of the elven race, even her bathing experience exudes a high-end and grand atmosphere. The huge pool, measuring 5 meters square, is filled with smooth pebbles at the bottom, ensuring that your delicate toes won't get cut. The maids had scattered many rose petals on the water's surface, and the rippling blue waves filled the entire room with a strange fragrance. Whoosh! As the 2 maids poured the water from the wooden bucket into the pool, wisps of mist mingled with the air and rose up, while below the pool. Glug glug glug! Glug! Bubbles the size of fists rose from the bottom of the pool. It was only thanks to the 2 maids leaving immediately after pouring the water that we were able to discover this anomaly. I'm suffocating. Below the pool, Li Wei's face was flushed, and even his stomach was swollen. He had just used teleportation to enter the tent, but little did he know that there was such a large pool inside. This is absolutely outrageous. Caught off guard, Li Wei plunged headfirst into the huge pool of water, but who knew that the water was actually hot? Li Wei was forced to drink several mouthfuls of water, and he almost rolled his eyes back. Damn, it seems Karina isn't in this tent. I'd better leave. Sensing the 2 maids emerge from the tent, Li Wei muttered to himself and immediately prepared to leap out of the pool. But who knew that as soon as Li Wei made a move, he felt a massive spiritual force, no less powerful than his own, rapidly approaching. Squeak! The tent door was suddenly pushed open, and through a cloud of mist, a slender figure eagerly walked in. It's no use. It's been too long. I can't take it anymore. An urgent murmur rang out, and Li Wei's expression froze instantly inside the pool. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual energy, which was still exploring outside. Oh no, another woman has come in. Li Wei was astonished, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. If this is discovered, I probably won't even have a chance to leave standing up. However, Li Wei forgot that he was in the water when he moved, and a ripple immediately spread from the bottom to the surface. Chapter 106. It's just soap, I'll give it to you. Just like a fish touching water. The water rippled in a circle, spreading outwards from the pool. Unfortunately, the warm water was steaming, and visibility inside the tent wasn't great either. And most importantly, the elf queen Aurelia couldn't wait any longer. She went behind the antique-style screen, and immediately a rustling sound came from behind. When she came out again, the ripples on the water had stopped. Phew! Aurelia let out a long sigh of relief, and all her muscles relaxed. After more than a month of fighting, she was completely under stress, and only in this tent, in this clear pool, could she wash away all her fatigue. Even her tense mind relaxed, because here, Aurelia knew she was absolutely safe. Whoosh! The next moment, the water rippled, and a delicate jade foot slowly stepped in. Ah! Suddenly, a soft scream rang out. The water was too hot. Aurelia quickly withdrew her foot, frowned, and after a moment of adjustment, stepped back into the water. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the misty, petal-strewn surface of the water, a flushed face was desperately enduring something. Sudden. A fair and delicate foot stretched out in front of him, less than 2 centimeters away from Li Wei's face, almost touching it. Li Wei trembled with fear and quickly retreated. That was close. If that had happened, I would have been beaten up as a pervert. However, this jade foot is truly a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Li Wei's eyes involuntarily became cross-eyed. However, if Li Wei wanted to use the ultimate technique flash flight in this pool, it would inevitably cause a lot of splashing water. Whether he could escape was uncertain, but he would definitely be discovered. We can only go out after she finishes washing. Li Wei shook his head and quickly swam to the other side of the pool using an underwater swimming technique. On the surface of the water, Aurelia's body was almost entirely submerged in the warm water, with only her swan-like graceful neck and her brown, curly hair visible. She held a palm-sized, soap-like object and gently ran it across her neck and arms. Then, gently stroking it with my hand, the slightly dry skin instantly became moist and smooth. Then, she lifted her long, shapely legs and, using the same procedure, sprayed the foamy liquid all over her body, gently stroking herself and enjoying the process of her skin becoming smooth. However, she probably never imagined that her beautiful bathing scene would be completely exposed to others. There wasn't even the slightest hint of concealment even underwater. Li Wei's eyes could clearly see everything. Okay. Did I come to the wrong place? We made the right choice. For a moment, Li Wei, sitting in the pool, looked completely bewildered. I saw something I shouldn't have seen, but I didn't want to see it. If Li Wei were to go out and explain now, he could only imagine 2 possible outcomes. One reason is that he was beaten to death by this woman. Secondly, that woman beat him to death. All right. Li Wei shuddered again, deciding to wait quietly there. However, at this moment, glug! Suddenly, a soft sound rang out, exceptionally clear in the misty tent. Aurelia, leaning against the edge of the pool, froze, following the sound's gaze. Less than 2 meters away from her, a huge bubble rose slowly from the water, parted the warm water, reached the surface, and then burst. Aurelia frowned. How could such a large bubble suddenly rise in her bathtub? I didn't go that way myself. However, Aurelia didn't think anything of it, since she was alone in the room. However, it is still very necessary to find out what happened. Thinking this, Aurelia immediately stood up straight. The water in the pool just covered her slender waist, and she walked step by step toward the bubbles. But to her surprise, she was still holding that bar of soap in her hand, and with that movement, it slipped from her palm and fell into the pool. Troublesome. Aurelia snorted in displeasure, but there was nothing she could do. She bent down and reached into the pool to search. That bar of soap was made from the ash of hundreds of different flowers. It was incredibly precious. However, just as Arya was rubbing the soap in the water, outside. It's you? Dannylise was filled with disbelief, because the person who suddenly appeared in front of her was Karina, whom she and Li Wei had been searching for. Karina also looked surprised. A few days ago, after recovering from her injuries, she led the remaining members of her forces to try and find the main force. But little did they know, the Kilo Mountains were vast and the terrain complex. As they walked, they somehow stumbled into the enemy's headquarters. However, since she was already there, Karina didn't plan to leave immediately. Instead, she wanted to gather some useful information, but unexpectedly, she ran into Daenerys here. Your Highness, you didn't stay at Vanter Castle? And now that you're here, what about Li Wei? Karina asked urgently in a low voice. Li Wei received news of your disappearance and immediately brought me here. He thought you had been captured by the enemy, so... Dannylise realized what had happened and quickly explained the situation. However, upon hearing Danielis's words, Karina was so surprised that she almost cried out. You mean, Li Wei has now entered the enemy's headquarters? Karina said anxiously, wishing she could rush in and rescue Li Wei. That wretched brat, he's always been so audacious. A vampire entering the enemy stronghold is practically committing suicide. Duke Karina, please don't worry. There's no movement inside. I suspect Li Wei might not have been discovered yet. If we rush to rescue him, it could backfire. I can analyze this calmly, Danielis analyzed. Well, okay, let's wait a bit longer. Karina nodded helplessly, but in her heart she kept praying that nothing would happen to Li Wei. Meanwhile, inside that enormous tent. Strange, where did that flower soap go? What the elf queen muttered, a look of doubt flashing across her face as she continued to reach out and search. However, beneath the surface, Li Wei was curled up, clutching the soap that Aurelia had just dropped, his face filled with a look of utter despair. What's with this? I just couldn't help but fart, why are you taking it so seriously? However, that slender hand is about to touch you. A bold idea immediately flashed through Li Wei's mind. You just want soap? Here you go. Chapter 107. That bar of soap actually came to life. Actually, Li Wei was also timid, but the groping hand was getting closer and closer, so Li Wei could only grit his teeth and hand over the soap in his hand. The next moment, Aurelia's groping arms suddenly stopped, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Oomph, little thing, I finally got to touch you. As she felt the smooth, round texture in her hand, Aurelia, clutching the nearly ruined bar of soap, tried to sit up. In the pool, seeing that slender hand holding the soap slowly backing away, Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing. This kind of thing isn't particularly scary in itself, but combined with this kind of environment, people with weak hearts would probably be scared to death. It was Li Wei who, under pressure, remained calm and composed, and proactively handed over the bar of soap, thus preventing an awkward situation from occurring. But who knew that the next moment, after being soaked in warm water, the soap became more than 10 times smoother than before. Aurelia missed it and it shot directly at Li Wei. Not good. It's going to run again. Aurelia gasped and, without thinking, reached out and grabbed forward. Guji. Who can escape the wrath of heaven? Retribution is swift indeed. Li Wei felt as if his soul had trembled violently. Such unintentional harm was something no one could bear. Ah! The next moment, a scream of pain suddenly echoed throughout the tent, the loud sound even causing the water in the pool to tremble. Splash! 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 Instantly, a large wave of water surged into the sky, and Aurelia felt the thing she was grabbing was moving rapidly upwards. My God! That bar of soap is alive! Aurelia murmured in surprise, her hands gripping tightly with nervousness. Outside the tent, 2 maids were guarding the area to prevent anyone with ill intentions from approaching. Suddenly, a roar came from inside the tent, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, which immediately caught the attention of the 2 elven maids. What's going on? Why is Her Majesty calling out? This voice sounds different from Her Majesty's voice before. But His Majesty didn't let us in, so we still. The 2 elven maids exchanged a glance, worried that suddenly entering would provoke Aurelia's scolding, so they cautiously waited outside the tent. Splash! Splash! After a large amount of water shot into the air, it immediately fell back down into the pool. Aurelia was completely soaked. She rubbed her eyes with her other hand, utterly bewildered. How could a bar of soap have caused such a commotion? However, when she regained her vision, she was shocked to find a figure appearing in the thick fog in front of her. Oh my God! How is that possible? Arya was completely stunned and couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. However, she forgot that her hand was still tightly gripping Li Wei. Her retreat seemed to be pulling Li Wei along. I had no choice but to follow in Aurelia's footsteps, closer, closer. The last one lost his balance and his whole body slammed down on it. Crash! The next moment, a large amount of water surged into the sky again, leaving Aurelia completely dumbfounded. She had never experienced anything like this before. You have to understand that in the environment where she grew up, even a fly was female. And now, right here, in my secluded bathing place, a man has actually appeared. And judging from the situation, it seems he had already been lying in wait in the pool for some time. In particular, the man's face was contorted with rage, his eyes seemingly filled with endless fury. Yes, at this moment, Li Wei was not only ferocious, he was in so much pain that he was about to be sent to heaven. Doesn't this elfin woman realize that she's gotten herself into trouble with this move? Catching them doesn't count. They still wouldn't let go, they kept pulling. Even though I've practiced before, I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Let go. Let go right now. Li Wei roared through gritted teeth, feeling as if his two fangs were uncontrollably protruding. Ha? Let go? Let go of what? I've never been so close to any male creature before, especially not in a bathing pool like this, Arielia said in a flustered voice. Li Wei told her to let go, but this only made her more nervous and she gripped even tighter. Like grasping at a straw, she was already losing control of her body. Although Aurelia is the queen of the elves and her strength is at the level of a vampire prince, the panic in her heart at this moment has made her forget her own strength. They couldn't even struggle. Damn it! It hurts like hell. Finally, Li Wei could no longer hold back. He cried out in pain, his eyes immediately turning blood red, and two sharp fangs, which had grown considerably stronger, pierced through him instantly. Looking at Aurelia's snow-white neck, Li Wei felt as if an invisible fire had been ignited within him. That's the smell of blood, that's the aroma of blood. It was frantically stimulating Li Wei's consciousness, even leaving him somewhat bewildered. Put. The next moment, a slight piercing sound rang out, and Li Wei suddenly took Aurelia's neck into his mouth. His two sharp fangs instantly pierced her delicate skin, separated the muscles, and went straight to her blood vessels. Suck! With a sudden exertion, the fragrant blood instantly filled Li Wei's entire mouth. Unlike other life forms, the blood of the elves was the blood that vampires were least willing to absorb. The elves feed on flower nectar, and their bodies constantly exude a fragrant aroma, unlike the strong, fishy smell of other races' blood. Vampires, on the other hand, love the smell of blood, but Li Wei. But he was unconventional. Who would want to inhale that fishy, stinky smell? Even on the previous occasions, Li Wei had no choice but to take it for certain reasons. However, Aurelia's blood was even more fragrant than that of other elves. Just one sip was enough to completely captivate Li Wei. It smells so good. Two streams of hot breath escaped from Li Wei's nostrils. He used to be most resistant to drinking blood, but after he kissed this elven woman, Li Wei suddenly discovered that blood could be so tempting. Even when I was using Karina, I didn't feel this way. At this moment, the intense pain finally brought Illyria, the elven queen and a powerful figure equivalent to a vampire prince, back to her senses. The queen of the elven race, a supreme being, was actually sucked by a filthy and lowly male vampire. Was he inhaling his own body? No. That's not true. He is ingesting the body of the great moon goddess, defiling the faith of the entire elven race. Chapter 108. Return it to her. Struggle. We must struggle. We cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Moreover, Aurelia clearly sensed that the male vampire pressing down on her was not as strong as she was. Gurgle gurgle. With a series of loud swallowing sounds, Aurelia felt the blood in her body decreasing, and she even couldn't help but straighten her body. Die. You filthy bastard. Aurelia roared, and a powerful magical aura suddenly erupted from her body. As the darlings of nature, every elf is a powerful wood magician, and the elf queen is an expert in wood magic. Instantly, with Aurelia's incantation, dozens of wrist-thick, emerald-green vines burst through the ground and lashed out at Li Wei. These vines were originally just seeds that drifted in the wind, some of which may have been decades or even centuries old. However, under the powerful magical elements of the elf queen, they were resurrected and spawned, like giant pythons that coiled around Li Wei's limbs and pulled him frantically. No! I haven't had enough yet! Li Wei let out a beastly roar. At this moment, he was like a wild beast guarding its food. Anyone who dared to snatch the bone from his mouth was the most deserving enemy. Buzzing. The next moment, 4 wings pierced through the skin on Li Wei's back and stretched out. The powerful blood energy raged throughout the tent. In particular, the sharp edges of the wings directly cut the vines that enveloped them into pieces. Furthermore, as Li Wei frantically absorbed blood, his 2 fangs seemed to be stimulated and began to automatically secrete various liquids. Paralysis, boiling, blood clotting. With the 3 skills being used in turn, Aurelia, who was being bitten by Li Wei, was like a ship sailing in a storm. One moment trembling, the next calm, her legs sometimes straight, sometimes collapsing limply, utterly drained of strength. Actually, if Li Wei used all his skills at once, Aurelia could withstand it. But this skill was sometimes fierce and sometimes gentle, sometimes carrying her up to the clouds and sometimes dragging her down to hell. That kind of a rhythmic skill made it impossible for Aurelia to concentrate her powerful mental energy, because the moment she did, Li Wei's skill was immediately unleashed. Under the immense stimulation, all that remained for Aurelia was a helpless gaze and her heaving chest. Aurelia swore she had never experienced anything like it before. Ah! The next moment, Aurelia let out a loud scream, and then her body went completely limp. Outside the tent, hearing the commotion inside in Her Majesty the Queen's very clear scream, the two elven maids couldn't help but exchange a glance, their skin turning bright red in an instant. By the moon goddess, what exactly did Her Majesty the Queen do inside? Although similar situations have occurred before, those were, after all, within the moon goddess palace, her own territory, where she could call herself whatever she wanted. But now, this is within the allied forces. With an army of at least 1 million surrounding them, Her Majesty the Queen, couldn't she control things a little? If others were to hear this, it would damage the reputation of the entire elven race. Not only the two maids, but also Karina and Daenerys, who were hiding in the shadows, heard the elf queen's extremely suppressed cry. What's going on? Didn't Li Wei go in to look for me? Even if he was discovered, shouldn't he be the one making a sound? How come there was a woman's scream? Karina was utterly bewildered. Could it be that Li Wei had been discovered and subjected to some inhuman torture? No! I'm going to rescue him. Thinking of this, Karina could no longer hold back. She hurriedly got up and was about to rush towards the tent. Duke Karina! Let's wait a bit longer. After all, Li Wei is silent. Even if he were fighting, he couldn't possibly be completely powerless to fight back. Daenerys quickly grabbed Karina and tried to persuade her. Well, okay then. Karina bit her lip and nodded, but her worry grew stronger. Li Wei, you absolutely must not be in any danger. At this moment, Li Wei. Not only was there no danger, but it was also quite enjoyable. I'm inhaling. Li Wei felt her mouth was almost numb, but her mind was extremely excited. Her blood seemed to have a special magic that made Li Wei addicted and crazy. However, after the elven woman let out a scream, her body suddenly went limp. She had lost all feeling and showed no reaction whatsoever, no matter how much Li Wei did. What happened? Li Wei frowned. This feeling of being excited while the other party didn't react was very frustrating for him. But as he pulled out the fangs and looked down, Li Wei's heart sank. Originally, this elven woman had very fair and tender skin, but it had a healthy look. Now, her skin had turned completely pale, and you could even see some shriveled blood vessels through it. Not good. I was sucking too hard just now. She didn't actually suck me to death, did she? Li Wei almost jumped up. If it were a true enemy, and they were drained to death, Li Wei wouldn't feel any guilt. But this elven woman didn't do anything to me. Instead, I secretly sneaked into her bathing pool and saw everything clearly. Now, I've even sucked her lifeless. Cain, the progenitor, you must not die. At this point, Li Wei would no longer suck in the air. He quickly laid the elfin woman flat on the edge of the pool. However, so much blood had been drained from her body that even when Li Wei put his ear right up to her heart, he couldn't feel a heartbeat. That's right. I can give her back my life force. Li Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with light. The blood he had absorbed had been refined, but he had accumulated quite a bit of his own blood. Thinking this, Li Wei's two fangs reappeared, and he plunged them into the wound on the elven woman's neck once more. Put. Instantly, a large amount of blood flowed from Li Wei's body, through his fangs, and into Aurelia's body. Furthermore, in order to save her as quickly as possible, Li Wei even converted the remaining drop of Blood Emperor's essence into blood energy and injected it all into her. However, as Li Wei continued to inject, he did not notice that the body of the elven woman below was undergoing a subtle change. Those originally healthy nails actually showed a faint tendency to continue growing. Purple patterns gradually appeared on her body. Chapter 109. The blood flowing through your veins is my essence. Suddenly. Bang! Her body trembled violently, and a surge of life force suddenly spread from within her. Almost there. Give it your all. Li Wei gritted his teeth, refined the remaining trace of the Blood Emperor's essence blood, and then injected it into the elf woman's body. However, what Li Wei didn't notice was that, with his frantic injections, the aura emanating from the elven woman was no longer the pure wood attribute aura it originally possessed. Rather, it was mixed with darkness and blood, an aura not much different from that of a vampire. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first embrace after reincarnation. You have taken a crucial first step in helping the elf queen Aurelia become a vampire. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in his mind, and Li Wei was startled, stopping the injection. What did the system just say? The elf queen? And what about the embrace? What crucial first step? Li Wei touched his hair, completely bewildered. What had he done? He hadn't done anything. It was simply a matter of injecting back what had been sucked away, along with a little bit of essence blood. What on earth happened? Li Wei cried out in confusion, when suddenly he felt a slight vibration. He couldn't help but look down and saw the elven woman below suddenly open her eyes. A splash of crimson swirled in her eyes, and two sharp teeth parted her lips, revealing them. Mom! A vampire! In an instant, Li Wei trembled like a leaf, couldn't help but scream, and jumped off her. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. After sucking away for so long, it turned out to be a vampire. What's going on? Wrong. Something's not right. Li Wei suddenly froze, his eyes darting around, as if he was a vampire too. Ah! Damn it! What kind of energy is that? Why? Why has my body been changed? Why? Just then, Aurelia suddenly let out an extremely sharp scream. She was like a bewildered child. The purple markings and fangs on her body appeared and disappeared intermittently. Most terrifyingly, she felt as if her shoulder blades were about to burst open. The intense pain made her tremble uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but crouch down in agony. But as Aurelia moved, a crisp tearing sound suddenly came from behind. Call! The next moment, two enormous blood-red wings suddenly stretched out from her back. That combination of blood and energy with the essence of nature completely exceeded Li Wei's understanding. Could it be that I unintentionally embraced this so-called elf queen and turned her into a vampire? Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself, but Aurelia, whose hearing had been enhanced, heard it clearly. What? I am nature's darling, the incarnation of the moon goddess, and the noble elven queen. This kid actually turned me into a vampire. No! Aurelia let out a blood-curdling roar, and the powerful force in her hand instantly solidified, slamming down hard on her head. She couldn't accept that she had been transformed from a noble and pure elf into a dark and filthy vampire. But... wait! What are you doing? Just then, Li Wei, who had witnessed everything, suddenly shouted. Why would a perfectly good girl torture herself like this? Suicide! I don't want to become a vampire, and it's impossible for me to become a vampire. Arya spoke in a hoarse voice, her voice trembling with sobs. After all, for hundreds of thousands of years, vampires have been the embodiment of evil, creatures dwelling in darkness. Shah! It's no big deal. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, Li Wei scoffed dismissively. It's like nobody wanted to do it. When I first came into this world, I wasn't a vampire, just like you. But on that unforgettable night, I was also sucked by someone, and then I sucked her again, and that's how I became a vampire. Li Wei shrugged, slowly stepped forward, took Aurelia's arms, and said earnestly. That's just how reality is. Since we can't resist it, let's just close our eyes and enjoy it to the fullest. What's the difference between becoming a vampire and being a vampire? They're all equal lives. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Aurelia shuddered violently. She seemed to be moved by Li Wei's words. Yes, all lives are equal. So what if she becomes a vampire? Although it's a bit strange, I don't feel too uncomfortable. On the contrary, after the fangs in his mouth and the wings on his back were extended, his strength actually increased a lot. That's right, since we can't resist, we might as well enjoy it. Aurelia couldn't help but nod slightly, only to see that the man opposite her, who had transformed himself into a vampire, was looking down at her with his head down. What a perfect body! It would be such a huge loss if it died like this. Li Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself. What did you say? A cold voice suddenly entered Li Wei's ears. When Li Wei looked up, he saw that Aurelia was staring at him with an icy expression. Oops. The inspirational quotes didn't work, they turned into toxic ones. Li Wei's heart tightened suddenly, and the next moment, Aurelia's cry rang out again. Damn it! You despicable bastard! You turned me into a vampire and then lied to me. All of this was forced upon me by you, and I'm going to kill you. Aurelia was about to explode with anger. This hypocritical, cunning, and insidious fellow is completely deceiving himself. But I almost fell for his trick. Go to hell. Boom, boom, boom. As Aurelia's voice fell, the ground trembled violently, and vines as thick as thighs shot up from the ground like wild snakes, instantly lashing out at Li Wei. Hey! Don't be so ungrateful. Your body is filled with my lifeblood. Li Wei cried out in surprise and hurriedly retreated. Your essence blood? Your essence blood. These words, instead of being spoken, infuriated Aurelia, who was so angry that she passed out because she couldn't find out the answer. That damned brat, he got the benefit and still acts innocent. Does he think his essence blood is some kind of heavenly wine? It smells fishy and stinky. If given a choice, who would want it? Chapter 110 Surrounded. The thick vine slashed directly at Li Wei's head. Secret technique, flash flight. Li Wei roared, and his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Boom! The next moment, the huge and sturdy tent was instantly torn in two by the thigh-thick vines. Aurelia felt like she was about to go crazy with anger. My noble and pure body has actually been defiled by the blood and essence of this disgusting vampire. This isn't just about your own body. In the ancient traditions of the elven race, the elven queen's body is also the body of the moon goddess. He insulted his own body with his own essence and blood. Wasn't that the same as defiling the moon goddess of the entire elf race? Aurelia suddenly reached out, and the clothes automatically appeared on her body, while her fangs and wings retracted in an instant. Regardless of anything else, she is still the elf queen, and she absolutely cannot let anyone else know that she has become a vampire. Anyone. Otherwise, she would be considered an outsider and a traitor by the elves, and she could never return to the elves in this lifetime. Queen! Your Majesty! Two elven maids also rushed over in a panic. They were lucky that they weren't directly in front of that huge vine, otherwise, given their endurance and strength, they would probably have been torn in two in an instant. Aurelia's eyes flickered slightly. Fortunately, she was originally an elf, and her transformation into a vampire was not pure. Unless she exposed her wings and fangs, no one would be able to tell. The enormous explosion immediately shook the entire coalition camp. Pope Charles the Light, Cardinal Marcus, and even the Lion King Sindin, who let out a painful howl with every step, all ran out of their respective tents to watch from afar. The main problem is that they don't know what exactly happened, and besides, for the Pope of Light to personally intervene would be beneath his dignity. As for Lion King Sinding, although he really wanted to see what was going on, unfortunately, the circumstances didn't allow it. His legs are still tightly pressed together, and he doesn't dare to move at all. Did you see that kid appeared here? Aurelia asked the two elven maids with an icy expression. In just a short while, soldiers from the 10 Race Alliance, who had heard the explosion, had already rushed over. What? A kid? A boy? A male? A male? The two maids looked completely bewildered, and didn't even know how to answer. In the past, Her Majesty would at most take care of her own needs, but now, Her Majesty has actually started to look for them on her own initiative. Oh my God! As Her Majesty's most loyal maid, where should I find a male man to present to Her Majesty the Queen? But at that very moment. Buzz! Less than 100 meters away from them, a slight tremor suddenly came from mid-air, and then Li Wei, with 4 flapping wings, suddenly appeared in the air. Oops! Li Wei's heart sank. He had been so focused on escaping that he had forgotten that he had almost completely depleted his stored blood energy by giving the Elf Queen his first embrace. That's why he could only fly less than 100 meters before his blood energy could no longer sustain him. There it is! Grab him! Aurelia immediately realized what was happening and pointed sharply at Li Wei in mid-air, shouting. Meanwhile, the situation here also made Karina and Dannelise, who were in the darkness, extremely nervous. They naturally recognized the woman in the emerald green robe. But, what exactly did Li Wei do to her? He even offended the Elf Queen. The two women were extremely anxious, but dared not reveal themselves. If Li Wei was really in danger, they would have no choice but to risk their lives to rescue him. Stop! You man, stop right there! The two elven maids reacted immediately. As servants of the queen, they were naturally very powerful, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Li Wei. Don't think that just because you're women I won't dare to lay a hand on you. Li Wei gritted his teeth. The only option now was to fight. However, with his internal energy completely depleted, even with his formidable skills, Li Wei was unable to unleash them. However, at that moment, a familiar image suddenly flashed through Li Wei's mind. That was Li Wei's most handy weapon, accompanying him from sunrise to sunset. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying the flowers. Li Wei snorted coldly, flipped his hand, and instantly, half a brick exuding a bloody smell appeared in his palm. Boy, don't run. Our queen. Just then, an elven maid rushed over. She had just opened her mouth and hadn't finished speaking when a piercing whistling sound came, and then everything went black before her eyes. Ah! Immediately, a cry of pain escaped the elven maid's lips. Half a brick was embedded in her face. Even though Li Wei hadn't killed her, the blow only made her see stars, and she staggered to the ground. The marks of the brick kissing his fair face still remained. The other maid was also terrified when she saw this. She hurriedly helped her companion up, but Li Wei had already run far away. Roar, roar, roar. It's a vampire. Brothers, today we're having grilled bat wings. However, at this moment, the orcs who heard the sound rushed over, and when they saw the 4 huge wings behind Li Wei, all the orcs' eyes lit up. Even their eyes started to glow green. A vampire has broken into their stronghold. It's like a mouse running into a cat's den, they won't even know how they died. Most importantly, the Allied forces camp had long been under a no-fly zone set up by the Church of Light. Vampires couldn't even fly more than 10 meters high here, while orcs, with their powerful limbs, could easily reach Li Wei with a little effort. Roar! Little baby! Don't be afraid. I'll use my sharp molars to chew your wings to pieces, one by one. A burly orc with a buffalo head grinned maliciously. His massive body, which was over 3 meters tall, leaped into the air and jumped nearly 10 meters high. His buffalo horns, as thick as a human thigh, charged straight at Li Wei. Damn it, I couldn't bring myself to hit those 2 girls, and you Minotaur, can't? I'll smash you. Li Wei roared and swung the half-brick in his hand at the Minotaur's horns. Ignorant vampire. Minotaur horns are the hardest bones in the world. With your broken brick, I'll smash them to pieces. Chapter 111 The Nightmare of the Strong. The Minotaur snorted disdainfully, making no attempt to dodge, and charged straight at him with its horns. However, the next moment. Bang! Click! Moo moo moo! That's a deadly headbutt. A painful howl suddenly rang out, and then a bullhorn as thick as a thigh and more than a meter long fell off the Minotaur's head. Li Wei, holding half a brick, completely ignored the Minotaur's cries and struck his head several more times. Bang bang bang! Click! Ah, my horns, they're all broken off. Not a single one left, not a single one left. The Minotaur let out a mournful howl, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, like a meteorite falling from the sky. In an instant, the earth trembled, and all the orcs who had chased after them were stunned, looking up at Li Wei floating in the sky. Come on, come on. Even if you all come at me at once, I can handle it. Li Wei snorted disdainfully and spoke provocatively. With a brick in hand, I have the world at my command. Since these enemies are disobedient, let's use our own bricks to make them obey. Moreover, and most importantly, with so many enemies surrounding him, he absolutely could not fight them one by one. In that case, even if I fight until I'm exhausted, I probably won't be able to escape from here. It's better to provoke them directly and attract their anger. They will inevitably expose an opening, and then I'll have a better chance of escaping. The provocative voices echoed across the ground, reaching orcs, elves, and many other strange and ancient races. They all jolted violently, and then their whole bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! That's too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant vampire before. I'm going to fuck him. I'm going to fuck him to death. I want to eat every part of his body, any part at all. Roar! Lion Man Tribe. Tiger Man Tribe. Awesome Tribe. Medusa Tribe. With a series of roars, it was as if a massive tsunami had erupted below, as hundreds and thousands of orcs leaped towards Li Wei in midair. They extended their sharp claws, bared their fangs, and even their eyes turned somewhat red. Today, this vampire must pay the most terrible price. However, facing such a large number of orcs rushing at him, Li Wei nimbly flapped his wings, dodging while using the half-brick in his hand to hit his head. Regardless of gender or race, smash them all. Boom boom boom. At that moment, it was like a meteor shower. One by one, the beastmen rushed up and fell down, all in no more than 3 seconds. Just like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, a tall pile of things had formed right below Li Wei. The situation over there seems to be more serious than we thought. Pope Charles the Light, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. What kind of vampire is this that can be so powerful in the face of attacks from both orcs and elves? In previous battles, I don't recall ever hearing of such a powerful vampire. Report. Your Holiness, Chieftain Sinding, they are on the verge of collapse. The Elf Queen has sent a plea for help, requesting that you two, along with Archbishop Marcus, join forces to annihilate the vampires. Just then, an elf rushed over and reported to Charles and the others. Of course, exterminating the vampires is the foundation of our Holy See. Archbishop Marcus, you handle this matter. Charles scoffed dismissively. Just a little vampire, what's there to be afraid of? But to his surprise, when he turned his gaze to Archbishop Marcus, he suddenly discovered that his trusted subordinate was trembling uncontrollably, his face filled with terror, as if he had seen something that terrified him. Archbishop Marcus, what's wrong? Charles couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Brick. To everyone's surprise, Archbishop Marcus stretched out his trembling arm and pointed to the battlefield not far away, but he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Bricks? What bricks? Could it be bricks? The next moment, Charles seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around. But then I saw those familiar figures. He flapped his enormous wings and swung the brick in his hand. One after another, and another. This is a nightmare. An endless nightmare completely enveloped him. Even on many quiet, dark nights, Pope Charles suffered from insomnia because of this haunting figure. The person who had tormented him for so long finally appeared. No more. Stop messing with me. Stop messing with me. Just then, Archbishop Marcus suddenly let out a miserable howl, like a girl who had been tortured for months. Looking at that familiar figure, his weak heart was on the verge of collapse. He covered his ears with both hands, his face contorted in pain, and he couldn't even bear to hear the sound of the bricks hitting him. He's been completely traumatized. Even in the next moment, he suddenly shuddered and was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and bowels again. Pope Charles's face was deathly pale. Although he had endured far less than Marcus, each blow of the brick had left a deep impression on him. God of light above, why did this damned brat have to come here? Seeing the terrified expressions on the two men's faces, the Lion Chieftain Sindin was filled with disdain. Cut. And this is supposed to be the Holy See? A holy level archmage, indeed. Is that all the courage you have? If they're this scared of a mere vampire, how are they going to survive in their circle of powerful people? He's just a vampire, watch me take him down. Shindaeng roared, his gaze involuntarily following the direction. But to everyone's surprise, upon seeing this, Xin Ding suddenly shuddered, feeling an invisible pain engulf him. It's that kid. It was that kid who broke his heart. These past few days, Sindin has been in excruciating pain, but what he can't forget is not the pain, but his own testicles. It was this despicable vampire, this demonic vampire, who crushed it to pieces. No! Don't come any closer, I'm completely broken, please stop squeezing me. Xin Ding let out a scream and tried to run away. But little did he know, he had forgotten that he was injured at that moment. That big step instantly aggravated the still healing wound, and the pain from the depths of my soul rushed straight to my mind. Awah! The next moment, a mournful roar pierced the night sky. Chapter 112 A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. In an instant, the top experts from the three allied forces simultaneously let out a cry of fear. Especially Archbishop Marcus, who was so scared he wet his pants, and King Sindin, the Lion King, who was clutching his crotch and howling in pain. The elven soldiers who came seeking help were completely bewildered. What happened to these powerful individuals? Is it really necessary to be so afraid? Finally, after a series of frantic slaps, Li Wei managed to scare the orc elves with the sturdy bricks in his hands, and they all cowered and dared not step forward. However, at this moment, a series of whistling sounds suddenly came from the air. Whoosh whoosh. Sharp arrowheads pierced the air, shooting towards Li Wei like lightning. The one holding the bow and arrow was none other than the elf queen, Aurelia. Holy crap! You fucking ruthless! Seeing that the three arrows were shot in a straight line, all aimed at his private parts, Li Wei was so shocked that his hair stood on end. I helped her become a vampire, and this is how she repays me? Damn it, you insulted me, you insulted the body of the great moon goddess, I'll make sure you can't be a man anymore. Women, they're so damn vicious. Li Wei exclaimed, his face full of grievance. He had tried to be kind, and this was what he got in return. Aurelia gritted her teeth and drew her bow again, ready to shoot. However, at that moment, a large amount of blood energy suddenly surged out from the dark corner, enveloping Li Wei. When the blood energy dissipated, Li Wei's figure had disappeared, and the three arrows that were linked together had also pierced the night sky and landed somewhere unknown. Hundreds of meters away from the Allied camp, Danny Lice and Karina were frantically fleeing, each supporting Li Wei on either side. "Wife! What are you doing here?" Li Wei was also completely bewildered. Suddenly, a mass of blood energy enveloped him. He opened his eyes and found himself here. What he found even more unbelievable was that Karina, whom he had been searching for so desperately, had also appeared without him even noticing. If I had known this would happen, why would I have bothered to storm the Allied forces' headquarters? Stop talking nonsense. It was Princess Dannylise who burned her life essence to rescue you, Karina said anxiously to Li Wei as she flew forward. Dannylise. Li Wei nodded, then smiled at Dannylise, who was holding his arm, and said, "Hee, you wasted a drop of your essence blood for me. I'll repay you with a cup later. I promise you won't lose out." "Pa! Who wants your filthy semen?" Dannylise blushed and spat lightly. "It's already this late, and you still haven't settled down." Karina couldn't help but glare at Li Wei. She suddenly remembered that Li Wei had entered that tent earlier, but ended up coming out with the Elf Queen. There must be some unspeakable secret involved. "Tell me, what were you doing inside with that Elven Queen?" Thinking of this, Karina stared intently at Li Wei with her beautiful eyes. She knew this kid's character all too well. It would be strange if nothing had happened. I'll tell you, I only drank some of that woman's blood, and then simply gave her some of my essence back. Do you believe me?" Li Wei was slightly taken aback, then said with a sincere expression. "But I really didn't do anything, did I?" "You, go die." The next moment, a woman's angry scream and a man's sincere explanation came from the pitch-black night. "I really didn't do anything, I just injected my essence blood into that elf's body. I injected it in, don't pinch me." The Allied camp finally snapped out of the chaos, and Archbishop Marcus, Pope Charles, and Lionman chieftain Sindin had all recovered from their fear. "Great God of Light, please tell your most sincere believer how to get rid of that nightmare-like fear, how to lead me out of my confusion." Pope Charles knelt on the ground with a sincere expression, raised his head, and revealed a holy and solemn expression. He was praying to the God of Light, to his faith. The next moment, his entire body suddenly emitted a blinding light, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by a powerful external force, allowing a beam of sunlight to shine down and completely envelop Charles. A moment later, as the light faded in the darkness, Charles slowly opened his eyes, looking at Archbishop Marcus and the Lion King Sindin, whose face was contorted with turmoil. "The great God of Light has revealed to me that to escape this nightmare, I must face it head-on and destroy it. Only when there is no fear in our hearts can we be free from fear. Let us work together to conquer fear." After speaking, Pope Charles extended his hands toward Marcus and Sindin the Lion. The three of them exchanged a glance, and slowly pressed their palms together tightly. Like three best buddies, holding hands tightly. "I can feel it. I can feel it." In an instant, a deep look of madness rose in Archbishop Marcus's eyes. He sensed the presence of a deity, the presence of the God of Light. He has already been shown the way to God's kingdom. That is, to kill that despicable brat. My pain has disappeared. Lion King Sinding was also incredulous. The pain that made his soul tremble had completely disappeared the moment he touched Pope Charles. Not only did he disappear, but he also felt a cool sensation coming from his body, as if he were being gently caressed. It felt so good that he couldn't help but hum softly. "All right, next, we're going to conquer our fears and defeat the demons within us." The three of them looked at each other and then nodded firmly. North of the Kilo Mountains, a large number of vampires, exceeding 3 million, have entered the battlefield and are currently in camps. This time, it is our decisive battle against the 10 Clans Alliance. We will annihilate the 10 Clans Alliance in the middle of the mountains. Prince Federa exudes a powerful aura of bloodlust, and his immense military strength gives him boundless confidence. Furthermore, the 5 ancestral blood emperors are about to awaken, and the scales of victory will inevitably tip in favor of the vampires. Alas, it's all my fault for not noticing first, which allowed Duke Karina to be ambushed by the Church of Light. At that moment, a sigh rang out, and the gazes of all the family patriarchs inside the tent turned to Duke Augustine. Last time, it was he and Karina who led the vampire army in a sneak attack, which led to the collapse of the entire front. I deeply regret Karina's death, and I will also remember the Vanter family's contributions to the Holy War. After the Holy War ends, I will grant them land and people to ensure the continuation of the Vanter family. Chapter 113. Oh my God. Prince Federa said with a serious expression. This was not only to thank the Vanjo family, but also to show other clans, since no one wanted to die here without their family's interests being protected. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the other clansmen clearly felt their morale rise considerably. Only Duke Augustine, standing to the side, had a pair of gloomy eyes, and it was unclear what he was thinking. The hunt, an endless hunt. In the vast Kilo Mountains, Li Wei, Karina, and Danny Lise had been on the run for a full week. For the past week, the orcs, the Church of Light, and the elves have been relentlessly pursuing the three like rabid, starving dogs, chasing them without regard for casualties. Fortunately, thanks to the vampire's advantages of speed and alertness, Li Wei and his two companions managed to evade the attack. However, no matter how vigilant they were, the almost endless pursuit forced them to the brink of despair. In front of a cave, Li Wei and his two companions hid in the nearby woods. All possible escape routes have been completely blocked by the orcs of the Holy See and the elves. If we can't come up with a solution soon, we'll probably die here. Karina wore a helpless smile. She had originally come to the Kilo Mountains to find her father's remains during the Holy War, but who knew that instead of finding the remains, she herself would soon become a skeleton. It should be noted that the group that came to hunt them down this time included 10 powerful bishops of the Holy See, 5 orcs of the level of beast generals, and 5 elven elders of the level of wood-type archmages. They were all powerful figures equivalent to vampire dukes, and there were a total of 20 of them. Add to that their other subordinates, and their force was formidable in order to kill them. My father will definitely send someone to rescue us, don't lose heart, Denise said firmly. Upon hearing this, Li Wei snorted indifferently. The prince is probably busy preparing for the battle against these enemies. Even if he knows Daenerys has arrived at the front lines, he probably won't be able to find her. We'd be better off relying on ourselves than on Federa. Isn't there a cave here? Why don't we go in and hide for a while? Li Wei raised an eyebrow and pointed to the cave not far ahead, saying. Li Wei had been observing this place for some time. Although the cave wasn't particularly well hidden, it sloped downwards, suggesting that the space below must be quite complex. Perhaps there are other passages to leave the cave. At this point, this is the only way. However, the Kilo Mountains are extremely dangerous. There might be some unknown creatures down there. Someone needs to go in and explore first. If there is no danger, then we can go in and take refuge. Danny Lise began, explaining that although she had never been here before, she had read a lot about the Kilo Mountains in the ancient records of the vampires. She continued to explain to Li Wei and Karina. Legend has it that this mountain range was formed hundreds of thousands of years before the birth of the vampires. At that time, there were countless ferocious beasts and monsters in the mountain range, which even became an obstacle to the vampires' expansion. In the end, it was only after the progenitor Cain intervened and annihilated most of the demonic beasts that the Kilo Mountains were opened up. Even so, after hundreds of thousands of years of recovery, the Kilo Mountains are still fraught with danger, and there are even many races that are rare on the continent living in the Kilo Mountains. Wow! After hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected this mountain range to be so terrifying that even the progenitor Cain had personally taken action, yet he still couldn't kill all the creatures here. You're going? Upon hearing this, Karina and Danny Lise couldn't help but look at Li Wei with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, this man acted so selflessly despite knowing the danger, which even moved Karina deeply. Li Wei came to the Jilua Mountains for his own benefit and broke into the headquarters of the 10 Tribes Alliance. Although he did some bad things, it was all to save himself. Now, Li Wei's act of stepping forward once again has completely changed Karina's opinion of him. If I make it back alive, I promise, that 4-person coffin you bought will be useful. Karina gritted her teeth, completely accepting Li Wei as her true love. No, the I'm talking about is different from the I'm going you all think it is, never mind. Li Wei's momentum faltered, and he was too embarrassed to explain any further, especially under Karina's moved gaze and Daniela's strange look. I'll go then. If there's no danger, I'll have the little bat come out and let you know. Li Wei patted the blood god bat, who was still half asleep, on his chest. I don't know what's wrong with this little guy, he's been asleep ever since we entered the Kilo Mountains. Even during its previous battle with the Elf Queen, when it held its breath underwater for over 10 minutes, it didn't wake up. On the contrary, Li Wei's actions have now created some commotion. The little bat struggled to crawl out of Li Wei's collar, glanced at him sleepily, gently nibbled at his chest with its pink little mouth, and then crawled back in, swaying back and forth, doing who knows what. Alright, you're awake too. Looks like I'm destined to go down there. Li Wei gritted his teeth. What did he care about the danger? He had already entered the enemy's stronghold and even absorbed the Elf Queen. What was there to be afraid of? The sky was already incredibly dark, but the cave was even darker. Even with his excellent eyesight as a vampire, Li Wei couldn't see more than 5 meters ahead in this environment. The cave wound its way downwards, seemingly without end. Li Wei walked briskly for quite some time, estimating he must have covered at least 10 kilometers, but the cave still seemed endless. However, the underground space is getting larger and more empty. Damn it, am I going to end up in hell? I haven't had enough of being a vampire yet. I don't want to go down there to see Cain, the progenitor, so soon. Li Wei muttered something. Since there was no danger here, he figured they couldn't go any further. He quickly woke the little bat and told it to fly back and tell Dannylise and Karina to come down. But no sooner had the little bat left than Li Wei turned his gaze and suddenly saw something that looked like a human figure leaning against something in the darkness ahead. No. It can't be a ghost, can it? Li Wei's heart sank, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was a ghost too, so what was there to be afraid of? I can just have another round of inhaling it. Chapter 114, Smash the Father-in-Law's Remains? To be honest, Li Wei had never experienced what it felt like to be sucked by a ghost. Holding half a brick, Li Wei suddenly felt a sense of security and walked step by step towards the humanoid shadow. When he was less than a meter away from the shadow, Li Wei's eyes flashed, and he immediately lifted the brick and lunged at it with all his might. I'll smash it. Click. Splash. Immediately, as the bricks fell, a loud, clattering sound rang out. Just as if a fine piece of porcelain had been broken, Li Wei stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the shards on the ground. Those were pale white bones, and no one knew how long they had been dead. There wasn't a single strand of flesh on them, and they would crumble at the slightest touch. It was just a skeleton that had already died. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and his gaze fell behind the shattered skeleton, where there was still a pair of huge vampire wings. Even though the bones had decayed, the vampire wings were completely undamaged, as if they had just been plucked from the corpse. He's a vampire, and judging by the size of those wings, he's quite powerful. Li Wei murmured to himself, but suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Karina had told her before that her father had died in the Kilo Mountains during the last Vampire Holy War, and his body had never been recovered. Is it possible that the skeleton in front of me is Karina's father? Did I smash my father-in-law's remains? Li Wei's eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body trembled violently. Now look what's happened. He just improved his standing in Karina's eyes, and now he's ruined her father's reputation. And it was smashed to pieces. If Karina saw this, she'd probably suck him dry. Father-in-law. I'm so sorry, I had no idea the skeleton was you. Besides, you're already dead, why didn't you just find a place with good feng shui to bury yourself? Why did you have to come here and lean against this place? Li Wei hurriedly stepped forward, muttering to himself as he gathered the broken bones into a pile, trying to piece them back together before Karina came down. If she saw that her father's bones were intact, she might even reward Li Wei. But if Li Wei saw her father's bones shattered like that, she would probably be in real trouble. However, Li Wei had no experience in piecing together bodies, and he even put the head and feet together incorrectly. What was clearly a vampire's corpse was somehow pieced together by Li Wei into a 4-legged monster. Secondly, the corpse was extremely decomposed. Li Wei had only touched it twice, and many bones shattered into powder. No, at this rate, even if Karina comes down, I won't be able to finish the fight. I'll have to destroy the evidence. Li Wei gritted his teeth and raised the half-brick in his hand. Father-in-law, don't blame me. Blame it on the fact that you died in such an inconvenient place. Now I'll smash you to ashes and then find a place to bury you. After muttering something with a guilty expression, Li Wei immediately picked up a brick and started smashing it down, one blow at a time. That poor half-brick, ever since it joined Li Wei's crew, has been used to smash people and weapons. Now it's even going to smash ashes. In the dim light, Li Wei was perched atop a pile of human-shaped bones, wielding a brick, striking again and again. The skeleton was completely reduced to ashes under Li Wei's bricks. However, what Li Wei didn't notice was that just as he was frantically straining against the pile of bones, a ghostly figure slowly moved towards him from behind. He seemed both excited and curious. The figure trembled, reaching out a hand with long fingernails, wanting to touch Li Wei's shoulder, but seemingly lacking the courage. They had no choice but to follow Li Wei's movements, going up and down with great interest as he smashed the sinful bricks onto the bones. When the bones were smashed to dust, Li Wei finally stopped. Phew! Finally finished smashing. Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief, then reached up and wiped the sweat from his head. This is really hard physical work. Someone with a bad back really can't even lift half a brick. But who knew that Li Wei's hands were also stained with the shattered ashes, and when he wiped his face, a lot of ashes immediately got into his eyes. Holy crap! Eyes! Eyes! Li Wei cried out in pain, feeling a burning pain in his eyes. However, the next moment, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. It must have been a hand that had been placed on him, and then another hand holding a rag was gently wiping Li Wei's eyes. Hee, Karina, you're down here. Li Wei chuckled. Without a doubt, it must be Karina and the others who came down. The hand wiping his face paused for a moment, further confirming Li Wei's thoughts. However, this was the first time Karina had ever acted so intimately towards him. Li Wei's mind was racing. If he didn't take advantage of the situation now, when would he? He suddenly leaned back, pressing his back against the chest of the person behind him. Only. Li Wei gently rubbed against it twice, and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Wait a minute, Karina's chest isn't that flat. Could it be Daniela's? But that doesn't make sense. Daniela's are bigger than Karina's. You can practically feel the bones in my back chest. At this moment, the rag finally wiped the ashes off Li Wei's face. Li Wei hurriedly opened his eyes and then turned his head sharply to look. Holy crap! Who the hell are you? Li Wei cried out in surprise, so much so that he almost sat down on Karina's father's ashes. Behind him, a gaunt man with disheveled hair and wearing a tattered, blood-red robe was staring at him with excitement. What Li Wei found even more unacceptable was that the rag he was holding to wipe his face had actually been torn from under the arm of this slovenly man. No wonder it has such a strong Suba vibe. Thinking of this, Li Wei felt a churning in his stomach and almost vomited. Who are you? Why did you just mention Karen? The man saw Li Wei turn around, hurriedly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Li Wei's shoulders and asked anxiously. Card? Card, your mother's card. You big pervert, I'll smash you to death with a brick. Li Wei roared angrily, feeling both angry and furious. It was one thing for this slovenly man to wipe his face, but he had actually taken the initiative to rub against him. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. Half a brick flew through the air in a perfect arc, heading straight for the face of the man who had taken advantage of Li Wei. I am Karina's father. Karina is my daughter. Just as the brick was about to fall, the disheveled man suddenly spoke up. Chapter 115. They became friends through a fight. Phew! The brick suddenly stopped, hovering less than 5 centimeters away from him. The man let out a long sigh of relief. He had been trapped here for over 4,000 years, and his life force had long since been exhausted. If you get hit by that, you might lose half your life. But who knew what would happen next? If you're Karina's father, then I'm her grandfather. I'll smash this. Li Wei roared angrily, doubling his strength, and slammed down hard on the pervert who had taken advantage of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the disheveled man who claimed to be Karina's father was instantly knocked to the ground by Li Wei with a brick. He clutched his head, letting out cries of pain. Pa! Don't think I don't know. Karina's father has been dead for thousands of years. I've smashed his bones to pieces. How dare you impersonate him? Li Wei spat out a mouthful of water, getting angrier the more he thought about it. He grabbed half a brick and pounced on it, smashing it repeatedly. Bang bang bang. Ah! Stop smashing. Stop smashing. I really, bang. Click. Ah! With a sharp crack in the man's miserable howl, Li Wei smashed the fangs off the disheveled man. At that moment, Karina and Daniela were rapidly advancing deeper into the cave, but after reaching a certain distance, they suddenly felt their bodies jerk, as if they had passed through something. What happened? Karina stopped abruptly, looking around warily. Just now, she felt as if she had traveled to a strange world. The temperature, humidity, and the concentration of blood energy were all completely different from the previous one. Daniela clearly sensed this abnormality as well, but she was even bolder, quickly turning around and running back the way she came. Bang! With a muffled thud, Daenerys felt as if she had crashed into an invisible wall, and her entire body flew backward. How so? Have we stumbled into some forbidden place? Daenerys's expression changed drastically. This world holds countless secrets yet to be unlocked. Forbidden lands are places that have never been explored, or places that are mysterious and dangerous. We can't get out, we can only go down and look for Li Wei. Karina gritted her teeth and immediately made a decision. The two women continued running downhill in a hurry, while the little bat snorted in confusion. It flapped its wings and shuttled back and forth in the invisible wall, without mentioning any taboos or even pausing for a moment. Squeak! The little bat cried out, lost interest, and followed Daenerys and Karina into the darkness. Bang bang bang. Ah! No! No, the other one will break too. As the two women continued deeper into the cave, a continuous yet rhythmic thumping sound suddenly rang out. And it was accompanied by a man's miserable howl. To the uninitiated, it would seem as if he had suffered some inhuman torture. Li Wei is in trouble. A look of urgency flashed in Karina's eyes. She immediately spread her wings and flew toward the direction from which the sound came. Within seconds, the two women had a clear view of the situation. Li Wei was currently straddling an unidentified, ragged man. He cursed through gritted teeth, using every swear word imaginable. Even Karina and Daenerys frowned as they listened, smashing the bricks with their hands, blood splattering everywhere, and screams of agony filling the air. Bang! Click! Finally, with another crisp sound, Li Wei smashed the last fong of the unidentified man with a brick. "Hey, kid, you're too ruthless." As the man howled in pain, Li Wei also sensed Karina's presence. "Honey, you're down here." Li Wei greeted her, holding a brick in one hand and waving with the other. "Li Wei, what's going on? What happened?" Karina nodded, her gaze flickering slightly as she looked at the man being ridden by Li Wei. This man, though extremely thin, exuded the aura of a high-ranking vampire. Furthermore, Karina even wondered if she was hallucinating, as he seemed strangely familiar to her. However, they did not notice that after hearing Karina's voice, the man whose face was covered in blood from being hit by Li Wei suddenly trembled violently, and then, tears streamed from his two dry eyes. "Wife, you didn't see it just now, did you? This old pervert suddenly appeared behind me, and. Li Wei couldn't continue speaking. He was angry when he thought about what had just happened, so he smashed the brick down on the pervert's head again. Bang! Holy crap! She even cried. Li Wei suddenly looked over and saw that the man had started to sob. How embarrassing. He's still a man. A strong sense of contempt flashed through Li Wei's mind, and he prepared to hit him with another brick. But to everyone's surprise, just as Li Wei raised the brick to bring it down, the man suddenly raised his hand. "Wait. You can hit me after I finish speaking." Li Wei paused, because the man was emanating an aura that Li Wei couldn't ignore. It's as if he's a completely different person from before. It's not a coincidence, but a firm belief. Then, the man slowly raised his head, wiped the blood from his face, looked directly at Karina, opened his withered lips, and made a hoarse sound. "Karina, my daughter, are you all right?" What did he say?" Li Wei was startled and scratched his ear with his fingers. He thought he had just heard the man call out to Karina. "Father!" The next moment, a cry filled with excitement and sorrow suddenly rang out from Karina's mouth. In just 1 second, Karina's eyes were already wet with tears. It's him, no doubt about it. It's his own father. Even though his face was covered in blood, Karina would never forget that familiar voice. "Father? Father!" Li Wei shuddered violently, stiffly lowered his head, and stared incredulously at the perverted man he had been riding on, whose face was covered in blood from being smashed with bricks. He himself actually smashed Karina's father's property. It even broke 2 of their fangs. This. Li Wei, who was riding on Karina's father, shuddered violently. Well, this is truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. The family doesn't even recognize each other anymore. So it's my father-in-law. We became friends after a fight, haha. The next moment, Li Wei seemed to have a rocket strapped to his butt, leaping off Karina's father and then quickly helping him up, saying with a silly grin. "So you're Karina's father? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Karina's father. Chapter 116. This kid's not bad, his arms are really strong. Karina's father was almost driven to his death by Li Wei's words. "I'd like to say, you didn't even give me a chance. They started smashing things right away. If I weren't physically strong, I would have been crushed to death by you after being trapped here for over 4,000 years. He. Oops, typo. Li Wei awkwardly touched his hair. Who would have thought that this dirty-looking man was actually Karina's father? Now look what's happened. First, he did that to Karina in front of her portrait, and now he's beaten her father until his face is covered in blood in front of her daughter. I acted impulsively. Father, how did you get here? Karina rushed over, intending to ask why there was so much blood on his face, but seeing Li Wei holding the brick and looking helpless, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Karina glared at Li Wei and quickly helped her father to sit down beside her. No rush. To everyone's surprise, Karina's father waved his hand and then turned his gaze to Li Wei and Danny Lice. Karina, who are these two? Karina's father asked with some confusion. Although he had already seen Li Wei, he found Danny Lice somewhat familiar. Father, this is Daenerys, the 1367th descendant of Prince Federa, Karina hurriedly introduced. Vampires are passed down entirely through families, and noble families place great importance on their offspring. A slightly lesser noble family might have thousands of direct and collateral descendants, while a truly great noble family might have tens of thousands of descendants. And any one of the 13 clans could have hundreds of thousands of members. Because they need a large number of clansmen to manage their territory and increase the clan's influence. No wonder you're a descendant of Fedra. How is your father? Karina's father's eyes flickered slightly clearly, he had already noticed the unusual bloodline within Danny Lice. Your Highness Prince Vandros Inlos, my father is well, but he misses the days when we fought side by side in the last Holy War. Daenerys performed a respectful aristocratic bow, which was not an ordinary bow, but a bow that a junior in the family would give to a senior. This clearly demonstrates that she was not lying and genuinely held Ventura and Sinlos in high esteem. In the last Vampire Holy War, Zinluos did indeed fight alongside Federa, and they had a close relationship. And it is no secret that Prince Federa deeply missed his old friend in the days that followed. As for this one, Karina's gaze fell on Li Wei, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She genuinely didn't know how to introduce Li Wei. Is the guy who just beat you up your daughter's husband? No. Absolutely not. That's not how it should be presented. Karina quickly shook her head, otherwise she would have angered her father to the point of death. Little did anyone know, Zinluos had seen through Karina's expression perfectly. He has endured over 4,000 years in this place alone, and adding the several thousand years he cultivated before, it can be said that Zinluos has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. What haven't I seen? What haven't I experienced? He doesn't need an introduction. Li Wei, right? You're very good, not bad. Your arms are very strong. As Zinluos spoke, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. If it weren't for the strength in his arm, could he have broken the fangs of a prince-level expert like himself? Especially that half-brick that the kid is holding, it's really damn sturdy. Zinluos's gaze suddenly stopped and fell on the half-brick in Li Wei's hand. The brick looked somewhat familiar. Ha, uncle. Uncle, you really love to joke around. Li Wei smiled awkwardly and hurriedly put away the half of the brick that was still covered in blood. This is a treasure, we can't let it slip by. Father, how did you get here? Karina quickly brought the topic back on track, though she herself was also very puzzled. I had assumed that my father had already gone to hell to meet Cain, the progenitor of mankind. Unexpectedly, more than 4,000 years later, he was able to see his father again. My race was defeated in the Holy War back then, and I was chased by several cardinals of the Holy See. I ended up here by accident. As Zinluos spoke, a deep sigh flashed in his eyes. Although it was dark and gloomy here, he was, after all, a powerful figure at the prince level. He knew that more than 4,000 years had passed since the last Holy War. But father, why don't you leave here? In recent years, only Prince Federa has been struggling to keep the vampire clan afloat. I have been searching for you for a long time. Karina said sadly. Zinluos was one of only 2 powerful individuals in the vampire clan who reached the prince level. Although he was not royalty, his status within the vampire clan was absolutely top tier. As for why the old butler Chris called him the Duke, it was simply because when Zinluos inherited the title, he was already a Duke. Zinluos had only managed to reach the level of a prince through his acquired strength. After all, only the old butler in the entire Vancho family could be addressed that way. This cave is not as simple as it looks. Getting in is easy, but getting out is extremely difficult, and... As Zinluos spoke, his gaze suddenly changed, and his expression immediately became tense. That familiar scent is back again. Buzz. The next moment, the entire underground space trembled violently, and then, in the endless darkness, it seemed as if some unknown creature appeared. In Li Wei's mental perception, countless human-like creatures surged out from the darkness from all directions, their sheer number sending chills down his spine. My God, what kind of creature is that? How can it be invisible to the naked eye but perceived with mental power? Karina murmured in disbelief. Clearly her mental energy had also detected the unknown creatures. They're ghosts. Just then, Danielis suddenly spoke up. The Ghost Clan? Li Wei and Karina exclaimed in surprise at the same time, having never heard of this race before. Li Wei had never even seen it in the World Chronicles before. That is a legendary race, born in a place filled with endless death. They are formed from the remnants of the souls of those dead creatures, and cannot be seen with the naked eye. Daenerys immediately explained that she had seen these in an ancient book of the vampires. She thought it was a record of a legend, but she never expected it to be true. Chapter 117 Divine Soul transforms into a dragon, top-tier expert. The Kilo Mountains have witnessed countless vampire holy wars, and the number of vampires and other races who have died there is estimated to be at least over 100 million. It was under these special circumstances that the ghost race, such a unique race, came into being. The Ghost Clan is extremely strange. Ordinary dark attribute creatures cannot deal with them, while those who cultivate light magic can easily eliminate them. Because these ghosts, like us vampires, cannot be exposed to direct sunlight, follow me first. These ghosts appear at fixed times. Once you avoid them, you'll be safe. After finishing speaking, Xin Lucy immediately stood up and walked deeper into the underground. Li Wei and the others hurriedly followed, and soon they arrived at a huge underground space. The lighting here was much better than before, and Li Wei could vaguely see his surroundings. A huge coffin, an altar, and stone pillars around it are carved with many patterns. Here, there was yet another tomb, and it was very similar to the Blood Ancestors' tomb that Li Wei had entered last time. Hiss! Hiss! Just then, a series of roars that reached the soul suddenly rang out. In Li Wei and the others' spiritual perception, the humanoid souls seemed to have discovered them and rushed towards them madly. The Ghost Clan's cultivation requires absorbing the souls of living beings. If they discover this, it would be a terrifying thing. As Zinluo spoke, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he must have gone through a lot over the years. Ah! Suddenly, Danielis cried out in pain, her face turning deathly pale, and her body swaying violently. Why is this woman suddenly yelling? Li Wei hurriedly stepped forward and helped Danielis up. Nobody touched her, so why is she yelling? Her mind has been possessed by a ghost. Zinluo's exclaimed in surprise. The ghost's attacks were instantaneous. Once they got close enough, they would be drawn to the soul in the creature's mind and enter its brain without the creature's knowledge. At that moment, the wandering spirits suddenly increased their speed and closed to within 10 meters of them. A sacred artifact, the Soul Ring. Zinluo's roared, and then a golden ring suddenly materialized from his chest. With the appearance of this ring, an invisible barrier seemed to appear within a 5-meter radius around him, blocking all the ghosts that rushed towards him like a tide. One of the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampire clan, the Soul Ring. Karina's eyes flickered a few times. The 13 clans possessed more than just one 9-star sacred artifact. Legend has it that all of them were used by their ancestor Cain. And the Vanter family's artifact was the Soul Ring. It can control people's thoughts, incite the evil deep within people's hearts, and is specifically designed to deal with the soul. It's absolutely safe here. Those ghosts can't get in, but the ghosts in Danielis' mind can't get out either. Zinluo shook his head as he looked at Daenerys, who was pale and breathing erratically. Many of his men who followed him in back then have all died at the hands of the ghost. Can't get out? Then I'll just go in with my soul and kill him, won't that be enough? Li Wei said matter-of-factly. Li Wei, don't talk nonsense. Karina glared at Li Wei. What a joke. Astral projection is something only a Blood Emperor level expert can achieve. Even her father, Prince Sinlos, could not do it. However, Li Wei didn't listen to Karina at all. It's just a ghost, right? Let's get it. Then, Li Wei helped the pale-faced Danielis up, and then pressed his forehead tightly against hers. He focused his mind and took a closer look, only to find that his mental strength had actually surged to over 8,000 points. These were all automatic rewards from the mission system that Li Wei had completed since entering the Kilo Mountains. It should be about time. Li Wei muttered something, then closed his eyes and focused all his attention on circulating his mental energy. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible energy spread outwards from Li Wei's head. Li Wei, don't do anything reckless. Karina couldn't help but exclaim, but was pulled back by her father, Xinluo's. Wait, I think this kid is a bit strange. Let's not interrupt him yet. Xinluo said in a low voice, he doesn't just think Li Wei is strange, he thinks he's extremely strange. A mere marquis-level vampire was able to defeat a prince like myself so easily that I was completely powerless. Thinking of this, Xinluo couldn't help but shudder. This kid was just too damn ruthless. Li Wei's spiritual power had long been tested in actual combat, and he had absorbed the remnant souls of hundreds of ancestors of the Vanjua family. After a brief condensation, it immediately rushed into Danielis's mind through her forehead. Run! Run! You weak soul, become my food. As soon as he entered, Li Wei's soul saw a grey figure exuding a thick aura of death, emitting an extremely arrogant laugh. Opposite him, Daenerys's soul had been forced into a corner of her mind, curled up, with a pitiful expression on her face. Ga. Watch me tear you apart. The ghost roared, and then suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast, its evil claws reaching for Daenerys's soul. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Daenerys screamed in terror, but just then. Ugh! A loud roar suddenly rang out, and the ghost paused abruptly. It then hurriedly turned its head to look, only to see a divine dragon roaring as it charged toward it. Ah! What the hell? A soul transformation into a dragon, a top-tier expert. The ghost screamed in alarm, but before it could invade Danielis's soul, it hurriedly tried to escape. However, the attack power of the soul dragon that Li Wei had transformed into was too strong. This was only less than 1/10 of Li Wei's soul power. A dragon claw suddenly grabbed. Put! Just as a balloon deflates, the ghost that had caused Daenerys so much fear and pain instantly turned into a grey mist. However, the ghost solidified again in the next moment, gritted its teeth and glared at Li Wei before hurriedly trying to escape from Danielis's mind. Trying to run? Stay here. Li Wei snorted coldly, then suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the ghost with both claws before snapping his large mouth full of fangs at it. Put! Ah! The ghost let out a painful shriek, and under Li Wei's frantic sucking, it shrank at a visible speed, and in the end, it was actually sucked away by Li Wei. Chapter 118 Signing the Master-Servant Relationship. TSK Tisk. Li Wei smacked his lips, saying the taste was not bad. Furthermore, this kind of ghost is a special kind of creature, composed entirely of divine souls. It does not require any conversion once absorbed, it directly enhances Li Wei's spiritual power. Ding! Your mental energy has been credited 100 points. The next moment, a system notification sound came. Li Wei? How did you get in? As Danielis recovered from her fear, she stared at Li Wei, somewhat bewildered. Although she was in a spirit state, Daenerys's spirit was almost indistinguishable from her body. She was practically a miniature figure. Li Wei felt a surge of rage at the sight. Humph, last time in the coffin, you almost kicked me to death. This time, I'm going to get my revenge. Li Wei grinned maliciously, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Then, he suddenly stretched out his claws and pounced forward. Ah! What are you trying to do? No! Don't do this to my soul, The next moment, Daenerys's soul let out an indescribable cry, and a chain reaction also occurred outside her body. No! Don't, stop! Stop, no! All that could be heard was a muffled cry from Daenerys, her face alternating between flushed and pale, as if she were going through something. What happened? Karina looked anxious, but didn't know what to do. If we forcibly separate Li Wei now, wouldn't that hurt Danielis? It's alright, this kid is probably helping Danielis, the father-in-law, Xinluo's, quickly reassured her. After all, who would have thought that Li Wei could be so unserious at a time like this? The turmoil emanating from the depths of her soul made Daenerys feel as if her soul was about to be elevated. After all, one is the body and the other is the soul. They are not on the same level at all. Even if there are countless women in the world, Daenerys is probably the only one who can truly give you a soul connection. Ah! Finally, after a moment, Daenerys let out a loud scream, and her body went limp. After a long while, Danielis opened her big, watery eyes and glared fiercely at Li Wei, who had a wicked grin on his face. That despicable creature actually took advantage of the opportunity to invade my mind and did that kind of thing to my soul. He actually tickled the souls of his own soul. Danielis was almost itchy to death. That's absolutely outrageous. Your Highness, are you alright? Karina rushed forward and helped Danielis up. I'm fine, Karina. Danielis blushed slightly. After all, Karina was Li Wei's legal wife. Li Wei, what did you do to Danielis? The perceptive Karina immediately noticed that Danielis's gaze towards Li Wei was somewhat strange, and asked coldly. I didn't do anything. I'm completely innocent, okay? Li Wei hurriedly raised his hands, claiming he had only given Danielis a small lesson, that's all. Buzz. However, at this moment, the ghost race members who were blocked by the soul ring barrier suddenly went mad and frantically crashed into the barrier. Bang bang bang. The next moment, everyone inside the barrier clearly felt the barrier shaking violently. In fact, because of the reckless attacks of those ghost race members, the entire barrier was being rapidly compressed. Not good. They must have sensed the spiritual energy of too many beings and gone berserk. Xinluo's expression suddenly changed. If these ghosts compressed the barrier, they would have nowhere to hide. Squeak. However, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, and all the ghosts outside suddenly stopped, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and each of them exuded an extremely strong aura of fear. What happened? What kind of creature made that sound? A look of confusion flashed across Xinluo's face, but just then. It's Little Bat. Karina exclaimed in surprise, and following the direction of her finger, a small, pink bat flew quickly towards them. Little Bat, hiss. Blood God Bat. Xinluo's gasped. As a seasoned vampire, how could he not know the name of the Blood God Bat? Legend has it that the Blood God Bat was once the battle pet of the progenitor Cain, and it killed countless enemies for the vampires in their unification of the continent. Yes, father, Little Bat was hatched by Li Wei using his essence blood. Karina immediately explained. Kid, you've given me quite a few surprises. Xinluo's couldn't help but glance at Li Wei. This kid is weird, incredibly weird. Squeak. The next moment, the little bat flapped its wings and quickly approached. When it saw the ghosts, its tiny eyes immediately burst forth with a great deal of light. To other dark creatures, ghosts are deadly and indestructible. But for the Blood God Bat, this pure soul power is a super supplement. The next moment, the little bat transformed into a bolt of lightning, landing on the head of one of the ghosts. Immediately, it stretched out its pink little mouth, and its two sharp little fangs stabbed fiercely at the ghost's crown. Put! Ah! Instantly, the ghost let out a painful roar, completely powerless to resist, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely sucked into the little bat's mouth. Hiccup! The little bat burped, seemingly not having had enough, then flapped its wings again and landed on the heads of the other ghosts. This ghost seemed to be quite powerful. Upon seeing the little bat approaching, it immediately tried to flee. Squeak! A piercing scream came from the little bat's mouth, and the ghost seemed to be frozen in place, instantly becoming still, allowing the little bat to frantically suckle. Ding! System notification: the Blood God Bat has fully awakened. Do you wish to develop a master-servant relationship with it? Just then, a system notification sounded in Li Wei's mind. Master-servant relationship? Complete awakening. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. No wonder he couldn't communicate with the little bat before. It turned out that it hadn't fully awakened yet. But now that the system has given a hint, I doubt anyone would refuse to have a Blood God Bat as a servant. I choose to sign. Li Wei paused slightly, then gave the order. Buzz. Suddenly, a special energy emanated from Li Wei's body, ignoring the barrier and connecting with the little bat. Chapter 119: Trembling Soul. Squeak. The little bat was momentarily stunned, as if something had happened, yet also as if nothing had happened at all. Everything happened too fast. It hadn't even realized it before it was over on Li Wei's side. But suddenly, the little bat felt that it seemed to have formed some necessary connection with Li Wei. Furthermore, she felt an even stronger urge to get closer to Li Wei than before. Never mind that, we haven't finished all the food yet. The little bat chirped twice at Li Wei, then opened its tiny mouth and continued sucking on the unfortunate Netherworld clan member. In Li Wei's mind, however, came up with a series of data that had never been seen before. Species: Blood God Bat. Gender: female. Level: 3rd tier sacred beast. Attribute: darkness. Skill: soul tremor, deadly absorption. Holy crap! So you're a little female bat after all. Li Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder the little bat was all pink. So that's why. Ding. System notification: the Ghost Clan can greatly increase mental power. With the host's strength, it is entirely possible to hunt them down. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in Li Wei's mind. In that case. Humph. Li Wei snorted coldly, took a step forward, and directly broke through the barrier. Li Wei. No. Don't leave here. Karina and Danilise exclaimed in surprise, but Li Wei calmly turned around. Don't worry, they're just some remnant souls. Watch how I release them all into the afterlife. After Li Wei finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and resolutely stepped out of the barrier. However, the moment his body left the barrier, the ghosts outside, who were frightened by the little bats, were like flies that had seen a rotten egg. Eyes shining. It's important to know that ghosts have the ability to enter the minds of living beings. Similarly, although their nemesis is the blood god bat, they can evade the blood god bat by entering the minds of other creatures. Caw caw caw. Brothers. This vampire is asking for it. Let's go. Let's all go together. Attack from all sides, charge into his head. Instantly, accompanied by a series of sharp whistling sounds, the ghosts charged towards Li Wei as if they were courting death. Li Wei did not dodge, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Even little bats scared them like this, so what's inside their heads must scare them to death. Ha ha. I can feel an endless aura of blood. This vampire's body is incredibly strong, it's ours from now on. The horde of ghosts let out a piercing, sinister laugh and charged at Li Wei's head with full speed, without even a moment's hesitation, and instantly rushed in. Indeed excellent. The first ghost to rush in looked around, but the next moment, he saw only a pair of huge eyes staring intently at him. Oh my god. What the hell? The ghost was startled, and even the soul energy surrounding its body trembled violently. Then it started to shake violently like a chick. A gigantic dragon of spiritual energy was staring intently at him. The dragon of spiritual power is incredibly lifelike, even its scales and whiskers are depicted with remarkable realism. Meanwhile, the vampire's spirit was watching him calmly from afar. How dare he enter my mind and cause trouble? Eat him alive. Li Wei suddenly waved his hand, and the spiritual dragon pounced over instantly. Ah! No! Don't bite me, don't bite me! Pfft! With a piercing scream, the ghost was instantly torn to pieces by the giant dragon formed from Li Wei's spiritual power, and then absorbed. Bite! Your mental strength has increased by 300 points. The next moment, Li Wei trembled violently, then let out a long sigh. This feeling is awesome. Outside, seeing Li Wei's blissful expression, Danilise, Karina, and Xinluos were all completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What exactly did this kid do to that ghost? He won't. Danilise's pretty face suddenly turned red. She had witnessed firsthand what Li Wei had done to her soul. But the Ghost Clan doesn't distinguish between genders, so is Li Wei the kind of man who accepts anyone who comes his way? Rush! The next moment, dozens of ghosts rushed towards Li Wei with a howl, but the instant they entered Li Wei's mind, they only saw a series of terrifying, gaping maws with fangs, which then bit down fiercely. Click click. Ah! Help! Help me! This kid is terrifying. His soul is even more terrifying than a demon. Instantly, a piercing scream resounded in Li Wei's mind. The ghosts scattered and fled, but they were no match for the spiritual dragon and were torn to pieces. Seeing that things were not going well, one of the ghosts suddenly shot out of Li Wei's mind at an extremely fast speed. Brothers! Run! Don't come in! Don't come in! This kid's soul is too damn powerful. The ghost hurriedly alerted the other ghosts, but his body suddenly stopped, and then, as if some enormous force was pulling him, he was violently thrown backward. Buzzing! The next moment, an immense suction force suddenly emanated from Li Wei's mind. Like a rapidly spinning vortex, all the ghosts around Li Wei were out of control and swirled toward him. What's going on? Why do I feel my soul trembling? Karina exclaimed in surprise. She even suspected that if her mind hadn't been protecting her, her very soul would have been dragged away. Turning his head, he saw that even though his father, Xinluos, was already a prince, he was pale under the powerful pulling force targeting his soul. This kid is just too damn weird. Where on earth did my daughter find such a freak? I am a powerful expert at the prince level. Yet, I was almost pulled out of my soul by this powerful suction force. Prince Xinluo stared at Li Wei in disbelief. Looking at it this way, it was actually quite lucky that he had his two fangs broken by Li Wei. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Danny Lai suddenly let out a scream. She had already experienced the power of Li Wei's soul. Furthermore, after Li Wei invaded her mind, he left a lot of things in Danny Lai's soul. Now that Li Wei has exerted his power again, Danny Lai feels that painful yet pleasurable feeling sweeping through her soul once more. Ma. Chapter 120. So it was old Guang. It was as if two souls resonated together. The tremor from the depths of their souls was something Daenerys simply could not bear. The entire hall was filled with the powerful soul aura emanating from Li Wei's mind. Those ghost race members wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape at all. One by one, they were forcefully dragged into Li Wei's mind by the powerful suction. But what truly entered Li Wei's mind was only the beginning of something far more terrifying. One after another, giant dragons of spiritual power roared in, and all the ghosts were torn apart and absorbed. However, at that moment, as the entire hall was filled with the aura of souls, a loud crashing sound suddenly came from the huge coffin in the middle of the hall. Bang! A loud bang instantly drew the attention of Karina and the other two. My God, what is that? The corpse in the coffin. Is Li Wei going to awaken the corpse in the coffin? Karina was filled with disbelief. The reason she thought it was because of Li Wei was because she knew Li Wei too well. Boom! The next moment, the huge coffin suddenly burst open, and a thick coffin lid flew into the sky. Then, a bone hand without any flesh or blood rested on the edge of the coffin. A powerful surge of blood energy swept across the entire underground space. Blood essence? Vampires? Xinluo's was utterly shocked. To possess such potent blood energy, one was definitely not just an ordinary vampire. Could it be? Click click. The next moment, a huge skeleton, more than 2 meters tall, stood up from the coffin. It had 10 huge wings on its back, like a butterfly in full bloom. Crimson blood swirled around every bone of the skeleton. This is the bloodline of our ancestor. Xinluo's let out a howl like a ghost. In the entire vampire clan, only the second-generation bloodline of the blood ancestor can cultivate 10 vampire wings. The 10 enormous wings on the back of this skeleton are enough to prove his identity. Oh my God! By the blood ancestor. Daenerys greets the blood ancestor. Daenerys gasped and hurriedly knelt down. As a princess of the royal family, she inherited the vampire clan's utmost respect for their ancestors. Even Karina and her father, Sinros, slowly knelt down. After all, among vampires, the respect for second-generation bloodlines is no less than that for the progenitor Cain. Hearing the noise, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes. He had already absorbed most of the ghosts here. When he saw the corpse of the blood ancestor, Li Wei's expression changed drastically. He. What did we see here? It's just another blood ancestor's corpse? Li Wei chuckled, a fiery glint in his eyes. Compared to other creatures, Li Wei's favorite to absorb is the blood ancestor with the second-generation bloodline. Although it doesn't taste very good, like a piece of spoiled rotten meat, its powerful internal energy is irresistible. Again? Why did this kid use the word again? Upon hearing this, Xinluo glanced at Li Wei with some confusion. But at that very moment. Quick! Chase them! This vampire can't escape now, he's already been wounded by His Holiness the Pope. Entering this cave is tantamount to suicide. Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps and shouts, a staggering figure suddenly rushed into the main hall. Li Wei and the others couldn't help but turn their gazes over there, but what they saw made them suddenly freeze in surprise. The figure who rushed in was dressed in a black robe, with a fist-sized hole in his chest, surrounded by rotting flesh. And his face was incredibly familiar. Butler Chris? Karina gasped in surprise, then looked completely bewildered. What are you doing here? Chris was stunned when he saw Karina and Li Wei, but when he saw Xinluo's, he was shocked and began to tremble uncontrollably. Your Excellency the Duke, is it you? Is it really you? Butler Chris murmured, his dry lips parted in disbelief. Since the outbreak of the Holy War, he has been wandering in the Kilo Mountains, not to protect Karina in secret, but because he shares the same goal as Karina, to find the remains of Xinluo. But who could have known that an accident a few days ago would lead to his discovery by the allied forces of the 10 tribes, and even attract the pursuit of Pope Charles and Lionman chieftain Sindin? After being seriously wounded, he fled all the way here. But who could have imagined that inside this unassuming cave, there would actually be old butler Chris? "It's been a long time," Shinlua said, recovering from his shock, a smile appearing on his gaunt face. If he had been trapped here for over 4,000 years, the person he missed most in the entire Vanter family, besides Karina, was his old butler Chris. You should know that Chris, the old butler, is a true elder of the Vanter family. When Sinlos was little, he was taken care of by Chris, the butler. "Your Grace, it really is your Grace," sob sob sob. Chris's eyes instantly welled up with tears. For over 4,000 years, he had long thought that the Duke had vanished into the vast expanse of time, but who could have imagined that he would encounter him here? "Miss, Lord Li Wei, Princess Danilise, you are here too." After realizing what had happened, Chris the butler wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a hint of surprise, "Old butler, did you sense anything unusual when you came in?" As if she had just thought of something, Danilise quickly asked. "Abnormal?" "Nothing." Butler Chris shook his head. Apart from being chased by the Holy See and the orcs, he really hadn't found anything. "Just as I thought." Upon hearing this, Danilise nodded. The barrier she had sensed at the cave entrance was entirely due to the ghost race. Now that all the ghosts had been wiped out by Li Wei, the barrier that allowed entry but not exit naturally disappeared. Light will always pierce through darkness, and the inferior vampires will inevitably be destroyed by the light. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, and Li Wei was startled. He turned his head and saw an old man wearing a green olive branch on his head and dressed in a linen robe slowly walking in. As he entered, the entire hall seemed to suddenly become brightly lit. "Oh, it's Lao Guang." Li Wei waved his hand. He was an acquaintance. Pope Charles stumbled, nearly falling over, and glared fiercely at Li Wei. Who is this kid getting close to? Chapter 121. Did it come back to life? Besides Charles, many members of the orc and elf races also blocked the cave entrance. Enemies meeting are especially hostile, especially Lion King Sindin, who stood with his toes turned inward and his face looked like he was suffering from menstrual cramps. "How dare you, a wicked vampire, address the esteemed Pope of Light? Boy, take this beam of holy light." Just then, a bishop next to Charles suddenly roared, and immediately a magic array appeared in front of him, and a beam of light as thick as a thigh shot towards Li Wei. "Oomph, what's so special about this? I've sucked up ones even thicker than this before." Li Wei snorted coldly and immediately activated the extreme young berserk blood refining secret technique within his body. Buzzing. The next moment, Li Wei suddenly opened his mouth and caught the thick pillar of holy light steadily, leaving not a drop behind. Holy crap! I actually ate it. That's an attack from light magic. He can withstand this? Is he still a vampire? Immediately, a series of incredulous exclamations rang out. Karina and her companions were unfazed, but many of the light cultists on the other side had never even seen Li Wei before. They only thought Li Wei was an ordinary vampire. "I never expected this vampire to be so brutal. He can even absorb magic of the light attribute, so what is there that he can't absorb? Ah! Not good. The light element within me is out of balance." The bishop who launched the attack suddenly cried out in alarm. His face turned deathly pale, then flushed red, and then contorted into a ferocious expression. He wanted to retract his attack, but tragically discovered that he had completely lost control of his light element. I'm inhaling again." Li Wei let out a sound of gritting his teeth, and the thick beam of light seemed to have made a connection between Li Wei and the Bishop of the Holy See. It just won't stop. Ah! No! My body is going to explode. The Bishop of Light let out a miserable howl, and then his body suddenly burst out with a large amount of light, like a light bulb lit up by tens of thousands of volts of electricity. Not good. Get out of the way. Bishop Elite is about to explode. Immediately, people around cried out and hurriedly dodged, and in that very instant, boom! With a loud bang, the bishop instantly transformed into a ball of white light and exploded, the scattered aura of light filling the entire hall. After the explosion, everyone seemed to be frozen in place, and the way they looked at Li Wei changed. What's going on? What power? Who the hell is he? How could he possibly absorb the power of a light bishop, a figure equivalent to a vampire duke, and cause him to explode? Is this still the vampire they know? Click, click. However, at that moment, a screeching sound of joints grinding suddenly rang out. The huge skeleton that had been standing still suddenly began to emit strange red light from its empty eye sockets after being enveloped by the light. Holy crap! It's come back to life. When the Lion Man chieftain Sindin saw this scene, his expression immediately changed. Those 10 enormous wings are enough to prove the identity of this skeleton. It belongs to a second-generation bloodline powerhouse of the vampire clan. A legendary being that even gods could withstand. Although only a skeleton remains now, who knows if this thing is truly dead or not? Damn it, Charles, you old bastard. Didn't you see this huge skeleton standing here? I curse your ancestors. You didn't discipline your son properly, and now you've disturbed it. Sinding didn't give Charles any face at all as a crude and vulgar orc. This was an understatement. This. Charles gritted his teeth, his face instantly darkening, and the powerful aura of light within him instantly dissipated. Don't even mention a blood ancestor's corpse. Even if he really came back to life, my true self, would still do it without hesitation. I'd rather kill him than admit defeat. At the same time, a tremendous surge of blood energy erupted from the corpse of the blood ancestor. Even though it had been dead for countless millennia, it still made everyone present feel an extreme sense of oppression. Ha ha! Our ancestor has been resurrected. You're all doomed. Li Wei's eyes darted around, and he called out to Pope Charles and the others. Kid, don't be so arrogant. After I've dealt with this skeleton, I'll come after you. I'll definitely get my revenge for that brick. Pope Charles gritted his teeth, and then a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a large spear exuding a holy aura. You lowly vampire, you can't even rest in peace after death. Today I'll make sure you're not even left with your bones, light spear. A glint suddenly flashed in Charles's eyes, and he brandished his giant spear, thrusting it into the skeleton's chest. Clang! A crisp impact sound rang out. Oh my God? Pope Charles exclaimed in surprise. The Spear of Light is a sacred artifact bestowed by the true God of light. It has been nourished by him for tens of thousands of years, and he has maintained it every morning and evening. It has long been capable of cutting off any evil in the world. But this shot didn't even break the bones of the corpse. Did I plug it in the wrong place? Charles gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to retract his spear and thrust it out again, a crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out. Snap! Your Holiness, your gun, it's broken. A follower of the light couldn't help but offer a reminder. It's broken? Charles frowned, looked down, and his heart bled. This gun was something I cherished as my life, and yet, it just broke like that. Suddenly, a crimson light enveloped him. Charles hurriedly looked up, only to see the skeleton's empty eye sockets staring straight at him. Then, he saw it slap him across the face. Smack! Ugh! Instantly, accompanied by Charles's scream, his body flew backward more than 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, and with a thud, he fell flat on his back. His broken spear flew back with him. Pope! Your Highness! Immediately, the members of the Holy See exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to help Charles up. But who knew that the moment they moved, the blood ancestor-level corpse came to life instantly, and with a sudden raise of its sharp claws, it grabbed all the cultists of light. Gah, blood, I need blood. The bones emitted a piercing scraping sound, and that dark, brutal sound reverberated in everyone's minds. Bang bang bang! The next moment, those light cultists who were controlled in the air turned into clouds of blood mist. Chapter 122. Let's break it. They lined up and were fed into the mouths of the corpses. Slurp! The sound of swallowing rang out. After absorbing the blood mist, tiny buds of flesh actually began to grow from the corpse of the blood ancestor. To bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, those granulation tissues crawled all over his body like maggots. Subsequently, blood vessels, muscles, nerves, and internal organs all grew rapidly, making it look like a human being that had been skinned. It was not just terrifying, it was downright disgusting. Ugh! As expected, none of the second-generation bloodlines are easy to deal with. Li Wei gagged. The last time he encountered a second-generation bloodline, he actually came back to life after absorbing some of their bloodline. This time, however, he encountered a second-generation bloodline, and they all turned into skeletons. Before he even started absorbing the blood, he was already about to be resurrected. What kind of freak is the vampire race? Li Wei even suspected that Cain, the legendary ancestor who had supposedly perished hundreds of thousands of years ago, might not have actually died completely. However, at that moment, click click. With a crisp sound, the blood ancestor skeleton turned its head, and its eye sockets, filled with blood-red fleshy buds, actually looked at Li Wei. Is something the matter? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, and an ominous premonition immediately arose in his heart. He lifted his leg and moved half a meter to the side. Sure enough, the gaze of the blood ancestor's skeleton turned towards him. Oh my god! Li Wei's heart sank immediately. He figured that this old geezer, who wasn't quite dead yet, was probably after him. Not content with messing with the Pope of Light, they even want to mess with themselves. Hiss. The blood god's body, it's actually the blood god's body. The blood ancestor's corpse let out an extremely excited roar, especially since his throat had not fully grown in yet. The sound was extremely piercing and made one's hair stand on end. I will use your flesh and blood to forge my body. Pay the price for my resurrection, Junior. The blood ancestor's corpse roared, and then its sharp claws shot out towards Li Wei. No! No way! But just then, a shout suddenly rang out. Li Wei turned his head and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Karina spread her arms and shielded herself. Revered ancestor, if you dare touch him, I, Karina, will surely become your enemy. After Karina finished speaking, two fangs were immediately revealed, and she looked fierce. Although her body trembled under the oppressive force of the blood ancestor's corpse, she did not retreat a single step. I don't like the flesh and blood in your body, get out! The blood ancestor's corpse sneered. As a second-generation bloodline, he was actually threatened by a fourth-generation bloodline. This feeling made him very unhappy. Wife, you. Li Wei was deeply moved, never expecting Karina to defend him so fiercely at this moment. Don't worry, my dear wife. Once we get back to the castle, just wait and see how well I behave. I'll definitely let you experience what it means to be at the pinnacle of bliss. Li Wei gritted his teeth. Such a good wife, it would be worth it even if it broke his back. Roll. The vampire skeleton snorted coldly, and its powerful aura sent Karina flying. Then, the endless blood energy transformed into a giant hand, directly controlling Li Wei's body and pulling him away in a shape. Ha ha ha! Who dares to escape the wrath of heaven? You brat, you finally met your match. Pope Charles rolled to his feet and, upon seeing Li Wei being captured by the blood ancestor's remains, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Once upon a time, this kid insulted him with such extreme methods, and now, he is about to pay the price for it. Hooray! I really want to crush his balls. The lion chieftain Sindin couldn't help but roar twice, his eyes fixed on Li Wei's crotch, and he even cruelly licked his lips. If he weren't afraid of angering the skeleton, he would have really wanted to go up and do it himself. Younger generation, contribute to my resurrection. The blood ancestor's corpse roared, then revealed two sharp fangs almost as long as a hand, and plunged them fiercely into Li Wei's neck. Damn it! I'm always the one who absorbs others, no one ever absorbs me. Li Wei gritted his teeth, glanced at the two sharp fangs, and felt a sudden tingling in his hand. However, just as Li Wei was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that he was actually imprisoned by the blood ancestor's corpse. As the two fangs drew closer and closer, Li Wei could even see the half-grown, ferocious tongue inside its mouth, secreting an unknown liquid that was about to drip onto his face. However, at this time, squeak! Suddenly, a loud and piercing scream rang out, and a small, pink bat flew out from Li Wei's collar. With her scream, which she had exhausted all her strength, the blood ancestor's corpse suddenly stopped and froze. At the same time, that powerful binding force vanished instantly. Chance! Li Wei roared, and with a flash of light in his hand, half a brick appeared. He swung it fiercely at the blood ancestor's two fangs. Damn it, he actually tried to suck me dry? Cut it off. Boom! Click! In an instant, a violent impact and a crisp sound rang out at the same time. The blood ancestor's head jerked back, and two fangs as thick as a thumb fell out of its mouth. In fact, Li Wei's blow with the brick even knocked his chin crooked. Ah! Hateful! My darling, my precious fangs didn't even break when it died, and you actually managed to snap them off. Those are fangs that have been with me for hundreds of thousands of years. The blood ancestor's remains let out a mournful howl, clutching its head and roaring. Holy crap! He can even break the blood ancestor's fangs? This kid is too awesome. Seeing this, Pope Charles had an expression of utter disbelief on his face. A blood ancestor level expert is a powerful being that even some ascetics within the Holy Sea of Light cannot match. Even he got hit with a brick, so thinking about how I got hit doesn't seem so angry anymore. Upon witnessing this scene, the Lion King Sindin couldn't help but reach out and cover the area where he had previously been injured. Now, he felt a dull ache there again. With the impact of the brick, Danily, the old butler, and Xinluo's all shuddered violently, staring at Li Wei with an indescribable look. It is important to know that vampires have great respect for bloodlines, especially the supreme bloodline of the second generation. It can be said that low-level vampires would not be able to muster any will to resist when they encounter a second-generation bloodline. As for Li Wei, let alone resisting, he could probably even dismantle the skeleton by force. Hiss, damn it, how dare you attack me, Lord of the Vampires? I will make you pay the price, I will make every drop of fluid in your body coat my noble bones. The Blood Ancestor's corpse roared. Chapter 123. Not even skeletons are spared. After saying that, he stretched out his huge and sharp claws and slashed at Li Wei. However, at that moment, Li Wei's body exploded like a bomb with a burning fuse, releasing a large amount of blood mist that instantly blocked the space within a radius of about 5 meters. Hiss, damn kid, where did he run off to? The Blood Ancestor's corpse roared angrily. He thought that dealing with a fifth-generation bloodline descendant would be a piece of cake. Who knew that this descendant would give him so many surprises? However, at that moment, a mocking voice rang out from behind. The Blood Ancestor's corpse turned around sharply, only to see that Li Wei was already riding on its neck. By the progenitor Cain, what I saw was not real, was it? A fifth-generation vampire has actually ridden on the neck of a second-generation vampire ancestor. What does he want to do? To relieve himself? The old butler Chris and Xinluo exchanged a glance. Ever since Li Wei smashed the Blood Ancestor's corpse with a brick, they had been completely dumbfounded. And now, he actually rode on it. That's a corpse that's been dead for at least tens of thousands of years, one of the 13 blood ancestors of the vampire clan. Li Wei is really not afraid of death to ride like that. Damn it! You're insulting me! Die! Sure enough, the next moment, the Blood Ancestor's corpse let out an extremely angry roar. Aside from the progenitor Cain, the Blood Ancestor holds the highest position among all vampires. No vampire has ever dared to lay a hand on them, and no vampire has ever dared to ride them. How could I not be angry? How could there not be anger? However, a familiar shadow rapidly approached, growing ever closer until it completely blocked the view of the Blood Ancestor's corpse. Then, bang! A muffled thud. The corpse of the Blood Ancestor staggered suddenly, and was knocked to the ground by the brick that was slammed on its forehead. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and amidst the rising blood energy, Li Weiqi was seen sitting atop the skeleton, holding half a brick in one hand, muttering curses as he did so. What are you pretending for, you Blood Ancestor? It's not like I haven't sucked blood before. But judging from your condition, you probably don't have any essence blood left. Fine, I'll just suck out your bone marrow. After saying that, Li Wei smashed the shoulder blade of the Blood Ancestor's corpse with a brick, then lay down, bared his fangs, and began to suck on it fiercely. Glug glug glug. Ah, how dare you suck me? How dare you? No. Ah. Suddenly, accompanied by a shrill scream, everyone's expression changed. Xinluo's lips twitched incessantly. This kid absorbed even the Blood Ancestor's blood essence. The Holy See members on the other side, along with the Orc Elves, were terrified by what they saw. I never expected this at all. This vampire kid is far more terrifying than I imagined. Pope Charles and Lion Chieftain Sindin, in particular, couldn't help but shudder. The poor thing still wanted to overcome their fear and kill Li Wei. But who wouldn't be dumbfounded if they saw someone like Li Wei who dared to mess with even a skeleton? This is incredible. This kid even dares to mess with skeletons. Pope Charles screamed, and even the green olive wreath on his head jerked upwards before slamming down heavily on his head. He had seen vampires sucking blood before, but seeing a vampire sucking a skeleton was something he had never seen before in his life. By the beast god, this kid has absolutely no dietary restrictions. They don't even spare skeletons. Chief Sindin, the Lion Man, couldn't help but shudder, his large eyes filled with shock and fear. Thank goodness that the kid only smashed his own testicles that day, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to avoid being sucked in. Run! We have to run. Who knows if this kid will come after me after he's done with the skeleton? But at that very moment, buzz! A violent tremor suddenly erupted from Li Wei's body. The Blood Ancestor's corpse not only contained powerful energy, but also endless blood energy within its immortal bones. Ding! System detection, host's blood energy accumulation is complete. Do you wish to break through to Marquee LV6? The next moment, the long-awaited notification of a realm advancement suddenly rang out. Suckling. Of course we need to improve. Li Wei took 2 more big gulps, feeling that the marrow inside the bone was extremely fishy and smelly, burning his throat. But it didn't matter. Compared to his cultivation level and strength, no matter how fishy and smelly it was, Li Wei could still suck it in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 16,000 evolution points. Your realm has been upgraded to Marquis LV6. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has broken through to Marquis LV7. Bite. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 16,000 evolution points. Your cultivation level has broken through to Marquis LV9. The next moment, a series of sounds of realm advancement rang in Li Wei's mind. Everyone saw that Li Wei's aura was becoming stronger and stronger as he absorbed the bones of the blood ancestor. Heavens above, Ancestor Cain, you must forgive this ignorant descendant. Xinluos couldn't help but murmur in shock. He really wanted to believe that this scene was real. Vampires can increase their strength by drinking blood, but it takes time for that to be converted. But this kid not only sucked out bone marrow fluid, but after he finished, he was able to improve his cultivation level immediately, which completely overturned his worldview that he had established for tens of thousands of years. Daughter, just who is this boy? Xinluos finally couldn't hold back any longer, turning his head to look at Karina beside him. To everyone's surprise, Karina had an indifferent expression, as if she didn't care about it at all, and didn't even glance at Li Wei. Father, you need to get used to it. This is perfectly normal for Li Wei. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Karina said, waving her hand casually. This. Xinluos mechanically turned his head, staring blankly at Li Wei, who was still slapping the blood ancestor's corpse with force. Could it be that during the more than 4,000 years I've been trapped here, the descendants of the vampires have become so open-minded? I'm getting old after all. I can't keep up with the progress of the vampires anymore, and a generation gap has developed between me and the younger generation of vampires. Xinluos shook his head inside. He even began to hesitate, wondering if he should go out at all. Stop! You wretched brat, that's my shoulder blade. Don't suck it. Don't suck it. And my upper arm bone, my forearm bone, you don't want them anymore. Ancestor Cain, what did I do wrong? Why am I being punished like this? Chapter 124 Bricks of the Divine Tomb. The remains of the blood ancestor emitted mournful howls, filled with despair and self-reproach. Why can't you just stay in your coffin and be perfectly fine? The patriarch Cain once said that when he was resurrected, he would resurrect himself first. But I just had to make trouble for myself. Why couldn't I survive for hundreds of thousands of years? I had to pop up at this time. To run into this junior who's so greedy he'd even suck his own bones, what utter bad luck. However, Li Wei didn't care about all that. As long as it could improve his strength, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to absorb. That's right, the soul of these bones. Li Wei muttered to himself, they've already sucked out the bone marrow, what's a soul they're missing? However, the souls of ordinary creatures reside in their brains, but the soul of this skeleton, it must be inside the bones. Li Wei let out a low shout, took half a brick and smashed all of his ribs, sucking on them one by one. No! Only foul-smelling bone marrow. What is this thing? It can even shatter my immortal bones that I've cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. The blood ancestor's corpse let out an incredulous roar, but the next moment, when his gaze fell on the half-brick in Li Wei's hand, he suddenly froze. The tomb of the gods, it's the tomb of the gods. The blood ancestor's skeleton cried out in surprise, as if it had seen something unbelievable. No wonder that half-brick could even shatter its own bones. It turns out, it was the legendary brick from the tomb of the gods. How could the bricks used to build tombs for gods be ordinary? Bricks from the tomb of the gods? Li Wei was stunned. No wonder this thing was so easy to use. But where exactly is the divine tomb mentioned by the blood ancestor's corpse? One brick was not enough for Li Wei. If Li Wei could remove all the bricks from that tomb, that would be the best thing ever. It can be used for both ranged and melee combat, making it an essential tool for killing, arson, and everyday life. Tell me, where is that divine tomb you're talking about? Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly roared and questioned the blood ancestor's corpse below. I don't know. It's just a legend, The blood ancestor's remains hurriedly waved his only remaining arm and said, "Fine, since you don't want to talk, then just annihilate me completely." Li Wei snorted coldly. Just now, as the blood ancestor's corpse was in shock, a tremor of the soul emanated from a bone in its lower abdomen. Li Wei was absolutely certain that the soul of the blood ancestor's corpse was hidden inside this bone. "That's a pubic bone. This is disgusting, but I'll smash it to improve my strength." Li Wei gritted his teeth, swung the brick, and smashed it down hard on the pubic bone of the blood ancestor's corpse. Click! With a crisp sound, seeing this scene, the Beast King Xinding seemed to have experienced it firsthand. His whole body shuddered violently, and a hollow, sharp pain came from between his legs. "Oh my god, that's terrifying. He is a demon, absolutely a demon. Not only did he crush his own eggs, but he could also scare a skeleton to death. That's absolutely inhuman." However, as Li Wei smashed the pubic bone, a gray shadow radiating a large amount of soul energy suddenly rushed out. Quack! "Damn it, I only wanted the blood essence in your body, but now that you've destroyed my remains, then give me your body." The blood ancestor's soul roared and instantly rushed towards Li Wei's head. He wanted to enter Li Wei's mind, destroy Li Wei's soul, and take over Li Wei's body. However, just before he was about to enter Li Wei's mind, he suddenly felt several gazes turn towards him. It was filled with pity, regret, and even sympathy. Karina and the others looked at the blood ancestor with complicated expressions. He had been in the coffin for hundreds of thousands of years. Having finally escaped, he encountered this freak, Li Wei, and now, he actually wants to send his soul into Li Wei's mind. That's like carrying a lantern to the toilet, it's practically suicide. What kind of looks are those? Why are they looking at me like that? Blood ancestor's soul murmured in bewilderment, but it was too late. After a brief flight, his soul rushed into Li Wei's mind without hesitation. Oh, no. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out, and Li Wei shuddered violently as the aura of the blood ancestor's soul completely disappeared. The blood ancestor, who had dominated the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, was completely wiped out by Li Wei. "You filthy wretch! You'd do such a thing even to a skeleton! Damn it! Damn it!" A furious shout suddenly rang out, and the elf queen, dressed in a long robe, rushed out, holding a jade green scepter, and fiercely stabbed it towards Li Wei's forehead. "Li Wei! Don't want!" Karina and Danilys gasped in surprise, momentarily at a loss for what to do, and could only rush over with all their might while still screaming. The timing was impeccable. Li Wei had just annihilated the remnant soul of the blood ancestor and hadn't had time to fully digest it, leaving him with no ability to resist. But at that very moment, boom! A tremendous tremor suddenly rang out, and the entire hall shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding ground cracked open, and a large amount of bloody energy rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The blood energy contained a dense surge of power, washing over the bodies of everyone present. Not good. The progenitor Cain, it is the primordial bloodline of the progenitor Cain. At this moment, even Princess Zinluo's and the old butler Chris's expressions changed drastically. It's important to understand that the reason primordial blood energy is that ordinary vampires simply cannot absorb it, and life forms other than vampires are even less able to withstand it. Run! Run! Immediately, all the cultists, orcs, and elves rushed out of the cave. Even for these people, the blood of Cain is completely irresistible. As for Zinlusi and the old butler, they originally did not want to leave, but their bloodlines were rejected by the primordial blood energy and were completely out of control, and they were forcibly pushed out. Surprisingly, Danilys, Karina, and the elf queen Aurelia showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, they continued to fight together to protect and kill Li Wei. This is impossible. How are we able to survive within the bloodline of our progenitor? Danilys and Karina exclaimed in disbelief. Because of me. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, and the two women turned around to see that it was Li Wei. Could it be? Karina suddenly remembered that both she and Danilys had been drained of their essence by Li Wei and then injected with his blood essence. It must have been because of this incident that their bodies and bloodlines were altered. But what Karina and Danilys couldn't understand was why the elf queen could also survive in this primordial blood. Could it be that Li Wei also drugged her? Chapter 125 Amazing Technology. In an instant, the way Karina and Danilys looked at Li Wei changed. Li Wei had mentioned it once before, but neither of the women believed him. After all, she was the elf queen, a powerhouse on par with the vampire prince. But now, the facts are right here. Under the primordial bloodline of the progenitor Cain, only Li Wei, or those possessing Li Wei's essence blood within them, can remain here unaffected. And now, even the Elf Queen can stay here. What else could it be but being absorbed? And it wasn't just that Li Wei absorbed her essence, more importantly, she also possessed Li Wei's blood essence within her. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. Li Wei, I think you don't want to use that 4-person coffin anymore. Surrounded by endless blood mist, Karina glared at Li Wei through gritted teeth. That wretched guy has never been one to be trifled with. Is that all the essence and blood he has in his body? Let me explain. I only injected a drop of my essence into her body, nothing else, nothing else. Buzz. However, before Li Wei could finish speaking, the massive amount of primordial blood energy surrounding them suddenly surged violently. This was because the hall was too small, and the blood energy surging from the ground was too much, and it looked like it was about to burst. Keep in mind, they are at least thousands of meters underground. If this place were to burst, they would be buried alive without a doubt. Bite. The system has detected a large amount of blood and chi around the host. Should we absorb it? Just then, the system notification sounded in Jijia's mind again. Absorb. Absorb quickly, absorb with all your might. Li Wei roared. He didn't want to be buried alive like this. Instantly, the blood refining manual within his body activated automatically, and an unparalleled suction force was released from Li Wei's body. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the thick blood energy formed huge vortexes around Li Wei, and then, under the control of the suction force, it surged into Li Wei's body like a tide. This feeling is awesome. Li Wei roared. He hadn't absorbed such a large amount of pure blood energy in a long time. He felt his body's strength increasing rapidly, as if he were undergoing a complete transformation. At the same time, deep underground, countless meters below the surface, in that enormous space, a dark red blood sphere the size of a human head suddenly began to rotate violently, its angry roar echoing throughout the entire underground space. Hiss! Who is it? Who has sucked away my primordial blood essence again? Who has stolen my blood god body, which I have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years? As an angry voice rang out, a blood-red human face slowly coalesced on the blood sphere. Its cold eyes flashed, and 2 beams of blood-red light suddenly condensed from them. Piercing through the earth, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers, finally, a scene appeared before his eyes. It was a huge underground hall, where a man in a blood-red robe was greedily absorbing the blood energy surrounding him, and there were 3 female vampires beside him. Damn it, it's him again! It's him again! The blood-red face roared angrily, but being imprisoned here, he could not break free of the restraints until he fully condensed the blood god's body. Alright. Since you want to suck, then I'll let you suck to your heart's content. A ferocious smile flashed across the blood-red man's face. The blood god's aura he had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years was not something that just anyone could withstand. Rumble. The next moment, the blood energy surging from the ground in the huge hall exploded and increased dramatically, and it didn't even need to be absorbed, it automatically and frantically poured into Li Wei's body. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Li Wei was startled. He had always been the one to actively absorb the blood energy, but he never expected that it would now automatically rush into his body. But it doesn't matter, I'll accept any offer. Li Wei gritted his teeth and continued to inhale rapidly. Ding! System notification, the amount of blood energy in the host's body has reached its peak. Do you wish to compress the blood energy? Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Compression? It can even be compressed? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, but since it could be compressed, he could absorb even more blood energy. Hoo. Instantly, a massive amount of blood energy, without the slightest pause, was absorbed into Li Wei's body at an unprecedented speed. Then, under the system's operation, it was compressed into drops of concentrated blood. Just like essence blood, a single drop of concentrated blood energy contains at least tens of thousands of points of blood energy. Ah! Oh no! I can't control it. Thousands of kilometers underground, the mass of blood let out a terrified scream. Originally, he only wanted to use his massive blood energy to burst those despicable brats who were stealing his original blood energy, but who knew that Li Wei's suction power completely exceeded his expectations. Not only did it fail to burst Li Wei, it actually dragged itself into the mess. The massive loss of primordial blood energy filled this vampire, who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, with immense fear. What made him especially desperate was that this place was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Li Wei. To be able to absorb something from this far away is not a matter of skill, but rather an absolutely miraculous technique. On the other side. I'm going to burst. Li Wei let out a painful roar because he had seriously underestimated the amount of blood energy. Even with the system's help, he was able to compress the blood energy in his body into drops of concentrated essence blood, but the number of these essence blood drops had already exceeded 1,000. Even Li Wei felt somewhat out of control. No, we have to expel some of this essence blood. Li Wei gritted his teeth, but at that moment, the Elf Queen, who was shocked by the sudden surge of blood energy, finally reacted, holding the elf scepter, and pounced on Li Wei. You wretched brat, you turned me from a noble elf into a vampire. Die! Aurelia roared and instantly appeared in front of Li Wei, but the next moment, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes. That's because there's too much concentrated blood in the body, causing blood and chi to fill the whole body. Since you've come to me willingly, I'll give you another makeover. Li Wei said through gritted teeth, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the Elf Queen by the neck. Panic, helplessness, even trembling. Keep in mind that the Elf Queen was already a vampire at this moment, and trembling was a completely instinctive reaction when facing Li Wei, who had given her first embrace. Li Wei was about to burst from the sheer volume of his vital essence. You should know that 1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood, and Li Wei has absorbed at least hundreds of thousands of points of blood energy into his body. All this blood and energy has been compressed into concentrated essence blood. If it is not released, it will be completely burst. Come on, little one. Li Wei roared, his 2 fangs flashing out instantly, and then pierced through the Elf Queen's neck. At the same time, Li Wei's hands were not slow either. His sharp claws suddenly shot out and quickly slashed at the Elf Queen's robe. Sizzle, sizzle. A cracking sound rang out. There was no time to lose. Li Wei was going to use every means, method, and part of his body to expel all the essence and blood that filled his body. Chapter 126. Since we're here, let's go together. The next moment, a large amount of spiritual energy emanated from Li Wei's head. Originally, Li Wei was unable to directly project his mental energy into his mind. However, after absorbing the remnant soul of the blood ancestor, although Li Wei's mental energy did not increase, the system granted him another skill. A mental fog. Centered on Li Wei, a 5-meter radius around him became the area controlled by Li Wei's mental power. As long as Li Wei did not want to, no one could use their mental power to explore it. However, it couldn't block the view. Outside the mental shroud, Karina and Danny Lice were completely bewildered by what they saw. That despicable guy is a beast. He actually did that in front of me, with other women. Let her go. Karina shouted angrily, trying to separate Li Wei and Aurelia, who were already united. Actually, even without her saying so, Aurelia didn't want to do that kind of thing with Li Wei, but the blood energy emanating from Li Wei at that moment prevented her from gathering her own energy. Like a small boat in a storm, not only confused, but almost capsized by the fierce wind and rain. No. You can't do this. My body belongs to the moon goddess. If you do this, you are blaspheming the moon goddess. Aurelia tried desperately to push him away, but her arms, which had little strength left, were simply unable to push aside Li Wei's strong chest. With a tearing pain, Aurelia froze. It's over. The body that the moon goddess has protected for thousands of years is no longer pure. What's even more terrifying is that she unexpectedly discovered that although her soul was resisting, her body's reaction completely betrayed her soul. No, that's not it. I'm not that kind of woman, I'm not. Ah. The words that came out of her mouth were words that made her feel ashamed. Tears welled up in Aurelia's eyes, but she felt that she was completely trapped in this situation. Li Wei, you. Karina waved her 2 enormous vampire wings, her alluring eyes filled with disbelief. I really didn't expect this. I originally thought that Li Wei's misbehavior inside the coffin was already very rare. But now he's doing that kind of thing in a tomb. This is absolutely outrageous. However, to everyone's surprise, the next moment, after a violent tremor, Li Wei suddenly raised his scarlet eyes and landed on Karina. Although Aurelia's body was strong, she had only recently become a vampire and could not withstand much essence blood. Karina, however, is different. Do you want to become powerful? I will make you a 10th rank duke. Li Wei looked at Karina with a serious expression and said. What? Karina frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. However, before she could even flap her wings to escape, a large hand suddenly emerged from the mental shroud, grabbed Karina's wing, and pulled her inside. No! Li Wei! No! This won't do! Karina gasped repeatedly, and even the vampire wings on her back began to flutter wildly. Yes, that's it. Before, you couldn't spread your wings inside the coffin because of the cramped space, but now, there's an even more strange beauty to it. Li Wei murmured to himself, stroking the purple markings on Karina's wings. Then, with a wave of his hand, he placed Aurelia, who had already been injected with a large amount of essence blood, aside. Daenerys was completely at a loss outside. Leaving seemed inappropriate, but staying was even more problematic. Just as she was about to take a closer look at what had happened, she only saw Li Wei's bloodshot eyes. Since we're here, let's go together. Outside the cave, the Church of Light and the orcs had long since vanished. They were genuinely afraid that despicable guy was a complete beast. No, they were even more beastly than beasts, not even sparing a single skeleton. Almighty God, please send down your divine will to redeem your most sincere believers. Pope Charles was praying earnestly when suddenly a small group of cultists appeared ahead. Your Holiness, the 5 ascetics have arrived in the Gyro Mountains, and even the great monk Mark, who has been cultivating for 3,000 years, has arrived. One of the deacons reported. What? High Priest Mark has come too. Upon hearing this, Charles was startled, then a smile that defied description spread across his face. Almighty God of Light, have you already shown your lost believers the path to enlightenment? Charles murmured excitedly. Ascetic is the term used by the Holy See to refer to its most powerful members. They are all composed of bishops, cardinals, and popes from the Holy See throughout history, and have been bishops for at least tens of thousands of years. Their exceptional strength and unwavering faith in the God of Light mean that although they do not have the authority to manage the papacy, they hold a position within it that far exceeds any authority. Especially Grand Master Mark, who is equivalent to a peak blood emperor. Furthermore, Your Holiness, our spies have detected that the vampires have secretly amassed an army of 3 million and are marching towards our allied forces' headquarters, the deacon continued to report. Ha, no need to be afraid. Charles laughed and waved his hand. The great God of Light has shown us the way, to wipe out the vampires right here. After Charles finished speaking, he abruptly waved his hand, his gaze involuntarily falling on the distant mountain range. Although that wretched brat didn't die, he couldn't cause any trouble in front of the powerful ascetics of the Holy See, so they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Li Wei, is it? It won't be long before I make you pay back 1,000-fold for the pain you inflicted on me. Charles gritted his teeth and led his men away hastily. Meanwhile, the high priest of the orc race and the elder of the elf race also arrived one by one, and a war that had not broken out for thousands of years was about to truly begin. At this moment, at the cave exit, Sinlos and Chris, the 2 powerful vampire princes, looked at each other in bewilderment. Ahem. Your Grace, shall we go downstairs? Chris, the butler, coughed twice and said hesitantly. After all, they had rushed out in such a hurry that they had left Karina and Dannylise behind. Looking back now, that awful kid was so wicked, who knows if the 2 girls would have been in any danger. Hiss, my daughter and that boy Zinloos said in confusion. Although he had guessed some of it, he was really unwilling to admit that his beautiful daughter had been taken by some boy who appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 127 You Bite Me. Chris the butler paused for a moment, then nodded with a strange expression. Your Excellency, you are right. Zinlucy almost fainted from anger. I felt so sad. My beautiful daughter was actually taken by that wretched boy. However, at this moment, splash! Suddenly, a lot of noises came from the surrounding woods. Then, 3 old elven women, their bodies shrouded in a powerful wood-type aura, led a large number of elves and rushed over. Your Majesty, where is our queen? One of the elven elders spoke in a hoarse and urgent voice. Ever since learning that Her Majesty the Queen might be trapped, she had led the elite of the elven race to the scene immediately. But to everyone's surprise, instead of seeing the Queen, Her Majesty saw 2 vampire princes. The 2 elven elders' gazes sharpened, and a surge of anger was clearly visible between them. Tell me, has our elven queen been captured by you lowly vampires? One of the elven elders roared, and his powerful energy instantly filled the entire forest. The elves are known as the spirits of nature, and if it weren't for their much smaller numbers, they would definitely be considered a powerful race. Especially in such a natural forest, their superb wood magic can be amplified to its maximum power. It's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. The noble queen is down there right now, no one is arresting him. Xinluos hurriedly explained that although he was not afraid of the elves, there was absolutely no need to start a war under these circumstances. Humph. The cunning and treachery of the vampires are known throughout the world. You have captured my queen, and you will surely pay a heavy price for it. Endless forest, grant me strength. The elven elder roared, and with a wave of her hands, thorny vines pierced the ground beneath her feet and lashed out at Xinluos and Chris. Not good. The old women are about to start a fight. The two vampire princes exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly spread their vampire wings, instantly appearing more than 10 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent sound rang out, and the spot where they had been standing was dug out with trenches more than 2 meters deep, the power of which was astonishing. Humph. Damn vampires, prepare to bear the wrath of my elven race, the sub-forbidden spell, Fury of the Forest. The elven elder roared again, and the forest, which was hundreds of meters in diameter, suddenly trembled violently. Then, all the plants seemed to come alive. The wild grass transformed into sharp short swords, whistling as they flew towards the two vampire princes. The fallen leaves are like razors, completely enveloping the surroundings, leaving no escape. Especially those ancient trees, each as thick as a person's waist, seemed to have come alive, their roots pulled out from deep underground, and their thick trunks were whipped wildly at the two of them. Although the two were not weak, they dared not leave easily and could only fight with the elders of the elven race. Before long, they were covered in wounds. By the progenitor Cain, is that wretched brat not finished yet? Prince Sinros blocked the tree trunk that was whipping towards him, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, what kind of world is this? He, a noble prince, was actually standing guard for a junior who wasn't even a duke. And this despicable descendant was even attacking his daughter deep inside the cave. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Meanwhile, deep underground, a large amount of essence blood was injected out by Li Wei, and the extreme surge of energy within his body finally subsided considerably. However, upon turning around, they saw that Karina and Danny Lise had directly reached the strength of a 10th-tier duke. It should be noted that after Li Wei's body transformation, the blood energy was compressed and could be directly absorbed without any further cultivation. The two women broke through their cultivation levels directly through Li Wei's blessing. Queen Aurelia, however, was completely lost in thought at the moment. She couldn't understand why the great moon goddess would punish her like this, turning her from an elf into a vampire. Furthermore, she desperately wanted to suppress the aura of blood within her body, but as Li Wei continued, that aura of blood grew stronger and stronger. Finally, a strong bloodlust suddenly erupted from the depths of her heart. Two sharp fangs grew out of spite, and looking at the strong shoulders in front of her, Aurelia finally couldn't hold back anymore. Bite me! Li Wei cried out in pain, feeling as if his shoulder was about to be bitten off. This woman spoke with absolute resentment. And after her skin was pierced, she began to suck Li Wei's blood in large gulps. Why can you suck me, but I can't suck you? Aurelia let out 2 long breaths, opened her eyes, and met Li Wei's gaze. Her lips were stained with Li Wei's blood, scarlet and hot. The feeling was unlike anything she had ever experienced, and she couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick her lips. Li Wei couldn't help but shudder. Well, this elf queen was definitely someone who looked incredibly noble on the outside, but secretly harbored a strong wildness deep inside. From birth, what imprisoned her was that enormous and magnificent palace. As the queen of the elves, she was bound by too many rules and regulations. Now, Li Wei was like a key that broke free of those shackles, completely unleashing the wildness deep within her heart. One sip isn't enough, I want to inhale. After saying that, Aurelia didn't care about anything else and bit Li Wei hard. Li Wei couldn't help but grimace. This elf queen's bite really hurt. The battle outside lasted for more than 2 hours. Although Xinluos and Chris were 2 vampire princes, the number of elves on the other side was simply too great, and they were completely overwhelmed. You inferior vampires, pay with your lives for what you've done. The 2 elven elders roared, and then a large amount of wood element condensed, forming wooden spikes as thick as wrists in the air, which were about to pierce Xinluos and his companion. However, at that moment, stop! Suddenly, a delicate shout rang out, startling the 2 elven elders. They turned to look at the source of the sound and saw that their elven queen had emerged from the cave entrance at some point. Queen! Your Majesty! All the elves knelt down, especially the 2 elders, who rushed over hurriedly upon seeing Illyria. Your Majesty, those vampires didn't do anything to you, did they? One of the elders spoke, his fierce gaze fixed on Li Wei and the other 2 who came out next. Chapter 128: The Ultimate Battle. In an instant, all eyes were on Aurelia. If she says anything, the entire elf race will likely be enraged today, and Li Wei and his companions won't be able to leave. Aurelia hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but turn her head to look at Li Wei, before slowly shaking her head. Elders, we're just trapped down there, nothing has happened. What? Upon hearing this, Karina and Danny Lice were both visibly surprised. Nothing happened? How can you say nothing happened? Li Wei was sucking and biting her, injecting at least 100 drops of his essence blood. Could it be that the Elven Queen, Aurelia, already had feelings for Li Wei? Aurelia was filled with complex emotions. She said this because she didn't want to reveal the fact that she had become a vampire. Secondly, and most importantly, she didn't know why, but when she faced Li Wei, she felt confused and flustered, and didn't want to face him, she just wanted to escape. Could it be that I've already slept and tamed this woman? Li Wei sneered smugly, only to be glared at fiercely by Karina beside him. That despicable fellow dares to mess around even with the elf queen, he's practically dancing on a knife's edge. Nothing happened? That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, the two elven elders breathed a long sigh of relief, and their gazes toward Li Wei and the other vampires no longer held as much hatred. You should be thankful that my queen was not in danger this time, otherwise this would be your grave. We, the noble elven race, disdain bullying the weak with numbers. The ultimate war with the Blood Clan is about to break out, and when that happens, our race will show no mercy. After the two elven elders finished speaking, they immediately ordered all the elves to retreat. Only Aurelia glanced at Li Wei discreetly as she left. But then she suddenly realized that Li Wei's gaze was also fixed on her. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers underground, the blood sphere surrounding the blood aura has visibly shrunk by at least one ring. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! My accumulated blood essence of hundreds of thousands of years was actually had 1/10 of it sucked away in mid-air by that wretched brat. Ah! Sooner or later, when I am resurrected, I will utterly destroy you. The furious roar could even affect the entire vampire Holy Land. On the northern side of the Kilo Mountains, the 3 million vampire army had completely solidified, with Prince Federa and a group of Duke-level vampire powerhouses at the forefront. Soldiers, the vampire clan has been holed up in this land for over 4,000 years, but those other races are still unwilling to let us go. Today will be a crucial battle for our vampire clan. We must win, we cannot afford to lose. After Prince Federa finished speaking, he suddenly drew a blood-red longsword and roared to the sky. Hiss! Boom boom boom! The next moment, a large amount of blood energy was summoned from the depths of the ground, and 3 million vampire warriors absorbed it frantically and cultivated it. Because they know that once they've had that first suckle, they might never have the chance to suckle again for the rest of their lives. For the vampires, charge! Prince Federa pointed his blood sword, and the 3 million vampire army immediately began its charge into the Kilo Mountains. Those pairs of vampire wings blotted out the sky, almost turning the entire northern part of the mountain range blood red. On the other side, thousands of troops formed countless square formations. Compared to the previous million soldiers, the Allied forces now had more than double the number of soldiers. Although their numbers are not as large as the vampire army, there are nearly several thousand mages among them who can cast light magic, giving them absolute control over the vampires. That mysterious man has sent word that once the battle begins, he will lure Prince Fedra into our Holy Light Evolution Array. Once we eliminate Fedra and draw out their ancestor, we will surely win. After Pope Charles finished speaking, he looked around and saw that the leaders of the orcs, dwarves, behemoths, and other races all nodded. Only the elf queen Aurelia. Your Holiness, my elven race has decided to withdraw from this war to exterminate the Blood Clan, Aurelia suddenly said. What? Charles was taken aback. Why were the elves suddenly backing down at the last minute? Charles, there has been some internal turmoil within our clan, and we need Her Majesty's return to resolve it. An elven elder standing nearby also spoke up. In that case, all right then. Charles hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The elves were not a crucial fighting force in this great battle, their absence wouldn't make a difference. Most importantly, all 5 ascetics from the Church of Light are now in place, making the annihilation of the vampires as easy as taking candy from a baby. Rumble. However, at that moment, a violent tremor suddenly rang out. On the other side of the mountain range, 3 million vampires were advancing and charging at top speed. These vampires actually dared to attack first, they're courting death. A ferocious look flashed across Charles's face, and then he suddenly stood up. Assemble the army and prepare for battle. Kill. For the vampires. The roars shook the heavens and the earth. The vampire army, like a locust plague, swarmed down from one end of the mountain, sweeping across the Allied camp like a blood-red flood. The Allied forces were not to be outdone, and they even felt a little excited, knowing that powerful magic arrays of light had been set up around their camp. Before long, the two armies clashed fiercely in the central Kilo Mountains. The vanguard fought fiercely, while the troops on both sides surged outwards like a tsunami, spreading from the center to both sides. In an instant, light and blood mist changed the color of the world. The battlefield was like a giant meat grinder. In less than an hour, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood were formed. However, at that moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly burst forth in a corner of the battlefield. Ah! Damn it! The despicable Church of Light dared to launch a sneak attack on me. With a pitiful howl, black smoke violently billowed from Prince Federa's body within the pillar of light, and his 6 vampire wings flapped wildly, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the confinement of these pillars of light. That's Prince Fedra. No! His Highness the Prince has been ambushed by the Holy See. Quickly, awaken the 5 ancestral blood emperors. A series of alarming sounds rang out, and in an instant, many vampires quickly retreated to the rear of the battlefield. The coffins of the 5 ancestral blood emperors were all dragged over along with the army. But now, Prince Federa is about to be completely annihilated by the Church of Light. Even if they wanted to awaken the blood emperor of their ancestors immediately, it would be too late. Chapter 129: The Powerful Blood Emperor. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared and arrived in front of Prince Federa, who was trapped by the Pillar of Light, almost in the blink of an eye. This is... Prince Federa was taken aback, staring at the gaunt face that seemed so familiar. Sinlos. It's you! Prince Fedra exclaimed in surprise, his eyes flashing with intense disbelief. Zinluos, the previous patriarch of the Vanter family, played a crucial role in the last Vampire Holy War, ultimately leading to the failure of the Holy See's plan. I thought they had long since perished in the endless Kilo Mountains, but I never expected them to reappear. Federa, it's been a long time. Zinluos brandished his 4 vampire wings. His bloodline was also a 3rd-generation bloodline, just like Fedra's, but his cultivation level was not as high as Fedra's, only around the 5th rank of Prince. However, this light formation was originally set up to eliminate Prince Fedra. In other words, it had already reached the limit of the formation for a 10th rank prince. Now, with another prince added, it naturally could not withstand it. Smash it! Zinluos roared, and his massive blood energy crashed into the holy light array. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor resounded, and the aura of blood and light spread in all directions. Prince Federa's body plummeted like a kite with a broken string, but was caught by Zinluos. I can't believe you're still alive. Splatter! Before Prince Fedra could finish speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he had been rescued, his body had been ravaged beyond recognition by the holy light, and his cultivation level had plummeted to that of a duke. Let's not talk about that now, the war is the priority. After speaking, Zinluos immediately flapped his wings and returned to the rear of the vampire army. Unexpectedly, the vampire clan has produced 2 princes, but all of this must come to an end. Charles murmured something, and then a pure white crystal radiating a powerful aura of light appeared in his hand. Great God of Light, please bestow your power upon your humble believer. Forbidden spell of light divine illumination. Buzz. The next moment, a large amount of light suddenly burst forth from the crystal, and then condensed into a pillar of light that reached the sky and shot straight into the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out, and the pillar of light, which contained endless light energy, exploded after rising to a certain height. Like a giant firework, thousands upon thousands of rays of holy light illuminated the entire night sky. The once pitch-black night was now restored to endless light. In particular, the holy light rapidly contracted after the explosion, forming a sun radiating intense heat. With such immense magical power, they actually managed to create a sun out of thin air in the night sky. As the light flashed, all the vampires felt their blood almost boiling. Damn it! Damn it! You actually broke the darkness. That holy light is far more destructive than the sun. I can't take it anymore. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a scorching sound, countless vampire warriors were suddenly engulfed in flames. They were scorched by the holy light. Charred corpses and screaming, cursing vampires were everywhere. It seems that the scales of victory in the war have tipped in favor of the 10-race alliance led by the Holy See. The vampire race is in crisis. We beseech the 5 ancestral blood emperors to intervene. On the rear of the vampire army, the patriarchs of the 13 clans knelt down, their gazes heavy as they stared at the 5 ancient stone coffins before them. Buzz! As their voices fell, all 5 stone coffins trembled. Then, the lids of the 5 stone coffins could no longer hold them down and instantly shot into the sky. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged from the 5 stone coffins, overwhelming the entire battlefield in an instant. Our race was born hundreds of thousands of years ago, and has faced countless crises, yet we have never been wiped out. A vast and domineering voice suddenly rang out. It was impossible before, and it's even more impossible now. It was incredibly eerie. The piercing sound seemed capable of piercing one's eardrums. As long as a few of us old fogies are still around, the vampire race will never be destroyed. Having slumbered for tens of thousands of years, it's time to awaken and stretch our legs. As the voice faded, 5 blood-red figures stood starkly within the coffin. They spread their 8 enormous vampire wings and soared into the sky, leaving huge shadows on the vast battlefield. The 5 blood emperors were all outstanding individuals from the 3 generations of bloodlines tens of thousands of years ago, and even tens of thousands of years later, their auras were still incredibly terrifying. Their overwhelming strength, surpassing even the top combat power on the battlefield, was unleashed as they moved, and even the surrounding space was rippled by this powerful aura, cracks appearing everywhere. 3 million vampires, including the patriarchs of the 13 clans and the 2 vampire princes, couldn't help but lower their noble heads at this moment. Even those vampires who were slightly weaker were almost pressed down by this aura and had to bury their heads in the soil. They trembled, they were excited, and endless hope rose in their hearts. This is the vampire race. Even after declining for hundreds of thousands of years, they still possess a powerful foundation. All 5 ancestors were powerful figures at the peak of the Blood Emperor realm. Even during the Blood Clan's heyday, they were absolutely formidable beings who guarded their respective regions. Now, with the 5 Blood Emperors working together, changing the course of the battlefield is as easy as turning one's hand. The sun created by the Holy See is not a real sun after all. Blood fills the sky, cover it up. One of the Blood Emperor ancestors roared and pointed one finger to the sky. His powerful spiritual energy condensed like a tide, and all the corpses left on the battlefield trembled violently. Then, a large amount of blood energy was scattered from these corpses. And as it rose into the air, it condensed into a blood cloud with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. The sun, radiating intense light, was instantly and forcefully blocked by a massive cloud of blood, and not a single ray of light could penetrate its obstruction. The sky suddenly darkened, and the entire battlefield was plunged back into darkness. O vampires of the endless night, may the night grant you the greatest power, may the night heal your physical wounds. Another Blood Emperor ancestor slowly spoke, as if each word was a command to the heavens and earth. A large amount of blood energy slowly gathered and then instantly swept over all the vampire warriors on the battlefield. Chapter 130. You all watch, I'm stealing the tower. In an instant, the vampire warriors who had been burned by the light recovered quickly and regained their strongest combat power in the shortest amount of time. Kill them. Damn it, kill these people from the Holy See. I want to suck them, fuck them, I want to use my fangs to plunge deep into their bodies. Suddenly, a series of heart-wrenching roars rang out. Faced with the counterattack of the vampire army, the orcs of the Holy Sea of Light were no match for them and began to retreat in panic. However, at that moment, a sacred voice suddenly rang out. God said that all evil should not exist in the world, they should go to hell to suffer all kinds of torment and torture. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of light elements suddenly gathered above the 10 clan allied forces, instantly halting the vampire army's attack. At this moment, light and darkness coexist. Who? The Blood Emperor ancestor who launched the attack narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw several figures walking on thin air. They were all wearing faded linen robes, their hair was disheveled, and they were barefoot. They walked slowly step by step. The ascetic, our ascetic has arrived. The Pope of Light was overjoyed. The ascetics were the most powerful fighting force in the current Holy Sea of Light. They were the true believers of God, and what they brought was absolutely God's will. However, at the same moment, in the dark corners of the battlefield's edge, Li Wei, let's hurry up and go help the army. Karina said anxiously that she and Danny Lice had been here for some time, but Li Wei wouldn't let them join the army to fight the enemy. Don't worry, based on my understanding of that cunning old man Charles, he definitely has some backup plan. Li Wei shook his head, but at that moment, that sacred voice suddenly rang out. They're here. They're here. Judging from the looks of these old sly foxes, they're definitely the last remaining hope. Li Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with an unusual light. A powerful individual capable of confronting the Blood Emperor of the vampire clan must be at least on par with the Blood Emperor himself. To be honest, Li Wei has never encountered a powerhouse of this level before. However, in the blink of an eye, a large amount of light energy unfolded, and the 5 Blood Emperors and the 5 ascetics of the Holy Sea of Light immediately engaged in battle. Inferior vampires are the most evil creatures in the world. You should be purified. One of the ascetics snorted coldly, and beams of light suddenly burst forth from his palm, enveloping the 5 Blood Emperor ancestors. I'll do it. One of the Blood Emperors roared, and the 8 vampire wings on its back flapped violently. Its body disappeared instantly, and then it reappeared in front of the ascetic in an instant, its sharp claws reaching out. Teleportation. This is true teleportation. Seeing this, Li Wei was so excited that he couldn't help but clench his fists. His own ultimate technique, flash flying, at most created the illusion of teleportation by using extremely fast speed, while this Blood Emperor ancestor completely disappeared from this space and then suddenly reappeared. Such speed can only be achieved by a vampire with such a powerful physique. Court death. Another ascetic roared and unleashed a powerful blow with his wrinkled palm. Behind him, a large amount of light energy transformed into countless palm prints, which collided fiercely with the claws that the Blood Ancestor was attacking. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, and a chaotic aura instantly swept across the land. A powerful surge of mixed energy swept across the entire Kilo Mountains, causing them to collapse, the earth to rumble, countless plants and trees to be instantly pulverized, and countless rocks to explode. At least hundreds of kilometers of mountains collapsed under this force. It was all thanks to the fact that the battlefield was right beneath them, and the energy was dissipating in all directions. Otherwise, in this clash, both the vampires and the 10-race alliance would have suffered heavy losses. My goodness, these old bastards are really ruthless when they fight, they don't even care about their own people. Li Wei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The residual force of the battle alone could destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. One day, he will be just as powerful, no, even more powerful than that. However, the aura of light is the nemesis of the vampires, and even the 5 Blood Emperor ancestors cannot transcend the laws of nature. They can put up a fight for a short time, but in the long run, defeat is inevitable. But now. Li Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 Blood Emperors and the 5 old men from the Church of Light were completely locked in combat, and the entire battlefield had come to a halt due to the residual force of their battle. It was the perfect time for him to fish in troubled waters. Karina, Daenerys, watch closely as I steal the tower. After Li Wei finished speaking, 4 wings suddenly unfolded, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. What did Li Wei say? Steal the tower? Steal whose tower? Karina and Daenerys were taken aback for a moment, then shook their heads. This wretched guy always managed to come up with things they couldn't understand, and those incredibly embarrassing yet secretly desirable new positions. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the edge of the 10 Clans alliance, a figure was rapidly approaching, flashing as if there was a poor signal. Just then, Archbishop Marcus, standing in the crowd, suddenly frowned and couldn't help but look towards his left front. He hadn't discovered anything, it was just that a sense of foreboding suddenly arose deep within him. That feeling was familiar, as if I had already experienced it before. Hiss. Thinking of this, Archbishop Marcus shuddered involuntarily, feeling an intense urge to urinate instantly fill his bladder. Since the last raid on the vampire Holy Mountain, his body has developed a problem. The more nervous he is, the less he can control his urination. Deacon Allen, I need to use the restroom. Please keep an eye on my soldiers. After hesitating for a moment, Archbishop Marcus gave an order to a white-robed deacon beside him. Yes, Your Excellency, I will inform you immediately if anything happens. The deacon nodded hastily, even though Archbishop Marcus had already gone to the toilet several times in that short time. Of course, calling it a toilet is really just a simple open-air tent. Furthermore, the people in this world don't pay much attention to hygiene, so it's incredibly filthy. Archbishop Marcus, enduring the stench, carefully made his way to the door. He didn't want to go back in after all, no one could see him from here. Thinking this, Archbishop Marcus immediately began to act. However, he had only urinated halfway when he suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind him and couldn't help but turn around to look. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Ah! It's you again!